Everybody loves a rogue, even if we sometimes come to regret that affection. They are the scoundrels and con artists, the scalawags and ne'er-do-wells. They are the thieves, the cheats, and the rascals. They are the bad boys and the bad girls, the swindlers and seducers, the deceivers and flim-flam men. They are the imposters, the frauds, the fakes, the liars, the cads, and the tricksters. They go by countless names, and they appear in every kind of story, across every genre imaginable, woven into myth and legend, and oh, they are absolutely everywhere in history, too. They are the children of Loki, the brothers of Coyote. Sometimes they are the heroes, sometimes they are the villains. More often they exist in that fascinating space in between, characters painted in shades of gray. And gray, I must confess, has always been my favorite color. It is infinitely more interesting than stark black or pure white. I suppose I've always had a soft spot for rogues. When I was a boy back in the 1950s, it felt like half of primetime television was sitcoms and the other half was westerns. My father adored westerns, so growing up I saw them all, an endless parade of strong-jawed sheriffs and frontier marshals, each one seemingly more heroic than the last. Marshal Dillon was an unshakable rock. Wyatt Earp was brave, courageous, and bold. The theme song told us so right from the start. The Lone Ranger, Hopalong Cassidy, Gene Autry, and Roy Rogers were all portrayed as heroic, noble, and upstanding, the perfect role models for any young lad. Yet, for all their virtue, none of them ever felt quite real to me. My favorite Western heroes were the ones who shattered expectations. There was Paladin, a man who wore black like an outlaw while on the hunt, yet transformed into a refined gentleman in San Francisco, often seen with a new companion each week and openly selling his skills for cash, a notion that would scandalize a traditional, money-scorning hero. Then there were the Maverick brothers, particularly Brett, whose charm was matched only by their cunning. They favored the elegant, deceptive uniform of a gambler, black suits, string ties, and ornate waistcoats, over a sheriff's star and white hat, and you were far more likely to find them bluffing at a card table than drawing in a dusty street. Frankly, looking back, shows like Maverick and Have Gun, Will Travel have aged far more gracefully than their straight-laced contemporaries. You could credit superior scripts, performances, and direction, and you'd be right, but I believe their lasting appeal is deeply tied to that irresistible rogue charm. This love for the charming scoundrel isn't confined to vintage TV westerns. It's a timeless character type that thrives in every story format. Clint Eastwood built his legend not by playing paragons of virtue, but as Rowdy Yates, Dirty Harry, and the Man with No Name, all classic rogues. Can you imagine if his breakout roles had been as upright Yates, rule follower Billy, and the Man with a Notarized Passport? His career would have vanished without a trace. I once knew a woman in college who actually preferred the noble, self-sacrificing Ashley Wilkes over that brilliant cad Rhett Butler, the gambler and blockade runner. She was, I am convinced, a singular exception. Every other person I've ever met would choose Rhett over Ashley in a heartbeat, and the less said about the likes of Frank Kennedy, the better. Harrison Ford practically radiates roguish energy in every role, a legacy that began with Han Solo and Indiana Jones. Is there a soul alive who genuinely prefers the whiny farm boy Luke to the cynical smuggler Han? Han made it perfectly clear he was only in it for the money, which made his last-minute, heroic return in Star Wars to save the day all the more electrifying. And let's be honest, no matter how many times George Lucas tinkers with it, Han shot first. Then there's Indy, the very blueprint of a rogue. Whipping out his pistol to casually dispatch that showboating swordsman wasn't sporting in the least, but my goodness, didn't we all cheer for him because of it? This rule extends far beyond the screen, deep into the pages of books. Take epic fantasy. While the genre is often painted with a broad brush of pure good versus absolute evil, a tradition upheld by countless Tolkien disciples with their dark lords and flawless heroes, there's a grittier, older tradition absolutely overflowing with rogues, sword, and sorcery. Conan the Cimmerian is often called a hero, but let's remember he was also a thief, a pirate, a mercenary, and a usurper who claimed a crown that wasn't his, leaving a trail of romantic conquests in his wake. Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser are even more delightfully unscrupulous, if somewhat less triumphant in their ambitions. Neither is likely to end up on a throne. And we cannot forget Jack Vance's utterly amoral and hilarious Kugel the Clever, whose elaborate schemes have a knack for backfiring spectacularly. Historical fiction, too, has its glorious share of dashing, deceitful rapscallions. The Three Musketeers were rogues to their core. You simply can't swashbuckle properly without a healthy dose of mischief. Rhett Butler was every bit the magnificent rogue in Margaret Mitchell's novel as he was on film. More recently, Michael Chabon gifted us with two superb new scoundrels, Amram and Zelikman, in his novella Gentlemen of the Road, and I sincerely hope their adventures are far from over. Of course, we must also tip our hat to George MacDonald Fraser's unforgettable creation, Harry Flashman, or if you're being formal, Sir Harry Paget Flashman, VC, KCB, KCIE. This character was, in a way, lifted from the pages of Thomas Hughes's Tom Brown's School Days, a classic tale of British boarding school life that's a bit like Harry Potter if you removed all the magic, Quidditch, and female characters. If you haven't yet discovered Fraser's Flashman series, you can safely skip Hughes unless you have a taste for Victorian moralizing, then you have a genuine literary treat in store. I almost envy you the first-time thrill of meeting one of fiction's greatest scoundrels. Westerns? Please. The entire American frontier was practically built by rogues. The heroic outlaw is just as prevalent as the villainous one, maybe even more so. Consider figures like Billy the Kid, the James Younger Gang, or that extraordinary renegade dentist, Doc Holliday. And if we take another quick look at television, premium cable, this time, we find HBO's brilliant and dearly departed series Deadwood, which revolved around the magnificently wicked Al Swearingen. As portrayed by Ian McShane, Swearingen effortlessly stole every scene from the show's nominal hero, the town sheriff. But then stealing the spotlight is what rogues do best. What about romance novels? Oh my. In that genre, the rogue almost always wins the girl's heart. These days, frequently enough, the rogue is the girl, which can be an even more delightful twist. There's something satisfying about watching conventions get turned completely upside down. Mystery fiction boasts entire subgenres dedicated to charming rogues. Private investigators have always carried that rogue's edge. If they were strictly by the book, just the facts types, they'd be police officers. They are decidedly not. I could continue listing examples forever. From literary fiction to gothics, paranormal romance to chick lit, horror to cyberpunk, and from steampunk to urban fantasy, every category, including nurse novels, tragedies, comedies, and thrillers, has its beloved rogues. More often than not, these are the characters readers hold dearest and remember longest. Not every one of these genres is represented in this collection, which is a genuine shame, though a part of me, probably the rogue in me that loves to scribble outside the lines, wishes they all could be. The truth is, I've never had much patience for rigid genre boundaries. While I'm best known as a fantasy author, Rogues is not intended to be solely a fantasy anthology, though it certainly contains some excellent fantasy tales. My co-editor, Gardner Dozois, spent 20 years editing a science fiction magazine. But this isn't a strictly science fiction collection either, though you'll find SF stories here that rival the best in any monthly magazine. Much like our earlier cross-genre projects, Warriors and Dangerous Women, Rogues is designed to cut across all artificial genre lines. Our theme is universal, and because Gardner and I both adore a great story, no matter its setting, we reached out to celebrated writers from every corner of the literary world. Epic fantasy, sword and sorcery, urban fantasy, science fiction, romance, mainstream fiction, mystery, both cozy and hard-boiled, thriller, historical fiction, western noir, and horror. You name it. While not every author we invited could participate, a great many did, and their work fills the pages ahead. Our contributors form an all-star roster of award-winning and best-selling writers representing a dozen different publishers and just as many genres. We asked each of them for the same thing, a tale about a rogue, packed with clever twists, cunning schemes, and sudden reversals. We placed no genre restrictions on any writer. Some chose to work within the field they're most famous for. Others decided to venture into new territory. In my introduction to Warriors, our first cross-genre anthology, I wrote about growing up in Bayonne, New Jersey during the 1950s, a town that didn't have a single bookstore. I bought all my reading material from newsstands and corner candy stores, plucking paperbacks from wire spinner racks. Those racks were gloriously unsegregated. Every genre was jammed in together, a chaotic and wonderful mix of this title and that. You could have discovered The Brothers Karamazov tucked right between a nurse's romance and a gritty Mickey Spillane detective story. Dorothy Parker and Dorothy Sayers sat on the same shelf as Ralph Ellison and J.D. Salinger. Max Brand found himself next to Barbara Cartland, while A.E. Van Vogt, P.G. Wodehouse, and H.P. Lovecraft were all crammed in alongside F. Scott Fitzgerald. It was a glorious jumble: mysteries, westerns, gothic tales, ghost stories, English classics, the newest literary novels, and, naturally, science fiction, fantasy, and horror. That spinner rack, and countless others like it, held everything. I loved that chaos. I still do, but in the many years since, publishing has transformed, chain bookstores have proliferated, and the walls between genres have solidified into something rigid. What a shame, really. Books ought to open us up, transport us to unfamiliar places, reveal new sights, and widen our perspectives. Sticking to just one category undermines that purpose. It constricts us, diminishes our world. To me, both then and now, stories have only ever fallen into two camps: good ones and bad ones. That's the only distinction worth a damn. We believe we've gathered some excellent tales here. Within these pages, you'll encounter scoundrels of every description, set against a wide array of backdrops, representing a rich blend of genres. But you won't know which is which until you dive in, because Gardner and I, honoring that old wire rack tradition, have shuffled them all together. Some stories are by authors you likely adore, others are by voices you may not yet know. Our hope is that by the time you finish Rogues, a few of those new names will have become favorites. Enjoy the journey, but stay on your toes. Not every charming gentleman or lovely lady in this collection is entirely trustworthy. Joe Abercrombie stands as one of fantasy's most rapidly ascending talents, praised by readers and critics for his gritty, lean, and uncompromising style. He is widely recognized for his First Law trilogy, beginning with The Blade itself in 2006, followed by Before They Are Hanged and Last Argument of Kings. His standalone works include Best Served Cold and The Heroes, with Red Country being his most recent novel. Beyond writing, Abercrombie works as a freelance film editor and resides in London. In the swift thriller that follows, he plunges us into the foul, labyrinthine, and strangely musical alleys of Sipani, one of the world's most perilous cities, for a lethal round of a dangerous game. Two tombs, all over, Joe Abercrombie. God, how she despised Sipani. The blinding, choking fogs, the incessant slap of water against the piers, and that pervasive, sickening reek of decay. The endless parties, masquerades, and revels, everyone desperately having fun or putting on a convincing act of it. The people were the absolute worst. Every last man, woman, and child was a rogue, a liar, or a fool. Karkulf loathed Sipani. And yet, here she was again, which, she was compelled to admit, begged the question, who was the real fool here? Raucous laughter echoed through the mist ahead, and she melted into the shadows of a doorway, her fingers brushing the hilt of her sword. A skilled courier trusts no one, and Karkulf was among the best, but in Sipani, her trust dipped into negative numbers. Another pack of revelers stumbled out of the gloom, a man in a moon-shaped mask pointing at a woman so intoxicated she kept toppling over in her elaborate heels. They were all howling with laughter, one of them waving his lace cuffs as if there was nothing funnier than drinking yourself senseless. Karkulf rolled her eyes toward the obscured sky, finding a sliver of comfort in the certainty that behind their masks, they were probably miserable, just as she always was when attempting to enjoy herself. Standing alone in that doorway, she grimaced. Damn, she really needed a vacation. She was turning into a complete cynic. The thought of a quiet beach, miles from any city, flashed through her mind, a tantalizing and utterly impossible dream. Or perhaps she already had become that person and was steadily worsening. One of those souls who viewed the entire world with disdain. Was she morphing into her damned father? Anything but that? She whispered under her breath. As soon as the last of the drunken partygoers stumbled away into the darkness, she slipped from her doorway and continued on, moving at a deliberate, unhurried pace. Her soft boots made no sound on the damp cobblestones, her plain hood pulled just low enough to seem ordinary, the perfect picture of someone with only the usual secrets to conceal. In a city like Sepani, that meant nearly everyone had something to hide. Somewhere to the west, her armored coach would be racing along the broad avenues, wheels sparking as they crossed the bridges, scattering startled pedestrians. The driver's whip would be cracking against the horse's foaming sides, a dozen hired guards galloping behind, their polished armor glinting under the street lamps. Unless, of course, the quarryman's crew had already sprung their trap. The hiss of arrows, the panicked cries of men and horses, the wagon crashing off the road, the ring of steel, and finally the strongbox's heavy lock blown open with powder. The smoke would clear to eager hands flinging back the lid only to find absolutely nothing. Karkulf permitted herself a faint, satisfied smile and brushed her fingers over the hidden bulge against her side. The real prize was securely sewn into the lining of her coat. She took a steadying breath, paced 2 steps, and leapt from the canal's edge, clearing a stretch of murky water to land on the deck of a dilapidated barge. The old timbers groaned under her weight as she rolled and rose smoothly to her feet. Taking the Fintine Bridge was a long detour and, worse, a heavily watched route. This forgotten boat, always moored here in the shadows, offered a perfect shortcut. She had arranged for it herself. Karkulf left almost nothing to chance. In her line of work, chance had a nasty habit of being a real jerk. A wrinkled face appeared from the gloom of the cabin, steam curling from a dented kettle. "Who in blazes are you?" "Nobody special," Karkulf replied with a breezy wave. "Just passing through." She hopped from the rocking deck to the stones on the opposite bank and vanished into the mist that smelled of damp and decay. Just passing through. Headed straight for the docks to catch the outgoing tide and be on her way. Off to whatever came next, probably something grim if she was being honest. Wherever Karkulf went, she was nobody. Everywhere, she was always just passing through. Meanwhile, that fool Pombrine would be riding hard to the east with 4 hired swords. He didn't look much like her, especially with that ridiculous mustache, but wrapped in her conspicuously embroidered cloak, he made a decent enough decoy. The man was a broke pimp who smugly believed he was impersonating her so she could sneak off to meet a lover, some wealthy lady desperate to keep their affair quiet. Karkulf sighed. If only her life were that simple. She comforted herself imagining Pombrine's shock when those thugs deep and shallow shot him from his saddle, expressed utter confusion at the mustache, frantically searched his clothes, and finally, in a rage, gutted his corpse only to discover nothing at all. Karkulf gave the hidden lump another reassuring pat and moved on with a renewed lightness in her step. Here she was, taking the middle path, alone and on foot, following a meticulously planned route of back alleys, narrow passages, forgotten staircases, and unmarked shortcuts. She wove through crumbling old mansions and rotting apartment blocks, past gates left discreetly unlocked, and later through a brief but pungent stretch of sewer that would deposit her right by the docks with time to spare. After this job, she desperately needed a vacation. She probed the inside of her lip with her tongue, where a tiny but maddeningly sore ulcer had recently formed. All she ever did was work. Maybe a trip to Adua? She could visit her brother, see her nieces, though she realized she had no idea how old they'd be now. Ugh, never mind. She recalled how insufferably judgmental her sister-in-law was, one of those people who greeted everything with a sneer. Frankly, the woman reminded Karkulf far too much of her father. The reason her brother had chosen to marry that infuriating woman, no doubt. A faint melody drifted through the air as she slipped under a crumbling stone arch. A violin, either being tuned or played by someone with no talent whatsoever. Either option seemed perfectly plausible here. Faded posters clung to a moss-damp wall, their smudged ink urging the loyal citizens to rise against the so-called snake of talons. Karkulf let out a derisive snort. Most of Sepani's residents were far more focused on stumbling into a drunken stupor than any uprising, and loyalty was a currency none of them possessed. She twisted, trying to adjust the seat of her trousers, but it was pointless. What was the point of paying a small fortune for new clothes if the seam still chafed you in the most inconvenient spot imaginable? She shuffled along a narrow walkway beside a stagnant algae-choked canal, its surface dotted with floating debris, tugging uselessly at the fabric. Damn these fashionable tight trousers. Maybe it was divine retribution for paying the tailor with counterfeit money. Then again, Karkolf was far more concerned with her own financial gain than any celestial punishment, and she made a habit of avoiding payment whenever she could. It was practically a moral code, and her father always said a person should stand by their principles. Good God, she really was becoming her father. Ha! A tattered figure lunged from a shadowed doorway, a sliver of steel catching the dim light. With a startled gasp, Karkolf stumbled backward, shoving her coat aside to draw her own blade, certain her end had finally arrived. Had the quarryman found her? Or was it deep and shallow, or perhaps Kurikan's hired knives? But no one else emerged. Just this single man, wrapped in a grimy cloak, his damp, unkempt hair plastered to a pale forehead, the lower half of his face hidden by a mildewed scarf. His bloodshot eyes were wide with fear. "Stand and deliver," he commanded, his voice muffled by the fabric. Karkolf raised an eyebrow. Who actually says that anymore? A brief silence followed, broken only by the sluggish slap of polluted water against stone. "You're a woman?" The would-be robber's tone held a note of awkward apology. "If I am, does that mean you won't rob me?" "Well, that is—" The thief seemed to wilt slightly before straightening his posture. "Stand and deliver anyway." "Why?" Karkolf asked. The tip of his sword wavered uncertainly. "Because I have pressing debts that's none of your concern. No, I mean, why give me the warning? Why not just stab me and take my things from my corpse?" Another pause. "I suppose I prefer to avoid violence, but I warn you, I am fully prepared for it." He was an absolute amateur, a common mugger who'd stumbled into her path, a mere accident of the streets. Talk about rotten luck for him, anyway. "You, sir," she stated, "are a terrible thief. I, madam, am a gentleman. You, sir, are a dead gentleman." Karkolf stepped forward, testing the weight of her blade, a sleek length of sharpened steel that gleamed coldly in the lamplight from a window above. She never practiced, yet she was more than competent with a sword. It would take far more than this piece of gutter trash to best her. "I'll slice you open like a—" The man moved with shocking speed. Steel rasped, and before Karkolf could even react, her sword was flicked from her grasp. It clattered across the slick cobbles before plopping into the murky canal. "Oh," she said. Well, that altered the situation. Clearly, her attacker was no simpleton, at least where swordsmanship was concerned. She should have guessed. Nothing in Sapani is ever what it seems. "Hand over the money," he said. "With pleasure." Karkolf pulled out her purse and tossed it toward the wall, hoping to dart past him while he was distracted. Unfortunately, he snatched it from the air with remarkable skill and swiftly returned his sword point to block her escape. It came to rest lightly against the concealed bulge in her coat. "What is that, right there?" Things went from bad to far, far worse. "It's nothing, absolutely nothing." Karkolf tried to brush it off with a forced laugh, but that opportunity was long gone, much like her chance to board the ship still waiting at the dock for the journey to Thond. She nudged the glinting object aside with a fingertip. "I have a very urgent appointment, so if you'll just—" A soft whisper of steel sliced through her coat. Karkolf stared. Ah, a searing line of fire bloomed along her ribs. The blade had cut her as well. Ah! She sank to her knees, profoundly wronged, blood seeping between the fingers she pressed to the wound. Oh dear, my apologies. I truly never meant to hurt you. I only wanted, you see." The item, now smudged with Karkolf's blood, slipped from the torn pocket and clattered onto the cobblestones. It was a slim bundle about a foot long, wrapped in discolored leather. "I require a doctor," Karkolf wheezed, summoning her most convincing damsel in distressed tone. The Grand Duchess had often called her a melodramatic performer, but if not now, when it was probable she did need medical attention, and there was a slim chance the thief might bend down to assist, giving her an opening to drive her dagger into his wretched face. "Please, I implore you." He hesitated, eyes wide, the situation clearly having spiraled beyond his intent. Yet he crept forward only to grab for the package, the sharp tip of his sword still aimed at her. Time for a new, even more frantic approach. She fought to keep her voice steady. "Listen, take the coins, I hope they bring you happiness." Karkulf did not in truth wish him any joy, she wished him a moldering rest 6 feet under. "But we will both be infinitely better off if you leave that parcel alone." His hand froze. "Why? What's inside?" "I have no idea. My instructions were not to open it." "Instructions from whom?" Karkulf flinched. "I don't know that either, but—" Curtis took the package. Naturally he did. He was a fool, but not that great a fool. He snatched up the bundle and fled. Of course he ran. When did he ever do otherwise? He pelted down the narrow lane, his heart hammering in his throat, leapt over a shattered barrel, caught his foot, and tumbled forward, nearly skewering himself on his own drawn blade. He slid face first through a patch of greasy refuse, getting a mouthful of something cloyingly sweet before staggering upright, sputtering and swearing, casting one terrified look behind him. There was no sign of anyone following. Only the mist, that endless, coiling mist, moving like a living creature. He shoved the now somewhat slimy packet into his tattered cloak and hobbled onward, clutching his sore backside and still trying to spit out that foully sweet taste. It wasn't any worse than his breakfast had been, honestly. Maybe even slightly better. You can judge a man by his first meal of the day, his old fencing instructor used to say. He tugged up his damp hood, which carried the faint scent of onions and utter dejection, plucked the coin purse from his sword, and slid the blade back into its scabbard as he melted from the alley into the bustling crowd. The soft click of the hilt meeting the guard brought a flood of memories, of training yards and competitions, of brilliant prospects and the roar of admiring spectators. "Fencing, lad, that's your path to glory," he could almost hear. "The audiences in Styria are so discerning, they adore their swordsmen there. You'll make a fortune. Better days, back when he didn't dress in rags, or feel grateful for a butcher's scraps, or resort to theft for survival." He scowled. Theft from women. If you could even call this surviving. He stole another nervous glance over his shoulder. Had he killed her? A chill of dread crawled over his skin. Just a nick. It was surely just a nick? But he had seen the blood. Please let it have only been a scratch. He scrubbed at his face as if he could erase the memory. But it was stuck fast. One by one, things he'd never imagined doing, then swore he'd never do again, had become the grim rhythm of his everyday life. He made one last check over his shoulder, ensuring the empty street stayed empty before ducking into the decaying courtyard. The peeling newsbills on the walls showed the faded, forgotten faces of what the city once called heroes. The stairwell reeked of stale urine, and he stepped around the withered remains of a potted plant. His key was a struggle in the sticky lock. "Damn it, come on, open!" With a final curse, the door gave way, and he stumbled into the gloom, catching himself on the frame. He shoved the door closed and stood panting in the dark, the smell of mildew and old sweat thick in the air. It was a laughable thought now, that he had once crossed blades with the king himself. He'd lost, naturally. Lost every point, lost every shred of dignity, and been publicly mocked as he sprawled in the tournament dust. Yet, for one moment, his steel had met royal steel. This very steel, he remembered, leaning the notched and tarnished blade by the door, its tip slightly bent. The past 2 decades had been as cruel to the sword as to the man who owned it. But maybe today was the start of a change. He flung his damp cloak toward a corner and pulled the wrapped packet from his coat, eager to see his prize. Fumbling in the dark, he managed to light the lamp, its weak glow revealing his wretched room in all its glory. The cracked window, the water-stained and peeling plaster, the torn mattress leaking musty straw, the handful of crooked, worthless furniture. A man was seated in the room's sole chair, at its only table. He was broad-shouldered in a heavy coat, his head shaved to gray bristle. He drew a slow breath through a flattened nose and let 2 dice roll from his fist across the stained wood. 6 and 2, he stated, his voice a low rumble, makes 8. "Who are you?" Curtis's voice cracked with the shock. "The quarryman sent me." The big man rolled the dice again. 6 and 5? Is that bad for me? Curtis's eyes flicked toward his sword by the door, his attempt at calm utterly transparent. He calculated the distance, the draw, the strike. "You were losing before you walked in," the man said, softly corralling the dice with the side of his hand. He finally looked up. His eyes were flat and dull like the dead fish eyes you see on the market stalls, lifeless, dark, and faintly wet. "You want to try for that blade? See what happens?" Curtis had never been brave. Mustering the nerve to rob someone had taken everything he had. Being the one ambushed emptied him completely. "No," he mumbled, his shoulders slumping. "Toss the package here," the big man ordered, and Curtis obeyed. "And the purse?" All resistance had bled out of him. He didn't have the spirit for a trick. He barely had the strength to stay upright. He threw the stolen purse onto the table. The big man pried it open with thick fingertips and peered inside. Curtis made a weak, flapping gesture with his hands. "There's nothing else. Nothing of value." "I know," the man said, rising to his feet. I looked. He moved around the table, and Curtis shrank back, bracing himself against the empty cupboard. Empty save for some old cobwebs, that is. "Is it settled?" Curtis asked, his voice very small. "Is the debt paid?" They stood facing each other. Curtis swallowed hard. "When will it be paid?" The big man gave a slight shrug, his massive shoulders nearly meeting his ears. "When do you think?" Curtis swallowed again, his lower lip beginning to tremble. "When the quarryman says it is?" The man raised one heavy eyebrow, a hairless scar cutting through it. "You got any questions where you don't already know the answer?" Curtis sank to his knees, hands clasped before him, the big man's face blurring through the sudden tears in his eyes. He was past shame. The quarryman had taken the last of his pride visits ago. "Just leave me something," he whispered, a desperate plea. "Anything? Just something." The man stared down at him, those dead fish eyes offering nothing. Friendly accepted the sword as well, though nothing else of value remained. "I'll return next week," he stated. It wasn't a threat, simply a fact, and a predictable one at that, given their standing arrangement. Yet Curtis Danbroya's head sank, his shoulders trembling with quiet weeping. Friendly thought about offering some comfort, but dismissed the idea. His intentions were so often misunderstood. "Maybe you shouldn't have taken the loan in the first place," he offered before departing. It continually baffled him how people failed to run the numbers before borrowing. The simple math of principal, time, and accumulating interest wasn't some arcane mystery. Perhaps they were forever tricked by their own optimism, forever poisoning their judgment with the belief that a lucky break was just around the corner, that their unique destiny guaranteed a happy ending. Friendly harbored no such fantasies. He understood himself to be a perfectly ordinary component in life's vast, indifferent machinery. Facts were simply facts. He began walking, mentally ticking off the steps to the quarryman's establishment.
105, 104, 103.
It was funny, in a way, how tiny the city felt when you broke it down into footsteps. All that human longing, all those vendettas and obligations crammed into this soggy patch of drained marshland. By Friendly's calculation, the swamp was already well into the process of reclaiming whole neighborhoods. He sometimes pondered whether the world might be improved when it finally succeeded. 76, 75, 74. He had acquired a tail. A pickpocket, most likely. Feigning interest in a market stall, he spotted her in his periphery. A girl with dark hair tucked under a cap, swimming in an oversized jacket. Barely more than a child. Friendly ducked into a tight alleyway, turned and blocked the entrance, casually sweeping his coat aside to reveal the handles of 4 of his 6 blades. His little shadow turned the corner and met his gaze. He just stared. She froze, gulped, glanced frantically left and right, then scrambled backward, vanishing into the flow of the crowd. Problem solved. 313029 Sipani, and its particularly damp and perfumed old quarter, was absolutely crawling with thieves. They were a persistent nuisance, like gnats on a humid evening. And that was just the start of the list. Muggers, burglars, purse snatchers, assassins, enforcers, swindlers, bookmakers, loan sharks, degenerates, con artists, pimps, pawnbrokers, dishonest traders, and, of course, accountants and lawyers. The lawyers, Friendly felt, were the absolute cream of that rotten crop. Sometimes it seemed nobody in Sipani actually produced anything. The entire economy appeared to be a complex mechanism for transferring wealth from one person's pocket to another's through guile or force. But then, he supposed, he wasn't exactly contributing to the gross domestic product himself. 4, 3, 2, 1, and down the 12 steps, past the 3 sentries, and through the double doors into the quarrymen's. Inside, the air was a fog of smoke, disorienting under the glow of tinted lamps, warm with crowded breath and restless movement, dense with the murmur of confidential talk, secrets bartered, names dragged through mud, trusts shattered. It was exactly like every other place of its kind. 2 Northmen were crammed at a corner table. One, sporting pointed teeth and greasy, long hair, had his chair tilted dangerously back, lounging as he smoked. The other clutched a bottle in one fist and a small book in the other, scowling at its pages with deep concentration. Friendly recognized most of the other faces. The usual crowd. Some were there for the drink, some for the food, but most had eyes only for the games. The rattle of dice, the snap of cards, the desperate gleam in a gambler's eye as the wheel spun. These weren't the quarryman's primary trade, but they created the product he dealt in debt. Friendly climbed the 23 steps to the raised platform, nodded to the guard with the facial tattoo, and saw 3 fellow collectors already there. Passing a bottle between them, the smaller man flashed a grin and gave a nod, maybe hoping to lay the groundwork for some future partnership. The larger one swelled up and glowered, already feeling threatened. Friendly paid them both the same non-existent attention. He'd abandoned any attempt to decipher the illogical arithmetic of how people connected years ago. Taking part in it was entirely out of the question. If that puffed-up fellow decided to do more than just glare, Friendly's cleaver would handle the conversation. It was a remarkably efficient way to end even the most drawn-out disputes. Mistress Borfero was a substantial woman with dark, unruly curls escaping a violet cap. Her small spectacles magnified her eyes, and she carried a faint scent of lamp oil. She presided over the anteroom outside the quarryman's office from behind a low desk buried in ledgers. On Friendly's first day, she'd waved a hand toward the ornate door at her back and declared, "Consider me the quarryman's right hand. He is never to be disturbed. Never. You deal with me." Friendly had known the moment he observed her flawless command of the ledger figures that the office was empty and Borfero was the quarryman herself. But she took such obvious delight in the charade that he was content to indulge her. Friendly had never seen the point in tipping over a boat without good cause. That's how folks wound up at the bottom of the river. Besides, it was somehow easier to pretend the directives came from elsewhere, some distant, unfathomable source of authority. It was convenient to have a handy attic where you could store all the blame. He glanced at the quarryman's door, idly wondering if there was even a room behind it, or if it just opened onto solid rock. "What was the day's collection?" she asked, flipping open a ledger and readying her pen, straight to the point without a single pleasantry. He deeply appreciated that quality in her, though he'd never voice it. His attempts at praise had a peculiar talent for causing irritation. Friendly produced the coins in neat stacks, then let them fall one by one, creating rattling lines sorted by debtor and type. It was mostly base metal, with just a sparse scattering of silver. Borfero leaned in, wrinkling her nose and pushing her spectacles up onto her forehead, her eyes now appearing oddly small without them. "A sword, too," Friendly added, propping it against the side of the desk. "A meager yield," she muttered, almost to herself. "The ground around here is terribly rocky." "Ain't that the truth?" Friendly agreed. She settled her glasses back on her nose and began scratching tidy numbers into her ledger. "Hard times everywhere," she said. She used that phrase often, as if it explained and excused absolutely anything. "Curtis Dan Broya asked me when his debt would be cleared." She looked up, momentarily surprised by the question, "When the quarryman declares it cleared." "That's what I told him." "Good. You mentioned keeping an eye out for a certain item." Friendly set the package on the desk before her. Broya had it. It didn't look particularly significant. It was less than a foot long, wrapped in aged, stained leather that was worn nearly bare in spots, marked with a symbol, a letter or maybe a numeral, seared into it with a brand. It wasn't a number Friendly recognized. Mistress Borfero snatched the package up, then instantly cursed her own show of eagerness. In this line of work, you trusted nobody. A flood of questions and suspicions followed. How could a useless fool like Broya have gotten hold of this? Was it a trick? Was Friendly a plant from the Gurkish? Or maybe from Kharkov? A double cross. That conniving woman wove endless, tangled webs, a triple bluff. But where was the profit? Where was the angle? A quadruple bluff. Friendly's face showed no hint of greed, ambition, or any emotion at all. He was undoubtedly an odd character, but his references were impeccable. He seemed entirely focused on the job, and she valued that in a person, though she'd never admit it aloud. A manager had to keep a degree of separation. Sometimes, incredibly, a thing is just what it appears to be. Borfero had witnessed enough bizarre twists of fate in her life. This might be the one, she said thoughtfully, though in reality she was certain the moment she touched it. She wasn't one to dawdle over probabilities. Friendly gave a single nod. "You've done well," she told him. He nodded once more. Mistress Borfero offered a bonus, a principle she lived by: be generous with your own people, or someone else will be. Yet Friendly seemed indifferent to the gesture. She tried suggesting a woman, then a man, then a bottle of spirits, but each was met with a quiet refusal. It was baffling. Her entire fortune was built on understanding what people wanted. A person who wanted nothing was a puzzle she couldn't solve. She finally asked him to think on it, and he gave a slow nod of agreement. Before he left, she inquired if he'd seen the two Northmen. He had. One was reading a book, he mentioned. Friendly shrugged at her surprise, commenting that readers could be found anywhere these days. As he departed, she moved through the tavern, her mood souring as she tallied the evening's meager prospects. The Northmen were where she'd left them, but the reader had stopped. Deep was now guzzling her finest wine straight from the bottle, several empties littering the floor. Shallow filled the air with the pungent smoke of his shagapipe, a habit she normally forbade, but exceptions had to be made for these two. She often wondered why the bank employed such thoroughly unpleasant men, but then, the wealthy rarely felt the need to explain themselves.
"Gentlemen,"
she said, sliding into a chair. Shallow gave a raspy chuckle. Deep tipped his bottle back, shooting his brother a look of pure contempt over its rim. Keeping her voice soft and businesslike, Borfero reminded them of their earlier conversation. "You indicated your employers would be exceedingly grateful if I were to locate that certain item?" Both men leaned forward in unison, as if pulled by a single string. Shallow's boot knocked an empty bottle, sending it spinning across the floorboards. "Exceedingly," Deep rumbled. "And how much of my debt would that gratitude cover?" Borfero asked, her heart beginning to race. "All of it." A thrill ran through her. Freedom. Could it truly be within her grasp, right here in her pocket? Yet the size of the prize demanded extreme care. The bigger the reward, the greater the risk. My entire debt would be settled. Shallow leaned in, dragging his pipe stem across his stubbled throat. "Killed," he hissed. "Murdered." Deep growled from her other side, suddenly just as close. She recoiled inwardly from their scarred, brutish faces. A few more breaths of their foul air might have finished her off. "Excellent," she managed in a strained squeak, slipping the small package onto the table. "Then I shall cease the interest payments immediately. Please do convey my regards to your employers." "Course," Shallow said, his lips pulling back to reveal sharp teeth. "It wasn't a smile. Don't reckon your regards will mean much to 'em, though. Don't take it personal," Deep added, utterly humorless. "Our employers ain't the sentimental type." Borfero drew a sharp breath. "Tough times all over. Ain't they just?" Deep stood, scooping up the package in one large hand. The cool evening air hit them like a slap as they stepped outside. The city of Sapani, never particularly pleasant, seemed to tilt and sway. "I must confess," Deep said, clearing his throat and spitting into the gutter. "I find myself somewhat on the drunk side of drunk." "Aye," Shallow agreed, burping as he peered into the thinning mist. "Probably not the wisest notion while on the job, mind you." "You're right," Deep admitted, holding the package up to the feeble light. "But who'd have thought it'd just drop into our laps like this?" "Not I, for one," Shallow said, frowning in confusion at his own phrasing. "Or for not one?" "It started as just a tipple," Deep mused, swaying slightly. "One tipple has a nasty habit of inviting several friends." With a grunt, Shallow jammed his ridiculous hat back onto his head, a short walk to the bank, then. "That hat makes you look like a complete fool. You, my brother? are far too concerned with how things look. Deep dismissed the comment with a long, weary sigh. Do you really think they'll just wipe that woman's debts clean? For the moment, perhaps? But you know how these things work. Once you're in debt, you're never truly free of it. Deep spat onto the cobblestones and, now that the alley seemed to hold still, he staggered forward, clutching the small bag tightly. No way was he putting it in a pocket where some street rat could snatch it. Sapani was crawling with thieves. Last visit, someone had stolen his only decent pair of socks, leaving him with painful blisters all the way home. Who even steals socks? Only in Styria. He'd keep a death grip on the bag. Let some little bastard try to take it. So who's the fool now? Shallow called out from behind. The bank is back the other way. Except we're not going to the bank, you idiot, Deep snapped without turning around. We're supposed to drop it down an old well in a courtyard just around this corner. Shallow hurried to catch up, his boots slipping on the wet stones. We are? No, I made it up for a joke, you moron. Why a well? Because that's what he ordered. Who ordered it? The boss? The short boss or the tall boss? Even through his drunken haze, Deep felt a chill and lowered his voice. The bald boss. Damn, Shallow whispered. He told you himself? He did. A heavy silence fell between them. What was that like? It was, as you might imagine, even more terrifying than usual. Thanks for bringing it up. They walked on for a moment, the only sound the squelch of their boots. Then Shallow said, We really can't afford to mess this up. My sincere gratitude, Deep said, his voice dripping with sarcasm, for that stunning observation. Generally speaking, messing up is considered undesirable in most situations, wouldn't you agree? Well, obviously you try to avoid it, but sometimes it finds you anyway. My point is, we need to make sure it doesn't find us tonight. Shallow dropped his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. You remember what the bald boss said last time?
You don't need to whisper. He isn't here, is he?
Shallow's eyes darted around the misty shadows. How should I know? Is he? No, he isn't. Deep massaged his temples. One of these days he was going to murder his brother. It felt inevitable. That's precisely what I'm telling you. But what if he was? It's smarter to always act like he could be listening. Could you possibly shut your mouth for 1 single second? Deep grabbed Shallow by the arm and thrust the bag toward his face. Talking to you is like arguing with a damned. He was utterly shocked when a shadow darted between them and his hand was suddenly, violently empty. Kiam ran as if demons were at her heels, which in a way, they were. After her, damn you both. She heard the 2 large Northmen stumbling and crashing down the alley behind her, and they were far closer than she would have liked. It's a girl, you fool. Big and awkward but frighteningly fast. Their boots hammered the stones and their hands grabbed at the air, and if those hands ever closed around her, who gives a damn? Get the bag back. Her breath sawed in her throat, her heart pounded against her ribs, and her legs burned as she fled. She skidded around a corner, her rag-wrapped feet struggling for purchase on the slick cobbles, bursting into a wider lane. Here, lamps and torches bled dull light into the mist, and people were everywhere. She ducked and wove through the crowd, faces blurring past. This was the Blackside Night Market, a chaos of stalls and shoppers, full of shouting traders, thick with smells and packed with bustling bodies. Kiam shot between the wheels of a cart, nimble as a weasel, burst between a buyer and seller and sent a shower of apples flying, then scrambled across a stall laden with glistening fish while the vendor shouted and swiped at her, catching only empty air. 1 foot plunged into a basket of shellfish and she was off again, scattering clams across the street. Behind her, she could still hear the angry yells and crashes as the Northmen plowed through the market, shoving people aside and overturning carts in their wake, like a relentless storm tearing through the orderly chaos. She slipped between the legs of a burly stranger, spun around the next corner and took the slick steps 2 at a time. The narrow path ran alongside the foul canal water, rats chittering in the refuse, the shouts of the Northmen growing louder and more furious behind her. Her breath came in ragged, painful gasps as she ran, desperate, her footsteps echoing and splashing through the muck. We have her now? A voice roared, terrifyingly close. Get back here. She squeezed through a broken section of a rusted grate, a jagged edge tearing a hot line down her arm. For once, she was grateful that Old Green kept her half-starved. A bigger person would never have fit. She scrambled backward into the gloom, staying low, clutching the stolen package and fighting for air. They arrived moments later. One Northman heaved at the grating, his knuckles bone-white with the strain, a rain of rust flakes falling as the metal groaned. Kiam stared, imagining what those rough hands would do if they got a hold of her. The other shoved his bearded face into the opening, a mean-looking blade in his grip, though, to be fair, people you've just robbed never carry friendly-looking knives. His eyes bulged, his cracked lips peeled back in a snarl. "Toss us that package and we'll call it square. Do it now." Kiam kicked backward, the grate shrieking as it bent. "You're dead, you little gutter rat. We'll find you, don't you worry." She wriggled away, through the dust and decay, squeezing through a fissure in the crumbling brickwork. "We're coming for you," echoed behind her. They probably were, but a thief learns not to dwell on tomorrow's threats. Today provides more than enough trouble. She stripped off her coat, turned it inside out to show the faded green lining, stuffed her cap in a pocket, and shook out her long hair. Then she stepped onto the walkway beside the fifth canal, walking briskly with her head down. A pleasure barge glided past, full of chatter, laughter, and the clink of glasses, its passengers moving with a languid, ghostly ease in the mist. Kiam wondered, not for the first time, what lottery of life gave them that ease, and sentenced her to this grind. The answers, as always, were out of reach. As the barge's rosy lights faded into the fog, she caught the sound of Hove's violin. She paused in the shadows, listening, struck by this sudden, piercing beauty of it. She looked at the package in her hand. It didn't look like much for all that risk. It hardly had any weight. But Old Green set the prices, not her. She wiped her nose on her sleeve and moved on, staying close to the wall. The music grew louder until she saw Hove's back, his bow moving. She slipped behind him and let the package drop into his open coat pocket. Hove didn't feel the drop, but he felt the 3 light taps on his shoulder and the new weight in his coat as he swayed. He didn't see who made the delivery and didn't look. He just kept playing that familiar Union march he'd used to open every show back in his days on the stage in Adua, or, more accurately, under it, warming up the crowd for the Great Lestek. That was before his wife died and his whole world crumbled. The jaunty tune brought back a flood of memories, and he felt a stinging in his sore eyes. Abruptly, he switched to a sorrowful minuet that better matched his mood, though most of the crowd here wouldn't know the difference. Sipani fancied itself a city of culture, but in his experience it was mostly drunks, swindlers, and louts, or some miserable cocktail of all three. How had it come to this? The old, tired question. He drifted across the street as if his only care was a coin for his music, letting the notes bleed into the damp air. Passing a pie stall, the smell of cheap meat made his stomach growl. He stopped playing and held out his worn cap to the people in line. No one took him up on the offer, which was no shock at all, so Hove continued down the lane toward Versetti's place, weaving between the sidewalk tables and scraping out a waltz from Aspria. He flashed a grin at the patrons lounging with pipes or bottles, their gloved fingers toying with slender glass stems, their contempt seeping through the narrow gaps in their mirror-studded masks. Jervy was in his usual spot by the wall, a woman with an elaborate hairdo seated across from him. "Care for a tune, my dear?" Hove rasped, leaning in so his coat brushed near Jervy's knees. Jervy plucked something from the musician's pocket, wrinkling his nose at the stench of stale liquor, and muttered, "Why don't you just piss off?" Hove ambled away, taking his dreadful fiddling with him. Thank the gods for small mercies. "What's all that noise up the road?" Ryseld lifted her mask briefly, revealing a powdered, placid face etched with fashionable boredom. There did seem to be some kind of ruckus farther up the street, crashes, shouts, the guttural tones of northern speech. "Damned Northmen," Jervy murmured. "Ought to be kept on leashes, the lot of them." He took off his hat and dropped it on the table, the usual sign, then leaned back in his chair, holding the small parcel discreetly low beside his leg. "Nasty business, but a man's got to earn a living. Nothing for you to worry over, darling." She offered him that cool, disinterested smile he somehow found utterly captivating. "Shall we head upstairs?" he asked, tossing a few coins down for the wine. She sighed softly. "If we must," and just like that, Jervy felt the package vanish from his grip. Sifkis squirmed out from beneath the tables and swaggered off, tapping his stick against the iron fence rails, the stolen bundle swinging casually from his other hand. Old Green might have told him to keep it quiet, but subtlety wasn't really Sifkis's style these days. A fellow has to develop his own way of doing things, and he was 13 now, wasn't he? Almost a man. Soon enough, he'd be moving up in the world, maybe working for Kurikan himself. Anyone with eyes could see he was destined for better things. He'd even pinched a fine tall hat that made him look like a proper gentleman about town, and if anyone was thick enough to doubt it, he'd tilted the thing at a rakish angle just to prove the point. Dashing as anything. Oh yes, all eyes were on Sifkis now. He glanced around to make sure nobody was watching, then slipped through the damp shrubs and the narrow crack in the rear wall, which was honestly becoming a tight fit, and down into the basement of the abandoned temple. Faint light drifted from the floor above. Most of the kids were out on jobs. A couple of younger boys were rattling dice in a corner. A girl was gnawing on a bone, and Pens was smoking, not even bothering to look up. That new girl was curled in the shadows, coughing wetly. Sifkis didn't like the sound of that cough. Probably he'd be hauling her down to the sewers in a day or two. But hey, that meant a few extra coins in corpse fees for him. Most people couldn't stand handling the dead, but it never bothered Sifkis. A hard rain don't wash nobody a favor, like Old Green always said. She was perched at the far end of the room, bent over her desk under a single lamp, her long gray hair oily and flat. Her tongue worked against her toothless gums as she watched Sifkis approach. A sharp-looking man stood beside her, wearing a waistcoat embroidered with silver leaves. Sifkis put an extra swagger in his step, hoping to impress. "Get it, did you?" Old Green croaked. "Course I did," Sifkis said with a proud toss of his head, then his hat snagged on a low beam, and he cursed as he fumbled to right it. He slapped the package onto the table with a scowl. "Now get out," Green snapped. Sifkis glowered, looking like he wanted to talk back. He was getting far too bold for his own good. That boy, and Green had to show him the bony back of her hand before he finally slunk away. "As promised," she said, gesturing toward the leather bundle lying in the lamplight on her worn table. The surface was cracked and stained, the gilt peeling away, but it was a solid piece, built to last. It reminded her of herself, if she was being honest. "Seems a small package for such a big commotion," Fallow remarked, wrinkling his nose as he tossed a purse onto the wood. The satisfying clink of coin followed. Old Green snatched it up, pried it open, and began counting with a focus that could have weathered a hurricane. "Where's that girl of yours, Kiam?" Fallow asked, his tone too casual. "Where's little Kiam gotten to?" Her shoulders tightened, but her fingers never slowed. She could count through an earthquake. Out on a job. When's she due back? "I've taken a liking to her." Fallow stepped closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush. "I could get a premium price for her." "She's my top earner," Green shot back. "Plenty of others are available. What about that boy Sifkis, the one who brought your package? He's a sullen brat. He's strong, tough as nails. He'd make a decent galley oarsman, I'd wager, might even have fight in him." Fallow let out a derisive snort. "In a fighting pit? That runt? Don't make me laugh. He'd need a lash at his back just to lift an oar, I imagine." "So? Don't the galleys have whips?" "I suppose they do. Fine, I'll take him if I have to. Him and 3 more. I'm headed for the Westport market in a week. You choose, but don't try palming off any of your garbage on me." "I don't deal in garbage," Old Green snapped. "You're the one swimming in it, you conniving old cheat." Fallow adopted a ridiculous, pompous tone. "And what will you tell the rest of your little flock? That they've gone off to be servants for nobility, or to tend horses on a farm, or maybe they've been adopted by the bloody emperor of Gurkul himself." He chuckled, and a sharp old impulse made Green's hand twitch toward the knife she kept hidden. She had more sense now, hard-won over the years. "I tell them what needs telling," she grunted, her stiff fingers still sorting the coins. They weren't half as nimble as they used to be.
"You do that,"
said Fallow, "and I'll come back for Kiam another time, all right?" He gave her a knowing wink. "Whatever you want," Green replied. "Whatever you say." But she was damned if she was letting Kiam go. She couldn't save them all. She wasn't that naive, but maybe she could save this one. On her last day, she could at least say she'd managed that much. Probably no one would be around to hear it, but she would know. The Count's right. The package is yours. Fallow grabbed the luggage and left the foul-smelling room, glad to be out. The place stank of despair and old walls, too much like a cell, and the children's eyes always so wide and wet. He didn't mind the trade, but he hated seeing their eyes. Does the butcher want to look into the eyes of the cow? Maybe some butchers don't care. Maybe they grow numb. Fallow cared too much, that was his problem. A sentimental fool. His guards were loafing by the front door. He waved them over and started down the street, walking securely within their protective square. Productive visit? Grenty called from ahead. Sufficient, Fallow grunted, in a tone meant to end the discussion. Do you want friends or money? He remembered Currican's words often. Sadly, Grenty was never one to take a hint. Heading straight to Currican's place now? Yes, Fallow answered, as sharply as he could, but Grenty loved the sound of his own voice. Most hired muscle did in the end. All that time spent standing around, he supposed. It's a fine house, though, Currican's. What do you call those fancy columns on the front? Pilasters, muttered one of the other men. No, I know pilasters. I mean the name for that whole architectural style, with the carved vine leaves around the top. Those? No, that's just the stonework, the chiseled texture. I'm talking about the overall design. Hold on. For a blessed second, Fallow was grateful for the interruption. Then he grew uneasy. A figure stood ahead, a solid shape claiming the fog. Claiming it entirely, the dregs and drunkards who usually littered these streets had melted away like morning frost, clearing a path without a word. But this one didn't budge. A towering figure, easily as tall as Fallow's biggest man, stood wrapped in a coat that might have been white once. Nothing stayed clean for long in Sipani. Now it was a grimy gray, the hem speckled with dark stains. Move him, Fallow ordered. Get out of the damn road, Grenty bellowed. Are you Fallow? The figure asked, pushing back its hood. It's a woman, Grenty muttered, surprised, and she was, despite the corded muscle in her neck, the sharp line of her jaw, and the fiery red hair cropped short against her skull. I am Javert, she announced, lifting her chin with a confident smile. Lioness of Hoskop, probably some lunatic, Grenty grumbled, escaped from that asylum near the wharves. I did escape a place once, the woman admitted, her accent strange and unplaceable to Fallow's ear. Though it was more a prison for mages. Several had certainly lost their minds. A subtle difference, I suppose. Most wizards are at least a little odd, but that's not why I'm here. You're carrying something I require. Is that right? Fallow said, a smirk beginning to form. His initial tension eased. First, she was just a woman. Second, she was clearly unhinged. I'm not one for persuasive speeches. It's a personal shortcoming. But it would be simplest for everyone if you just handed it over. I'll hand you something, Fallow retorted, drawing chuckles from his men. The woman didn't laugh. It's a leather-wrapped package about... She held up a large hand, thumb and forefinger measuring a space. 5 times the length of your prick. If she knew about the package, she was dangerous. And Fallow had no patience for jokes about his manhood, a topic no ointment had ever improved. His smirk vanished. Kill her? What happened next was a blur. She seemed to touch Grenty near the chest. His eyes went wide. He let out a choked gasp and froze in place, quivering on his toes with his sword only half drawn. The next guard, a Union man built like a barn, swung his mace, but it only snagged her coat. A moment later, with a startled cry, he was soaring upside down across the street, smashing into a wall and collapsing in a cloud of dust and crumbling plaster. The third, a quick Austrian, drew a throwing knife, but before he could let it fly, the mace spun through the air and cracked against his skull. He dropped without a sound. They're called antheric columns, the woman said casually, then pressed a finger to Grenty's forehead and tipped him over. He lay rigid in the filth, still trembling, eyes staring at nothing. That was with one hand. She raised her other fist, which now held a sheathed sword with a gold glinting hilt. Next, I draw this. It was forged in the old time from star metal. Only 6 living souls have seen the blade. You would find it breathtaking. Then I would kill you with it. The last guard shared a quick, desperate look with Fallow, then threw his axe aside and bolted.
Huh.
Javra mused, a faint crease of disappointment on her brow. Just so you're aware, if you run, I'll catch you in. She narrowed her eyes, studying Fallow from head to toe with the same detached evaluation he used on street urchins. He found he intensely disliked it. About 4 strides. He ran. She caught him in 3, and he was suddenly eating cobblestone, his arm wrenched painfully behind his back. You have no idea who you're dealing with, you crazy witch? He thrashed, but her grip was unbreakable, and he yelped as the pressure increased. It's true, I'm not a philosopher, she replied, her voice calm and utterly unstrained. I appreciate simple things done right and have no patience for idle talk. Would you rather tell me where the package is, or should I pound it out of you? He choked out, I work for Kurikan, I'm new here, names don't scare me, we'll track you down. She let out a laugh. Naturally, I don't hide. I am Javra, first of the 15. Javra, Knight Templar of the Golden Order. Javra, the Chain Breaker, the Oath Shatterer, the Face Crusher. With that, she delivered a stunning crack to the back of his skull, smashing his nose against the street stones and flooding his mouth with the metallic tang of blood. If you want to find me, just ask for Javra. She bent close, her breath warm on his ear. Finding me is the easy part. Your real troubles start afterward. Now, where's my package? A sharp, pinching pain ignited in Fallow's hand. It started as a mild annoyance, then intensified into a searing, white-hot burn racing up his arm, forcing a pathetic whimper from his throat. All right, inside pocket, the inside pocket. Excellent. He felt hands swiftly searching his clothing, but he could only lie there, groaning as the fiery agony in his nerves slowly faded. He twisted his neck to glare up at her, baring his teeth. I swear on my damn front teeth. Do you really? Her fingers found the concealed pocket and slipped the package free. That's a bold promise. Javra pressed her finger against her thumb, and with a practiced flick she'd learned from an old Soljuk man, it was all in the wrist, like so many things, sent Fallow's 2 front teeth flying. She left him crumpled in the dirt, gagging and sputtering. Next time we cross paths, I might just have to introduce you to my sword, she called over her shoulder, tucking the package securely behind her belt. By the goddess, these Sipanese were pathetic. Was there no one left who could give her a real challenge? She shook out her aching hand. Her fingernail would probably blacken and fall off, but it would grow back, unlike Fallow's teeth. It wasn't her first lost nail, after all. She recalled almost fondly the time she'd lost every single one, fingers and toes, under the tender ministrations of the Prophet Kalul's interrogators. Now that had been a proper test. She felt a flicker of nostalgia, not for the torment, but for the glorious moment she'd shoved their leader's face into his own brazier during her escape. What a satisfying sizzle that had made. Maybe this Kurikan would be angry enough to send a competent killer after her. Then she could hunt him in return. It was no epic battle from the old days, but it would pass the time. Until then, Javra walked on, swift and sure, shoulders squared. She loved the act of walking. With every stride, she felt her own formidable power. Every muscle was completely at ease, yet poised to transform the next step into a mighty leap, a nimble dodge, or a lethal blow. Without even looking, she sensed every person around her, assessed their threat, anticipated their moves, and planned her counters. The very air hummed with calculated possibilities. Her surroundings were a mapped battlefield, every distance known, every potential weapon noted. The hardest trials are the ones you never expect, so Javra remained a weapon perpetually honed, never sheathed, the final answer to any question. But no blade shot from the alleys. No arrow, no burst of flame, no spray of venom, no gang of assassins erupted from the shadows. A shame, really. The only disturbance was a pair of drunken Northmen brawling outside Pombrain's establishment, one of them growling something about a bald boss. She ignored them, trotting up the steps past a few frowning guards who were even less impressive than Fallow's crew, down the hall, and into the main salon with its fake marble, tacky chandelier and a profoundly unappealing mosaic of a shapeless couple coupling like barnyard animals. The evening crowd hadn't arrived yet. Workers of various persuasions, including one whose specifics still puzzled Javra, lounged in boredom on the gaudy furniture. Pombrine was in the middle of scolding one of his employees for being too flashy, but he looked up startled as she entered. "You're back so soon? What happened?" Javre let out a booming laugh. Everything went wrong. She watched his eyes widen, and her laughter grew even louder. "For them, that is?" She grabbed his wrist and shoved the wrapped bundle into his palm. Pombrine stared down at the plain lump of leather. "You actually got it?" The woman threw a heavy arm around his shoulders and squeezed. He gasped as his joints groaned. She was undeniably large, but the effortless power in that grip was still staggering. "You don't know me, not yet. I am Javra, the Lioness of Hoskop." She looked down, and he felt an unsettling childlike helplessness, as if caught misbehaving by a much stronger parent. "When I accept a task, I see it through. You'll learn that soon enough." "I eagerly await the lesson," Pombrine wheezed, squirming out from under her arm. "You didn't look inside?" "You said not to." "Excellent. Very good." He gazed at the package, a disbelieving smile tugging at his lips. It seemed almost too simple. "My payment, then?" "Naturally." He moved for his coin purse, but she held up a calloused hand. "I'll take half in flesh." "In flesh? Isn't that what you trade in here?" He arched an eyebrow. "Half would be an enormous amount of flesh. I have a healthy appetite, and I plan to stay for a while." "How fortunate for us," he muttered under his breath. "I'll take him. A fine choice, and him, and him, and Herm." Javre rubbed her rough palms together with a grating sound. "She can get the boys ready. I'm not paying to do all the work myself." "Of course not. I am a woman of Thond. My needs are substantial, so I'm beginning to understand. And for mercy's sake, someone draw me a bath. I smell like a dog in summer heat already. I'll have every stray in the city following me." She roared with laughter again. One of the men gulped. Another shot Pombrine a look of quiet desperation as Javre shooed them toward the nearest room. "You, get those trousers off, you help me unwrap these bandages. You wouldn't believe how tight I have to bind this lot just to swing a sword." The door clicked shut. A small mercy. Pombrine immediately seized his most trusted servant, Scalicae, by the shoulder. "Go to the Gurkish temple by the third canal, the one with the green marble columns. You know it?" "I do, master." "Tell the priest chanting in the doorway you have a message for Ishri. Say that Master Pombrine has acquired the item she sought. For Ishri, do you understand? For Ishri. Master Pombrine has the item. Then run." Scalicae sprinted off. Pombrine hurried to his office with nearly equal speed, the package gripped in his damp hand. He fumbled the door shut, turned the key, and listened to the satisfying clunk of 5 heavy locks. Only then did he let himself breathe. He placed the bundle on his desk with something like reverence. Now that it was finally here, he felt a strange desire to prolong the moment, to give this victory the weight it deserved. He went to his liquor cabinet, unlocked it, and carefully lifted his grandfather's prized bottle of Shiznadze from its place of honor. The old man had waited his entire life for an occasion worthy of opening it. Pombrine smiled, reaching for the corkscrew and peeling away the lead seal from the neck. How long had he schemed for this damned package? Spreading whispers of his business failures while his coffers were actually fuller than ever. Placing himself repeatedly in Kharkov's path until their meeting seemed a happy accident. Worming his way into the fool courier's trust, letting her think him a harmless lackey, inching closer day by day until he was poised to snatch the prize, and then, cruel luck! Kharkov had slipped away, leaving him with nothing but shattered plans. But now, sweet fortune. The brutish efforts of that dreadful woman Joffre had, through some clumsy miracle, succeeded where his own cleverness had been so unjustly defeated. He poured a generous measure, the rich amber liquid catching the light, a private toast to happy accidents and useful thugs. His smile widened as he worked the cork free. What did the method matter now? He had the prize. Turning to admire it once more, he heard a soft pop. A spray of sparkling wine missed his glass entirely, splashing across his expensive Kadiri rug. He gaped. The package was no longer on the table, it dangled in the air, suspended from a thin, almost invisible thread. The thread vanished through a small hole in the glass ceiling high above, where a dark figure was now splayed against the night sky. With a cry of despair, Pombrine lunged bottle and glass crashing to the floor, but the parcel slipped through his frantic grasp and was whisked smoothly upward. "Guards!" he bellowed, shaking a fist at the ceiling. "Thief!" A heartbeat later, the true horror dawned on him. Ishri would be coming for him soon. Up on the roof, Chev gave her wrist a practiced flick, drawing the parcel up and into her gloved hand. "Not bad fishing," she murmured, tucking it into her pocket before moving swiftly across the steep, tar-sticky shingles. Reaching the ridge, she scurried to the chimney, tossed her rope down into the shadowed street, and slid over the edge without a second thought. "Don't look down," she reminded herself. "The ground's a fine destination, but you don't want an early arrival." "Not bad climbing either," she whispered to herself, passing a large, brightly lit window that revealed a garishly decorated salon, and then she froze, gripping the rope tightly as she swung gently to a halt. Escape was urgent, but inside was a spectacle impossible to ignore. A tangled, grunting sculpture of 4, maybe 5, entirely nude bodies shifted with impressive athleticism. As Chev tilted her head, trying to decipher the arrangement, the central figure, a muscular, red-haired person she first took for a man, looked directly at her. Chevalier? Definitely not a man, but unquestionably strong. Even with cropped hair, she was unmistakable. "Javre? What in the world are you doing here?" Javre raised an eyebrow at the naked limbs wrapped around her. "Does it look unclear?" The clatter of guards in the street below snapped Chev back to reality. "You never saw me!" She slid down the rope, hemp hissing through her hands, hit the cobbles with a jolt, and sprinted away just as armed men rounded the corner. "Stop him! Cut him off!" Above the din, Pombrine's voice shrilled. "My package!" Chev yanked a cord at the small of her back, feeling the pouch split and scatter caltrops in her wake. Shouts of pain followed as guards stumbled. More were still coming. "Shoot him!" She veered sharply left, hearing the snap of a flatbowstring an instant before a bolt glanced off the wall beside her. She peeled off her gloves as she ran one smoldering from the friction and flung them backward. A planned right turn brought her to the tables outside Versetti's. She bounded from one to the next in long strides, sending dishes and glasses flying, patrons scrambling aside in shock, a violinist diving for cover. "And what a runner," she breathed, leaping from the last table over the grasping hands of a guard and a startled reveler. As she fell, she caught the thin cord behind the Versetti's sign and gave it a hard tug. A flash like lightning erupted, followed by a deafening bang. The night blazed white, illuminating the building fronts ahead in a stark, sudden glare. Screams and a volley of secondary pops filled the air. She knew the spectacle unfolding behind her would be magnificent, vivid bursts of purple flame arcing over the street, cascades of golden sparks, a pyrotechnic celebration fit for a noble's grand wedding. "That Kodam really knows his craft," she murmured under her breath, fighting the urge to turn and admire the show. Instead, she darted into a dim alleyway, scattering a scrawny cat from her path, and moved swiftly, staying low for 30 paces before slipping into a cramped, overgrown garden. Her breaths came fast and shallow as she struggled to stay silent. Kneeling beside the gnarled roots of a withered willow, she tore open a hidden packet, shook out a white robe and wriggled into it, pulling the cowl up over her head. Crouched in the shadows, she clutched a large votive candle and listened intently to the night. "Damn it," she whispered. The final echoes of her fiery distraction were fading, and now she could make out the faint but approaching shouts of Pombrine's guards as they fanned out in search. Doors rattled as they tested each one. Which way did he go? "Over here, I think. That firework scorched my hand. It's a real burn. My package is gone. Hurry up," she muttered to herself. Getting caught by this bunch of fools would be a humiliating low point in her professional life. The time she'd been trapped halfway up the Mercer's Guild Hall in Adua, wearing a wedding dress with flowers in her hair, and absolutely nothing underneath while a crowd gathered below, would be hard to top, but this would come close. Come on. Then, from the opposite direction, she caught the sound of chanting and allowed herself a grin. The sisters were never late. Their steady footsteps grew louder, drowning out the guards' shouts and the cries of a woman temporarily deafened by the explosions. The rhythmic tramping intensified, along with their celestial hymn, and soon the procession filed past the garden, a line of women all in white, hooded, holding candles rigidly before them like specters gliding through the gloom. "What devotion?" Chev whispered sarcastically, and she slipped from the garden, nudging her way into the middle of the column. She tilted her candle until its wick brushed her neighbor's. The woman shot her a frown, and Chev answered with a wink. "Mind sharing a light?" With a soft fizz, the candle caught flame, and Chev fell into step, adding her own overly cheerful voice to the chant as the group moved down Caldiccia Street and across the Fintine Bridge. Masked revelers respectfully made way. Pombrine's estate, along with the increasingly frantic guards and the angry roars of two Northmen locked in a heated argument, faded steadily into the mist behind them. By the time she silently slipped through her own open window, past the fluttering curtains and crept around her favorite chair, full darkness had settled. Karkulf was asleep in the chair, a strand of pale hair drifting near her lips with each breath. With her eyes closed and her face relaxed, she looked younger, stripped of her usual cynical smirk, young and strikingly beautiful. Thank goodness for the current fashion in snug trousers. The candlelight cast a soft glow on the fine hairs of her cheek, and Chev felt a sudden, almost overwhelming urge to reach out, to cup that face in her palm and brush her thumb across Karkulf's lips. But even for someone who thrived on risk, that felt like a gamble too far. So instead she yelled, "Boo!" Karkulf jolted awake like a frog leaping from hot water, slammed into a side table, nearly toppled over, and spun around wide-eyed. "Good hell," she gasped, catching her breath. "Was that really necessary?" "Necessary? Not at all." Karkulf pressed a hand to her chest. "I think you might have popped my stitches." "You are such an infant." Chev tugged the robe off and tossed it aside. It was barely a scratch. "Losing your good opinion cuts deeper than any blade." Chev unfastened the belts holding her thief's tools, unbuckled her climbing pads, and began peeling off her dark clothes, pretending it didn't matter in the slightest whether Karkulf was watching. She felt a flicker of satisfaction that Karkulf waited until she was fastening a clean dress before finally speaking, her voice a touch rough. So what? Watching a sister of the White shed her robes has been a personal fantasy, I'll admit," Karkulf said. "But I was more curious if you'd discovered the—" Chev tossed the small bundle over. Karkulf caught it deftly from the air, a wave of dizzy relief washing over her, mingled with a sharp, familiar thrill. Dangerous women had always been her particular weakness. Good grief, she was becoming more like her father every day. "You were correct," Chev stated, settling into the very chair she'd startled Karkulf from moments before. "Pombrine was the one. I knew it! That weasel—" Reliable, disposable help is so difficult to source nowadays. It seems loyalty is a rare commodity. All's well that ends well, right? Karkulf lifted her shirt and with deliberate care slid the package into the topmost of her two money belts. Now it was Chev's turn to observe, pretending not to as she poured a glass of wine. "What's inside that thing, anyway?" Chev asked. "It's safer for you if I don't say." "You have no clue, do you?" "My instructions are explicit. Do not look," Karkulf conceded, a hint of frustration in her tone. "Doesn't it eat at you, though? The more something is forbidden, the more I yearn to see it." Chev leaned forward, her dark eyes holding a mesmerizing glint, and for a heartbeat, Karkulf pictured them tumbling onto the rug together, tearing the package open between bursts of laughter. She pushed the image away with force. A thief may indulge curiosity. A courier must not. Could you sound any more self-important? It would take considerable work. Chev took a noisy sip of her wine. "Well, it's your prize, I guess." "No, it isn't. That's precisely the problem. I think I liked you better when you were a proper rogue." "Nonsense. You live for the chance to lead me astray." "Fair point." Chev shifted in the chair, her long tan legs emerging from beneath her gown. One exploratory foot found Karkulf's ankle and began a slow, teasing journey up the inside of her calf. Why not stay a while? The foot traced a lazy path back down, then up again. "And be thoroughly led astray?" Karkolf drew in his sharp, almost painful breath. Damn, I wish I could. The intensity of the longing surprised her, tightening her throat. For a fleeting second, she nearly choked on it. For a fleeting second, she almost hurled the package through the window, knelt before the chair, took Shev's hand, and spilled stories from her girlhood she'd never told a soul. The moment passed. She was Karkolf once more, stepping briskly back so Shev's foot thumped onto the floorboards. You know how it is in my line of work? The tide waits for no one. She grabbed her new coat, turning as she slipped it on, using the motion to compose herself. You ought to take a vacation. I tell myself that after every assignment. Then, when it's over, I get restless. Karkolf sighed, doing up the buttons. I'm simply not built for stillness. Is that so? Let's not pretend you're any different. No pretense. I've been thinking of a change of scenery myself. Maybe a duo, or perhaps returning south. I'd prefer it if you stayed, Karkolf heard herself say, then attempted to brush it off with a casual gesture. Who else would dig me out of trouble when I visit? You're the only person in this entire wretched city I have any faith in. It was, of course, an utter falsehood. She trusted Shev not at all. A top courier trusts nobody, and Karkolf was the best. But lies always sat more comfortably on her tongue than truth. She could tell from Shev's smile that she saw right through the performance. How touching. Shev caught Karkolf's wrist as she turned to go, her grip firm and undeniable. My payment? How forgetful of me. Karkolf passed her the purse. Without even glancing at the contents, Shev demanded, and the rest of it. Karkolf let out another sigh and tossed the second purse onto the bed, where coins spilled across the white sheet, glinting in the lamplight. You'd have been disappointed if I hadn't at least tried, she said. Your concern for my fragile emotions is truly moving, Shev replied. As Karkolf's hand settled on the door lock, she added, I suppose I'll see you the next time you're in town. I'll be counting the seconds. In that moment, Karkolf wanted nothing more than to kiss her, but she doubted her own willpower to stop at just one. So, with a pang of regret, she blew a kiss instead and drew the door closed behind her. She moved quickly across the shadowed courtyard and out through the heavy gate onto the street, hoping it would be some time before Shavidya examined the coins in the first purse more closely. Perhaps this invited some kind of cosmic payback, but it was worth it just to imagine the expression on her face. The day had been a spectacular mess, but she reflected it could have ended far worse. She still had plenty of time to reach the ship before the tide turned. Pulling up her hood, Karkolf winced from the pain of the freshly stitched cut, that utterly unreasonable ulcer, and the cursed chafing seam on her jacket. She set off through the misty night at a measured pace, neither hurried nor slow, completely unnoticeable. Damn, but she despised Sipani. I didn't stop giving hand jobs because I lacked skill. I stopped because I was the absolute best at it. For 3 solid years, I provided the finest hand job in the tri-state area. The trick is to avoid overthinking. Once you start fixating on technique, dissecting rhythm and pressure, you lose the raw, instinctive core of the act. You prepare your mind ahead of time and then you let go, trusting your body to take over. In essence, it's like a perfect golf swing. I worked 6 days a week, 8 hours a day, with a lunch break, and my schedule was always full. I took 2 weeks of vacation annually and never worked holidays. Holiday hand jobs are just depressing for everybody involved. Do the math. Over 3 years, that's roughly 23,546 hand jobs. So ignore that witch Chardell when she claims I quit due to a lack of talent. I quit because after delivering 23,546 hand jobs in 3 years, carpal tunnel syndrome isn't a risk. It's a guarantee. I fell into this line of work naturally. Honestly might not be the right word. I haven't done much honestly in my life. I was raised in the city by a one-eyed mother, the opening line of my memoir, thank you very much, and she was not a pleasant woman. She didn't struggle with drugs or alcohol, but she did have a serious problem with work. She was the laziest person I've ever known. Twice a week, we'd head downtown to Panhandle. Because my mom hated being on her feet, she wanted to maximize efficiency, get as much money as possible in the shortest time, then go home to eat zebra cakes and watch courtroom reality shows on our stained mattress. My most vivid childhood memories are of stains. I couldn't tell you the color of my mother's one good eye, but I could describe the deep, murky brown stain on the shag carpet, the burnt orange splotches on the ceiling, and the vibrant, hungover piss yellow streaks on the walls. We dressed for the part. My mom wore a faded, threadbare cotton dress that somehow still screamed respectability. She put me in whatever clothes I'd already outgrown. We'd find a bench and watch for the right kind of person to ask. The scheme was straightforward. Our top targets were church groups from out of town. Local churchgoers would just send you to their parish for help, but visitors felt more obligated, especially when faced with a one-eyed woman and her solemn child. Next best were pairs of women. A single woman could slip away too fast, and a whole group was too much to manage. Third on the list was a solitary woman with that approachable expression, the kind you'd stop to ask for the time or for directions. We'd also try younger men with beards or carrying guitars. We avoided men in suits, that stereotype held true. They were almost always jerks. And we skipped anyone with a thumb ring. I don't know why, but those guys never helped. We didn't call them marks or victims. We called them Tonys after my dad, who could never say no to anyone, though I figure he must have told my mom no at least once when she begged him to stay. Once you stopped a Tony, you sized them up fast to decide your approach. Some wanted it over quickly, like a transaction. You'd rush out, "We need money for food. Got any change?" Others wanted to savor your hardship. They'd only give if you gave them a story to feel good about, and the sadder the tale, the better they felt, and the more cash you'd get. I don't blame them. You pay for a show, you want to be entertained. My mom's starter story came from her own life, growing up on a farm downstate. Her mother died in childbirth. Her father raised her while trying to keep the soybean farm going, always exhausted. She came to the city for college, but then her dad got sick. The farm was sold, money ran out, and she had to drop out. She waited tables for years until I came along, and then my father left, and before long, she was one of them. The needy. She wasn't proud. But that was just the opening act. You learn to read people instantly. If someone wanted an uplifting, pull yourself up by the bootstrap story, then I became an honor roll student at a charter school across town, which was true, but truth wasn't the point, and Mom just needed gas money to get me there. In reality, I took 3 buses alone. If they preferred a damn the system rant, I'd suddenly have a rare disease named after whatever guy my mom was seeing at the time, Todd-Tycon syndrome, Gregory Fisher disease, and our medical bills had ruined us. My mom was clever but lacked drive. I had more ambition, endless stamina, and zero pride. By 13, I was bringing in hundreds more per day than she was. By 16, I left her, the stained apartment, the blaring TV, and yes, high school, to go it alone. I'd head out each morning for a 6-hour shift. I knew exactly who to approach, how long to talk, and what to say. I felt no shame. It was a simple transaction. You made someone feel a little better, and they gave you money. So you can see why moving into handjobs felt like a logical next step. Spiritual Palms, I didn't name the place, don't look at me, was in a wealthy neighborhood west of downtown. Tarot cards and crystal balls were displayed up front, with illegal softcore services in the back. I'd answered an ad for a receptionist. Turns out, receptionist meant sex worker. My boss, Viveka, is a former receptionist and a current bona fide palm reader. Though Viveka isn't her real name is Jennifer. But people don't believe a Jennifer can tell the future. A Jennifer can tell you which cute shoes to buy or which farmer's market has the best tomatoes, but she should keep her hands off your fate. Viveka employs a few fortune tellers in the front and runs a neat little room in the back. The back room is set up like a doctor's office, complete with paper towels, disinfectant, and an exam table. The other girls went all out decorating the place, draping scarves over lamps, scattering potpourri, piling on sequin pillows, the kind of fussy, frilly details only a certain type of woman would even notice. Honestly, if I were a guy coming in to pay for a handjob, I wouldn't walk through the door and announce, "Good heavens, I detect notes of apple strudel and nutmeg. Now, please, attend to my penis." You just walk in and keep quiet, which is what most of them do. The man who seeks out a handjob is a particular breed. And we only offer handjobs here, or at least I only do handjobs. I've got a record for some minor shoplifting, stupid things I did when I was younger that guarantee I'll never land a respectable job, so I'm not about to add a serious prostitution charge to the pile. A handjob client is fundamentally different from a guy looking for a blowjob or full sex. Sure, for some it's just a starting point. But I had plenty of regulars who never wanted anything more. They don't view a handjob as cheating, or they're terrified of disease, or they simply lack the nerve to ask for more. They're usually tense, anxious married men with mid-level jobs that don't grant them much power. I'm not judging, it's just my observation. They want you to be attractive but not overtly sexual. In my normal life, I wear glasses, but I never wear them in the back room. It's a distraction. They start expecting some sexy librarian routine, then get all tense waiting for a ZZ Top guitar riff that never comes, and then they're just embarrassed for assuming it, and the whole awkward process drags on. They want you pleasant and friendly, but not submissive. They don't want to feel like predators. They want this to feel transactional, service-oriented. So you make polite small talk about the weather or a sports team they follow. I usually try to establish some little inside joke we can revisit each time. An inside joke is like a friendship trophy you don't have to work for. You might say, "Looks like strawberry season is here," or "We're gonna need a bigger boat," and suddenly the ice is broken. They don't feel like total creeps because you're practically pals, the mood lightens, and you can get down to business. When people ask the inevitable, "What do you do?" I'd say I'm in customer service, which was technically true. To me, a good day's work is making a lot of people leave with a smile. I know that sounds painfully sincere, but it's the truth. I'd much rather be a librarian, but let's be real, books can go out of style. Demand for this service is eternal. The real issue was my wrist. Not even 30, and it felt like it belonged to an 80-year-old complete with a clunky, unsexy athletic brace. I'd take it off before a session, but the ripping sound of the Velcro always made the men jumpy. One afternoon, Viveka came to see me in the back. She's a substantial woman who moves like an octopus, all flowing beads, ruffles, and scarves, trailed by a heavy cloud of perfume. She insists her fruit punch red hair is natural. My read on Viveka, youngest in a blue-collar family, indulgent with favorites, weeps at TV commercials, has attempted and failed to go vegetarian multiple times.
"Got a sixth sense, nerdy?" she asked.
She called me nerdy because of the glasses, the books, and the yogurt I ate on my breaks. I'm not a genuine nerd, I'm an aspiring one. Dropping out of high school made me a self-taught person. I read constantly. I think a lot. But without a formal education, I'm left with this nagging sense that I'm smarter than everyone in the room, yet if I ever met truly educated people, the kind who went to university, sipped wine, and tossed around Latin phrases, they'd find me utterly tedious. It's a lonely way to live, so I wear the nickname like a badge of honor. A hope that someday I might not completely bore someone truly brilliant. The real question is, how do you actually spot the clever ones? Clairvoyant? Definitely not. A psychic? Do you get visions? Not a chance. I always thought that whole fortune teller scene was for the birds, just like my mom used to say. That part about her being from a farm downstate was the truth. Viveka finally stopped twisting one of her wooden beads. "Listen, I'm trying to help you out here." I understood. I'm not normally this dense, but the ache in my wrist was a constant, pulsing distraction, the kind that narrows your world down to just finding a way to make it stop. Besides, Viveka usually asked questions just to hear herself talk. She rarely cared what you actually said. "Okay, fine," I said, mimicking her rich, knowing tone. "Whenever I meet someone, I get this instant picture. I see exactly who they are and what they're missing. It's like a color, a glow all around them." That was mostly true, except for the last bit. "You see auras," she said, grinning. I knew you could, and just like that, I was promoted to the front. Reading auras required precisely 0 training. "Just tell them what they wish was true," Viveka advised. "Work them like a fiddle." So when people asked, "What do you do?" I'd say, "I'm an intuitive consultant," or "I work in personal wellness," which was technically accurate. Our clientele sorted itself neatly. The fortune-telling seekers were almost exclusively women, and the hand-job clients were, obviously, all men. The whole operation ran on a tight schedule. The space wasn't large, so timing was everything. You had to get a guy in and out of the back room, ensuring he was finishing up right before a woman was let in for her reading. The last thing you needed was a stray moan from the back while a client was confiding about her crumbling marriage. The new puppy excuse only works one time. The whole setup was precarious because Viveka's clients were solidly upper middle class, bordering on wealthy. People from that world are easily scandalized. If a sad, affluent housewife doesn't want her fortune told by someone named Jennifer, she absolutely does not want it told by a diligent former sex worker with a chronic wrist injury. Image is everything. These clients don't come here to slum it. They come to live in the city while pretending they're still in the suburbs. Our front office was a perfect replica of a Pottery Barn catalog. I dressed the part, too. Think funky artist as interpreted and sold by J. Crew. Peasant blouses were the essential uniform. The women who arrived in chattering groups were frivolous, dressed up, a little tipsy, and just out for a fun time. The ones who came alone, however, they were there to believe. They were quietly desperate, often without good enough insurance for a real therapist, or simply unaware they were that desperate. Frankly, it was hard to muster much sympathy. I tried because you don't want your personal mystic, the guardian of your destiny, to be secretly rolling her eyes at you. But seriously? Massive house in the city, husbands who didn't hit them and even helped with the kids, sometimes their own careers, but always a spot in a book club. And yet, they were just sad. That was always the final, bewildered confession. But I'm just so sad. You know what feeling sad usually is? It's having too much empty time on your hands. I'm not a licensed therapist, but that's the truth of it 90% of the time. So I'd say things like, a powerful new passion is preparing to enter your life, then you pick an activity you can nudge them toward. You figure out what would make them feel worthwhile. Tutor a student, read to seniors at the library, foster a rescue cat, start composting. The trick isn't to suggest it, though. The trick is to present it as a solemn warning. A powerful new passion is preparing to enter your life. You must proceed with extreme caution, or it will consume all the light from everything else you hold dear. I'm not saying it works every single time, but it works surprisingly often. People crave passion, they hunger for a sense of meaning. And when they find it, they return to you, convinced you foresaw their wonderful future. Susan Burke was different. She seemed sharper, more substantial, from the moment I laid eyes on her. I walked into the reading room on a damp April morning, straight from a session with a client in the back. I still held onto a handful of my regulars, the ones I'd grown fond of over the years. That afternoon, I'd just finished a session with a sweet, slightly awkward, wealthy client who went by Michael Audley. I say went by because I highly doubt a man of his means would hand over his real name to someone like me. My mental sketch of Mike Audley, forever in the shadow of an athletic older brother, finally found his footing in college, brilliant but refreshingly humble about it, a man who ran compulsively, rain or shine. Of course, that was all speculation. The one solid fact I had was his genuine love for books. He recommended them with the kind of passionate, shared excitement I'd always longed for as a wannabe intellectual, that urgent conspiratorial glee. You absolutely have to read this one. Before long, we'd formed our own little and occasionally messy two-person book club. He was deeply into classic supernatural tales and was determined to get me equally hooked. "You are a psychic after all?" he'd remarked with a grin. So that day, after dissecting the themes of isolation and desperate longing in The Haunting of Hill House, he left, I sanitized my hands, and collected his loaner for our next meeting, The Woman in White. Seriously, you have to read this. It's one of the greatest ever. I ruffled my hair to achieve a more perceptive, windswept look, adjusted my bohemian-style top, tucked the novel under my arm, and hurried to the main room. My timing was off. I was 37 seconds behind schedule. Susan Burke was already there, waiting. She shook my hand with a quick, fluttering motion that was almost avian, the repetitive jostle making me flinch. I fumbled the book. We both bent to retrieve it and cracked our heads together. Not exactly the composed, mystical first impression you hope for from your psychic, more like a slapstick routine. I gestured for her to sit. Adopting my most serene, knowing tone, I asked her why she had come to see me. It's the simplest method to figure out what people are seeking. Just ask them. Susan Burke was quiet for several long moments. Then softly she said, My life is coming apart at the seams. She was strikingly pretty, but so skittish and tense that her beauty wasn't immediately apparent. You had to look closely, past the practical glasses to her vivid blue eyes, and mentally picture her limp blonde hair freed from its lifeless style. Her wealth was obvious. The handbag was deceptively simple, which only signaled its exorbitant cost. Her dress was drab but impeccably tailored. In fact, the dress itself might not have been drab at all. She just wore it with a profound lack of spirit. Smart, but not imaginative, I assessed. A rule follower. Someone who lives in constant dread of making a misstep. Deeply insecure, likely dominated by critical parents and now, probably, by a demanding husband. A husband with a temper. Her daily mission is simply to reach bedtime without an explosion. A tragic case. She'll be one of the heartbreakers. Right on cue, Susan Burke began to cry. She wept quietly for a solid minute and a half. I was prepared to let her go for 2 full minutes before intervening, but she composed herself independently. I don't even know why I'm here, she confessed, pulling a soft, pastel-colored handkerchief from her bag but merely clutching it. This feels insane. Everything just keeps getting worse. I offered my most comforting, sympathetic look without reaching out to touch her. What's happening in your life right now? She dabbed at her eyes and studied me for a beat, then blinked.
Don't you already know?
Then she offered a small, wry smile, a sense of humor. That was a surprise. So how does this work? She asked, pulling herself together. She rubbed a spot at the base of her neck. What's the process? I'm a psychological intuitive, I started. Are you familiar with what that entails? It means you're good at reading people. Yes, in a way, but my abilities run much deeper than simple intuition. All my senses contribute. I perceive vibrations from individuals. I see energy fields, auras. I can detect the scent of despair or deceit or deep sadness. It's a gift I've had since early childhood. My mother was a profoundly troubled, unstable woman. A dark indigo mist seemed to cling to her. When she was near, my skin would tingle like the faint notes of a distant piano, and she carried the odor of despair, which registers to me as the smell of fresh bread. Bread? She echoed. That was simply the fragrance of a tormented spirit. I made a mental note to select a new signature scent for sorrow. Not decaying leaves too on the nose, but something organic. Wet soil? No, too inelegant. Bread? That's so odd, she murmured. Most clients immediately asked about their own personal scent or aura color. It was their first tentative step into the charade. Susan shifted in her chair, uneasy. I don't mean to be impolite, she said, but I'm not sure this is right for me. I let the silence stretch, waiting her out. Empathetic silence is a powerful tool, often overlooked. All right, Susan replied, pushing her hair back behind both ears. The thick diamond wedding bands on her fingers caught the light, sparkling like distant stars. In that moment, she seemed to shed a decade, and I could easily imagine her as a quiet, studious girl, pretty yet reserved, always striving for perfect grades under the watch of exacting parents. So, what do you see when you look at me? There's a disturbance centered on your home. You already know my life is unraveling. A wave of desperate hope radiated from her, a need to believe I could help. I'm sensing it's specifically tied to your house. You're married, but there's deep discord. I see you wrapped in a sickly green like spoiled food, with only faint traces of a vibrant turquoise at the edges. That suggests something once healthy has turned very sour. Am I wrong? It was a safe assumption, but I liked the color imagery. It felt accurate. Her sharp glare told me I'd struck a nerve. You give off the same high, sharp vibrations as my mother. You're in profound pain, desperate, and you aren't sleeping. Mentioning sleep is always a gamble, but it usually works. People in distress rarely rest well, and insomniacs are pathetically grateful when someone acknowledges their exhaustion. No, I get a full 8 hours, Susan countered, but I pressed on. It's not restorative sleep. You have disturbing dreams. Maybe not full nightmares. Maybe you don't even recall them, but you wake up feeling drained and sore. See? You can salvage almost any misstep. She was in her 40s. People that age often wake up achy. I learned that from TV commercials. You carry the tension in your neck, I continued. Also, I catch a scent of peonies. A child. Do you have a child? If she'd said no, my next line was ready, but you want one. She could deny it all she wanted, claim she'd never considered motherhood, but if I insisted, the idea would take root. Very few women decide against having children without some hidden doubt. It's an easy seed to plant, but Susan was sharp. Yes, two actually, a son and a stepson. A stepson? Focus there? The trouble in your house, is it about your stepson? She stood abruptly, rummaging through her expensive handbag. How much do I owe you? I'd miscalculated. I assumed I'd never see her again. Yet 4 days later, Susan Burke returned. Can objects have auras? She asked. Or a house? Then again, 3 days after that, do you believe in evil spirits? Is that a real thing, in your opinion? And the very next day. My initial read on her was mostly correct. Pressuring parents, top grades, an Ivy League education, some complicated business degree. When I asked what she did for a living, she launched into a jargon-filled explanation about corporate downsizing and client integration until, frustrated by my confused look, she snapped. I identify and remove problems. Her marriage was stable except when it came to the stepson. The family had moved into the city the previous year, and that's when the boy shifted from troubled to truly troubling. Miles was never an affectionate child, she admitted. I'm the only mother he's known. I've been with his father since he was 6, but he's always been detached, introverted. He just feels hollow. I hate saying that. Introversion is fine, but in the past year since the move, he's changed, become more hostile. He's so angry, so dark. He makes threats. He frightens me. The kid was 15, ripped from his suburban life and dropped into a city where he knew no one, already an awkward, bookish boy. Of course he was furious. Pointing that out would have been the compassionate, sensible thing to do. But I didn't. I saw an opening. I'd been wanting to break into the home cleansing business, where new homeowners call you to wander their spaces, burning sage, sprinkling salt, and murmuring incantations to wipe away any residual bad energy from the past. A fresh start for a fee. As people began returning to the city's historic core, moving into all those grand old homes, it felt like a golden opportunity was just waiting to be seized. A century-old house holds on to a lot of lingering energy. Susan, do you ever wonder if the house itself is influencing your son? I asked her. She leaned closer, her expression intense. Absolutely. Does that sound insane? That's the real reason I reached out again. Last week, there was something on my wall. I waited and she continued, her minty breath not quite hiding the sourness beneath. I was afraid to mention it, worried you'd think I'd lost my mind, but it was there. A long, dark streak running from the floorboards right up to the ceiling. Tell me honestly, am I going crazy? I arranged to visit the following week. Cruising down her street in my reliable little car, I tried to rationalize it. Probably just rust or some residue seeping from the pipes or the ancient walls. Who knows what materials they used 100 years ago, or what might finally bleed through. The real puzzle was how to handle this. I had zero interest in diving into exorcisms or any of that theatrical, churchy demonology, and I doubted Susan did either. Yet she invited me over, and women like her don't invite women like me without an unspoken need. Reassurance, perhaps. My plan was simple. I'd casually dismiss the streak, offer a plausible explanation, yet still firmly suggest the house could benefit from a cleansing. Several of them, in fact. We hadn't discussed fees yet. 12 visits for $2,000 sounded perfectly reasonable. Space them out monthly over a year, giving her stepson ample time to settle into his new school and social circle. By then, he'd be cured. I'd be the hero, and soon Susan would be referring all her wealthy, anxious friends to me. I could launch my own venture, and when asked what I did, I'd reply with that smug, entrepreneurial air, I'm a small business owner. Maybe Susan and I would even become friends. Perhaps she'd invite me to one of her book club gatherings where I'd sip wine by the fireplace and casually drop, I'm an entrepreneur, if you will. I parked, stepped out, and inhaled a deep breath of the hopeful spring air. Then I saw the house. I actually froze for a moment, a chill running through me. It was utterly different from the rest of the block. While the street was lined with bland, boxy new constructions, this house stood alone, a surviving Victorian that seemed to brood and watch. The facade was a masterpiece of intricate stonework, dizzying with carved flowers, delicate filigree, and sweeping stone ribbons. Two life-sized angel statues flanked the doorway, their stone faces tilted upward as if mesmerized by something in the sky. The house felt alert. Its tall, mournful windows were like eyes, and in one I saw him, the slim silhouette of a boy in gray trousers and a dark sweater, a maroon tie neatly knotted at his throat. A mess of dark hair shadowed his eyes. Then, in a blur, he dropped from view behind the heavy brocade curtains. The steps to the entrance were steep and numerous. My heart was pounding by the time I reached the top, passed between the wrapped angels, and rang the bell. While I waited, I glanced down at the severe Victorian script carved into the stone by my feet: Carterhook Manor, established 1893, Patrick Carterhook. The ornate, curling letters, particularly those dissected O's, gave me a sudden peculiar urge to fold my arms protectively over my stomach. Susan opened the door, her eyes rimmed with red. "Welcome to Carterhook Manor," she said, her attempt at grandeur falling flat. She noticed my stare. Susan never looked particularly put together during our meetings, but today she hadn't even bothered to run a brush through her hair, and a sharp, unpleasant odor lingered around her. It wasn't some poetic scent of despair, it was just the stark smell of neglect. She gave a weak shrug. "I've given up on sleep altogether." Stepping inside, however, was a surprise. The interior bore no resemblance to the Gothic exterior. It had been completely gutted and renovated into the sleek, anonymous style of every other affluent home. The sudden normalcy of it all made me feel inexplicably, and immediately, more at ease. I could purify this space. The elegant recessed lighting, the granite countertops and stainless steel appliances, the unnervingly flawless new wood paneling, endless expanses of oak that looked artificially preserved. "Let's begin with the bloodstain," I proposed. We ascended to the second floor, with 2 more levels above us. The staircase was open, and as I glanced upward through the railing, I saw a face staring down at me from the highest floor. Black hair and dark eyes contrasted against skin as pale and smooth as a porcelain doll's. "Miles?" He held my gaze for a heavy, silent moment before vanishing. That boy was a perfect match for the house's original character. Susan removed a tasteful framed artwork on the landing to reveal the entire wall. Right here, it was exactly here. Her finger traced a path from the ceiling down to the floor. I made a show of inspecting the spot closely, though there was truly nothing left to see. She had scoured it completely. The sharp scent of bleach still lingered in the air. "I can assist you," I told her. "There's an immense sensation of suffering concentrated right here. It permeates the entire home, but it's especially potent in this spot. I can help you." "The house groans all through the night," she confessed. "I mean, it practically wails. It shouldn't. Everything inside is brand new. Miles's door slams shut at the oddest hours, and he's deteriorating. It's as if something has latched onto him, a shadow he carries on his shoulders, like the hardened casing of a bug. He scurries, like a roach. I'd leave, that's how terrified I am. I'd pack up and leave, but we can't afford to. Not anymore. We poured so much into buying this place, and then nearly as much into remodeling it, and my husband won't hear of it anyway. He insists Miles is just experiencing typical adolescent struggles, and that I'm a high-strung, foolish woman." "I can help you," I repeated. "Let me show you the rest," she responded. We proceeded down the long, constricted hallway. The house was intrinsically dim. The moment you stepped away from a window, the shadows seemed to swallow you. Susan switched on lights as we walked. "Miles turns them off," she explained. "Then I turn them back on. When I ask him to leave them alone, he acts as if he has no clue what I'm talking about." "This is our family room," she said, opening a door to expose a vast, cave-like space with a fireplace and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. "It's a library," I breathed out. "They must have owned 1,000 volumes at least. Substantial, imposing, intellectual books. How do you fill a room with 1,000 books and then casually label it a den?" I entered the room. I gave an exaggerated shudder. "Can you sense this? Can you feel the oppressive weight in here?" I despise this room, she affirmed with a nod. I'll need to devote special focus to this room, I stated. I planned to settle in here for an hour at a stretch and simply read whatever caught my fancy. We returned to the hallway, which had fallen dark once more. Susan sighed and began flicking the light switches back on. From upstairs, I could hear the frantic patter of feet, racing up and down the corridor. We passed a closed door on our right. Susan knocked. "Jack, it's me!" There was a scrape of a chair being pushed back, the distinct click of a lock, and then the door was opened by a younger boy, several years Miles's junior. He resembled his mother. He beamed at Susan as if he hadn't seen her in ages. "Hi, Mommy," he said, wrapping his arms around her. "I missed you. This is Jack." "He's 7, she said, ruffling his hair. "Mommy needs to do a little work with my friend here," Susan explained, kneeling to meet his eyes. "Finish your chapter, and then I'll fix us a snack." "Should I lock the door?" Jack asked. "Yes, always lock your door, sweetie." We continued walking as we heard the definitive click of the lock engaging behind us.
Why the lock?
Miles doesn't care for his brother. She must have sensed my skeptical expression. What teenager genuinely likes their younger sibling? You should have seen what Miles did to the babysitter he took a dislike to. It's partly why our finances are strained. Medical expenses? She turned to me abruptly, her expression tightening. I shouldn't have said that. It wasn't serious, possibly an accident. I don't even know what to believe anymore, honestly. Maybe I am just completely out of my mind. Her laugh was harsh and unrefined. She brushed a hand quickly across her eye. We reached the end of the hallway, where another door stood securely locked. "I'd show you Miles's room, but I don't have a key," she stated plainly. She gave a weak laugh, the sound hollow and unconvincing. We moved up to the next level, a series of rooms with floral wallpaper and delicate Victorian furniture placed without any real plan. One space was dedicated entirely to a litter box. "That's for Wilkie, our cat," Susan explained. "The luckiest feline alive, he gets his own room just for his business. You'll think of something to do with the extra space eventually. He's really a gentle soul," she said. "Almost 20 years old now." I offered a polite smile, as if this were both fascinating and wonderful. "We clearly have more room than we know what to do with," Susan continued. "I suppose we imagined there might be another child someday, maybe through adoption, but I would never bring another kid into this home. So instead, we're living in a very pricey storage unit. My husband has a thing for antiques. I could easily picture this stiff, pretentious man, someone who collected old furniture but never hunted for it himself. He likely hired some sophisticated decorator in horn-rimmed glasses to handle the actual work. She probably even picked out those books for him, too. I'd heard you could buy books by the linear foot, just for show, turning them into decor. People can be so absurd, I'll never understand the depths of that absurdity. We climbed higher. The top floor was a vast attic with a few antique steamer trunks lined against the walls. "Aren't these trunks ridiculous?" she murmured. He claims they add authenticity. He never really liked the renovation. So the house was a bargain struck between them. He wanted old-world charm, she wanted modern comfort, and they thought this divided approach might satisfy both. Instead, the Burkes grew more bitter than content. Millions of dollars later, and neither one was happy. Wealth is truly wasted on the rich. We descended a narrow, twisting back staircase that felt like crawling through a tunnel, emerging into the vast, spotless modern kitchen. Miles was already there, perched on a stool at the island. Susan startled at the sight of him. He was slight for his age, with a pale face, a sharp chin, and dark, skittering eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. Incredibly sharp, but despises school, I thought. Constantly starved for attention, even if Susan gave him every second, it would never be enough. Spiteful. Entirely self-absorbed. "Hi, Mama," he said, his face suddenly breaking into a wide, silly grin. "I missed you." Sweet, affectionate Jack. He was mimicking his younger brother flawlessly. Miles shuffled over to hug Susan, adopting Jack's slumped, childish posture as he moved. He wrapped his arms around her, burying his face against her. Susan watched me over his head, her cheeks flushed, her lips pressed thin as if she'd caught a whiff of something foul. Miles looked up at her. "Why won't you hug me back?" She gave him a quick, stiff embrace. Miles pulled away as if burned. "I heard what you told her," he said. "About Jack? About the babysitter? About everything. You're such a bitch." Susan recoiled. Miles turned to me. "I really hope you leave and never come back, for your own good." He smiled at both of us. "This is a family matter. Don't you agree, Mama?" Then he was stomping back up the rear stairs in his heavy leather shoes, his body pitched forward. He did scuttle as if carrying a hard, glossy insect shell on his back. Susan stared at the floor, drew a breath, and met my eyes. "I need your help. What does your husband think about all this?"
"We don't discuss it. Miles is his son. He raised him. Anytime I say anything even slightly critical, he tells me I'm losing my mind.
He says it often. A haunted house. Maybe I am crazy. Anyway, he travels constantly. He won't even realize you're here." "I can help you," I said. "Should we briefly go over the fees?" She agreed to the price, but not the proposed schedule. "I can't wait a year for Miles to improve. He might murder us all before then." She let out that desperate, choked laugh again. I agreed to visit twice a week. Most often I came during the day while the kids were at school and Susan was at work. I cleansed the house, in a manner of speaking. I washed it down. I lit my sage and scattered my sea salt. I boiled lavender and rosemary, then wiped down the entire house, walls and floors. Afterward, I settled in the library to read, but curiosity got the better of me. I began to nose around. There were countless photos of a beaming, sunshine-bright Jack, a handful of older pictures showing a sullen Miles, and a couple of somber shots of Susan. Not a single image of her husband. I felt a pang of sympathy for Susan, stuck with a resentful stepson and an absent husband. No wonder her thoughts drifted to dark places. And yet, I couldn't ignore my own growing unease. The house itself had a presence. It wasn't exactly hostile, but it was aware. I could feel it watching me, studying my every move. It felt oppressive, crowding in on me. One afternoon, while I was cleaning the floorboards, a sharp, slicing pain shot through my middle finger as if I'd been bitten. When I pulled my hand back, I was bleeding. I wrapped the finger tightly in a spare rag and watched the blood slowly seep through the fabric. A chilling thought crossed my mind. The house seemed pleased. I fought against the dread that began to coil in my stomach. "You invented this whole scenario," I told myself firmly. "Stop it." About 6 weeks in, I was in the kitchen boiling lavender one morning. Susan was at work, the kids at school, when I sensed someone behind me. I turned to find Miles, still in his school uniform, watching me with a faint smirk. He was holding my copy of The Turn of the Screw. "You like ghost stories?" he asked with a smile. He'd clearly been through my purse. "Why aren't you at school, Miles? I've been observing you. You're interesting," he said, his tone unsettlingly casual. "You know something bad is going to happen, right? I'm curious." He took a step closer, and I instinctively moved back. He positioned himself beside the pot of boiling water, his cheeks flushing from the steam. "I'm only trying to help you, Miles." "But you agree? You can feel it? The evil?" "I feel something," I admitted. He peered into the bubbling pot, traced a finger along its rim, then jerked his hand back, the tip of his finger now pink. He studied me with his dark, spider-like eyes. "You don't look how I imagined you would. Up close, I thought you'd be sexy," he said the word with a mocking irony, and I understood he meant some cheap costume party version of sexy, all lip gloss and big hair. "You look like a babysitter." I took another step backward, putting more distance between us. He had hurt the last babysitter. "Are you trying to frighten me, Miles?" I wished I could reach the stove to turn off the burner. "I'm trying to help you," he stated, his voice eerily reasonable. "I don't want you near her. If you come back, you will die. I don't want to say more than that. Consider yourself warned." With that, he turned and left the room. The moment I heard his footsteps on the front stairs, I poured the scalding water down the drain and hurried to the dining room for my purse and keys. I needed to get out. But when I picked up my purse, a foul, cloying heat assaulted my nostrils. He had vomited inside, coating my keys, wallet, and phone. I recoiled, unable to bring myself to touch anything smeared with that sickness. Just then, Susan burst through the front door, frantic. "Is he here? Are you all right?" she gasped. The school called. Miles never arrived. He must have come in the front and gone straight out the back. He resents you being here. Did he say anything to you?" A tremendous crash echoed from upstairs, followed by a piercing wail. We raced up the stairs. In the hallway, dangling from a ceiling hook, was a crude little cloth doll. Its face was drawn in marker, and a red thread noose was tied around its neck. From Miles's room at the end of the hall came screaming, "Hunuo, you bitch, you bitch!" We stood frozen outside his door. "Do you want to talk to him?" I whispered. "No," Susan said, her voice breaking. She turned back down the hall, tears streaming, and plucked the doll from the light fixture. "At first I thought this was supposed to be me," she murmured, handing it to me. "But I don't have brown hair." "I think it's meant to be me," I said quietly. "I'm so exhausted by all this fear," she whispered. "I know." "You don't," she replied, her eyes hollow. "But you will." Susan retreated to her room. I went back to work. I swear I worked. I washed every inch of that house with rosemary and lavender. I burned sage and muttered my made-up incantations while Miles's screams and Susan's sobs filtered down from the rooms above. Finally, I emptied the contents of my vomit-soiled purse into the kitchen sink and ran water over everything until it was clean. As I was unlocking my car in the fading evening light, a well-dressed older woman with rosy cheeks called to me from down the street. She hurried through the mist, a faint smile on her face. "I just wanted to thank you," she said softly, "for everything you're doing for that family, for helping young Miles. Thank you." Before I could explain that I wasn't helping anyone, she pressed a finger to her lips in a gesture of secrecy and hurried away, disappearing into the twilight. A week later, while passing time in my cramped apartment, one bedroom, a shelf of books, I noticed a new stain on the wall near my bed. It spread like a rust-colored tide, and it made me think of my mother and the life I'd left behind. All those exchanges, one thing for another, had felt meaningless until now. Once a deal was done, my mind would go blank, waiting for the next. But Susan Burke and her family and that house, they lingered. I opened my old laptop and typed a name, Patrick Carterhook. After a moment of worrying, a link appeared from a university English department, Victorian True Crime, the grisly tale of the Patrick Carterhook family. The year was 1893, when department store tycoon Patrick Carterhook moved into his grand Gilded Age mansion in the city with his wife, Margaret, and their two sons, Robert and Chester. Robert was a difficult child, known for tormenting classmates and injuring local animals. At 12, he set fire to one of his father's warehouses and stayed to watch it burn. He relentlessly picked on his quieter younger brother. By 14, his behavior was beyond control. The Carterhooks decided to seclude him in 1895. They locked him inside the mansion. He would never go outside again. In his lavish prison, Robert grew increasingly violent. He defaced the family's possessions with filth. A nursemaid was hospitalized with mysterious injuries and never came back. The cook vanished one winter morning. Rumors said she'd been scalded by boiling water in a supposed kitchen accident. No one knows precisely what happened on the night of January 7, 1897, but the aftermath was clear. Patrick Carterhook was found stabbed to death in his bed, his body marked by over 100 knife wounds. Margaret was discovered on the stairs to the attic, an axe still embedded in her back. Young Chester, only 10, was drowned in a bathtub. Robert had hanged himself from a beam in his room. He dressed for the occasion in a blue Sunday suit, stained with his parents' blood, still damp from his brother's drowning. Beneath the article was a faded old photograph of the Carterhooks. 4 solemn faces stared out from Victorian lace. A slim man in his 40s with a trimmed beard, a petite blonde woman with pale, sorrowful eyes. 2 boys, the younger one fair like his mother, the older one dark-haired, with black eyes and a faint, arrogant smirk, his head tilted as if he knew a secret. Miles. The older boy looked like Miles. Not identical, but the essence was there, that smug superiority, that quiet threat. Miles. If you rip out the blood-soaked floorboards and tear down the water-stained walls, if you remove the beams that held Robert Carterhook's body and demolish the rooms that echoed with screams, have you truly destroyed the house? Can a place be haunted if its very structure is gone, or does the malice simply hang in the air, waiting? That night, I dreamed of a small shape opening the door to Susan's bedroom, padding silently across the floor as she slept, and standing over her with a sharp kitchen knife taken from her expensive gourmet kitchen. The room carried a scent of sage and lavender. I slept late into the afternoon and woke in darkness to the sound of a thunderstorm crashing outside. I lay on my bed watching the light fade from the ceiling before finally getting up, dressing and driving to Carterhook Manor. I didn't bother bringing the herbs. Susan answered the door, her eyes red and swollen, her face a pale beacon in the shadowy foyer. "It's like you read my mind," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I was just about to call. It's worse now. It won't stop." She sank onto a nearby sofa, the fabric sighing under her weight. "Are the boys home?" She nodded weakly, gesturing toward the staircase. "Last night," Miles told me so calmly, it was chilling that he was going to kill us. She confessed, fresh tears spilling over, and I'm terrified. "Because of Wilkie?" She broke off, covering her face with her hands. Just then, an old tomcat limped into the room, looking thin and tired. Susan pointed a shaking finger. "Look what he did to poor Wilkie." I looked closer. Where the cat's tail should have been, there was only a ragged stump of fur. Miles had cut it off. "Susan, do you have a computer? There's something I need to show you." She led me up to the library to a heavy Victorian desk that was obviously her husband's domain. With a click, the gas fireplace roared to life. She tapped a key, and the laptop screen glowed in the dim room. I pulled up the website and the history of the Carterhook family. I could feel the warmth of her breath on my shoulder as she read. I pointed to the grainy photograph. "Does Robert Carterhook look familiar to you?" Susan nodded slowly, as if in a dream. "What does this mean?" Outside, rain tapped insistently against the dark windows. I found myself yearning for a simple sunny day. The oppressive atmosphere of the house was starting to feel suffocating. "Susan, I'm going to be straight with you. I like you. I don't say that to many people. I want what's best for your family. And I'm starting to believe I'm not it. What are you talking about?" "I'm saying you need professional help, and I can't provide it. There's something deeply wrong here with this house. I think you should pack up and leave, tonight. I don't care what your husband thinks. But if we leave, Miles comes with us. Yes. So, he'll get better? If we just get him out of this place." "Susan, I don't have that answer. Then what are you telling me to do?" "I'm telling you that you need more than a friend with good intentions. I'm not equipped for this. I can't fix it. My advice is to go to a hotel tonight. Get 2 rooms and lock the connecting door. Then we can make a plan, but honestly, the most I can offer you right now is my friendship." Susan stood up unsteadily, a hand flying to her throat. She took a step back from me, muttered an apology, and hurried from the room. I waited. A dull ache pulsed in my wrist again. My gaze drifted over the walls of books. So much for networking with the wealthy and anxious. I was torpedoing my big opportunity by giving a client the hard truth she didn't want to hear. And yet, for the first time in a long while, I felt a flicker of something genuine. Not the usual performance of being a good person, but the real, quiet feeling of it. I saw Susan's shadow flit past the doorway toward the stairs. Then, immediately after, Miles swept into view behind her. "Susan!" I shouted, lurching to my feet, but my legs refused to carry me out of the room. I heard muffled voices below, urgent, maybe angry, then silence, a heavy, waiting silence. "Go out there." But the thought of stepping alone into that dark hallway filled me with a cold dread. "Susan?" A child who terrorized his brother threatened his stepmother and calmly informed me of my own death. A child who mutilated the family pet. A house that seemed to twist and prey upon the people inside it. A house with a history of death, hungry for more. Stay calm. The hallway remained dark and empty. No sign of Susan. I forced myself to stand and move toward the door. Miles suddenly materialized in the doorway, rigid and proper in his school uniform, blocking my path. "I told you never to come back," he said, his tone eerily reasonable, like a teacher scolding a naughty student. "And yet you keep returning. You know you're going to die here, don't you?" "Where is Susan? Miles?" I took a step back. He took a step forward. He was just a small boy, but fear coiled tight in my stomach. "What did you do?" "You still don't get it," he said, a faint smile touching his lips. "Tonight is when we die." I'm sorry, Miles. I didn't mean to make you angry. He laughed then, a sound of genuine amusement that crinkled the corners of his eyes. Oh, you've misunderstood completely. She's going to kill you. Susan is going to kill both of us. Look around this room. Do you think you're here by coincidence? Look closely.
Really look at the books?
I had already looked at the books. I had looked very closely indeed. Every time I cleaned this room, my eyes would linger on the shelves, filled with books I secretly longed to take. I imagined slipping one or two into my bag, saving them for the little reading sessions I shared with Mike, my favorite client. All the stories we'd explored together over the years were right here. The Woman in White, The Turn of the Screw, The Haunting of Hill House. I used to feel a smug satisfaction whenever I spotted them, proud of how many of these upscale library selections I'd already read. But the truth was, I wasn't some cultured bibliophile. I was just a naive escort who happened to be standing in the right study. Miles reached into the desk drawer and pulled out a photograph, a wedding picture. The couple was silhouetted against a brilliant summer sunset, their features softened by the golden haze. Susan looked stunning, a vibrant, radiant version of the subdued woman I knew. The groom? His face was almost unfamiliar, but I certainly recognized the rest of him. For 2 years, I'd been providing very personal services to Susan's husband. Miles watched me closely, his eyes narrowed like a comedian waiting for the punchline to land. She's going to kill you, he said calmly, and I'm pretty sure she's planning to kill me too. What are you talking about? She's downstairs calling the police right now. She told me to keep you here. When she comes up, she'll shoot you, and then she'll give the cops one of 2 stories. Option 1, you're a fraud who pretends to have psychic abilities to exploit vulnerable people. You convinced Susan you could help her troubled son, she trusted you, but instead, you've been sneaking into her home and stealing from her. When she confronted you, you turned violent, you shot me, and she shot you in self-defense. I don't care for that version. What's the other one? Option 2, you actually believe everything you've said. You genuinely thought the house was haunting me. But it turns out, I'm not haunted. I'm just your average teenage sociopath. You pushed me too far, I killed you. She and I fought over the gun, and she shot me to protect herself. Why would she want you dead? She's never liked me. I'm not her son. She tried to send me back to my mom, but my mom wants nothing to do with me. Then she tried to ship me off to boarding school, but my dad refused. Trust me, she'd be happier if I were gone. That's just how she operates. She identifies problems and removes them. She's ruthlessly practical, but she always seemed so timid. No, that was an act. She wanted you to believe that. In reality, she's a beautiful, successful executive. She's the ultimate overdog. But you needed to feel like you had the upper hand, like you were exploiting someone weaker. Isn't that the foundation of your whole business? Manipulating those who can be manipulated? For years, my mother and I had perfected that very game, dressing and acting the part of people who deserved pity. It never occurred to me someone might turn the tables. She wants me dead because of your father? Susan Burke had a perfect marriage, and you wrecked it. My dad's gone. He left. I doubt a few encounters are why your father left. It's the reason she's chosen to believe. It's the problem she has defined, and now she plans to eliminate it. Does your dad even know I'm here? Not yet. He really is traveling constantly. But once my dad finds out we're dead, once he hears Susan's story, once she tells him how scared she was, how she found the business card for a psychic tucked inside his copy of Rebecca, how she desperately reached out for help, can you imagine the guilt? His child is dead because he wanted a hand job. His wife was forced to kill to defend her family because he got a hand job. That horror, that shame, he'll never be able to make it up to her, and that's exactly the point. That's how she found me? My business card? Susan found the card. She thought it was strange, suspicious. My dad loves ghost stories, but he's a total skeptic. He'd never visit a palm reader, unless she wasn't really a palm reader. She followed him. She made an appointment. And then you walked out from the back room holding his copy of The Woman in White, and she knew. She tells you everything. At first, I took it as a compliment, he said, a dry, humorless smile touching his lips. Then I realized she's just trying to keep me distracted. She explained her scheme to eliminate you, ensuring I remained unaware that my own fate was sealed as well. Why not simply ambush me in some dark alley after nightfall? Because then my father wouldn't suffer. And if she were spotted? No chance. She intended to end you right here, crafting a scene where she appeared to be the victim. Honestly, it's the most straightforward method. So she invented that whole haunted house tale to draw you in. Carterhook Manor? So terrifying? But the Carterhook family? I looked them up. The Carterhooks are essentially a fabrication. Sure, they were real people historically, but they didn't perish the way you read. I saw the articles.
You saw them because she authored them. It's the internet. Do you have any idea how simple it is to create a web page? Plant a few links, let people discover it, accept it as truth, and even reference it on their own sites? It's absurdly easy. For someone like Susan, it's child's play. That photograph, it seemed so authentic. Ever browse a flea market? Shoeboxes overflowing with vintage pictures, $1 each. Finding a child who vaguely resembles me isn't difficult.
Especially when you have someone primed to believe, a perfect mark, like you. The wall that supposedly bled, she merely suggested it. Sets the atmosphere. She knew you were drawn to ghost stories. She wanted you to arrive already convinced. She enjoys manipulating people. Her goal was for you to befriend her, grow concerned for her, and then suddenly experience that jarring realization that you were about to die, terrified of all the wrong things. Your own senses deceived you. He gave me a mocking grin. Who chopped off your cat's tail? It's a Manx, you idiot. They're born without tails. Can we handle the rest of this Q&A while moving? I'd prefer not to linger here awaiting death. You actually want to come with me? Let's weigh the options. Depart with you or stay here and perish? Yeah, I'm choosing to come with you. She's likely finished her phone call by now. She's probably already at the foot of the staircase. I've had the fire ladder secured from my room for a while. The sharp click of Susan's heels echoed through the living room, advancing toward the stairs. She was 2 floors below and ascending quickly, calling out my name. Please, just let me come with you, he pleaded, his voice trembling. Just until my father returns, please, I'm really scared. What about Jack? She's fond of Jack. It's just the 2 of us she wants gone. Susan's footsteps were now just 1 floor beneath us, climbing steadily. We made for the fire escape. The whole exit felt unnervingly theatrical. We were in my car, speeding away, before it even registered that I had no destination in mind. Miles's pallid face in the passenger seat caught the glare of passing headlights, glowing like a wan, sickly moon. Raindrops traced paths from his forehead down his cheeks, dripping from his chin. You need to call your dad, I urged. My dad's in Africa, he replied flatly. Rain hammered a frantic rhythm on my car's thin roof. Susan Burke, that masterful swindler, had so thoroughly saturated me with dread of that house that I'd been rendered incapable of rational thought. Now, clarity returned. A prosperous woman weds a wealthy man. They have an adorable, charming baby. Life is nearly perfect, save for one complication, the peculiar stepson. I believed her when she claimed Miles had always been distant toward her. I'm equally certain she was perpetually cold to Miles. I'm sure her attempts to remove him began immediately. Someone as meticulously calculating as Susan Burke would never willingly raise another woman's strange, socially awkward child. Susan and Mike continue on, but her persistent cruelty toward his firstborn slowly poisons their marriage. He withdraws from her. Her very touch becomes repulsive to him. He seeks me out and continues to see me. We share just enough common ground with the books that he can delude himself into believing it's a meaningful connection. Meanwhile, his situation with Susan deteriorates further. He moves out. He leaves Miles behind temporarily because his work takes him overseas. He plans to settle things upon his return. This was pure speculation, but the Mike I knew who would laugh softly in intimate moments struck me as the type who would ultimately reclaim his son. Unfortunately, Susan uncovers his secret and holds me responsible for shattering her marriage. Picture the fury that a woman she considered beneath her was involved with her husband. Now she's trapped in a house she despises with an unsettling child she loathes. What's the solution? She begins to devise a plan. She ensnares me. Miles, in his cryptic manner, tries to warn me, almost playing with the situation, deriving a twisted enjoyment from the game for a little while. Susan gave the neighbors a vague story that I was here to help poor little Miles, so that when the truth eventually surfaced about my past as a former escort and current con artist, she would come off as the pitiful victim and I would look like the destructive force. It was the perfect setup for a kind of social murder. Miles turned his large, round face toward me and grinned. "You realize you're basically a kidnapper now," he stated. "I suppose we should head to the police station." "We need to go to Chattanooga, Tennessee," he replied, with a hint of impatience, as if I were reneging on some long-agreed arrangement. "Blood Willow is happening there this year. It's always overseas. This is the first time it's been in the United States since 1978. I have absolutely no clue what you're talking about. It's only the largest supernatural convention on the planet. Susan told me I couldn't attend, so you can take me. I thought you'd be thrilled. You're into all that ghost story stuff. Just take a left at the third traffic light up ahead to get on the highway. I'm not driving you to Chattanooga. You'd better take me. I'm calling the shots now." "You are completely delusional, kid, and you are a thief and a kidnapper." "I am neither of those things. Susan didn't call 911 because she was about to kill you," he chuckled. "She called 911 because I told her I caught you stealing. She's been missing some jewelry, you see." He patted the pockets of his blazer, and I heard a faint jingling sound from within. "By now, she's come back upstairs and discovered her troubled stepson has been kidnapped by a fortune-telling thief with a shady past. So we'll need to lay low for a few days, which works out fine since Blood Willow doesn't start until Thursday. Susan wanted to kill me because she found out about me and your father. You can say handjob, you know," he remarked casually. "It doesn't bother me. Susan found out." Susan found out nothing. She's a brilliantly intelligent idiot. I figured it all out. I borrow my dad's books all the time. I found your business card, I saw your notes in the margins, I went to your workplace and put it together. Part of what Susan said is true. She does think I'm strange. When we moved here, after I made it very clear I didn't want to, I started making things happen in the house, just to mess with her. I created that website. I invented the whole Carter Hook story. I sent her to you just to see if she would finally get a clue and leave. She didn't. She bought into your whole act. So Susan was telling the truth about all the scary occurrences in the house. You really threatened to kill your brother? It says more about her that she believed me than it does about me that I said it. You really threw your babysitter down the stairs? Come on, she fell. I'm not violent. I'm just clever. That day, with the vomit in my purse and the tantrum you threw upstairs and the doll hanging from the light fixture? The vomit was me because you weren't listening. You weren't leaving. The doll, too. Also the razor blade I wedged in the floorboard to slice your finger. That was actually inspired by ancient Roman battlefield tactics. Have you ever read? No. What about the screaming? You sounded genuinely furious. Oh, that was real. Susan had cut up my credit card and left the pieces on my desk. She was trying to box me in, but then I realized you were my ticket out of that miserable house. I need an adult to do practically anything. Drive a car, book a hotel room. I'm too small for my age. I'm 15, but I look 12. I need someone like you to actually get anywhere. All I had to do was get you to take me out of the house, and you were trapped. Because I know you're not going to the police. I assume someone with your background has a record. Miles was right. People like me never went to the police. It never ended well for us. Turn left up here to get on the interstate, he instructed. I turned left. I absorbed his story, turned it over in my mind and examined it. Hold on, wait. Susan said, you cut off your cat's tail. You told me it was a Manx. He smiled then, a sly, knowing expression. Ha, good catch. So someone's lying to you. I guess you'll have to decide which version you believe. Would you rather believe Susan is the unstable one, or that I am? Which version sits easier with you? Initially, I figured it would work in my favor if you saw Susan as the crazy one. You'd feel for my situation, and we could become friends. Real road trip pals. But then it hit me. Maybe it's more useful if you think I'm the villain here. That way you might better grasp that I'm the one calling the shots. What's your take? We drove without speaking as I turned the possibilities over in my head. Miles cut into my thoughts. Honestly, I see this as a win-win-win scenario. If Susan's the nut job and she wants us out of the picture, then we're already gone. What is she going to tell your father when he returns? That hinges entirely on which story you decide to buy. Is your dad actually in Africa? Or is that part of the act? My father isn't a variable you need to factor into your calculations right now. All right, then let's say you're the unstable one, Miles. Your mother will have the police hunting for us. Pull over into that lot up ahead, the one by the old church. My eyes scanned him for any sign of a weapon. The last thing I wanted was to end up as a statistic in some deserted church parking lot. Just do it, okay? Miles insisted, his tone sharp. I steered the car into the empty lot of a boarded-up chapel just off the highway ramp. Miles jumped out into the downpour, dashed up the steps, and took shelter under the eaves. He pulled his phone from his jacket, turned his back to me, and made a call. He spoke for about a minute. Then, in one swift motion, he hurled the phone to the pavement and stomped on it repeatedly before sprinting back to the car. He carried a strangely fresh, spring-like scent with him. Okay, I just phoned my anxious stepmom. I told her you'd freaked me out, that I was sick of the house and all her odd behavior, her knack for inviting questionable people over, so I ran off and I'm staying at my dad's place. He's back from Africa, so I'll be there. She never calls my dad, so it's fine. And with the phone destroyed, I had no way to verify if he'd actually spoken to Susan or if this was just another performance. And what will you tell your father? Let's just remember that when you have two parents who can't stand each other, who are always working or traveling and wouldn't mind if you vanished, you've got a lot of narrative flexibility, a lot of room to maneuver. So really, don't sweat it. Get back on the highway, there's a motel about 3 hours from here. They've got cable and a diner. I merged onto the highway. This kid was sharper at 15 than I'd been at twice his age. I was beginning to think this whole going straight, this thinking of others, this benevolent act was for the birds. I was starting to see this kid as a potential partner. This miniature teenager needed an adult to navigate the world, and what could a con artist use more than a kid? What do you do, people would ask, and I'd say, I'm a mom. Imagine the scams I could run if everyone saw me as a harmless, sweet little mother. Not to mention, that Blood Willow convention he mentioned sounded genuinely intriguing. We pulled into the motel exactly 3 hours later, just as Miles had predicted. We took adjoining rooms. Sleep tight, Miles said. Don't try slipping out in the night, or I'll call the police and revert to the kidnapping story. I swear that's the last time I'll threaten you. I don't want to be a jerk. But we have to get to Chattanooga. We're going to have an amazing time, I promise. I can't believe I'm actually going. I've wanted to go since I was little. He did a quick, giddy little shuffle of excitement before disappearing into his room. The kid was oddly endearing. Also a potential sociopath, but very likable. I had a good feeling about him. I was heading somewhere new with a clever kid, to a place where people actually wanted to talk about books. For the first time in my life, I was leaving town, and I had this whole new mom persona to experiment with. I decided to stop worrying. I might never uncover the truth about what really happened back at Carterhook Manor. Pretty good line, right? But I was either in trouble or I wasn't, so I chose to believe I wasn't. I'd spent my life convincing others of all sorts of tales, but this would be my masterpiece, convincing myself that what I was doing made sense. Not that it was moral, but that it was reasonable. I climbed into bed and kept my eyes fixed on the door to the adjoining room. Matthew Hughes, originally from Liverpool, England, has long made his home in Canada. His career path took him through journalism and speechwriting for government ministers before he dedicated himself fully to fiction. His work, often compared to that of Jack Vance, is best known for the exploits of rogues like Luff Imbrie set in the rich world just prior to the dying Earth. His bibliography includes novels such as Fool's Errand, Magestrum, and Black Brilliant, alongside collections like The Gist Hunter and Other Stories. More recently, he penned the urban fantasy trilogy To Hell and Back. He also writes crime fiction under the name Matt Hughes. In A Tale of a Thief's Precarious Fortune, finding a magical artifact might be a blessing or a curse. The thief Raphaelin was dozing in a thicket, escaping the afternoon sun, when the sounds of a scuffle broke the forest quiet. He shifted silently onto his stomach, his knife ready in his hand. Peering through the dense foliage, he saw blurred figures wrestling, their speech a harsh, guttural whisper. A choked cry was cut short by the sickening thud of wood on bone. Raphaelon knew better than to get involved. The voices belonged to the Vandaio, and their presence this close to their border meant only one thing: a hunting party. These part men ventured out in groups of 6 for their grim rituals, armed with nets and clubs, their festivals notorious. Intervening would merely make him a second course for their feast. He remained hidden until the unfortunate traveler was bound and hauled away, then waited even longer, his ears straining for any sign of a rear guard. Only when the forest's ordinary sounds, the chirp of birds, the rustle of small creatures, returned did he cautiously approach the road. It was deserted, littered with the victim's abandoned belongings. With a thief's pragmatic curiosity, he sifted through them: a worn satchel, a water skin, a smooth-handled walking staff. The satchel yielded little of worth: a coarse shirt, a mediocre fire kit, but then his fingers closed around a carved wooden rectangle. The intricate frieze depicted a tangled, improbably athletic orgy of figures which Raphaelon found more amusing than shocking. At its center was a deeply etched symbol that seemed to swim and shift before his eyes, refusing to hold still. A slow grin spread across his face. This was no ordinary trinket, it held magic. In Port Thais, a city teeming with thaumaturges just a day's journey west, such an item could fetch a decent price. It was a stroke of luck, though in Raphaelon's experience, luck had a way of turning sour just when you started counting on it. He flipped the object in his hands, curious about its other side. A subtle weight shifted inside. A container, he realized. Even better. He inspected it from every angle, finding no visible seams, hinges, or any obvious way to open it. A puzzle box. His luck was turning. Raphaelon's day had started poorly, fleeing into the woods at first light with little more than 2 coppers and some stale bread. An earlier misunderstanding with a farmer over a chicken's ownership had ended with the poultry staying put and the bread being eaten on his lonely march. Now, by mid-afternoon, he still had his coins and had gained this intriguing box, plus a serviceable satchel. He discarded the oversized, odorous shirt that came with it, slung the bag over his shoulder, and sampled the bottle's contents, hoping for spirits but finding only water. He kept it anyway. He left the walking staff behind, trusting his knife for the steepening path ahead as the road climbed toward the descent into the Thais River Valley. As he walked, his attention returned to the box. A worn patch on one corner caught his eye. He pressed it. Nothing. He rubbed it. Still nothing. Sliding it sideways, however, produced a faint internal click. A tiny sliver of wood moved, revealing a pin-sized hole. Lacking a pin, Raphaelon used his knife to whittle a twig to size. He inserted it and pushed. A wooden plug on the opposite side popped out. Applying pressure at various points, he felt the carved top slide sideways on a hidden hinge. Inside, a plush purple lining cradled a hollow. Nestled within was a thumb-sized wooden carving of a bald, round-faced figure, head tilted with an indulgent smile. Raphaelon lifted it out for a closer look. The moment his fingers touched the smooth wood, a faint tingling shot up his digits into his palm and up his arm, intensifying as it spread. Alarmed, he tried to fling the thing away, but his muscles locked. The tingling erupted into a full-body tremor that peaked in a dizzying rush, as if a gale-force wind howled through his mind. His vision whited out, his breath caught, and his knees locked rigid. Then, as suddenly as it began, the seizure stopped. Control flooded back except to his hand. Though his arm moved, his fingers remained clenched around the carving, defying all his will to open them. A voice, dry and amused, spoke directly into his thoughts. "We really should be moving. When the Vandaio are hunting, lollygagging is ill-advised." He spun around, heart sinking, seeing no one. The words had formed inside his own head. His treacherous hand finally opened, revealing the figurine resting calmly in his palm. "What are you?" he whispered. "It is a long tale," the mental voice replied, sounding weary, "and I currently lack the energy to tell it." Raphaelon, wholeheartedly agreeing about the dangers of delay, hurried on toward Port Thais, his eyes nervously scanning the shadowed forest track ahead. A new, sharp anxiety prickled at his neck, the feeling of being watched from the deep woods, a detail his previously simple concerns had never included. He had barely managed a few paces before his legs seemed to lock of their own accord, forcing him to pivot and retrace his steps. The other way, insisted the inner voice. Fulferin must be recovered. An unwelcome picture formed in Raphaelon's thoughts, a lean, leather-clad figure with a gaunt face and a distant, preoccupied gaze. The thief shook his head sharply. Saving fools was decidedly not part of his plan, yet his lower limbs refused to obey, carrying him forward against his will. "You are squandering strength we will require once we close in on the Vendayo," the voice chided. Another vision unfolded. A band of hunched warriors, their bald heads and pointed ears stark against mottled green skin, moving swiftly along a wooded path. Two of them bore a long, net-wrapped bundle slung from a pole. This time Raphaelon did not fight the image, but studied it with a thief's calculating interest. No one he knew had ever gotten a clean, close look at a Vendayo, and lived to tell of it. Those who did usually ended up as the main course. Common knowledge held that they were the flawed creations of Olverian, the epitome, an arrogant sorcerer from a forgotten age who intended them as a living scourge against his foes. The mage's miscalculation was fatal. His own flesh was their first meal. Repeated campaigns by neighboring lords had only managed to corral the man-eaters into the wild valley that was once Olverian's realm. Every attempt to cleanse that deep-cut veil ended in slaughter. The sorcerer had gifted his creations with a vicious knack for war and a flawless talent for ambush. In time, an uneasy stalemate took hold. The local barons would not send troops into the valley, and the Vendayo would not raid the settlements. Their hunting grounds were restricted to the forest road to the west and the mountain trail to the northeast. Locals knew the seasons when the part men prowled and simply stayed away. Drifters like Raphaelon, or god-touched wanderers like Fulferin, were left to their own risky devices. The vision faded as Raphaelon's traitorous legs brought him to the site of the abduction. Without hesitation, he left the road, pushed through a thicket, and found a narrow animal track. Amid deer sign, he spotted the distinctive splayed, webbed prints of the Vendayo, the curved claw on the big toe leaving a sharp puncture in the soft earth. The trail led unmistakably toward their territory. A few droplets of blood glistened on a nearby leaf. No sooner had he noted this than he was moving again, following the tracks at a brisk pace. Inside his head, he protested, "Hold on, we need to stop and talk this through." His stride did not slow, but the voice responded, "What is there to discuss? Whether any of this works if you don't have my willing help." He sensed the deity considering the point. A fair argument. "It would conserve my strength. Find us a concealed place." The path wound into a peaceful clearing split by a lazy stream. Spotting a dense willow, Raphaelon said, "This will do." He slipped beneath the curtain of branches, settled on a twisted root, and peered out through the greenery until he was certain they were alone. Raphaelon looked down at the carved wood in his palm and asked again, "Just what are you?" "Less than I was, and less than I shall become." The thief let out a weary sigh. In his line of work, beings who spoke with such lofty, cryptic phrasing usually had egos the size of a castle and a matching disregard for anyone unfortunate enough to serve them. This one, however, seemed genuinely distressed about its follower, Fulferin. That hinted at a sliver of decency. Maybe a deal could be struck. He posed the idea to the wood. "I perceive no necessity for terms," the voice replied, its calmness grating on Raphaelon's nerves. "Fulferin requires rescue. You are currently unoccupied. One is a pressing duty, the other a simple vacancy." "Who told you I'm unoccupied?" Raphaelon shot back. "I have perused the archives of your memory, not to mention the rather slim volume of your character," the voice said, taking on a dismissive air. "The latter is hardly worth a footnote. Fulferin occupies a far more significant category." "Fulferin," the thief countered, "is currently dangling in a Vendayo net, soon to be the main course in a stew. Not exactly a category most ambitious men aim for." Suddenly, his legs straightened of their own accord, and he was marched out from under the willow. "Hold on," he protested. "You've already lost one pack animal to those savages. If you get me killed, do you honestly think you can just snatch one of the man-eaters too?" "Fulferin is no beast of burden." The voice cut in, sharp. "He is a disciple. He alone knows the right that can restore my true name. and yet he's about to be a Vandio's dinner, Raphaelon said, which suggests to me that one of you wasn't paying enough attention to the details. His legs halted. You raise a valid point, the voice conceded. Continue. Is fulfurin absolutely essential? Raphaelon pressed. If all you need is someone to carry you from place to place, fulfurin is indispensable. Only he is versed in the ritual. So I have to go pluck him from the Vandio. I have stated it is an imperative. Why? Raphaelon demanded. What's in it for me? What am I risking my neck for? For matters far beyond your comprehension. Issues of a sublime and surpassing nature. God business, Raphaelon guessed, a note of sarcasm creeping into his voice. You're some faded, forgotten deity, probably down to your last worshipper, and you can't even keep that one out of a cooking pot. Fulfurin must not be stewed. What are you going to do about it? Send you? But I don't want to go. A complication I must circumvent. Which, Raphaelon said, seizing the opening, brings us right back to the question of terms. A thoughtful silence filled his mind. Then, proceed, but be swift. You want your devotee back. I want to keep breathing. A fair summation. I will strive to preserve your life. His legs began to move again. Wait, he cried out. Just staying alive isn't good enough. You do not value your own existence? I had it perfectly well before I stumbled into you. If I'm going to risk it for your benefit, that's worth a little something extra, don't you think? Again, he felt the entity pondering. What did you have in mind? Wealth, Raphaelon said without hesitation. Great wealth is always welcome. I hold no sway over gross physicality, the voice replied. Only over certain attributes of individuals as they relate to the flow of potential outcomes. So you can't just conjure up piles of gold and jewels, not even a single coin. The thief thought for a moment. All right, what attributes can you change, then? The strength of 10 men, the ability to fly, skin tough enough to turn aside a blade? Any of those would come in handy? Alas, none fall within my current purview. Seeing he was getting nowhere, Raphaelon decided to try a different approach. Then what exactly can you offer? My powers, the diminished deity said, reside in the realm of probabilities. You mean you can make unlikely things happen? It is more that I can adjust the odds as they pertain to a chosen individual. A spark of hope lit in Raphaelon. So you could fix it so I'd win the Zagothian communal lottery. I will be candid, the voice said. In my present reduced state, the best I could manage would be to shift the odds from millions to 1 against to merely thousands to 1 against. But still against. Yes. So you're basically a minor deity of luck, only good for trivial matters? Raphaelon asked. My current abilities are diminished. Fulfurin is meant to help me regain my strength. If he lives through this, the thief countered, a new idea striking him. You didn't bring him much fortune, did you? He did not call upon my aid. He acted from, let's term it, impulsive zeal. Also, I must preserve what power I have. The box helps by serving as a buffer. Raphaelon considered this, then stated, let me get this straight. You want me to risk a horrific and painful death. In exchange, you'll ensure I don't trip over my own feet or misplace my hairbrush. In a situation that is nearly evenly matched, I can provide the nudge that leads to success. Me against 6 starving Vandio doesn't strike me as nearly evenly matched. These are my only available terms. You have a grip on my body, can't you at least tweak it? Raphaelon gestured to his own pronounced nose. Maybe shrink something? He then indicated another area. Or enlarge something else? I influence only specific neural pathways within your brain. They produce an energy field I can amplify. And only, the thief recalled, when my skin is in contact with your idol. Incorrect. Once modified, the change is permanent. I guess it's better than nothing, Raphaelon conceded. Still, it's far from the best deal I've ever struck. It is the best I can do. However, I am not required to offer it. I can simply force you as long as you remain in contact with my conduit.
Conduit?
The wooden figurine.
Right.
Raphaelon pushed through the willow branches into the clearing and found the path again. More blood spots, likely fulfurins, marked the way. If your follower survives and performs this ritual, your power will grow exponentially. What about the Zagothian lottery? You would be a winner. Every single ticket, without fail? The thief started down the trail, and this modest luck would extend to my other professional activities? He remembered several past scrapes where a tiny bit of divine favor would have been welcome, particularly one frantic escape that had landed him a long, tedious sentence on a penal treadmill. You must first secure Fulferin so he can complete the ceremony. Then that, declared Raphaelon, is our agreement. He turned his still considerable nose toward Vandayo territory and set off. After a few paces he added, "Wouldn't you be more comfortable riding in your cushioned box?" "No." You might then be tempted to renege. Having accomplished their goal, the Vandayo were not moving with urgency. They also neglected to watch their back trail, reasoning that the odds of anyone foolish enough to follow 6 of their kind were too remote to merit a backward glance. Consequently, as Raphaelon descended into a steep valley late that afternoon, he glimpsed movement through the trees on the opposite slope. The part men were trudging up a zigzagging path out of the valley. At one switchback, he saw them pause to shift their pole-borne burden to a fresh pair of carriers. Raphaelon had a general sense of the distance to the Vandayo border and doubted they could cross it before nightfall. He assumed they would make camp at dusk. This section of forest, emptied after Olverian's disastrous final campaign, was now home to large predators with no qualms about feasting on war-creature flesh. He narrowed the gap until he could hear their labored grunts and breathing just ahead, around a bend or two in the path. As twilight deepened, he heard new sounds and crept forward to discover the trail intersecting another in a clearing. Here the Vandayo had halted, gathering firewood and bracken for bedding. Fulferin remained bound in the net, tied to a pole and motionless beside the path. Raphaelon concealed himself behind a tree, watching as the part men built a robust fire. They arranged themselves around the flames, some squatting, others sitting cross-legged and retrieved hefty leather pouches. From these they pulled chunks of pungent meat and clay bottles. The night air filled with the sounds of ripping flesh, liquid gulps, and the fire's crackle, soon joined by grunts, belches, and the occasional snarl when one Vandayo eyed another's portion too closely. Dusk deepened into full dark. At a noise from the opposite trail, the group grew alert, setting aside their meals and rising warily. A moment later, they relaxed only a fraction as a second band of Vandayo entered the clearing, bearing their own pole-slung offering for the ritual feast. A burst of guttural noise passed between them. Raphaelon took it for greetings, but he noted the two parties did not mingle. The newcomers began gathering wood for a separate fire and leaves for bedding, while the first group never fully let down their guard. 2 of them even left the main fire to squat watchfully near Fulferin, and the new arrivals placed their own captive as far across the clearing as space allowed. The last gleam of light faded from the canopy above the thief. He observed as the second group made their crude supper and both parties settled for the night, each positioning their sleepers on the side of their fire farthest from the other, creating a wide strip of trampled grass, a clear no Vandayos land between the 2 hearths. "Interesting," the thief murmured to himself. After a while he slipped back into the forest out of earshot and addressed the small deity softly. "This is going to require both my hands." He felt the hand holding the deity lift and guide itself to the open collar of his tunic. The small wooden figure dropped down to rest against his abdomen. The voice in his mind spoke, "So long as some part of me contacts some part of you, my influence remains." Now about that rescue, Raphaelon's curiosity stirred. "Are you actually inside the wood?" "I am where I am. The Eidolon merely opens a conduit between there and here. Could we focus, please?" With a shrug, Raphaelon retreated farther along the trail until he reached a shallow stream he had crossed earlier. Kneeling, he slid a hand into the cool water, feeling along the sandy bottom until his fingers closed around suitable stones. He stood, water dripping from his wrist, and scanned the area. Not far off, a tall, thickly leafed tree arched gracefully over the stream. He approached it, drew a knotted cord with a grapple from his wallet, and tossed it upward. Fortune favored him. It caught securely on the first throw. Leaving the rope hanging, he returned to the clearing's edge, his wallet now heavier with an assortment of stream-smoothed pebbles from the size of his thumbnail to nearly the width of his fist. Moving stealthily within the tree line, he circled the clearing until he found the perfect vantage tree. He climbed up to a sturdy fork between two branches that offered a clear view of both camps, then settled in to wait. Night settled firmly over the clearing. The Vandayo fires dwindled and were fed, then dwindled again. Eventually, all the figures were curled or sprawled on the grass except for one sentry from each group. Raphaelon noted, with a cynical twist of thought, that these watchmen weren't guarding against the dangers of the deep forest at all. No, their entire attention was fixed warily on each other, a silent standoff in the flickering light. He waited patiently until he saw one sentry rise to fetch another log for its fire. The hunched figure reached for a piece of wood, and the thief murmured a plea to the small god for a bit of fortune. He flicked a pebble into the gloom. It sailed through the night and landed with a sharp tock against the hairless skull of the Vandayo sentry. The creature yelped, unleashing a torrent of guttural complaints toward its counterpart across the way. The other sentry squinted into the darkness, and though it couldn't see what had happened, it clearly found the situation hilarious. Rubbing its head, the first sentry returned to its post, tossed a fresh log onto the fire, and glared venomously at the laughing guard, muttering what sounded like savage promises. Raphaelon waited. When the second sentry bent to gather more fuel, he sent another stone flying. The familiar sound of impact was followed by a pained shout, which only provoked more hoots and jeers from the first sentry. Enraged, the newly struck Vandayo stomped to the edge of the clearing and hurled insults, jabbing its jaw and shaking its fists. The mocker across the way replied in kind, culminating in a crude display of mooning and a loud slap of its own green backside. Seizing the moment while the first target was bent over and distracted, Raphaelon launched a larger, heavier pebble. It connected with a solid crack against the mooning sentry's head, producing a fresh roar of fury. The newly wounded Vandayo spun, snatched a cudgel from its belt, and charged across the neutral ground. Its opposite number drew a stone club and bellowed a challenge, meeting the assault with wild, powerful swings. Their clumsy but ferocious combat, a hallmark of Vandayo warriors, filled the clearing with noise and tumult, rousing the rest of the bands. Blinking and confused, the creatures stumbled to their feet. Raphaelon, aided by his deity's sliver of luck, launched a rapid volley of stones. His largest missiles struck true, knocking the leader of Fulferin's captors senseless to the ground. Seeing their leader fallen and their sentry embattled, the remaining warriors snatched up their weapons and, with ululating cries, charged the other group. The opposing band, smarting from their own stinging wounds, raced to meet them. The thief dropped lightly from the tree, intending to circle the clearing to Fulferin, but his legs moved of their own accord, carrying him in the opposite direction. At the same time, the voice in his mind spoke. We may require a distraction to slow any pursuit. An image flashed, he and the rescued devotee fleeing down a trail, while some vague, unfortunate soul was left behind for the Vandayo to fight over. You are a vicious little deity, Raphaelon whispered as he changed course. I am by nature quite benevolent, the voice replied, dispensing such modest blessings as I can. But necessity now dictates my actions. Raphaelon offered no further argument. He skulked along the tree line until he found the other captive, a form wrapped tightly in a stout net secured with braided leather cords. Drawing his knife, he sawed through the bindings. Quiet now, he whispered. This is a rescue. Get up and follow me, and not a sound. In the deep shadows, far from the firelight, he could not make out the figure's face, but he saw a nod and heard a soft grunt of understanding. Setting off again toward where Fulferin was held, he was aware of the freed captive moving quietly through the brush behind him. A sudden, sharp scent of crushed mint filled the air as they passed, a detail the original plan had not accounted for. Raphaelon discovered the god's man awake, straining against his restraints and murmuring what seemed to be an incantation. Steady, he said in a low voice. I'll free you, and we can slip away while they're still fighting. Quickly, urged the bound figure. Only 6 of them are still on their feet. Working with his knife, Raphaelon glanced up to confirm the brawl was nearly over. 2 of Fulferin's Vandayo stood back to back, encircled by 4 opponents. It wouldn't be long before the winners came to claim their prize. This way, he instructed as Fulferin got to his feet. Though stiff from captivity, both followed as he edged around the clearing to find the path toward the forest road. As they vanished into the dark woods, the sounds of struggle, grunts, and heavy impacts echoed behind them. Soon came the harsh, triumphant cries of the Vandayo. "Move faster!" he called over his shoulder. They reached the small stream where he had selected the stones, and he turned to lead them upstream to the knotted rope. "Climb!" he told Fulferin. The god's man, having regained his vigor, ascended with the ease of a trained performer. Raphaelon then turned to the vague shape of the second captive. "Your turn?" This one, though slighter, was in worse shape and struggled with the climb. Now, from the Vandayo camp came new sounds, howls of fury and betrayal. In the darkness, Raphaelon reached out and grasped the other's torso with both hands, heaving upward to assist. The boost worked. Finding purchase with hands and feet, the figure began to climb. Raphaelon waited until the feet cleared his head, then seized the rope and followed, anxious at the slow progress above as the slap of Vandayo footsteps approached from the clearing. He hauled himself onto the branch where the grapple was secured and whispered to the shadows beside him. "Higher, now." Quietly. He heard the rustle of their ascent as he freed the grapple and pulled up the rope. Then he climbed silently into the tree's canopy, finding two dark shapes perched on sturdy branches, their backs to the trunk. "Not a sound," he breathed, settling onto his own perch and going still. Through the leaves, torchlight flickered. The Vandayo were tracking along the stream, sniffing at both banks. They passed underneath without glancing up. Time dragged on before the searchers returned, shoulders slumped, muttering in what sounded like accusations. One shoved another, sending a torch tumbling into the stream with a sharp hiss. Grumbling, they headed downstream toward the trail and their ruined camp. "We'll wait," Raphaelon said softly, "until daybreak, then make for the road to Port Thighs." "Agreed," said Fulferin. "I agree as well," said the second rescued captive. Raphaelon wasn't surprised to hear a young woman's voice. His hands, earlier pressed against her torso as he helped her up, had unmistakably discovered her femininity, even if her form was slighter than he typically favored. "I'll take the first watch," he announced. Listening to their breathing grow steady, he privately decided that if he had to sacrifice anyone to the Vandayo, he'd rather it be Fulferin. The little god, ever perceptive, seemed to read his mind. "I must do as I must," the familiar voice intoned. At first light, they heard the Vandayo departing but remained in the tree until mid-morning. They climbed down, made a meager breakfast of stream water, and started up the watercourse. Raphaelon explained to the others that the part men would be eager to restock their stolen supplies, favoring trails and tracks for ambushes. Besides, the sound of the flowing water would help mask any noise they made. They moved along the stream in a quiet line for a while before the thief felt a pull on his sleeve. Fulferin's voice was flat. "That satchel you're carrying belongs to me." "Ownership seems to be a matter of some debate," Raphaelon began, but the words died in his throat as he watched, helpless, while his own hands betrayed him, unfastening the strap and passing the leather bag over. Fulferin snatched it, flipped open the flap, and dug inside. His fingers closed around the puzzle box, and a strangled cry escaped him as he saw its lid askew and the velvet-lined interior hollow and empty. He shot a piercing look at Raphaelon, but the voice already whispering in the thief's mind made the order clear. "Give me to him." Raphaelon complied, feeling a wave of relief as the compulsion lifted, yet he watched intently as the transfer was made. He noticed Fulferin didn't actually touch the wooden eidolon. Instead, he held out the open box so Raphaelon could nestle the little figure back into its compartment. Only then did he slide the lid shut, his fingers working the hidden locks with practiced ease. A soft sigh of relief escaped the lanky man as he finally slung the satchel over his own shoulder. Now free to observe, Raphaelon studied the man he had saved, comparing the reality before him to the image the little god had planted in his thoughts. The physical description held, tall and gaunt, with long spatulate fingers and prominent knobs at his joints, but the face was all wrong. The visionary, wide-eyed saint he'd been shown was absent. In its place was the shrewd, calculating expression of a man who followed the cold arithmetic of his own advantage. The young woman had watched the entire exchange with an air of detached appraisal, as if finding little to recommend either man, despite owing her rescue to one of them. Fulferin, for his part, paid her no mind, his attention wholly consumed by the secured box. Raphaelon turned his scrutiny to her as openly as she had studied him. She was past youth, but not yet settled into matronhood, with keen eyes and an even keener nose above a thin mouth that seemed predisposed to a skeptical smirk. Her clothes were of better quality than a farm girl's, yet lacked the finery of a merchant's daughter. When his eyes lifted to meet hers, he broke the silence. "I'm Raphaelon, as you've seen, a man of useful talents. This is Fulferin, a devotee of a particular god. And you are?" "Erminia," she said. "My father keeps the Greybird Inn at Fosseth. How did you end up in the clutches of the partmen?" "My father sent me to gather morels for the Reeves banquet," she said, her voice tight. Raphaelon's brow furrowed. With the Vandayo on the hunt? The corners of her mouth turned down. "Our inn's license is reviewed next month. My father measures risk on his own scale." "We should keep moving," Fulferin interjected, clutching the satchel to his chest. He nodded toward the stream. "Where does this lead?" The thief shrugged. "From maps I've seen, it runs near the forest road. Farther ahead, it cuts through an old estate abandoned after Olverian's unfortunate financial misadventure. If we can find it, we'd have solid cover until we're sure the Vandayo have left the area." "I need to reach Port Thighs with all speed," Fulferin insisted. Raphaelon made a sweeping gesture at the dense thickets crowding the banks. Fulferin fell silent, but the thief caught a familiar, calculating glint in those decidedly worldly eyes. He surmised the same pragmatic thought had just occurred to Fulferin. In a tight spot, it's useful to have someone else to leave behind for the anthropophagi. With a curt wave, the god's men motioned for Raphaelon to lead on. After another hour of walking, they came upon a stone weir spanning the stream, built long ago to tame what must have been a stretch of churning rapids. Scrambling up its side, they found it had created a long, narrow lake, its still waters reflecting the gloomy sky. On one overgrown bank, hemmed in by wild gardens and orchards of neglected trees, rose a crumbling collection of stone structures. Vines snaked over walls, and the shapes of spiraling towers, domed cupolas, and arched colonnades were just visible through the tangle. As they investigated, they discovered one tower had clearly been constructed with security in mind, likely decades earlier, when the Vandayo were more a sporadic bother than a constant terror. Its heavy door swung smoothly on hinges, still slick with old grease. Down in the cellar, any stored provisions had long since decayed, though the wine in one large cask remained surprisingly drinkable. Erminia announced she would forage for fruit in the orchards if someone provided a lookout. Raphaelon quickly agreed. Fulferin declared he would ascend to the tower's peak to keep watch, promising to shout a warning at the first sign of the Vandayo. The thief had little faith the holy man would utter so much as a peep, so once he and Erminia reached the fruit trees, he scaled the tallest one to scan the surroundings himself. Below, Erminia collected apples, persimmons, carbas, and blood eyes, bundling them into her shawl. She called up to him, and Raphaelon descended to meet her. Seeing a chance, the thief decided to gauge the depth of the young woman's gratitude for his rescue from the Vandayo's cookpot. She wasn't precisely to his taste, but she was conveniently present. An instant later, his cheek stinging from a sharp slap and his hip throbbing from a narrowly dodged knee, he received a very clear message regarding Erminia's boundaries. Irritated, he fleetingly imagined recruiting Fulferin for a coordinated effort against the innkeeper's daughter's virtue. Yet the idea of any collaboration with the god's devotee unsettled him far more than the notion of coercing her compliance. He showed Erminia his open palms in a gesture of peace and walked with her back to the tower. They barred the door and climbed the winding stairs to the topmost room. There they found Fulferin, who was supposed to be vigilant, instead lounging at his ease on a filthy couch amid the dust, drinking from a wineskin he had filled from the cellar's supply. The window openings were empty of glass, but the evening air was mild. Raphaelon cleared off a dusty table, and Erminia laid out her gathered fruit. They found chairs, and Fulferin ambled over to join them, bringing the wine. The young woman then went to a sideboard, rummaged inside, and returned to the table holding a hefty kitchen knife. But instead of using it to slice the fruit, she pointed the tip meaningfully at each man in turn before tucking the blade securely into her belt. They ate in a thick silence, passing the wineskin between them. The liquid had a faint vinegar edge, but was otherwise palatable. Finally, with his stomach full and his spirits warmed by the wine, Raphaelon leaned back from the table and fixed his gaze on the holy man. Fulferin looked back with an expression that plainly discouraged any inquiries from outsiders. Raphaelon ignored the unspoken dismissal. "Your deity struck a bargain with me," he said. "Now that I've pulled you from the fire, I assume you'll want to help him uphold his end of it." Fulferin's worldly eyes narrowed. "What bargain?" "He's a god of minor luck. He promised that if I aided you, he'd favor me with his attention from now on. I've already felt a nudge of his influence, and it'll only grow stronger once you've performed whatever rite restores his full power." Fulferin merely shrugged, his indifference palpable. Erminia, who had been listening intently, broke in. "What is all this talk of gods?" The holy man showed no inclination to explain. Raphaelon gave a concise account of the events that had thrown them together, wisely omitting the god's initial willingness to sacrifice her. The woman leaned forward, her heavy brows drawn down in a frown. "So what is this ritual that brings the god's strength back? And since we're asking, what is his name?" Raphaelon realized that particular detail had never been mentioned. He turned to Fulferin, his face a clear question. The god's man showed no desire to keep talking, but when pushed, he explained, a god who never hears his name spoken by the faithful slowly forgets it. It's like sinking into a deep slumber, one that's terribly hard to shake off. "So the ritual is meant to rouse him?" asked the thief. With a shrug, the man replied, "I wouldn't call myself an authority." Pressed for more, his annoyance became clear. He gestured sharply as if the questions were an insult. "What's with the hesitation?" Erminia demanded. "Aren't you this deity's devoted follower, sworn to revive his strength? Out with it?" Fulferin offered no answer. With a clear gesture of irritation, he stood, collected his satchel and its valuable contents, and ascended the narrow stairs leading to a door that opened onto the flat rooftop. Raphaelon watched him go, a knot of suspicion tightening in his gut. This Fulferin was not the steadfast servant the god believed him to be. He recalled how meticulously the man had avoided any physical contact with the idol, a touch that would have granted the deity a window into his deepest thoughts. The thief let out a low, thoughtful hum. His eyes shifted toward Erminia. The woman, resting her chin in her hands at the table, had also watched Fulferin leave. Now she caught Raphaelon's gaze, tilting her head and pursing her lips in a silent signal that she held a piece of the puzzle. "Well," he said, "what is it you know?" Her expression closed, becoming unreadable. Raphaelon grunted in frustration. "Next time I pull someone from a Vandayo cooking pot, I'm going to be a lot more selective about who I save." That earned a brief, humorless laugh from Erminia. She took a last apple and moved to sit in one of the open window embrasures, which offered a view of one path leading to the estate. Raphaelon took up a post at the opposite window. As the hours dragged by, one would occasionally return to the table for a sip of wine or a bite of fruit, but otherwise they maintained their separate watches. At nightfall, Fulferin descended from the roof. They dared not light a fire with the windows exposed. Raphaelon volunteered for the first watch, and Erminia claimed the second. Fulferin merely shrugged, lay on the floor using his satchel as a pillow, and was soon snoring in a corner. After 3 uneventful hours, Raphaelon woke the woman cautiously as she slept with her knife close at hand and settled down to sleep. The snoring was loud, but exhaustion from a long day and a previous night spent uncomfortably in a tree pulled him swiftly into a deep sleep. He awoke to full morning light and Erminia shaking him urgently. "Get up," she hissed. "The weasel has sold us out." He was on his feet in an instant, following her to the window. The sun was well above the treetops. Below, in a courtyard paved with flagstones and littered with leaves, a fire smoldered, sending a thick, telltale pillar of gray smoke straight up into the windless air. Fulferin was nowhere to be seen. "The Vandayo will have seen that smoke," the woman said, her voice tight. "We need to move now." Raphaelon was already in motion, snatching up his wallet as he bolted for the staircase. He took the steps 2 at a time, Erminia close behind. On the ground floor, they found the heavy door standing open, its lock jammed with wet clay. Outside, the thief quickly scattered the smoldering embers with his boot before rushing to a decorative garden wall. Peering through one of its ornate openings, he saw movement in the tree line across the lake. In moments, the forms of the Vandayo resolved. They plunged into the water, relying on their ancestral amphibious traits, and began swimming toward the estate. They would not take long to cross. "Run," he shouted. As they sprinted down a trail he hoped would lead back to the Porthes Road, he called to Erminia, who was panting hard to keep pace. If we're lucky, Fulferin came this way. We might just catch him. And then what? She managed between breaths. Then the two of us overpower him, Raphaelon said, a grim new purpose in his voice. We leave him behind to serve the very purpose he had in mind for us. Leave him for the Vendaio? Agreed. The path was firm and showed no signs of passage, but Raphaelon noticed a small overturned stone, its underside darker than the surrounding earth. A bit farther along, a thread was caught on a thorn bush. The god of minor fortunes was still favoring him. They reached a broader stream, crossed by a line of stepping stones. Slowing to pick their way across, Erminia spoke up. I know something about Fulferin that he doesn't realize I know. Oh, said the thief. How's that? He's passed through Fossith before, stopping at our inn. He didn't recognize you. I'm usually stuck in the kitchen, scrubbing pots and scraping plates while my sister, Elfrey, all blonde hair and impossible curves that turn every head, gets to wait the tables. My father thinks it's better for business. Raphaelon offered a hand as she navigated a wider gap where the water rushed fiercely between stones. What did you learn about him? He's barely a hedge wizard, if that, she said, leaping across with surprising grace. I doubt he knows more than a few petty charms, but he serves Bolbec, who styles himself the Potence, a genuine and powerful thaumaturge in Port Ties. Why would Bolbec send him through a backwater like Fossith? It lies on the old road to the ruins of Itharios. Raphaelon knew the place, just a jumble of shattered walls and heaved paving stones, wrecked by a quake ages past. So, he prompted, Fulferin scavenges in the old temples, hunting for effigies of forgotten gods. He delivers them to his master. Sometimes they dig together. To restore the god's power? They had reached the far bank. She shook her head. Power is involved, certainly, but from the whispers I caught once when they both stayed at the Grey Bird, the thaumaturge uses those gods the way a spider uses a trapped fly. Ah, said Raphaelon. Having once been imprisoned and subjected to unpleasantries, he had developed a lasting sympathy for flies and a deep skepticism of spiders. So he's deceived the god. I suppose, she mused, brushing dirt from her sleeve, even deities are prone to believe what they wish were true, especially when they're clinging to survival. It's easier when a powerful mage masks his assistant's true nature. The conversation paused as they skirted a patch of thorny brambles, the morning sun now casting long, dappled shadows. The thief recalled the image of a benign, victimized Fulferin the god had painted in his mind. He grunted. Then, we should keep moving. They pressed on, making good time. Raphaelon's feet found perfect purchase without thought, and no branch seemed to snag his clothes. He wondered if his borrowed luck could actively hinder their quarry, and decided it probably couldn't. But it might be enough to keep the Vendaio off their scent. He also pondered if this luck extended to meeting Erminia. She was proving far more than a burden. Spotting another upturned pebble, he paused. Its damp underside hadn't yet dried in the climbing sun. He's slowed down, he told her. By now he thinks the Vendaio have us. He's not in a rush anymore. He struck me as the sort who assumes the universe will tidy itself up for his benefit, she said, a sharp edge of disdain in her voice that hadn't been there before. They moved quickly but quietly now. The land grew more rugged, rising and falling, and soon they were following a wooded ridge. Through the trees, Raphaelon caught a flicker of movement ahead. He stopped, peering intently, and after a moment he was certain. There he is. His legs are long, Erminia noted. If he hears us coming, he could easily outrun us. The thief took a second to appreciate that a life of scrubbing pots hadn't dulled this woman's tactical mind. His eyes scanned the surrounding woods, hunting for an angle. Ahead, the ridge and the path curved gently to the right. If he moved swiftly and silently, cutting straight across the inner arc of the bend, he could emerge on the trail ahead of the ambling Fulferin. He pointed there. A freshly fallen giant had smashed a path through the dense undergrowth. They scrambled over its tangled roots and found themselves on a clear, straight runway. Crouching low, they sprinted. The long, branchless trunk eventually gave way to leafy limbs, and they dropped down into a mossy clearing. It traced the ghost of a dried-up stream, leading them through a low tunnel of arching branches until they emerged behind a flowering bush, mere steps from the trail. They arrived just as the lanky, knobby-kneed Fulferin came strolling along, utterly at ease. There was no time for clever tactics. They simply burst from hiding and tackled their betrayer. Raphaelon went for his shoulders, Erminia for his legs, and together they slammed the tall man to the earth. By sheer luck, the thief's knees landed squarely in Fulferin's gut, punching the wind from him with a pained grunt. Raphaelon fished a length of cord from his pouch. With Erminia's help, he rolled the wheezing man over and swiftly bound his wrists and ankles. They propped him against a dirt bank. The woman tore a strip from Fulferin's own shirt to gag him thoroughly, preventing any spellcasting. As she worked, Raphaelon said, abandoning us was one thing, but lighting a signal fire for the Vandayo? He let the grim implication hang. Erminia was more direct. She delivered a solid kick to Fulferin's ribs. To Raphaelon, she said, "Let's move." The bound man's frantic facial expressions pleaded for a chance to speak. Raphaelon knelt, removed the gag, but kept his knife at the traitor's throat. The thaumaturge's assistant gasped. "My master will reward you handsomely if you help me deliver what I carry." When his captors remained silent, he pressed on. "This item will complete a project of immense importance to him." Raphaelon lifted the man's satchel. "I'll be sure to tell him you were loyal to the end," he said. A sly look crossed Fulferin's face. "But you don't even know who he is." "I didn't," the thief admitted, then gestured to Erminia. "Until she filled me in." He replaced the gag and glanced back along the ridge, where mottled green shapes were now bustling along the path. "Our turn to leave." The residents of Bolbec the Potents occupied a lofty perch in the hillside district of Port Thais, overlooking the river docks. It was a bizarre construction of black iron plates and domes of cerulean blue crystal. To deter intruders, it was encircled by a tall hedge of semi-sentient, ravenous vine, its thorny creepers constantly twitching, seeking the scent of flesh. Approaching the sole entrance, a narrow wooden archway through the hedge, Raphaelon and Erminia felt the air grow chill. A vaporous form shimmered indistinctly in the gap. "My master," it intoned, "expects no one." "Tell your master," Raphaelon said, raising the carved box, "that something he awaits has arrived." The apparition sighed like a breeze and drifted toward the manse. The pair waited, swatting away the mindless groping of the vines until the spectral gatekeeper partially reformed before them. "Follow," it commanded. The vines recoiled, and the ghost led them down a path of glowing flagstones to a pair of towering double doors. Each door was carved with a great contorted face. It wasn't until they stood before the portals that Raphaelon realized the wooden features were moving, the faces turning to watch their approach, a pair of forest elementals enslaved by the thaumaturge to guard his threshold. The doors swung inward as the ghostly presence drew nearer. Raphaelon and Erminia entered a foyer designed to unsettle the mind. Fighting a wave of vertigo, the thief shut his eyes. "We won't be mistreated," he declared. "We're leaving." He turned, found Erminia's hand in the gloom, and began to guide her back out. She followed with her gaze lowered, a picture of quiet compliance. "Wait," a voice commanded, and the dizzy spell vanished instantly. Raphaelon looked to see they were no longer alone. A stout man in a robe of deep crimson, embroidered with dark, twisting sigils, stood before them, his head crowned by an elaborate hat of folded cloth and leather. His face was a mask of calm detachment. "What is your offering?" he inquired. From his wallet, Raphaelon produced the intricate box. A spark of hunger lit in Bolbec's eyes. "And Fulferin?" he asked. "He received a dinner invitation," the thief replied. "In Vandayoland." For a fleeting moment, something like sorrow touched the thaumaturge's features, then it was gone. "And within the box?" "Fulferin called it a deity of minor fortunes," Raphaelon said, allowing a sly grin to touch his lips, so to speak. The spark in Bolbec's gaze hardened into a covetous glow. "Bring it to my workshop," he ordered. Raphaelon did not move. "First, we agree on the price." Bolbec stated a figure. Raphaelon promptly doubled it. With a dismissive wave as if haggling were beneath his station, the mage said, "Very well, bring it." He turned, and a doorway materialized in the wall for him to pass through. This easy agreement made Raphaelon wary. In his experience, those who didn't argue over an outrageous sum often planned never to pay it at all. He stayed alert for any deviation from the expected as he and Erminia trailed the sorcerer into a chamber that defied geometry. The walls seemed to breathe, shifting in and out of focus, their corners refusing to hold a steady angle. Shelves held curious artifacts that Raffalan's professional eye itched to appraise, and perhaps later to discreetly relocate for a profit. But Bolbec offered no opportunity, bustling across the flagstones toward a draped alcove. He drew back the heavy curtain to reveal his ongoing creation. One part was a cylinder of pale gold, its surface alive with glowing metallic script that pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light. Raffalan couldn't read the characters, but one seemed to mirror the enigmatic symbol on the puzzle box itself. The second part was a skeletal frame of gold and electrum, shaped unmistakably like Bolbec himself, connected to the cylinder by thick braided silver cords. The frame was hinged, clearly designed to open and envelop its creator. Bolbec gave the apparatus a satisfied glance before turning. "The box," he demanded. "The payment," Raffalan countered. Annoyance flickered across the mage's placid face. He uttered a brief phrase, made an intricate gesture, and a leather pouch materialized in the air before dropping to the floor with a weighty, promising clink. Raffalan handed over the box and bent to retrieve the purse. Turning slightly aside, as if to count the coins in private, his hand slipped into a hidden fold of his tunic, closing around a concealed object. He secured the payment and caught Erminia's eye, his own glance sharp with unspoken instruction. The woman, who had until now been careful to avoid notice, began to move quietly toward a side table. Her gaze was fixed on a glass jar filled with a deep blue liquid, inside which a small, large-eyed creature with stubby limbs floated, its yellow eyes glowing softly. At the same time, the thaumaturge placed the wooden box on a small stand beside the cylinder of pale gold. He moved quickly to a drawer in the same stand and retrieved a pair of long gloves, which he pulled on up to his elbows. The gloves were made of a shimmering, scale-like leather that seemed to hold shifting rainbows in the room's muted light. With unmistakable excitement, Bolbec turned his attention to the box. He located the small, worn wooden panel on one end and slid it aside. From the drawer, he took a slender pin and inserted it into the revealed opening. His previously blank expression had sharpened into one of fierce concentration, his breathing becoming quick and shallow. Raffalan heard the soft click of the lock releasing. He glanced toward Erminia. She had reached the side table and now turned, her elbow accidentally striking the jar. It rocked violently, the lid popping off as blue fluid splashed out with a sharp clatter of glass. Bolbec's head jerked toward the sound. "Fool! Step away from," he started. But in that instant, Raffalan swiftly drew the small effigy of the luck god from hiding and pressed it against the bare skin of the thaumaturge's neck. Immediately, the mage went rigid. Tendons strained in his throat and his eyes widened. His lips twisted as he fought to form a single sound. To prevent any utterance, Raffalan pinched the man's lips shut. The thief was surprised by how long the spellcaster resisted the deity's influence. His own earlier ensnarement had been nearly immediate. But the struggle soon ended. Bolbec's body went slack, though his eyes burned with a trapped, furious despair. "Everything settled?" Raffalan asked, keeping the idol in place. "I'm still reviewing the contents of this memory," the god replied, using the thaumaturge's voice. "Fascinating." Erminia approached. "What was this meant to do to you?" she asked, gesturing toward the apparatus. "Dissolve my form, drain my power, and channel it into Bolbec," the deity answered after a pause. "The cylinder already holds 6 captured gods. My addition would have let him complete the process to siphon our energies, then that mana would have been transferred to the cage to be absorbed into his own being." "He aimed to become a god?" Raffalan said. "No, the procedure would have failed. Such attempts always do. But he would have enjoyed a spectacular, if brief, moment before the resulting cataclysm erased him, this house, and likely the entire block." Raffalan studied Bolbec's eyes, seeing only rage and bitter resignation. "And yet he mused, somehow I doubt he'd thank us for stepping in." "He would not," confirmed the god within the thaumaturge. "You should bind him securely, including his fingers, and gag him completely. He knows spells that require only a single word, and he is determined to use them on you both." "There's a wizard's gratitude for you," Erminia remarked dryly. She found cords, chains, and cloth and set to work thoroughly immobilizing Bolbec, even tying his toes together for good measure. Once the mage was completely restrained, Raphaelon lifted the effigy from the man's neck and set the small idol on the table. "What now?" he said. The deity's voice returned in his mind. "I have examined his plans for the device. If you carefully unscrew the lid, the prisoners will be freed." Raphaelon replied aloud. "They're likely to be angry and may not be careful about where they direct that anger. I will ensure they do not harm you. In fact, I believe they will recognize their debt to you both and offer whatever rewards lie within their power." Raphaelon relayed this to Erminia and suggested she stand close beside him. When she did, he reached for the top of the cylinder and began to slowly twist it. Fine threads became visible and the pale gold emitted a faint, high-pitched squeak as it unscrewed. With the final twist of the cylinder, its lid shot off, striking the man's hand away. A dazzling fountain of energy, shimmering in impossible colors and too brilliant to look upon, erupted toward the ceiling. The chamber filled with a riot of sensation, overpowering fragrances, howling winds, deafening cracks like thunder, and waves of pressure that made Raphaelon's ears ache. An unseen force seized both him and Erminia, lifting them violently into the air. For a terrifying heartbeat, the thief was certain they would be smashed against the stone floor. Then, just as abruptly, they were set down with surprising gentleness. A new voice spoke. "I offer my apologies. Potho has clarified that you are our liberators, not our jailers." "Potho," Raphaelon and Erminia said in unison. "That is my name," came the familiar, now cheerful voice of the luck god. "Mithran recognized me as I did him. We are, in divine terms, something like cousins." "Mithran?" Now the other voice answered, a deity for those who wager on horse races. "Potho and I were often called upon together." Potho proceeded with more introductions. Iterin, who watched over crossroads, Belcerin, guardian of health and vitality, Samiravi, a goddess of sensual fulfillment, Phazant, patron to license inspectors and tax collectors, and Tux who, if properly entreated, could grant one's deepest wish. "We are all in your debt," said Potho, "and each of us has bestowed upon you both the blessings within our power, now that our names and strength are restored." "So you're saying I can expect a profitable day at the track?" Raphaelon asked. "Always," Mithran assured him. Raphaelon quickly tallied his other new advantages. He would never be waylaid at a crossroads. Sickness and fatigue were now strangers, and moments of intimacy would never again be awkward or disappointing. He puzzled briefly over the benefit from the patron of tax collectors. "They will leave you entirely alone," supplied a voice he took to be Phazant's. "You have my deepest thanks," Raphaelon said, offering a formal bow. "And mine," added Erminia, her voice now so melodious that Raphaelon barely recognized it. He turned and saw Samiravi's handiwork. The young woman's features were softened and balanced, her eyes no longer too close, her nose less severe, her lips fuller. A distracting mole on her chin had vanished, and her figure was more generously proportioned. She radiated health and a captivating allure. The way she gazed at him suggested he, too, had been refined. He felt his nose, finding it pleasingly reshaped, while a discreet hand confirmed that his earlier query about a certain prodigiousness had been generously answered. "My particular thanks to Tux," he said with genuine feeling. "Now we must bid you farewell," said Potho. "We have an account to settle with this arrogant sorcerer." Mithran added, "We have dismissed all his minions and guardians. Should you see anything of value on your way out, consider it yours." Phazant's voice chimed in. "He will have no further use for his possessions." Raphaelon repeated his bow. Erminia offered a flawless curtsy, then said with a dazzling smile, "I've never managed to do that properly before." Side by side, they left the thaumaturge's workroom, where the winds had begun to howl anew. Throughout the mansion, doors blew open, locked chests sprang their lids, and cabinet doors swung wide on their own. Some time later, their pockets bulging and carrying a heavily laden trunk between them, they were strolling down one of Port Thigh's finer avenues in search of lodgings. The air was crisp, carrying the distant, salty promise of the sea, a detail Raphaelon had never had the luxury to notice before. Erminia broke the comfortable silence. "I've had a thought. What if we built an inn at a major crossroads? situated near a reputable racecourse. She paused, her new eyes sparkling with the thrill of possibility. I could manage the hospitality, and you could oversee some games of chance, perhaps even operate a betting pool. Raffalan grinned. And we'd never have to worry about overzealous officials. It just might work, she said, her voice full of a confidence that felt both new and wonderfully familiar. Of course, we'd need to get along personally, she said. There's a hotel right across the street, the thief replied. We could get a room for the night and find out. He was taken aback but delighted when she agreed to his idea without any hesitation. Much later, after finding out they were spectacularly compatible, she rested a contented arm over his chest and remarked, "A successful inn needs the right name." "Give me a little time," he said. "I'm sure something will come to me." When I walked into the house after my shift, Brett, my red-headed girlfriend, was waiting at the kitchen table. Since she wasn't scheduled at the hospital this week, I hadn't expected to see her awake. The clock read 2 in the morning. I'd just finished another dull night as a security guard at the pet food factory, counting the days until my friend Leonard got back from Michigan. He'd taken a job up there for our pal Marvin's detective agency, a freelance gig that came our way now and then. This one was all his. I had the temporary factory work, which paid the bills but was mind-numbingly tedious. I needed the routine, but Leonard needed the cash more, so off he went. The quiet house felt emptier without his chaotic energy, and I caught myself listening for the sound of his truck pulling in, a sign that things might finally get interesting again. The most thrilling part of my day had been chasing a couple of rats out of the feed storage room. They'd been gnawing into bags of kibble, basically stealing dinner right out of some poor hound's bowl. Those rodents learned fast not to cross me. I kept wishing Marvin would finally give me a real assignment so I could walk away from this job, but so far it was just more of the same. At least I had that week's paycheck from the dog food plant tucked in my wallet. "Why are you still awake?" I asked, worrying. Brett replied. I pulled out a chair and sat down at the kitchen table with her. "Money's okay, right? For once, we're fine on that front. It's Tilly." "Ah, hell," I muttered. "It's different this time," Brett said. What she really meant was, it was a familiar kind of trouble, just wrapped in new paper. There was the old history where Tilly had gotten tangled up with a motorcycle club at a local dive and ended up being trafficked, partly by choice, since that was her line of work back then, and partly because those guys had no intention of paying her. We'd pulled her out of that mess, me and Brett and Leonard. After that, she'd bounced over to Tyler and landed in a string of bad relationships, the kind of disasters Brett usually swooped in to fix, or at least put a temporary bandage on. Every mention of Tilly's name meant Brett was about to pack a bag, call in sick, and disappear for days to clean up a mess that never should have started. Because she was Brett's daughter, I made an effort to care. But the truth was, Tilly couldn't stand me, and the feeling was pretty mutual. I loved Brett, though, so I did my best to be supportive, even if Brett saw right through my act. "You need to head out for a few days?" I asked. "Might be more complicated than that." "How so?" "She's gone. No one's seen her. Wouldn't be her first vanishing act. You know her pattern. She ghosts everyone, then reappears when she needs cash or a tornado rips the roof off her trailer. It's not always her fault." "Brett, sweetheart. Don't start with the 'I was a bad mother' routine, but I was. You were a kid yourself. I think you did okay with what you had. Life threw some curveballs and you did your best. Most of the mess she's in now is by her own design." "Maybe? But you don't really believe that." "Doesn't matter what I believe. She's my kid." "Can't argue with that," I said. "I got a call from a friend of hers. You haven't met her. Name's Monica. She seems solid, actually. Got more sense in her little finger than Tilly has in her whole head. I met her last time I was over there. I'd started to think Tilly was finally getting her act together, and I'd been checking in with Monica about it. She called to say they had plans for a movie night, just the girls. Tilly never showed, never called. Now it's been 3 days. Monica said after she got past being angry, she got scared. She thinks the guy Tilly's living with might be the issue. He's got a history running girls and, Tilly could slide right back into that life. Honestly, well, there's a drug problem with him and Tilly dabbles sometimes. He could have gotten rough with her. He might be trying to cash in on her again, or he could have stepped into something deep and dragged her down with him. Does Monica think he's keeping her locked up at the house? Could be worse than that. I thought he was supposed to be one of the good ones. So did I, Brett said, her voice tight. At first he was like a fairy tale, a reformed bad boy doing right. Then, almost overnight, he didn't want her leaving the house, didn't want her talking to anyone, didn't want her seeing Monica. Monica thinks he was just controlling who Tilly could see. So he's putting her back on the street, I said. Brett gave a slow nod. That's how those guys operate. They act like they care, like they understand your struggles, and next thing you know, Tilly's back on the powder and selling herself, and pretty soon she's not seeing a dime of it. He takes it all. The pimp takes everything, keeps her hooked, and keeps the cash coming his way. Yeah, Brett whispered, staring at her hands on the table. Exactly. This had happened to her before, and you know that, so you're worried it might happen again. Yeah, she admitted. I am. Of course, it might not mean anything, and it might not have been planned. He could have just slipped off the wagon and pulled her down with him. Once he got what he wanted, he didn't feel like sharing it or showing it off anymore. He sure liked showing her off at the beginning, Brett said. He wanted her dressed in a way that turned heads, then he'd get furious if anyone actually looked. She was his, but he still wanted to parade her around, just without an audience. Later, he started inviting people to the show, maybe when his habit got worse. I don't know. I don't really care. I just need to know she's safe. And you want me to look into it? I want us to look into it. Let me swing by the dog food plant and resign first. Make it official. Short notice, Brett noted. I know, I said, but so was this. It felt strange heading into something like this without Leonard. I always liked having him around in these situations. He had a way of stiffening my spine. Not that I considered myself weak in that department, but it never hurt to have your brother from another mother there to make sure you kept your nerve. Tilly lived just outside Tyler, tucked between there and Bullock, a little speck of a town on the outskirts. Tyler wasn't Dallas or Houston, but it was a decent-sized place depending on how you labeled things. Around 100,000 people, plenty of traffic, immigrants looking for work, and college kids. The locals liked hiring immigrants to keep labor cheap, then blamed them for every problem under the sun, forgetting they wouldn't even be there to point fingers at if someone hadn't offered them the jobs in the first place. When we pulled up to Tilly's place, there were 2 cars under the carport. Brett said, "That's Tilly's and Robert's. Both are here." I walked up and knocked on the front door. No answer. It's hard to explain, but sometimes when you knock, you can feel someone inside. Other times it feels hollow, like rapping on a sun-bleached skull and expecting a brain that's long gone to wake up. And sometimes you're just full of it, and whoever's inside is hiding. I remembered my mother doing that when bill collectors came around. I always wondered if they knew we were in there, avoiding the rent we hadn't scraped together yet, dodging the car payment, hoping they wouldn't tow it away. I circled to the back and knocked again. Same silence. Brett and I walked around the house, peering in windows where we could. Most were covered with blinds or curtains, but the kitchen window at the back had the curtains open. We cupped our hands against the glass and looked inside. Nothing to see. Finally, we walked back to my car and leaned against the hood. "You want me to go inside?" I asked. "I don't know," she said. "I called the police yesterday. Well, the sheriff's department. They wouldn't do anything." "Not 24 hours yet?" "Actually, it has been over. But the thing is, they've dealt with her before. I didn't know all the details, but I could guess. Tilly had a habit of finding trouble, disappearing now and then, so they weren't in a rush to spend manpower chasing a sometime prostitute, a drug user, and a full-time headache." "All right," I said. "Executive decision, I'm going in." The houses nearby were quiet. No curtains twitched, no one peeked out. I grabbed a lockpicking kit from the glove box, one I used now and then with the agency, and went around back. I'm not exactly a pro at this, and honestly, it's rarely like on TV. It always takes me a while. The lock gave way without much fuss, and in under 5 minutes, Brett and I were stepping inside. Brett's voice echoed through the empty space as she called out, "Tilly, Robert, it's Mom." Nothing came back but the sound of her own words hitting the walls. I told her to stay put by the entrance while I moved through the house, checking every room. No one was there, but the living room told a story. A chair and coffee table knocked over, some kind of drink dried into a sticky patch on the floor, a shattered glass nearby. I went back and filled Brett in. Maybe this will finally get the police to pay attention, I said. Stepping outside, the late afternoon sun caught something I'd missed earlier, a faint trail of blood droplets leading away from the house. They glittered in the light like scattered rubies across the grass. "Brett, sweetheart," I said, handing her the car keys, "go wait in the driver's seat. If you need to get out of here, just go. Don't wait for me." "Not a chance," she shot back. "Let's get the gun from the glove box. I've got a permit to carry concealed, but I usually don't. Truth is, I'm not comfortable with firearms, though, in my line of work, and I'm not just talking about the night shift at the pet food factory. Things occasionally demand one." We retrieved the revolver, an older model, and followed the blood trail. It led us into the woods, where the spots grew fainter until they nearly disappeared. A little farther along, I noticed where the underbrush had been crushed, as if something had been dragged off the path. We pushed through and found a body lying face down. I knew I shouldn't have touched it, but I used my foot to gently roll it over. The face staring up was young, the eyes swarming with ants, the nose scraped raw from being pulled across the ground. There was a bullet hole right through the shirt pocket. I've seen enough to recognize one and another in his side. My guess was he'd been hit, tried to run, and was finished off before being hidden in the brush. Tattoos covered both his arms, sloppy designs that looked like they'd been done by someone either drunk or locked up. Brett stood beside me, her voice tight. "That's him?" "Robert? Tilly's boyfriend?" "Yeah," she said, already scanning the area. I did the same, half expecting to find her daughter nearby, but there was nothing. We even went back to the house and walked through again without touching anything but the doorknobs, checking under beds and inside closets, anywhere Tilly might have been hidden. No freezer, no body, no sign of her. I returned the pistol to the glove box and dialed 911. What showed up was a young deputy wearing pants that seemed 2 sizes too big and a badge that shone like a kid's Christmas ornament. The gun on his hip was so large you'd think he was patrolling for rogue elephants. His cowboy hat had a comically wide brim, making him look like he'd walked off a movie set. He introduced himself while an older man waited in the passenger seat, the door open, a smaller firearm on his hip, and a hat resting on his knee. The older guy had the weary look of someone counting the days until retirement, his face aged beyond his years. The younger deputy listened, jotting notes with apparent interest. I mentioned the gun in my glove box and my permit just to keep things clear. After a while, the older man finally climbed out and ambled over. He asked, "You got all that, Olford?" "Yes, sir," the deputy replied. I finally noticed the man facing us wore a badge that read sheriff. It looked cheap, like the plastic ones that came with toy guns when we were kids, the kind you had to buy the caps for separately. He ran through some of the same questions again, probably hoping we'd slip up. He barely glanced at me when I answered, but his eyes kept drifting back to Brett. Couldn't blame him. She looked striking as ever, with that cascade of red hair, a toned figure from all her workouts, and a face so stunning it could make a superhero question her life choices. "Walk with me," the sheriff said, nodding at me. "I'm coming too," Brett stated firmly. "I'm not some delicate flower." "I don't doubt it," the sheriff said. "Olford, go wait in the car and organize your notes." "They're already organized, Sheriff." "Go sit in the car anyway," he insisted. We strolled a short distance, and the sheriff, who introduced himself as Nathan Hughes, remarked, "Olford's the mayor's kid." "What can you do?" "Did he get that uniform from a thrift store?" I asked. "Show some respect," Hughes replied, though a faint smirk touched his lips. He actually swiped it off a clothesline. We reached the body. "I turned him over," I admitted. "You're not supposed to do that," Sheriff Hughes said. "I know, I was checking for a pulse. When they look like this on their front or their back, you can pretty much bank on them being deceased." "Usually," I conceded. "Here's the thing," the sheriff went on. "You called it in, gave your names, so I made a few calls. The police chief over in Laborde says you're a genuine nuisance. Mentioned you usually have a black friend named Leonard with you." "That's about right," I said. "I do have a friend named Leonard. The nuisance part is open for debate." "I think you know exactly what he meant," Hughes said. The chief shared a few stories. "Gossip," I muttered. After we finished at the scene, we walked back to the vehicles. The sheriff had Olford fetch a camera from their car to document the area. "We're not exactly a full squad," Hughes explained. "It's me, Olford, one other deputy, and a dispatcher." We do get free donuts sometimes, though. Staying true to tradition, I said. You know it, he replied. He turned his gaze to Brett. You're holding together pretty well, considering your daughter is missing and there's a dead man here. He was still testing us, probing to see if we were involved. Believe me, Brett said, her voice tight, I'm terrified. We had to wait at a motel for a couple of hours before the sheriff returned, essentially empty-handed. We haven't located your daughter, he told Brett. That might be a positive sign. Maybe, Brett said flatly. What he'd missed while he was gone was Brett finally breaking down and heaving sobs, though the redness around her eyes probably gave it away. She listened to his update, then walked into the bathroom and shut the door. Hughes turned to me. Look, I'm going to be straight with you. I'll tell you what you've likely already guessed. I'm a small-time sheriff in a small town with 2 deputies who've never worked a homicide. They're better at chasing loose pets and settling nursery school cookie disputes. If we had a nursery school, I'm not officially advising you to go off on your own, and there are state resources that could be brought in. But if I were you, based on what I've heard, I'd quietly suggest, which is what I'm doing right now in case you missed it, that you do some digging yourself. I nodded. Any idea where I should start? I said I'm a one-horse sheriff, but I did some city police work years ago. I moved here to see fewer bodies. So far, it's worked. This is the first murder that wasn't a suicide I've seen in 5 years. The deceased is Robert Austin. He was wanted for various offenses. As for the girl, your partner's daughter, the word is she was involved in some transactions, if you catch my meaning. That intel is probably accurate, I said. This Robert character dealt drugs, and he dealt her in a town this size. Everyone knows your business. They know what you had for breakfast and can recognize the scent of your morning coffee from 3 houses down. So when it came to Robert, the word was he moved product for Buster Smith. Buster runs that gospel opry show over in Marble Creek. I grew up there, I told him. Then you know the score. Place used to be hard as nails and twice as sharp, all that whiskey flowing down what we called the Devil's Mile. Now it's all antique shops and polished facades. The Tonks are long gone. That gospel opry? Folks say it's just a front for Buster? Marble Creek sees a respectable businessman. I see a man who gives honest believers like myself a black eye. I nodded. He's around 50, hair slicked back, cooler than a cucumber, always in those terrible plaid jackets. I've crossed paths with him a couple times when I was in the area. Even caught the Opry once, decent show. But the stories kept coming, and even if they're just whispers, I've started to listen. He's an operator. Lives quiet on the surface, keeps his hands looking clean while the dirty work happens out back. Has half the town in his pocket. Here's another piece, he went on. Fella named Kevin Crisper. He plants himself on a bench outside the Go-Mart here like it's his personal office. That's where he does his business, and the rumor, though we can't pin it, is he's on Buster's payroll. I keep an eye on him, but he's slick. Never caught him red-handed. He's got a couple of helpers, too. All of them have a page or two in the arrest book, but nothing that sticks. I know what they're up to. I just can't prove it, can't do what ought to be done. Kevin handles the street sales, takes a cut. Buster gets the big slice. He's the supplier, at least for the dope. Now Tilly, and I want to say this before your lady friend comes back, she was working for herself, but the talk was she was in deep. So far gone she probably couldn't tell Tuesday from a toothache. She was floating in the deep end with barely a thought left to keep her head above water. Robert might have been steering her through this, Kevin, probably was. And Tilly, like I said, with her mind all scrambled, she might as well have been a doll made of plastic. You knew all this and couldn't lift a finger? I asked. That's the long and short of it, he said. Ain't that a pretty picture? Listen, the chief over in Laborde mentioned you were sharper than you look, so I'm saying what I said earlier. There are things you might manage that I can't touch. Rules and regulations, but if you get caught doing them, I never told you a thing. You say I did, I'll call you a liar to your face. Might even have to cuff you. That's modern law enforcement for you. I can work with that, I said. It took some convincing, but I finally got Brett to let me drive her home. I tried Leonard on my cell. No answer, so I left a message. I headed into downtown Bullock, which was really just a couple of streets, and pulled up at the Go-Mart. Kevin Crisper was right where he was supposed to be. A man in his 40s trying to dress like he was 30, wearing ink similar to Robert's. Kevin looked like he'd been parboiled and left under a heat lamp. His skin had the texture of old parchment. Still, he had those lean, ropey arms, the kind some folks are just born with, all tendon and deceptive strength. I walked up to him. "Heard you might be able to sell me something?" "Something?" he said, not looking up. "What kind of something? I look like a general store? Got some pots? Maybe a pair of boots?" "I was told you deal in entertainment. A guy named Robert pointed me your way. You're Kevin, right?" "Yeah, that's me." He lifted his chin. "When did Robert tell you that?" I rolled the date back a bit, just in case Kevin had heard about Robert's recent departure. "A while back," I said. "He mentioned there was a girl who could do me a favor, you know how it is, for some cash. You caught all that, did you?" "Every word. He didn't just offer to handle things himself. He mentioned working for you and said I should talk to you directly." "Interesting he'd put it that way," he replied. "Here's the deal. You either have what I'm looking for or you don't. I've got money. I'm in the mood for some company and I want to get myself straightened out. You follow?" He gave a slow nod. "You think if I knew how to get that girl, or the stuff you need to feel right, I'd be carrying it around on me? You figure I've got a woman and a bag of powder tucked in my back pocket. Would be convenient if you did. All right, listen up. I like Robert, and since he sent you my way, I've got a spot where you can come for both. We don't use the motel. There's only one in town, and everybody knows everybody's business. Where's this spot? You gonna be free tonight? Could be. You want some action and something to twist your head around? Then you better be free. Head twister? The product I'm selling. It's a special blend. Take this stuff and you'll be hard, you'll be flying, and you'll have so much fun you might just drive over and give your mama a cheerful slap. That a fact? So I'm told. Of course, I don't try that crap myself. Not the best sales pitch, I said. Oh, it's not that. I test the girl naturally, but the rest of it, that's merchandise, man. You start dipping into your own supply, especially when it's right there, you can land in hot water real fast. He gave me a time and an address. I thanked him and forced some enthusiasm. I drove over to the lone diner, parked out front, and sat behind the wheel trying Leonard again. I'd had a notion that the Michigan situation was nearly wrapped up, that he ought to be driving back to Texas by now, but it seemed to be taking longer than I figured. Still no answer. I left him a detailed message, even repeated the directions Kevin had given me and the time I was supposed to be there. Inside the cafe, I had some coffee and a sandwich, figuring I might need the energy. I picked up an extra sack lunch and an axe handle from the feed store, tossed them in the car, and then headed out toward where I was supposed to meet Kevin. Only I was a good 4 hours early. I tried Leonard a few more times, leaving the same directions, but whatever he was wrapped up in, it didn't involve having his phone on. The spot Kevin described wasn't deep in the wilderness, but it was outside of town, which of course suited his line of work. But since I doubted Tilly, probably the only woman working in this area, so to speak, was actually available, and since I knew Robert was deader than a doornail, with a strong suspicion Kevin knew it too, I decided not to count on his hospitality to deliver Tilly to my doorstep. Me and Brett and Leonard had pulled her out of a mess once before, a few years back, from a situation that sounded a lot like this one, and honestly, part of me wanted to leave her to it. I couldn't do that because she was Brett's daughter. That was the main reason. The other part was just who I am. I'm the kind of guy who'd help a rabid dog cross the street if I thought it was lost. I reviewed the directions I'd been given, then decided to take a detour. I found a small road to turn down, more of a hunting trail, and then a narrow path branching off from it. I parked there and hoped nobody would stumble on my car and decide to hotwire it or just trash it for fun. I took my pistol out of the glove box, tucked it into the back of my waistband, and pulled my shirt over it. Grabbing the extra food I'd bought, a burger, fries, and a canned Diet Coke, and tucking the axe handle under my arm, I walked toward where the meeting place was supposed to be. When the house came into view, looking pretty shaky and partly hidden in the trees, I felt pretty sure my suspicions were right. Anyone coming out here expecting a good time and some drugs was a complete fool. I hadn't really anticipated either outcome, but I was a fool for being there at all. I approached the house and tried the front door, locked tight. Circling to the rear, I found that door locked as well, though it looked flimsy. For a moment, I considered making a dramatic entrance by kicking it in. I could have done it then and waited inside, but if he happened to come around back, or if that was his usual way in, the tables might turn on me. Instead, I retreated into the woods to the left of the property and settled on a fallen log to wait. I ate my dinner, which was tolerable only if you had no sense of taste and a stomach lined with iron. The French fries were so greasy they could give a stone statue digestive troubles, so I only nibbled a few. I finished the burger and the Diet Coke, though the patty seemed questionable. Hunger always hit me when violence felt imminent, whether I was dealing it out or on the receiving end. As dusk settled, mosquitoes emerged in clouds. I swatted at them, wondering if they carried West Nile or something worse. I even caught a chigger marching up my pant leg toward more sensitive regions and felt a strange pride in the interception. Before long, Kevin's car pulled up. He went inside alone, no sign of Tilly, and a light clicked on. He was early. I decided to give him a few minutes to settle in before making my move. Of course, if he was armed and he would be, the surprise could easily be mine. I had a gun too, but once weapons enter the picture, anything can happen. I turned these thoughts over until I felt something cold press against the base of my skull. On a summer night, even a newly dark one, it wasn't a breeze. It was a gun barrel. I felt like a complete idiot. Here I was trying to sneak up on them, and they'd out-sneaked me. Slowly, I turned. A short, heavy-set man stood there, his face pockmarked like a lunar landscape. He grinned, flashing a mouthful of dental work that looked both expensive and desperately needed. "I could shoot you, you know," he said. "Yep," I replied. "What we're going to do is walk up to the house and see Kevin. Stand up first." I rose, leaving the axe handle on the log. He patted me down one-handed, found my pistol, and tucked it into his baggy pocket. With his free hand, he grabbed the axe handle and tapped my shoulder with it. "Move toward the house," he ordered. I was getting old, I decided. Any other time I might have been ready? Or so I liked to tell myself. I thought arriving early was clever, but they'd planned better, stationing this crater-faced guy in the woods and using Kevin as bait. "There's a road behind these trees, genius," Mooncrater said. "I came up that way through the woods. I hid and waited. Didn't even need to sneak much. You picked a spot close to mine." "Easy," Kevin said. "You think you're smart, but you're not really, are you?" "I'd have to agree," I admitted. Inside, Kevin was waiting. "No kidnapping or blackmail for you tonight, huh?" he said. "Then again, that wasn't really what you were after, was it? I didn't like your look from the start. You don't own any mirrors?" Mooncrater swung the axe handle hard against the back of my legs, dropping me to my knees. "I have a feeling you're here for another reason," Kevin went on. "I suspect you might be looking for Tilly or Robert. I should tell you, I think you already know Robert's dead." "You got me," I said. "I know he's dead." "What about Tilly?" "She's fine for now, but not for long," Kevin replied. "Mr. Smith likes to squeeze every bit of value from a product before letting go. Once he gets her hooked on something, he can sell her until there's nothing left to sell, you understand? She ended up with a hot dose, made to look like an accident. They found her in a ditch somewhere, with mushrooms sprouting right out of her backside. Robert didn't look like any accident. He turned out to be more of a problem. Things got messy. You see, he was dipping into the stash, him and that woman. We don't care for dippers, unless it's chips and dip at a party." Kevin and Mooncrater got a kick out of that. Both of them laughed. I guess they didn't have much of a social life.
"Get him in the chair,"
Kevin ordered. They were ready for me. The chair was set up in the middle of the floor. I did have a decent view out the window whenever Kevin shifted from blocking it, which he did now and then. I could tell he'd lied about not sampling his own product. He had some in his system right then, and it was giving him a nervous jerk. They sat me in the chair, and Mooncrater tied my legs and arms to it with rope, while Kevin kept Mooncrater's gun pointed at me. Once I was good and secured, Kevin said, "Now you're going to tell me what you're really doing here." "You can go take a flying leap," I told him. "Oh, that's not very polite," Kevin said. "Jubal, hold this gun." Jubal, also known as Mooncrater, took the pistol. Kevin picked up my axe handle. I knew right then I was going to regret bringing that thing. He swung it hard against my shins. The pain shot from my leg up my spine to the base of my skull. For a second, I thought I was going to throw up and pass out. "That's got a sting," Kevin said. "You think?" I managed. It wasn't much. And it wasn't clever, but it was something, even if it sounded like it came from a very small man buried under a pillow in the corner. Kevin walked over and leaned the axe handle by the front door. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a long pocket knife. He flicked it open. This house was left to me by my old grandmother. It's not much, but I use it now and then. I've got a soft spot for it, even if it is starting to fall apart. That being the case, what I'm saying is, I don't want to mess it up with blood. I don't have to. So, for both our sakes, you should start talking. I talk, and you're just going to let me walk out of here? I asked. Sure, Kevin said. That's a lie, I said. Okay, you're right. I'm going to kill you. But I can make it quick, a cut across the throat. Nasty to picture, but it's over fast. You bleed out clean, Robert. I ended up having to shoot him a few times. Not so clean. He was hurting right up until that last bullet. I can make you last a long time with this knife. So my choice is, I talk and you cut my throat, or I don't talk and you cut on me until I do. That's about the size of it, he said. Right then by the window, I saw Leonard's head pass by. I needed to stall, I said. So what is it you want to know? I might have some answers as long as it doesn't involve any math. All right, first, who the hell are you? I said. I'm a census taker. That's going to cost you an ear, Kevin said. I'm going to have to take one before you do, I said. I really need to tell you something. What's that? Kevin asked. Hell is on its way, I told him. At that exact moment, the door flew open, kicked in by Leonard's boot. Leonard spotted the axe handle, and he had it in his free hand faster than you could say. Well, look at that, Leonard announced, stepping inside. Queer, roughhouse brother coming through. He moved fast and caught Mooncrater square in the mouth with a left-handed swing of the handle. It sent Mooncrater to the floor, the gun spinning out of his grip. The light caught the dark shine of Leonard's close-shaved head, and it danced in his eyes. It danced along the length of that brand-new axe handle. The axe handle cut through the air like it was nothing. When it connected with Kevin, there was a sound like a belt whacking a leather sofa, and then there were teeth and enough blood flying from Kevin's mouth that I was sure his grandmother's house was officially ruined. It splattered on the wall and the window, teeth skittered across the floorboards. Kevin hit the floor face down, dropping the knife. He attempted to crawl toward it, but Leonard brought his boot down on his hand, then swung the axe handle once more. This time, the sound was less like wood on bone and more like a butcher cleaving through a turkey's neck. Kevin went still after that blow, but Leonard gave him another for good measure. He then walked over to Mooncrater, who was struggling to rise, and kicked him square in the mouth. The dental work Mooncrater already required was now going to be a far more expensive proposition. When Kevin regained consciousness, he was secured to the same chair I had occupied. Leonard stood nearby, propped on the axe handle. I was crouched in front of Kevin. Mooncrater remained sprawled on the floor. If he wasn't dead or comatose, some deep, primal part of him probably wished he were. Howdy, I said. Go to hell, Kevin managed, though it was garbled through the blood he was spitting. If you manage to walk out of here, I said, you might want to gather up your teeth. Don't mistake them for the jewels in Jubal's mouth. I hear if you put them in milk or saline and get to a dentist fast, they can sometimes be reattached. Modern dentistry is something else. Who are you people, he asked. Name's Hap. This is my brother, Leonard. But you two are already intimately acquainted. Thrilled to meet you, he spat. I stood and turned to Leonard. I wasn't sure you'd make it. I was halfway home when you called, turned the car around 2 days ago, but I was driving through a dead zone for cell service. Bottomland. Got your message a little behind schedule. But not too far behind, I said. I looked back at Kevin. Kevin, I said, you and I need to have a conversation. I need answers. If I like what I hear, I might not even slit your throat. They confessed that Tilly had been taken by the gospel opry man, Buster Smith, and that they had assisted. She was being held in an old theater. I knew the place. Having grown up in Marvel Creek, I'd seen plenty of movies there as a kid. It had a stage in front of the movie screen used for tacky kid shows with clowns and jugglers. The entertainment was always terrible, and I was always relieved when the lights went down and the film finally started, leaving me in the dark with the skittering roaches. Leonard didn't want to leave them with their vehicle, and he decided he wasn't interested in damaging property. He was interested in damaging them. I'm not a fan of that approach, but sometimes you play the hand you're dealt. They started this game. Leonard loaded them into his trunk, and I followed in my car after he dropped me off to get it. We drove them out to the river bottoms. Leonard popped the trunk. They climbed out, though neither was in good shape. Leonard had applied that axe handle with enthusiasm. "What I'm going to do," Leonard announced, "is break one of each of your legs, one apiece." "That really isn't necessary, Leonard," I said. "I know, I just feel like doing it." "Wait now," Kevin pleaded. "Listen to your partner. We just work for that lunatic. We're done. We hope you get the girl back safe." "Oh, we'll get her back if she's still in one piece to be gotten," Leonard said. "But here's the core issue. You were going to murder my friend. If I hadn't shown up, you would have. So, which leg?" Kevin and Mooncrater looked to me, desperate. "His mind seems pretty set," I said, "and you were in fact going to kill me." "But we'll die out here if our legs are broken," Mooncrater cried. "Don't be so melodramatic," Leonard said. "You'll still be able to crawl. Maybe find a sturdy branch to use as a crutch. Honestly, your survival logistics are not our concern." "Which leg?" Leonard repeated. "Or I'll choose for you." "Left," Kevin said quickly. Mooncrater stayed silent, but before Kevin could voice another protest, Leonard swung the axe handle. It cut through the air with a whistle and connected with the side of Kevin's knee, the joint's weakest point. The sound was a sharp, wet crack, like a rack of pool balls being shattered. Kevin screamed and collapsed, clutching his shattered knee. "1," Leonard counted. Mooncrater tried to bolt. Feeling I owed Leonard for the earlier rescue, I took off after him. I caught him by the shoulder, spun him around, and threw a right cross into his jaw. His face absorbed the punch completely, and he dropped to the ground. Before Leonard could rise, he was already there with the axe handle. I believe it took 3 solid swings for Leonard to land a good one. Honestly, the memory blurs. I turned my head away. Pretty sure it was the right leg. We took Leonard's car to a church parking lot, which felt like a dark joke, then switched to mine for the drive to Marvel Creek. I asked, "What if those guys managed to crawl out of the woods and make a call? They could warn Buster." "It's miles back to their car," Leonard replied. "Miles to no Enterprise. They've got busted legs. And remember, you're the one who didn't want them dead. Left to me, they'd be at the bottom of the Sabine River with the catfish picking them clean." "You're ice cold, man," I told him. "Absolutely," he said without a blink. We planned to stake out the Gospel Opry, but as we drove past, the place was buzzing. A crowd had gathered. Leonard nodded toward the building. "They're packing them in. What time is it? 9? 10? Didn't realize Jesus kept such late hours?" "Right. Usually he's tucked in early, up with the sun." I tucked my pistol under my shirt at the small of my back. We left the axe handle on the back seat, along with its grim memories. Walking closer, we saw the crowd thickening. I asked an old man leaning on a cane, "What's going on tonight?" "The Gospel Opry, mostly. But it's talent night. Y'all didn't hear?" "No," I said. "We missed that. It's more fun than a barrel of monkeys. Singing, dancing, comedy, all clean family stuff." He glanced at Leonard. "You'll get in fine, son. I recall when your kind couldn't." "My, how times change," Leonard said, his tone drier than dust. I spotted another line filing through a side door and asked the old man, "Who are those folks?" "The performers. They signed up to go on." Leonard nudged me. "Come on, Hap." We joined the talent line. "More fun than a barrel of monkeys," I muttered, "and they even let your people in now, Leonard." "Well, sir, I sure is grateful to some fine folks for that." "Sure is." Inside, a small man sat behind a desk wearing a terrible wig. He asked for our names. We gave first names only. Leonard claimed we were a singing duo. The man fumbled through his roster, clearly not finding us. "We were confirmed," I insisted. "Called ahead, and everything. They think we're the cat's pajamas over in Overton. Overton's so small you can skip a stone across it," the man said. "Maybe so, but we're big there," I shot back. He pondered a moment, then said, "Look here. A bagpipe act canceled, lost their kilts at the laundry or some nonsense. I'll slot you in their place. You weren't on the list, but it'll work. So you sing?" "Like goddamn songbirds," Leonard said. The man stared, then broke into a slow grin. Apparently, Jesus wasn't always home. He waved us through. Backstage was crowded with acts. One elderly fellow wore what resembled a sergeant's uniform, pot-bellied, bald, looking like he needed an oxygen tank. He held a ventriloquist dummy dressed as a private, complete with a field cap. I've always hated those dummies. As a kid, I'd caught an old late-night movie called Dead of Night, an anthology. One segment featured a ventriloquist whose dummy took over his life. It scared the living daylights out of me. Even a block of wood that could become a dummy gives me the creeps. This one looked like it had been chewed by rats and stabbed with an ice pick. "How long have you been at this?" I asked. He wheezed before answering. "Used to make real money? Now nobody wants me except talent shows and kids' parties? Not like it was. Got the damn internet now." He lowered his voice. "Oh, you boys won't tattle, will you? They prefer we watch our language?" "We won't say a damn word," Leonard told him. The old man chuckled, leaning closer. "Either of you boys got a drink on you?" We admitted we didn't. "That's all right then," he sighed. "Just curious," he said, giving the doll a shake that sent a little cloud of dust into the air. "Private Johnson here is on his last legs. My wife took a kitchen knife to him once, then used him to whack me upside the head. Did a number on both of us. These days, one good cough and I see stars, wake up wondering if I joined the ballet." He let out a sharp laugh at his own joke, then kept going. "Haven't had the cash to get him repaired. I pretend the droopy eyelid is part of the shtick. Gives him personality." "Absolutely," I agreed. "You'll bring the house down." I secretly hoped he wouldn't bring himself down in the process. His face was flushed, his breathing labored, like a man about to blow a gasket. Maybe that bit about passing out wasn't entirely a gag? We stood in line, watching the stage. A few dance numbers were limping along. The band sounded like a herd of sick cattle. The dancers moved with all the grace of wooden posts. Next, a young guy with a nose like a hawk's beak sawed away on a fiddle, producing a sound that could make a man's spine curl. "The sisters are going to take this," the old man muttered. "Haven't seen 'em yet, but they'll show those prissy old hens. They enter every week and walk off with the 500. It's those damn hymns. Gets the Holy Spirit stirred up in people, makes them feel obliged to vote for piety. Hell, I'm on." The old man shuffled out with that sad doll, grabbing a stool on his way. His performance was so agonizing, I considered using a stage rope for a quick exit. Yet I couldn't help but respect the old codger. He was a fighter. He wheezed, he strained to throw his voice, but by the end the dummy looked in better shape than he did. He returned doll and stool in hand, and sank onto the seat. Tried to hit a high note when Private was mangling Boogie Woogie Boogle Boy, nearly lost my lunch. Felt like I cracked a rib. "You did great," I told him. "I did great about 50 years ago," he wheezed back, "on a spring morning, right after I'd gotten lucky. That's how I choose to remember it anyway. Could have been a sweltering summer afternoon and a particularly friendly barnyard animal for all I know now." "Just sit and catch your breath," I said. "You're all right," he said to me. "You sure you ain't got a drink?" "Positive," I said. Another clumsy dance troupe was finishing up, and a man with bowling pins ready for juggling was next. Leonard and I scanned the room. It didn't strike me as the sort of spot where you'd stash a working girl, or in this case, force one to work until she was spent. It didn't scream drug den. It just screamed bad talent show, which of course made it a perfect hideout, but I wasn't buying it. I noticed finished acts were funneled along a specific route, and two men flanked a dim stairway. They didn't look like ushers, but that's what I decided to call them in my head. I left Leonard and ambled over. "What's up there?" I asked. One of the men moved to block the way. "Private area, sir." I went back to Leonard. "There's a whole other floor up there." "There's a staircase on the far side of the stage too," he said, nodding toward it. "You can see it from here. It's got its own matching set of bookends." I looked. Sure enough, two more guys. If our two weren't choir boys, those two definitely weren't in the chorus. Upstairs could have been storage for old sheet music, but I doubted it. "Buster doesn't hire brothers," Leonard noted quietly. "All white muscle. To them it might not seem that long ago that your kind wasn't allowed in the front door, and they might prefer it that way." "That's not the whole story," Leonard said. "They did come in here, and you know it."
They did the cleaning, I said, and they came up the back stairs and sat in the balcony. Black money spent just the same, Leonard said. I know it did. I once sat up in that balcony and imagined spitting on some white kid's head just to see the reaction. You never did that, I said. He just grinned. Maybe not, but a man can dream, can't he? We were quietly discussing our next move when the same little guy who checked us in hurried over. The honey girls are out sick, he announced.
Who? I asked, confused. The old ventriloquist shuffled over, leaning on his cane. The gospel singers I mentioned, he explained. Their adult diapers probably got twisted up and they had to bail. Or maybe they heard that young girl sing and got intimidated. They were here earlier, the smug jerks. The little man shot him a sharp look. That's enough. The ventriloquist muttered an apology and wobbled back to his seat. My mind was elsewhere and I hadn't paid much attention to any young singer, though a vague memory surfaced of a decent Patsy Cline cover drifting from the stage. Both Honey sisters are ill, the little man clarified. Both? Leonard echoed. It came on suddenly, so you two are up next? Wonderful, I muttered. Leonard grabbed my arm. Come on, I still know the old rugged cross by heart. You're kidding me, I said. We're actually going out there? I sing in the shower all the time, Leonard insisted. I'm not half bad. Oh, for crying out loud, I sighed. So we went out. I knew the hymn too, oddly enough. I don't believe in any of it, but a solid gospel melody can get under your skin. There was no sheet music, but the house band knew the tune mostly, though I don't recall the original having a tuba interlude. We started. Leonard was surprisingly good, his voice clear and strong. I joined in when he gestured my way, but after a few lines the words escaped me, so I just hummed and mumbled nonsense. An elderly woman in a wheelchair in the front row shouted, "Get them off the stage." Leonard carried on to the end while I snapped my fingers, trying to appear nonchalant. I figured a pair of sunglasses might have sold the act. When we finally stopped, more like gave up, the audience was visibly relieved. Someone even tossed a crumpled paper cup my way. Missed, you amateur? As we left through the opposite side, Leonard said, "Damn it, Hap. You blew it. We could have won that prize money. Or I could have anyway. I never signed us up as a duet since we've never practiced a single note together. I never planned on going out there." "I've always wanted to try that," he admitted. "You weren't bad," I told him. "But don't quit your day job. And you," Leonard shot back, "should never consider singing anywhere ever again. Now let's go find Tilly." "If she's even alive," I said. "If she is, they'll pay. If she isn't, they'll pay even more with interest." I never really liked Tilly, but I cared about Brett. Brett used to call her a bent twig. She'd say, "Hap, she's bent, but she isn't broken. She can make it through the storm." From where I stood, she was still right in the middle of the tempest, but if our information was correct, she didn't deserve this. This was worse than what even politicians have coming. We moved toward a side staircase near where we'd exited, close to a couple of large men in choir robes. A man nearby pointed us toward a different door. He was a heavy-set guy in a faded purple leisure suit that looked like a museum relic. "That was terrible, boys," he said. "Just awful." We ignored him and kept walking toward the stairs. "Not that way," he insisted, grabbing my sleeve. I shook him off and continued. It struck me that most people here had no clue what was happening upstairs. No idea the man running the gospel opry was about as pious and gentle as the sharp edge of an axe. "Those guys don't play around," the man warned, nodding toward the two figures guarding the staircase. They stepped forward, one blocking me, the other Leonard. The one in front of me said, "You can't go this way." I drove my knee into his groin. As he doubled over, I landed a right hook. He slammed against the wall and pushed back, furious. I hit him again, a clean right to the jaw. He dropped to one knee, fumbling beneath his coat for a pistol. I swung my own weapon and caught him across the skull. He dropped to his hands and knees, and I struck him once more. His arms buckled, and he collapsed face first onto the floor. It was only then I felt the deep, throbbing ache in my leg where Kevin had landed that axe handle. I noticed it because I'd been about to kick the guy again and thought better of it. I glanced at Leonard. His man was already out cold at the bottom of the staircase, probably taken down with a single solid punch. I rolled my guy over and relieved him of his pistol. Now I had one in each hand. I followed Leonard up the stairs. From the stage I could hear a burst of laughter. Someone had finally landed a joke. When I reached the top, Leonard had already taken an automatic from the man he'd knocked out and was holding it ready. I looked back down, wondering if the deacons on the far side had any clue what we were doing. If not, they'd find out soon enough. The guy who'd grabbed my sleeve would make sure of that. He might not know the full story, but he knew who signed his checks. Of course, if we were wrong and this whole staircase led to nothing more exciting than a bingo hall, we were going to have a world of explaining to do. Honestly, we might have to do a lot of explaining either way. The deacons figured it out. They came charging across the stage right in the middle of a dance number featuring a man and a woman inside a horse costume. The man was the back end, literally the horse's rear. I knew this because I'd started back down the stairs at the sound of running, which gave me a clear view. The deacons plowed into the horse, knocking it over and spilling the couple out. The two of them shouted some words you definitely wouldn't hear at your average gospel opry. God probably made a firm note in their ledger right then. The deacons didn't have their guns out, and they were coming so fast they nearly bowled me over. When they saw my revolver plus the automatic I'd taken off one of the choir boys, they skidded to a halt, frozen solid. I asked, "You really want to die today?" One man shook his head frantically and took off running back across the stage, past the horse costume that was being hastily reassembled. A tinny trumpet and a piano were playing somewhere. The horse was dancing again. That damn tuba was bleeding out random notes. The guy playing it ought to be buried with the instrument. The other deacon, the one who stayed, raised his hands. He said, "You gotta at least take my gun. That way I can say I was unarmed." "That'll do," I said, "but pull it out nice and slow." He did, squatting to place it on the floor before backing away. "I got no beef with you," he said. "That's good," I replied, "because I am in one profoundly foul mood." He backed up, then turned and hurried across the stage. The couple in the horse suit had given up entirely. The woman yanked off the horse's head and hurled it into the audience. I secretly hoped she beaned the old lady in the wheelchair who'd earlier yelled for someone to get the hook. I collected his gun, a small 9mm, and headed back up the stairs. Leonard was waiting. "Stop to get a souvenir?" he asked. "I was politely disarming a gentleman," I said. Leonard gestured with his pistol. "One door. Shall we see what's behind it, lady or the tiger?" "I've got a feeling we might get both," I said. We moved swiftly down the hall. Leonard kicked the door and it flew inward, hanging by one hinge before tearing free and crashing down. It was a bathroom, an empty one. "They were guarding a toilet?" Leonard said, incredulous. "You've got to be kidding me. There was probably a hidden way across, but we didn't spot it immediately, and we were pressed for time." We tucked the guns into our waistbands under our shirts, went back down the stairs, and slipped behind the stage. The gospel opry crew was undeterred. The show, such as it was, went on. It appeared to be some sort of comedy routine now. As we crossed to the other side, we passed the man and woman who'd been in the horse outfit. They gave us a vicious glare. "Were you two part of that disruption?" the woman demanded. "No, ma'am," I said, and we kept walking. We headed up the stairs where the deacons had originally been posted. We drew our weapons. The hallway held two doors. "You take one, I'll take the other," Leonard told me. We each picked a target, exchanged a quick nod, and slammed our boots into the wood. My door, ancient and rotten, flew completely off its hinges. As I rushed inside, I could hear Leonard still kicking at his. The room held a bed and, to the right, a dim lamp. Beneath it sat a row of 4 chairs. And I swear on my life, 4 men were sitting in them. The one nearest the light was even reading a newspaper, like they were just killing time at a barber shop. Tilly was on the mattress with a naked man on top of her, his pale backside pumping up and down. Tilly wasn't present, not really. Her eyes were open, but she was miles away, hollow and skeletal. She looked like she hadn't eaten in days, surviving on whatever was in a syringe. The resemblance to Brett was chilling, like seeing Brett as a survivor of a prison camp, and that thought made my stomach turn. The 4 spectators stood up. They were all dressed, though. One had neatly placed his shoes under his chair. Another wore a police uniform, his hand resting on the pistol at his belt. Looked like he was mixing official duty with some illicit recreation. Just then, Leonard burst through his door. The cop went for his gun, so I shot him. The bullet caught him in the arm, and he dropped, spinning on the floor like a cartoon character, wailing. Don't shoot! Please, don't shoot me again! Blood was spattered everywhere. The other 3 men twitched like they might bolt, but Leonard unleashed a torrent of creative insults questioning their family lineage. Amazingly, they sat back down as if resuming their patient wait. Some people have no shame. I demanded, "Where's the piece of trash? Where's Buster's silence?" "He asked you a question," Leonard growled. "You stay quiet, and when we find him ourselves, we'll start by shooting off your toes. Then we'll work our way up." Meanwhile, the naked man had scrambled off Tilly and was now standing beside the bed, cupping himself. Leonard snorted. "With a shriveled little thing like that, I'd keep it hidden too. Trust me, I've seen my share, and that's a genuine eyesore." "He's not wrong," I added. The wounded cop had stopped his spinning and wedged his head under a chair, moaning, "I'm hit, I'm bleeding, no kidding, I shot back." I moved to the bed and saw Tilly's shallow, ragged breaths. I yanked the blanket from the foot of the bed and covered her. Looking at the naked man trying to hide, something in me just snapped. The sheer, casual depravity of it, these men calmly waiting their turn with a doped-up girl, it was too much. A red haze descended. I drove my boot into the man's groin, then pistol whipped him across the skull. Before turning on the other 3, I gave the writhing cop on the floor a solid kick and sent his skidding gun under the bed with my heel. Then I waded into the seated trio, a pistol in each hand, swinging wildly. I must have looked like some furious, multi-armed statue. They tried to scatter, but each time Leonard kicked or shoved them back into range, and I just kept swinging. I felt monstrous. I felt like a savage. It was horrible, and yet in that moment it also felt completely justified. It didn't take long. Soon all 3 were bleeding. 2 slumped to the floor. 1 had collapsed back into his chair. The naked man wasn't moving, curled on his side in a pool of his own vomit, the sour stench filling the room. "All right, that's enough," Leonard said, his voice cutting through the haze. He walked over and pressed his gun barrel against the nose of the shoeless man in the chair.
"Last time, where is Buster?"
The man didn't get a chance to answer. A door at the far end of the room swung open and 2 new figures entered. One carried a shotgun. He fired, but we were already in motion. I hit the deck behind the bed, while Leonard dove back through the shattered doorway into the hall. From my position, I could see the gunman's legs below the bed frame. I aimed and fired 3 quick shots. My shot connected, and he cried out, collapsing. I fired a second round into the crown of his skull, which split open like a hard-shelled nut. The other man had been wildly discharging his pistol this whole time, managing only to shred the mattress, kill the barefoot guy in the chair behind me, and decorate the wall with bullet holes. From my spot on the floor, I saw Leonard's boots come through the busted doorway, and then he was all over that fool. As I stood up and moved, I stumbled over the wounded officer who I hadn't even noticed trying to crawl toward the exit. "Stay," I told him, like he was a disobedient mutt, and he froze. By the time I reached them, Leonard had already subdued the shooter who had, in the struggle, managed to plug himself in the foot. I gave the guy's head a solid kick just to announce my presence, and Leonard bent to take the pistol. Honestly, with his terrible aim, leaving him armed might have been the safer bet. He'd probably have finished himself off eventually. "You hold here," I said to Leonard. "Fine," he replied. "But if I hear more than a couple shots, I'm coming in. Right after I finish off everyone in this room." I moved through the door the 2 men had used, and now the commotion from the auditorium below was clear. The gunfire had definitely livened up their evening. The upstairs room was surprisingly modern for such an old building, furnished with sleek pieces, including a large sofa. It was pulled away from the wall, and I could see a pair of feet sticking out from behind it. I set my guns on the coffee table, grabbed the ankles, and hauled the man out face first. He clawed at the floorboards, leaving scratch marks, but it was no use. He was a tall, skinny fellow in a plaid jacket, his hair as dark as fresh shoe polish.
"You Buster Smith?" I asked.
"No," he claimed. I fished his wallet from his back pocket and checked the license. "Yes, you are," I said. "I bet you were always the first one found in hide-and-seek as a kid." He pushed up to one knee. I retrieved my guns. "Don't try anything clever. I shoot you, then Leonard shoots everyone else, and explaining this mess gets harder. But you'll be past caring. We didn't end up in a cell. That's the crucial part. Here's how it went down. After it was all over, once everyone, including me and Leonard, was rounded up, processed, interrogated, searched, and given the deeply unpleasant rubber glove treatment just in case we were smuggling explosives, they finally marched us in to see the police chief. He was a decent-looking man with closely cropped black hair and one ear that stuck out more than the other, like it was permanently alert. He sat behind a massive mahogany desk with a little placard that read, "Police Chief."
"Well now, Hap Collins," he said. "I knew him. A bit older, but still in shape. James Dell. We'd gone to school together. It's been a while," he continued. "What I remember best about you is that I never liked you." "It's a popular club," Leonard chimed in. "Hap even sends out a monthly newsletter." "Jim and I dated the same girl," I explained. "Not at the same time," Jim clarified. "He dated her after me," I said. "That's right. And then I married her. So you won," I conceded.
"That's the way I prefer to remember it," James said. "You boys certainly stirred up a hornet's nest. You shot people. You beat people, and Hap, you killed a man. I've also heard from the sheriff over in No Enterprise about two fellows with broken legs who turned themselves in. He's a nice guy." "That sheriff?" I said. "One of the men you shot was a police officer," James stated. "I know, he was in line to assault a young woman. How is she, by the way?" "In the hospital. It was touch and go for a bit, but she pulled through. Apparently she's had some experience with drugs, so maybe that built up a tolerance. She hadn't eaten in days." As for Buster Smith, we talked to him. He fell apart completely, only tough when his money was doing the talking. That cop, by the way, he was their police chief. "Oh," Leonard said, the sound dripping with a sarcastic understanding that perfectly captured the absurd corruption of the whole situation. "So, what's your role now?" "I'm the new police chief, and I should add, the mayor caught a stray bullet and is as dead as a doornail." "Mayor, police chief, we really had ourselves a night," I said. To cut to the chase, we cooled our heels in a cell until our friend Marvin Hansen could rustle up a lawyer. Once we were out, we got no bill, even though we'd tracked that son of a gun down and raised all kinds of hell. The old police chief was dead by our doing, the mayor was on the wrong end of a stray bullet, and the others who'd been sitting in that row of chairs were all upstanding citizens. It was in everyone's best interest to go easy on us, let them sweep their own mess under the rug. The bottom line was this: what had been done to Tilly was so awful, they were willing to let us walk on a self-defense claim. Well, this is Texas after all. Brett and I settled into bed, and she rested her head in the crook of my arm. "Tilly gets out of the hospital tomorrow," Brett said. "She'd been in there for about 3 months, in real bad shape. I had to give the kid credit, she was tough as last week's leftover steak." "I have to go pick her up then," Brett said. "All right," I said. "I know you're not her biggest fan. That's putting it mildly. You didn't have to do what you did." "Yes, I did, for me, for you and for her." "But you can't stand her." "I can't stand a lot of things," I said, "but you love her. You see her as a damaged branch, and maybe you're right. Nobody deserves what she went through. But she practically asks for trouble, doesn't she?" "Yeah," I admitted, "she does. I don't think she'll ever change. If she keeps on this path, and soon she's going to end up dead. She picks men the way a duck pecks at bugs, completely at random." "I know. I tried to be a good mother to her." "I know you did. So don't start down that road of thinking you failed. You did everything you could." "I did set her father's head on fire," Brett reminded me. "Yes, you did," I said, "and from everything I've heard, he absolutely had it coming." "He really did, you know." Never doubted it for a second. "I love you, Hap. And I love you, Brett. Feel like losing 5 minutes of your life the hard way?" she asked with a grin. I chuckled. "Now, that's just mean." She laughed, rolled over to click off the lamp, and then she was anything but mean. The bustling port city of New Orleans, a place of legendary independence and whispered pirate dealings, was no stranger to the bizarre. It was a town where serpentine beasts towed ships past fields tilled by the silent dead, where cargo was hauled in wooden wagons drawn by teams of pygmy mastodons no larger than draft horses over streets paved with crushed oyster shells. So when a seemingly endless procession of young women formed a 3-day line in the hallway of the Maison Fama, all waiting to enter a luxury suite, few citizens batted an eye. Inside, two judges sat in solemn silence upon twin chairs, their routine unchanging. Each woman would lift her skirt or open her blouse to reveal a tattoo upon a thigh, breast, or buttock, answer a few brief questions, receive a polite thanks, and be shown the door. They had all come answering a handbill plastered across several parishes which declared, "Seeking in Harris, are you a young woman between 18 and 21? Fatherless. Bearing a tattoo from birth upon an intimate part of your person? If so, you may be entitled to a substantial fortune. Inquire by day. Suite 1, Maison Fema." One would imagine I'd be weary of this spectacle by now. Darger remarked during a momentary lull, "Strangely, I find I am not." "The endless variations on feminine beauty are truly astonishing," Surplus concurred, "as is the sheer willingness to parade it before strangers." He opened the door. "Next, please." A woman entered, a thin trail of smoke from her cheroot following her like a ghost. She was imposingly tall, standing at well over 6 feet, and her dress, adorned with silver lace, matched the tawny gold of her complexion. With a gesture from Surplus toward a crystal ashtray, she gave a gracious nod and extinguished her cigar. "Your name?" Darger inquired once Surplus had resumed his seat. "My given name, or the one I perform under?" "Whichever you prefer. I'll give you the real one, then." The young woman removed her hat and peeled off her gloves, placing them neatly on the sideboard. "It's Tawny Moore Petticoats. You can call me Tawny." "Tell us something of your history, Tawny," Surplus prompted. "I was born into carnival life, worked the 40-mile circuits all my years," Tawny said, beginning to unbutton her blouse. "My latest act was the Sleeping Beauty, preserved by utopian tech, yet cursed to eternal slumber. I'd lie in a glass coffin covered only by my own hair and a single, strategically placed hand, while the rubes debated whether I was breathing or not. I've got excellent breath control." She folded the blouse and set it beside her accessories. "Jake, my husband, handled the Barker's pitch. He'd spot a likely mark in the crowd, and on the fellow's way out would whisper that for a few banknotes, a private audience with me could be arranged. Then he'd sneak around back to watch through a slit in the tent canvas." Stepping out of her skirt and adding it to the pile, Tawny began working on the laces of her petticoats. Just when the mark had his trousers off and was about to climb into the coffin, Jake would come bursting in, shouting that looking was one thing, but taking advantage of a helpless woman was quite another. She placed her undergarments atop the skirt, then undid her garters and rolled down her stockings. That little performance usually cleaned out the fellow's wallet. "You were running the Badger game, then?" Surplus asked carefully. "My part was mostly just lying still, but I was always ready to sit up and knock the fool senseless if he got too bold. We ran all sorts of cons, the pigeon drop, the fiddle game, the rip deal, you name it." Now completely nude, the young woman gathered her great mane of black curls in both hands, lifting it to expose the nape of her neck. Then one night, the mark was halfway into the coffin, and Jake was nowhere to be seen, so I snapped my eyes open and screamed right in the bastard's face. He toppled over, cracked his head on the floor, and I didn't stick around to see if he was knocked out or dead. I snatched his jacket and went hunting for my husband. It turned out Jake had taken off with the snake woman. She threw him over after a couple of weeks, and then he came crawling back, wanting me to forgive him, but I wasn't having any of it. She turned slowly, letting Darger and Surplus take in every curve of her undeniably impressive figure. Darger cleared his throat.
I don't see a tattoo."
"Yeah, I caught on to that little trick pretty quick. I talked to a few of the girls you'd already spoken with. They said you asked a whole lot of questions but kept your hands to yourself. Some of them were actually a little put out about that last part, especially after going through the trouble of getting inked up. So putting 2 and 2 together, I figured you were running some kind of scheme that needed a sharp woman with flexible morals and a taste for adventure." Tawny Petticoats planted her hands on her hips and flashed a smile. "So, do I get the part?" Surplus, grinning widely in a way that suited his canine ancestry, stood and extended a paw, but Darger swiftly stepped between them. "If you'll excuse us for just a moment, Ms. Petticoats, my associate and I need to confer privately. You might use the time to get dressed." Once alone in the back room, Darger hissed under his breath, "Thank heavens I stopped you. You were moments away from recruiting that woman into our operation." "And why shouldn't we?" Surplus murmured back. We wanted someone striking, unburdened by too many scruples, and with the quick wits a good con requires. Tawny fits the bill perfectly. Working with an amateur is risky enough, but she's a professional. She'll play us against each other, charm us both, and in the end vanish with the proceeds, leaving us with nothing but shame and empty pockets. That is a shockingly sexist and ungallant thing to say. I'm surprised to hear such cynicism from you. Darger shook his head wearily. It's not women in general, it's female grifters specifically. I speak from painful and repeated experience. Well, if you refuse this perfectly suitable candidate, Surplus said, crossing his arms, then I must refuse to continue as well. My dear fellow, I have to stand by my principles. Seeing further argument was pointless, Darger straightened his jacket and returned to the main room. You're in, my dear, he announced. From an inner pocket he produced an ornate silver vinaigrette, unscrewed the cap, and shook out a single pill. Take this, and by morning you'll have the tattoo we need. You'll probably want your chemist to check it first, of course. Oh, I trust you. If all you wanted was a good time, you wouldn't have waited for me. Some of those other girls were real lookers. Tawny swallowed the pill without hesitation. So what's the play? We're running the black money scam, Surplus declared. I've always wanted a crack at that one. Tawny whooped, throwing her arms around both of them. Darger's fingers itched to check his wallet, but he resisted the impulse. The following day, 10 crates of what was billed as black money, actually just scrap parchment dyed black back in Vicksburg, were hauled into the hotel by zombie laborers. Under Surplus's direction, they were stacked against the outside of Tawny's door. Since her room was centrally located in the suite, the only way in or out now was through Darger's or Surplus's quarters. Leaving Tawny to prepare her attire and makeup, the two partners set out to meet their respective marks. Darger started at the bustling city docks. The offices of the speculator Jean-Negin Lafitte were a study in tasteful extravagance. Dominated by the enormous skull of a Mausosaurus, its surface etched with intricate silver-chased scrimshaw. The man who called himself Duke Lafitte, though the world knew him as Pirate Lafitte, was a slender, attractive figure with a Mediterranean complexion, a cascade of dark hair, and a mustache so fine it looked painted on. While other affluent gentlemen might sport a walking stick, he preferred a coiled bullwhip hanging from his belt. Renting a bar of silver, he scoffed. That's a new one on me. It's a straightforward arrangement, Darger explained smoothly. The silver acts as an essential agent for a proprietary bioindustrial procedure. The details are confidential, but the method involves creating a colloidal suspension from the metal. Once the cycle concludes, the material is fully reclaimed and reformed into its original state. Your capital remains entirely intact, tied up for a mere 10 days as a precaution. For this accommodation, we offer a 10% return. A handsome gain for what is essentially zero risk. A cold, calculating grin touched the speculator's mouth. The risk is that you might simply vanish with my property. An insult I would not tolerate from a lesser man, Darger replied, his tone cooling. But, he continued, sweeping a hand toward the window overlooking the bustling docks and warehouses, I am aware you hold title to most of this district. Provide my consortium with a secure building for our work, and station your own guards around it. We bring in the equipment, you deliver the silver. Do we have an agreement? Pirate Lafitte paused only a heartbeat. Done, he barked, thrusting out his hand, for 15% plus the building's lease. They shook, and Darger added, You'll naturally wish to have the ingot verified by a trusted assayer before we begin. Across town in the French Quarter, Surplus was navigating a remarkably similar negotiation. His counterpart was a sharp-featured, wiry woman in austere black who served simultaneously as the mayor of New Orleans and the owner of its most infamous bordello. Two hulking ape men from the Canadian Northwest stood silent guard behind her, their furrowed brows betraying a perpetual, confused resentment. An assayer? She snapped. Is my personal guarantee insufficient? Perhaps we should abandon this talk altogether. To all your points, Madame Mayor Trejolie, the answer is yes, Surplus said with practiced ease. The assay is for your benefit. As you know, silver is often alloyed with baser metals. When we return your recast ingot, you'll want assurance of its purity and equal value. They sat in the ornate lobby of her establishment. she enthroned in an elaborate wicker chair, he on a simple folding seat. In the quiet of the afternoon, before business hours, clerks and officials flitted through. After dismissing a whispering messenger, the Madam Mayor fixed him with a stare. 17.5% final offer. Agreed. Excellent, Trejoli said. Now, shift your chair beside me. I have an appointment with the Zombie Master, and observing will be instructive for our new partnership. A portly, beaming man entered, trailed by a half-dozen zombies. Surplus examined them with curiosity. They bore no resemblance to festering storybook monsters. Instead, they looked like utterly spent manual laborers, their skin waxy, their movements stiff, their eyes vacant. Good day, the jovial man announced, rubbing his hands together with brisk enthusiasm. I have brought this week's group of debtors who have completed their service and are now ready for release and freedom. I had been curious about the origin of your workforce, Surplus remarked. These are individuals who fell behind on their debts. Precisely, the overseer replied. New Orleans avoids the crude and costly system of maintaining debtors' prisons. Instead, those who commit financial crimes are treated with compounds that suppress independent will and assigned to labor until their societal debt is settled. Which these fortunate souls have now done, he added with a knowing look. You might consider that before accumulating too significant a tab in the establishments above. Are we prepared to commence, Mayor Trejoli? You may begin, Master Bones. With a commanding wave, the first laborer shambled forward. Your carelessness led you into obligation, the overseer declared, and your diligent work has bought your liberty. Open your mouth, the ashen figure complied. Master Bones took a spoon from his coat and scooped from a salt dish on a side table. He tipped the contents into the man's mouth. Now swallow. Slowly, a profound change came over the man. His posture straightened, and his eyes gained a flicker of awareness. He stammered. I remember. My wife, is she... Quiet, the overseer commanded. The ritual continues. The Canadian guards subtly reposition themselves, shielding their mare should the confused former laborer become agitated. You are hereby restored as a free citizen of New Orleans, indebted to no one, Trejoli announced with gravity. Go forth and manage your finances wisely. She then extended a foot, lifting her hem just above the ankle. You may now kiss my shoe. So did you actually request credit from Trejoli for her establishment? Tawny inquired later when Surplus recounted the event to his partners. Absolutely not, Surplus declared. I informed her that my personal dream has always been to operate a discreet, exclusive private club dedicated entirely to my own enjoyment. A personal retreat, if you will, staffed by a rotating roster of generously compensated professionals. I hinted I might soon be in a position to engage her services to secure a suitable property and establish such a venue for me. What was her response? She expressed doubt that I fully grasped the considerable expense involved in such an undertaking, and you replied, That I anticipated funds would not be an issue, Surplus said with a dismissive wave, because I expect to acquire a substantial sum quite shortly. Tawny laughed with glee. You gentlemen are endlessly entertaining. On a separate matter, Darger interjected, your new gown has been delivered. I saw it when it arrived, Tawny said, wrinkling her nose. It is not designed to compliment my figure or to compliment anything, really. It is decidedly, even aggressively, modest, Darger conceded. However, your persona is meant to be sheltered and naive. To her innocent perspective, New Orleans is a den of iniquity, a veritable swamp of decadence and sin. Consequently, she requires constant protection through conservative attire and the company of men of unwavering virtue. Furthermore, Surplus added, she represents the vulnerable element in our scheme. Anyone who obtains her and understands the significance of her tattoo could bypass us entirely by simply taking her from the street. Oh, Tawny said in a faint, carefully measured voice meant to stir any nearby man's defensive urges. Surplus found himself stepping toward her instinctively before stopping short. He flashed a sharp, predatory grin. You'll manage perfectly. The third appointment, with a prospective financier, was set for that night in a shadowy lounge located in a dilapidated district bordering the French Quarter, for the advertised diversions were, in the general opinion, far too disreputable for even that famously tolerant neighborhood. The club was thick with the scent of cheap perfume and stale smoke. Listless waitresses drifted between the cramped tables like ghosts, delivering drinks under the sickly yellow light. On the small stage, a brass band wheezed out a slow, grimy tune that seemed to ooze from the walls. Jeremy Bones, his face glistening with sweat that caught the candlelight like oily pearls, leaned forward. "I take it live spectacles aren't to your taste," he observed. "My appreciation for such performances," Darger replied smoothly, "is entirely dependent on their alignment with one's personal inclinations. Mine, I admit, are oriented differently. But let us return to business. The terms are acceptable to you?" "Perfectly so," Bones said, dabbing his forehead with a silk handkerchief. "Yet I remain puzzled. Why insist on the Bank of San Francisco for the assay? New Orleans boasts several perfectly reputable institutions, all of which, Darger noted, have significant investments from you, Madame Mayor Très Jolie, and the so-called Duke Lafitte." "Pirate Lafitte, if you please," Bones corrected with a wave of his hand. "An assay is a neutral procedure. What difference does the venue make? Earlier today, you presented 6 zombies for manumission to the mayor. A typical week, I presume, that's roughly 300 souls a year. Yet the city's menial labor is entirely zombified, and the river plantations employ tens of thousands more." "Death sentences can span many years," Bones countered, his tone dismissive. "My inquiries revealed a more systematic flow," Darger pressed. "Lafitte's ships import some 200 prisoners weekly from towns and territories all along the Mississippi, as far north as St. Louis. It seems many local governments find it more economical to pay you to disappear their problems than to house them." A smug, almost paternal smile spread across the fat man's face. "It is a service we provide. Efficiency benefits all. If proper documentation of a paid debt is presented, I am always willing to release an individual. Few, however, ever bring me such papers. I am a businessman, open for transactions." He spread his hands wide. "What precisely is your objection to this commerce?" "Objection?" Darger feigned surprise, his gaze drifting to the stage where figures moved with a mechanical, desolate rhythm. A patron near the front tapped a stack of bills on his table. A waitress, her eyes empty, collected the money and led him away through a faded velvet curtain. "I have no objection. It is your city's system. As an outsider, my opinion is irrelevant. I am merely explaining my preference for an independent bank." "Which is?" Bones prompted, his patience thinning. "Simply that while I am content to negotiate with each of you separately, I find the 3 of you together formidable. A combined entity of such shrewdness might be tempted to consume a smaller venture like mine in one bite without a second thought." Bones chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. "Set your mind at ease. We 3 collaborate only when the potential profit is substantial. Your little endeavor, whatever its nature, does not rise to that level." "A relief to hear," Darger said flatly. The following day, the process began in the sterile quiet of the assay office at the Bank of San Francisco. On the first visit, one of Mayor Très Jolie's emerald-clad zombie guards opened a secured lockbox and placed a single silver ingot on the polished workbench. The mayor and the official assayist watched, perplexed, as Surplus then directed his own hired laborers to haul several heavy leather sacks forward. With deliberate care, he and his associates unpacked an array of specialized tools, precision scales, vials of testing acids, drills, and various reagents, methodically arranging them for the task ahead. The affronted assayer opened his mouth to protest, but Darger smoothly interjected. "I trust you won't object to us supplying our own instruments," he said. "As visitors to your city, we hold the utmost respect for San Francisco's premier financial institution. Still, prudent measures are simply sound practice." During this exchange, both Tawny and Surplus lunged for the scales simultaneously. They collided awkwardly, nearly sending the delicate equipment clattering to the floor. Several onlookers started forward, but it was Surplus who deftly caught and steadied the apparatus. "My apologies," Tawny murmured, a flush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. The assayer, recovering his composure, conducted his tests with efficient speed. He finally looked up from the silver bar. "The assay reads .9205, he announced. "Sterling standard." Madame Mayor Très Jolie gave a distracted nod of acknowledgement before fixing her gaze on the trio. "The young lady?"
What is your price for her?"
As if choreographed, Darger and Surplus turned and repositioned themselves, flanking Tawny protectively. Miss Petticoats is under our guardianship, Darger stated firmly. Consequently, she is not a commodity for trade. Moreover, your particular enterprise is hardly a suitable environment for someone of her tender virtue. Innocence is a precious commodity in my establishment, the Madam Mayor countered. I offer you the entire ingot, to keep outright. Do with it as you please? Madam, you misunderstand, Darger replied with a dismissive wave. In the very near future, I expect to regard such bars of silver as mere pocket change. Master Bones observed the entire procedure. Even the trio's fumbled preparation with a serene smile. Yet his gaze repeatedly drifted back to Tawny. At length he pursed his lips thoughtfully. There could be a position for your young associate at my club, he offered. Should you consider a 1-year lease agreement? I would happily waive my 20% commission on this transaction. He turned a patronizing smile toward Tawny. Do not distress yourself, my dear. The necessary pharmaceuticals would ensure you feel nothing and remember less. It would be as though the time never passed. Additionally, you would earn a commission on each engagement, accumulating a tidy sum held securely in trust. Ignoring Tawny's furious glare, Darger responded with polished courtesy. In strictest confidence, sir, we have already declined offers for her that far exceed yours. My partner and I would not relinquish our cherished companion for any fortune. She is to us a treasure whose value cannot be quantified. The assayer, having recalibrated his tools, broke the tension. I am prepared. Where shall I take the sample? With an airy gesture, Darger passed a finger over the ingot and then, seemingly at random, tapped a spot dead center. Precisely there. Jean-Nagin Lafitte leaned forward, his voice low and intense. I am aware that on the streets they refer to me as the pirate. This is an impertinence I will not abide in my presence. It is true I share a name with a certain legendary buccaneer, but you will discover I have never once acted outside the law in my entire life. Nor do you today, sir? Darger exclaimed. This is a wholly legitimate commercial transaction. So I must assume or I would not be here, yet you can comprehend why I take umbrage at having you and your enthusiastic associates cast doubt upon the purity of my silver. Say no more. We are all men of honor here, with the exception naturally of Miss Petticoats, who is a piously raised Christian orphan. If my word is acceptable to you, then yours is more than sufficient for me. Let us dispense with the assay altogether. Darger gave a discreet cough. However, purely for my own legal safeguarding, in lieu of a formal assay, I would require a notarized affidavit from you, stating you will accept whatever quality of silver is returned. Pirate Lafitte's glare could have scorched steel, but it did nothing to diminish Darger's amiable smile. Finally, Lafitte yielded. Very well. Proceed with the assay. Darger gave a negligent spin of his finger in the air before bringing it down decisively on the exact center of the bar. There, as the assayer set to work, Pirate Lafitte ventured, I was curious if your Miss Petticoats might be open to. She is not available, Darger cut in briskly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Absolutely not for sale, not for rent, not for trade, and not obtainable under any conditions. That is final. Pirate Lafitte, looking annoyed, replied, I was merely going to inquire if she might enjoy joining me for a hunt tomorrow. There's quite intriguing game to be found out in the bayous. She is also not available for social engagements, Darger stated flatly, then turned to the assayist. Your findings, sir. Standard sterling silver, the man confirmed. Once again. I anticipated nothing less. To maintain appearances after the assays were finished, the 3 con artists dismissed the zombies carrying the lab equipment back to Maison Fema and went out for a shared dinner. Afterwards, they took a leisurely walk through the town. Tawny, who had been kept in her room during the negotiations, especially appreciated the fresh air and change of scenery. Yet it was with a shared sense of relief that Darger, Surplus, and Tawny later spotted the heavy bags awaiting them on the sitting room table of their suite. Who shall perform the unveiling? Darger inquired. The lady, naturally, Surplus said with a slight courteous bow. Tawny offered a quick curtsy before finding a concealed latch at the base of one bag, sliding out a gleaming silver ingot. She repeated the action with a second bag and then a third. A collective, quiet sigh of relief escaped the three conspirators as the lantern light danced across the solid silver. "That was brilliantly executed, swapping the fake bars for the real ones before the assay," Tawny remarked. Darger modestly shook his head. "The credit belongs to the distraction that made the switch possible, and in that regard, you both were perfect. Even the assayist who witnessed all three of your near accidents with the equipment suspected nothing." "But explain something to me," Tawny pressed. "Why make the substitution before the assay instead of after? Doing it the other way, you wouldn't have needed that clever little plug of silver in the middle for the sample. A simple silver-plated laid bar would have sufficed." "We are dealing with deeply suspicious individuals," Darger explained. "This way, they first had the ingots verified as genuine and then observed that we never went near them afterwards. The ingots are now supposedly in a safety deposit box at a reputable bank, so in their minds there is zero risk. Everything appears perfectly legitimate." "But we aren't stopping here, are we?" Tawny asked, a note of anxiety in her voice. "I truly want to proceed with the black money scheme." "Have no fear, my dear," Surplus assured her. "This is merely the opening act. Think of it as our insurance policy. Even if the larger plan falls apart, we've already secured a handsome profit." He poured brandy into 3 small glasses and passed them around. "To whom shall we drink?" "To Madame Mère Trejolie," Darger proposed. They drank, and then Tawny asked, "What's your professional read of her?" "She is considerably sharper than she lets on," Surplus answered. "But as you've likely noticed, those who pride themselves on their shrewdness are often the simplest to mislead." He refilled their glasses. "To Master Bones." They drank again. "And him?" Tawny queried. "He is more of a puzzle," Darger mused. "A soft man with a vein of brutality running beneath the surface. In some respects, he scarcely seems human." "Perhaps he's been indulging in his own merchandise?" Surplus suggested. "Pufferfish extract, you mean?" "No, his mind is certainly active, but I detect not a single spark of empathy from him. I suspect he's been consorting with zombies for so long that he's begun to believe we're all just like them." The final toast, inevitably, was to Pirate Lafitte. "I think he's rather charming," Tawny offered. "Or perhaps you gentlemen disagree?" "He is a fraud and a posturer," Darger declared. "A scoundrel who masquerades as a gentleman and a manipulator of the legal system who proclaims himself the most honest of citizens. As a result, I find him rather agreeable. I believe he is precisely the sort of man we can do business with. Mark my words, when the 3 of them come to see us tomorrow, it will be entirely at his suggestion." They discussed business for a while longer. Then Surplus produced a deck of cards, signaling a shift to a lighter diversion for the evening. The evening was filled with card games, euchre, canasta, and poker, played for matches, which meant no one batted an eye when the dealing grew creative, with cards slipped from the bottom of the deck or flicked from a sleeve. The mood was so loose that when a single hand somehow produced 11 aces, it was met with laughter rather than alarm. Eventually, Darger glanced at the clock and remarked, "We should call it a night. Tomorrow's going to be a long one," and they all retired to their rooms. As Darger was fading into sleep, he heard the connecting door to Tawny's room open and close softly. The sheets rustled as she slid into bed beside him, her bare skin warm against his, and her hand found him intimately. He jolted, fully awake. "What in the world are you doing?" he whispered sharply. To his surprise, Tawny let go and punched his shoulder. "It's all so simple for you," she shot back, her voice low but fierce. "Men have it easy. That dreadful old woman tried to purchase me. That nasty little man wanted you to drug me, and who knows what Pirate Lafitte is plotting. Notice how they all made their offers to you. Not a single one bothered to speak to me directly." Hot tears dropped onto Darger's chest. "My whole life I've relied on men to protect me, first my daddy, until I left home, then my first husband until those giant crabs got him, followed by a string of boyfriends and finally that loser Jake. You don't need to worry. Surplus and I never leave an ally behind. Our record is flawless on that front. I tell myself that during the day and I believe it, but at night, well, this past week has been the longest I've ever gone without the comfort of a man's presence." "I see, but you must realize," Tawny sat up. Even in the faint moonlight she looked striking. Then she bent to kiss Darger's cheek and whispered in his ear, "I've never begged before, but please, Dodger prided himself on his principles, but every man has his limits. The next morning, he woke alone. Recalling the night's events brought a smile, but thinking of the complications made him grimace. He headed down to breakfast. After fortifying themselves with chicory coffee, beignets, and sliced bacon fruit, Tawny asked, "So what's the plan now?" Surplus replied, "We've planted doubts in our three investors, hinting, there's more profit than we're sharing. We've given them a peek at our mysterious young charge and implied she's crucial. We've handed them a puzzle they can't solve. They'll eventually realize the only reason we hold the advantage is because we can play them against each other." He finished his beignet. "So sooner or later they'll band together and demand answers. In the meantime," Dodger began. I know, Tawny sighed. "Back to my dull room for solitaire and improving books fit for a sheltered virgin." "Staying in character is essential," Surplus reminded her. "I get that. Next time, though, maybe make me a role that doesn't feel like I'm stored away in the dark like a sack of potatoes. How about the niece of a Spanish prisoner or a wealthy socialite? Even a courtesan would be more exciting." "You are a woman of mystery," Dodger said. "It's a classic part, some would say a coveted one." True to form, when Dodger and Surplus left Maison Fama at their usual 10 o'clock, they weren't completely shocked to find their three backers gathered together waiting. After a brisk exchange of heated words and protests, they reluctantly led the group up to their suite. The three bedrooms each opened into a bright, shared living space. Given the room's refined decor, the stacks of crates filled with black paper piled before Tawny Petticoat's door appeared shockingly incongruous. Directing their visitors to sit, Dodger assumed a weary demeanor and began, "To properly understand our venture, we must travel back 2 generations to an era before San Francisco rose as the financial heart of North America. The far-sighted leaders of that great city-state resolved to build a new economy upon banknotes that could not be forged. To achieve this, they hired the finest bacterial engraver of his generation, Phineas Whipsnade McGonigal." "That sounds like a made-up name," Madame Mayor Trezzoli remarked with a dismissive air. "It was, of course, his professional alias taken to shield him from kidnappers and similar threats," Surplus clarified. "In his private life, he went by Magnus Norton. Continue." Dodger picked up the thread of his story. "The outcome is history. Norton engineered 113 distinct bacterial strains which, as part of their natural biological processes, deposited layer after layer of multi-hued ink in exquisitely complex patterns. These designs were so detailed they became the nightmare of every counterfeiter from coast to coast. This, paired with the city's flawless fiscal policies, established the San Francisco dollar as the universal currency across the 100 nations of North America. Yet for all their brilliance, there was a single flaw in their plan: Norton himself. In secret, Norton established his own printing facilities, using the very bacteria he had designed, and began mass-producing banknotes that were not just perfect copies, but were, for all practical purposes, the real thing. He manufactured enough to become the richest man on the continent. Sadly, for that brilliant mind, he attempted to shortchange his paper supplier, sparking a dispute that concluded with his arrest by the San Francisco authorities. Pirate Lafitte lifted a graceful finger. "And how do you come to know all this?" he inquired. "My associate and I are journalists," Dodger stated. Noting the skeptical looks from his audience, he raised both hands placatingly. "Not the scandal-seeking kind, I assure you. We view a certain level of corruption as a traditional and essential element of any effective government, which we fully endorse. Our work consists of flattering portraits of public officials where our praise carefully matches their private generosity, heartwarming tales of brave lads saving wealthy young women from burning buildings, or of kittens swallowed by alligators that somehow emerge unscathed from the ordeal, and naturally amusing retrospectives on the forgotten misdeeds of local rogues whom time has rendered harmless. It was this last category that brought us to Norton's history," Surplus elaborated. "Precisely. We learned that due to a peculiarity in San Francisco's convoluted banking laws, Norton's illicit currency could neither be destroyed nor circulated as legitimate tender. To prevent its misuse, the notes underwent an additional biolithographic treatment, saturating them with a special black ink so ingeniously formulated that no known method could remove it without reducing the paper to pulp. Now here is where our story takes a fascinating turn. Norton was, as you'll remember, peerless in his skill. Understandably, the city's leaders were hesitant to lose his talents, so instead of consigning him to a common jail, they fortified a mansion, walled it in, outfitted it with a laboratory and every resource he might need, and set him back to work. Consider Norton's predicament. One day he stood at the threshold of unimaginable riches, and the next he was a pampered prisoner. So long as he complied, he enjoyed gourmet meals, fine wines, even private visits from his wife. Yet, for all its comforts, his gilded cage had no door. He was a clever man, and while he couldn't secure his own freedom, he plotted a remarkable revenge. If he couldn't possess the fortune himself, his bloodline would. He reasoned that the origins of the blackened currency would one day fade into obscurity, destined like all bureaucratic clutter to end up at public auction. A distant descendant would then acquire it and, using a method he alone conceived, restore the notes to spendable cash, securing wealth beyond imagination. There's an old adage about the best-laid plans. The years rolled on, Norton passed away, and the paper remained forgotten. By the time we started digging, his direct line seemed to have vanished. He had 3 children, a daughter with no interest in marriage, a son who died young, and another son who never officially wed. That last son, however, was something of a wanderer in his youth. Buried in a moldering box of family documents alongside Norton's schematics, we found records showing he'd been sending support for a child, a daughter born here roughly 2 decades prior. So, applying a more practical grasp of civic corruption than Norton's respectable family ever possessed, we greased the right palm to buy these crates of apparent rubbish and made our way to New Orleans. And there we found tawny petticoats. This is still hopelessly vague, Madame Mayor, Très Jolie stated flatly. Darger let out a weary breath. We had hoped a summary would suffice. Clearly it will not. Very well. He gestured to the stacked crates. One had a plank pried loose from the top. He reached in, drew out a sheaf of the darkened rectangular papers, fanned them briefly, and then returned them. My associate and I will now present our young companion. With efficient movements, Darger and Surplus cleared the crates from before the doorway, stacking them to either side. Surplus then knocked gently. Miss Petticoats, are you presentable? You have guests? The door swung inward. Tawny's wide, anxious eyes peered out from the dim room. Y'all can come in, she whispered. The group filed inside. Tawny's gaze darted from Darger to Surplus, seeking some reassurance. Finding none in their averted eyes, she looked down, her cheeks flushing. I suppose I know what this is about, but do I have to? Is it absolutely necessary? I'm afraid so, my dear, Surplus said, his voice uncharacteristically rough. Tawny pressed her lips into a thin line, lifted her chin, and stared fixedly ahead with the resolve of a sailor facing a storm. Reaching behind her, she began working the buttons of her dress free. Magnus Norton achieved what no one else could, Darger explained. He engineered a microbe that would consume only the black security ink, leaving every other detail on the banknote perfectly intact. The process requires the notes to be submerged in a specific nutrient broth with a powdered silver catalyst. Within a week, you have pristine San Francisco currency and a residue of silver. His true challenge, however, was transmitting the blueprint for this organism to his heirs in a form durable enough to survive generations of indifference. Tawny had finished with the buttons. Holding the front of her dress to her chest with one hand, she slipped one arm free from its sleeve, then carefully switched hands to free the other. She looked a question at Surplus, who gave a single firm nod. With small, hesitant steps, she turned to face the wall. Then, she let the dress fall to her waist, revealing her bare back. Upon it was an elaborate tattoo in 7 vivid colors, 3 concentric circles. Each circle was composed of countless short, nearly parallel lines radiating from the clear, unmarked skin at the center. To anyone literate in genetic code, it was a perfect instruction manual. Master Bones, who had remained silent until now, observed quietly, "That's based on E. coli, isn't it?" "A proprietary variant, yes, sir." Norton had this design inscribed into his very genetic code, fathering 3 children with his wife in the belief they would continue his legacy. Yet destiny is a capricious mistress, and Ms. Petticoats stands as the final branch of that family tree. She will, nevertheless, serve our purpose perfectly. He gestured to Tawny. You may get dressed. Our visitors have seen what they needed to see, and they will now depart. Darger ushered everyone back to the parlor, shutting the door with a definitive click. There, he stated, you've discovered what you sought. I should note, at the expense of brutally stripping a young woman of her dignity. That's a vile accusation, Pirate Lafitte shot back. In the quiet that followed, the sound of Tawny Petticoats weeping bitterly in the adjoining room was unmistakable. Your business here is concluded, Darger said flatly, and I must insist you leave. With Tawny's secret now exposed, the three conspirators had little to do but wait for the equipment they had fictitiously ordered and, as cold logic dictated, for their targets to approach them with substantial offers to purchase their supposed process and the crates of black paper. Sure enough, the very next morning's post brought two such invitations. Seeking a public venue, the trio went for breakfast at a street-side cafe. They were lingering over their second cups of coffee when Tawny, glancing past Darger, gasped, "Sweet heavens above, it's Jake." Seeing the confusion on her companions' faces, she clarified, "My husband. He's with Pirate Lafitte. They're headed right for us." "Keep your composure," Darger whispered. "Act naturally. Surplus, you have your role." It took a slow count of 10 for the two men to reach their table. "Jake," Surplus declared with feigned astonishment, starting to stand. "Come for his wages, I presume." Darger reached into his coat and produced a roll of cash, a large bill on the outside concealing a stack of ones beneath, the prudent carry of any seasoned businessman, and turned, saying, "The Madam Mayor wishes you to know." He found himself facing a stranger who could only be Tawny's Jake, alongside Pirate Lafitte, whose expression was one of utter bewilderment. Darger quickly stuffed the money back into his pocket. "Wishes you to know," he continued, recovering, "that should you ever wish to sample her establishment's offerings, she is pleased to extend a 10% discount on all goods and services, alcohol excluded. It's a new courtesy she's decided to offer out of respect for your employer to all his new personnel." Lafitte whirled, seized Jake by his shirt front, and shook him violently. "Now I see the game," he snarled. "That respectable brothel owner wanted to cut me out of a lucrative deal, so she sent you to me with a pack of lies about this perfectly respectable young lady." "Boss, I swear I don't know what this outsider is saying. My information's solid. I heard on the street that my no-good Two-Timon," with a furious roar, Pirate Lafitte drove his fist into Jake's face, sending him sprawling into the gutter. He then drew the whip from his belt and proceeded to thrash the man with such ferocity that by the end, Lafitte's shirt was soaked with sweat. Panting from the effort, he tipped his hat to Darger and Surplus. "Gentlemen, we will converse later when my temper is cooled. My office, 5 this afternoon. I have a business proposal for you, then," to Tawny, he added. "Miss Petticoats, my apologies that you were subjected to this spectacle." He marched away. Tawny let out a breathless sigh. "Oh!" He nearly beat the life out of that worthless Jake. It was the most breathtaking thing I've ever witnessed. A public flogging? Breathtaking? Darger asked, incredulous. Tawny gave him a look of pitying condescension. "You really don't understand the inner workings of a woman's heart, do you?" "It would seem I do not," Darger conceded. "It's starting to seem like I never will." Outside, Jake was struggling to rise from the street, his movements slow and pained. "If you'll excuse me?" Darger stepped out and helped the bruised man to his feet. After a low conversation, he opened his wallet and pressed several bills into Jake's palm. Back inside, Tawny asked, "What did you just give him?" "A firm suggestion to leave us alone from now on. Also, $17, an amount so petty it ensures he'll drag his battered self and his unlikely story straight to Master Bones, and then to the mayor." Tawny threw her arms around Darger and Surplus in a tight, impulsive hug. "You two are just the best. I absolutely adore you both." "Yet it appears," Surplus noted, "we have been left waiting. According to Mayor Trejoli's message, she should have arrived by now." Which is, to put it plainly, extremely odd. "Something must have delayed her," Darger said, glancing at the sky. "With the meeting time for Master Bones approaching, you should wait here in case the mayor arrives. I'll go see what the zombie master has to say for himself." "And I," Tawny announced, "am going back to my room to make a few adjustments to my gown." "Adjustments?" Surplus inquired. It needs to be taken in just a bit, and perhaps show a hint more décolletage. Darger looked concerned. Your character is meant to be modest and pure. She is a modest and pure young woman who secretly fantasizes about a roguish gentleman introducing her to all the scandalous pleasures she's only vaguely heard of. I've performed this role before, gentlemen. Believe me, it isn't innocence itself that captivates men like Pirate Lafitte. It's the thrilling prospect of dismantling it. With that, she departed. A truly extraordinary woman, our Immerse petticoats, Surplus remarked. Darger merely frowned before taking his leave. Alone, Surplus settled back to observe the cafe crowd. Before long, he noticed an exceptionally attractive woman at a distant table who kept stealing glances in his direction. When he met her eyes, she flushed and looked away. Surplus, well versed in such signals, left money for the meal and ambled over to introduce himself. After a brief and surprisingly forward exchange, she invited him to her room in a nearby hotel. Surplus, playing the part of the charmed gentleman, accepted. What followed was a familiar, yet always enjoyable interlude. However, upon leaving the hotel, Surplus was startled to find himself suddenly gripped by two towering, red-furred ape men in Canadian uniforms. I see you've been amusing yourself with one of the local working girls, said Madame Mayor Tréjoli, her expression stern. That is an unkind description of a lady whose virtues I cannot judge. Also, I must demand to know why I am being restrained. All in good time. First, tell me, was your liaison a paid transaction? It did not seem so in the moment, but afterward she presented a union card and explained she was required to charge not only by the hour, but by the specific activity. I was naturally taken aback. And what did you do? I paid, of course, Surplus replied with feigned outrage. I am not the sort to undermine organized labor. The woman you were with, however, is not a member of the International Sisterhood of Trollops, Demi-mondaines, and back-alley doxies. Her card was a forgery. While your private affairs are your own, by paying her you participated in an act of union busting, and that, sir, is illegal. You arranged this entire encounter. Otherwise, you couldn't possibly know these details. That is irrelevant. What matters is that you possess 3 items I desire: the young woman with the distinctive birthmark, the crates of currency, and the understanding of how to leverage the first to make the second accessible. I see now, you are attempting to bribe me, Madam Mayor. Let me assure you, no sum of money. Money? The Madam Mayor's laugh was abrupt and grating. I am proposing a far more valuable exchange, the preservation of your conscious mind. She revealed a hypodermic needle. Many believe the zombification serum is derived solely from pufferfish extract. In reality, it contains atropine, datura, and numerous other compounds, blended in a way that makes the transformation process exceptionally distressing. Your threats hold no power over me, not at this moment. But after you have endured a glimpse of the alternative, I am confident your perspective will shift. In about a week, I will have you retrieved from the fields. Then we can discuss terms properly. Madame Mayor Tréjoli's brutish enforcers restrained Surplus firmly, despite his struggles. She pressed the syringe to his neck, a sharp sting followed, and then his awareness faded entirely. Meanwhile, Darger had secured the rental of a megatherium, complete with a howdah and a zombie handler, and journeyed to the sprawling complex of zombie barns, pens, and feeding sheds on the town's outskirts. There, Master Bones pointed out the chest-high troughs filled with slop each morning and evening, and the lines of tin spoons the listless creatures used to feed themselves. After each of my charges has eaten, the spoon is collected to be washed and sterilized before reuse, Master Bones explained. We take every precaution to prevent the spread of illness among them. A commendably humane approach, sir, not to mention sound business practice. You grasp my methods perfectly. They moved outside, where a pair of zombies, one male, one female, both in prime condition and meticulously matched in height, hair, and skin tone, stood waiting with umbrellas. As they walked toward the pens, the 2 zombies followed a step behind, shielding them from the sun. Tell me, Mr. Darger, what would you estimate is the ratio of zombies to living citizens here in New Orleans? Darger pondered. Roughly equal. There are 6 zombies for every fully cognizant human in the city. The number appears smaller because most are employed as field laborers and are seldom seen in the streets. But I could flood the city with them, should I ever choose to do so. Why on earth would you wish that? Instead of answering directly, Master Bones said, "You have in your possession something I want. I imagine I know what it is. But I must insist that no amount of money could purchase from me what is, by definition, a greater amount of money. Therefore, we have nothing to discuss." "Oh, I believe we do." Master Bones gestured toward the nearest pen, which held a bull of immense size and evident power. It was dark-hued with a pale stripe along its spine, and its horns were long and sharp. This is a Eurasian aurochs, the ancestor of modern cattle. It went extinct in 17th century Poland and was resurrected less than a century ago. Due to its aggressive nature, it is unsuitable for meat production, but I maintain a small breeding herd for export to the Republic of Baja and other Mexican states where bullfighting remains a tradition. Bastardo here is a notably combative specimen. Now, observe the occupants of the adjoining pen. The neighboring enclosure was overcrowded with zombie laborers and emitted a powerful stench. The zombies stood utterly still, staring vacantly. They do not appear particularly strong, do they? Individually, they are not, but there is strength in numbers. Approaching the fence, Master Bones slapped a zombie on the shoulder and commanded, "Open the gate between your pen and the next." Once the gate was opened, Master Bones cupped his hands and shouted, "Everyone, kill the aurochs!" Now, without any visible enthusiasm or hesitation, the mass of figures from one pen streamed into the next, converging upon the great beast. With a furious bellow, Bastardo trampled several under its hooves. The onslaught continued without pause. The great bull lowered its head, spearing another shambling figure upon its horns before tossing the lifeless form aside in a spray of crimson. Yet the horde pressed forward, relentless. Again and again, the powerful neck dipped and rose, sending broken bodies tumbling through the air. But soon the creatures were swarming over the beast, clinging to its back, its sides, its legs, dragging its movements into a sluggish struggle. A raw note of terror crept into the animal's mighty bellow. The mound of corpses piled upon it grew so heavy that its legs trembled and gave way. Fists pummeled its ribs, hands twisted at its horns. With a final, desperate heave, it almost regained its footing, only to be swallowed completely by the crushing tide of bodies. Master Bones started with a soft chuckle the moment the aurochs stumbled. His amusement swelled into full, breathless laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks as he snorted with delight at the gruesome display. A final, piercing shriek of agony cut through the air from the bull, then fell into silence, broken only by the dull, wet thuds of fists beating the still carcass. Wiping his eyes on his sleeve, Master Bones raised his voice once more. "Excellent. A fine performance? My thanks." "That will do. Return to your enclosure." "Yes, precisely." He turned away from the bloody ruin and the few motionless zombies scattered in the dirt, addressing Darger directly. "I am a man who values clarity. Deliver the funds and the young woman by this time tomorrow, or you and your associate will join the aurochs in oblivion. There is no force more dreadful than a mob, and I command the most formidable one in existence." "Sir," Darger protested, "the required apparatus has not yet arrived from the socialist utopia of Minneapolis. It is simply impossible for me to." "Very well. I shall grant you 4 days to reconsider," the zombie master interrupted, a grotesque smile stretching his pallid face. "While you deliberate, I leave these 2 servants with you. They will comply with any instruction you give. They can execute remarkably complex commands, despite lacking any conscious comprehension of them." Turning to the zombies, he commanded, "You have heard this man's voice. You will obey him. But if he attempts to leave New Orleans, you will kill him. Do you understand? If he leaves, kill him, yeses." A deep, unsettling wrongness permeated everything, though Surplus couldn't pinpoint its source. His mind was a tangled mess, devoid of coherent thought, as if the very ability to reason had abandoned him. His body, meanwhile, operated on its own accord, and it never occurred to him to question it. Yet the feeling of dread persisted. Day turned to night and back again, meaningless to him. His body worked methodically, swinging a machete through endless rows of sugar cane, a task it performed with steady, mindless precision, Blisters formed, swelled, and burst on his paw pads. He felt nothing. Someone had ordered him to work, and so he did, and so he would, until ordered to stop. The world was a thick fog, though his arms knew to swing and his legs to advance to the next stalk. The sense of catastrophe, however, remained a stunned, hollow feeling like the last survivor of a terrible wreck. Something horrific had occurred, and he must act, if only he could remember what. A distant trumpet call echoed across the field, and without any discussion, all the laborers around him ceased their toil. He stopped as well. Joining their silent, shuffling procession, he moved with them back toward the feeding sheds. Whether he slept was indistinguishable from waking. At dawn, he was nudged toward a trough where he mechanically swallowed 10 spoonfuls of gruel under a zombie overseer's gaze. Receiving a machete once more, he was marched back to the fields and put to work. Hours drifted by. The sound of hooves and creaking wagon wheels approached, and a buckboard pulled by a pair of small mastodons drew up beside him. Surplus kept working. A figure vaulted from the wagon and pried the machete from his grip. "Open up!" a voice commanded. Some distant memory warned him against listening to strangers, yet this tone held a strange, nagging familiarity. His jaw unclenched almost of its own accord. Something was slipped onto his tongue. "Close it, swallow." He obeyed. The world tilted and swam before his eyes. Deep within the smoldering ruins of his consciousness, a single spark flared to life. It was a tiny, persistent glow amidst the cold ash, but it swelled and intensified, burning brighter and warmer until it felt like a dawn breaking inside his skull. The blur of the world snapped into sharp relief, and with it came the staggering realization that he was Surplus, a being separate from the endless field. His first coherent thought was of a throat raw with thirst and a mouth as dry as dust. Then he recognized the man standing before him. It was Aubrey Darger, his friend and partner. "How long was I?" Surplus couldn't finish. "Over a day." "Under 2, Darger replied. "When you didn't come back to the hotel, Tawny and I grew concerned and started looking. In a city like New Orleans, news travels fast, and a talking dog is rather memorable. Figuring out you'd been shanghaied to the cane fields was simple enough, but finding you in hundreds of square miles of sugar cane was another matter. Fortunately, Tawny had an idea of where to find the sort of laborers who'd notice a dog-headed zombie. We got directions from them." "I understand." Surplus forced his mind to the business at hand. "Mayor Trejoli, as you've likely guessed, never intended to buy our black paper. What about our other prospects?" The meeting with the pirate Lafitte went splendidly. Tawny reeled him in perfectly. The one with Master Bones was a complete bust, however. But we negotiated Lafitte up to a price that should ruin him and enrich the 3 of us considerably. Tawny is escorting him to the bank right now to ensure he doesn't get cold feet. The man is utterly infatuated. He can't form a rational thought in her presence. You sound less critical of her than before." Darger's face twisted into his customary near grimace, the one he wore when conceding an error. "The girl has her qualities, I'll admit. She's proven a valuable asset to our enterprise."
"Good," Surplus said.
Only then did he notice the 2 motionless zombies seated atop a heap of burlap sacks in the wagon bed. "What's all that?" "Salt. A considerable quantity of it. In the last feeding shed, Surplus upended the slop trough, spilling its contents onto the dirt. At his direction, Darger's zombies set the trough upright and began filling it with salt from the sacks. Darger, meanwhile, took a can of paint and sketched a crude map of New Orleans on the wall. He drew 3 arrows pointing to Mayor Trejoli's brothel, Jean-Naguin Lafitte's dockside office, and the club where Master Jeremy Bones held court each night. In bold block letters, he labeled each arrow: "The man who brought you here," "The woman who sent you here," "The man who left you here." At the top, he painted the date. "There," Darger said, stepping back. He turned to his zombies. "You were instructed to follow my orders." "Yas," the male droned. "We must," the female echoed. "Obey. Here is a ladle for each of you. When the field workers return, you are to feed every one of them a spoonful of this salt from this trough. You take a scoop of salt. You tell them to open their mouths. You put in the salt. Then you tell them to swallow. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Salt. Swallow it all." Once everyone else has eaten, Surplus instructed, make sure you each take a spoonful of salt for yourselves. Salt, yes. Soon the zombies would arrive to eat and find salt in their mouths instead of their usual slop. Their minds, miraculously, would begin to clear. In one shed after another they would read the words Darger had left for them. Those who had endured years, even decades, beyond their original sentences, would feel a rage that was entirely justified. After that, they could be counted on to take collective and fitting action. The sun is going down, Darger observed. In the distance, he could make out the figures of zombies trudging in from the fields. We have just enough time to get back to our rooms and accept that bribe from Pirate Lafitte before the uprising starts. However, when they returned to Maison Fema, their suite was dark and Tawny Petticoats was absent. Pirate Lafitte was also nowhere to be found. The crates of black paper, having fulfilled their role, were no longer stacked in front of Tawny's bedroom door. Darger quickly lit an oil lamp and pushed the door open. In the center of her neatly made bed lay a note. He picked it up and read it aloud. Dear boys, I know you don't believe in love at first sight because you're both such cynics. But Jean Nagin and I are kindred spirits, destined for each other. I told him a man as bold as he shouldn't be in trade, especially since he already owns his own ships, banks, and docks, and he agreed. So he's going to be a pirate in fact as well as name, and I am to be his pirate queen. I'm sorry about the black money scheme, but a girl can't start a new life by cheating her future husband. That's no foundation for a marriage. Love, Tawny Petticoats. P.S. You boys are both such a delight. Tell me, Darger said after a long pause, did Tawny sleep with you? Surplus looked taken aback. Then he placed a paw over his heart and declared, with a forthrightness that avoided meeting Darger's eyes directly, Upon my honor, she did not. You don't mean to imply that she, with you? No. No, certainly not. Another uncomfortable silence settled between them. Well then, Darger said finally, as I more or less anticipated, we are left with nothing to show for all our efforts. You're forgetting the silver ingots, Surplus reminded him. It's hardly worth the trouble to... But Surplus was already on his knees, feeling around in the shadows beneath Tawny's bed. He pulled out 3 leather cases and from them produced 3 ingots. Those are clearly just. Drawing his pocket knife, Surplus scratched each ingot in turn. The first was only lead with a plating. The other 2, however, were solid silver. Darger let out a sharp, relieved breath. A toast, Surplus exclaimed, getting to his feet. To women, God bless them, constant, faithful, and unfailingly honest. Absolute models of virtue in every way, my friend. From somewhere in the distance came the sound of shattering glass. I'll drink to that, Darger replied, but just a small one, and then we absolutely must run. We have, I suspect, a rather large fire to avoid. The envelope was marked personal, so Max's secretary placed it on his desk unopened. Using his good hand, Max carefully slid it open and pulled out a neatly handwritten note. Dear Mr. Max Wolfe, it began. I understand you're an expert on valuable paintings and occasionally handle their sale. I'm in possession of a piece I'm uncertain about, but I believe you should examine it. If it meets your standards, perhaps we can arrange a discreet transaction. Should you be interested? Please reply to the post office box listed below. Sincerely, L.M. Then Max saw the enclosed photograph. He stared, his breath catching in disbelief. A wave of emotion, astonishment, longing, and a sharp, familiar grief tightened in his chest. He pushed the papers on his desk aside, clearing a space on the blotter for the image. From a drawer, he retrieved his magnifying glass and leaned in close. The photo was grainy, taken in dim light by an unskilled hand, but that detail was irrelevant. Max recognized the painting instantly, as would any serious student of art. It was a stunning, infamous work, born from a tormented mind, lost to the world since the chaos of the Second World War. He sat back, his vision blurring. A sudden dizziness made him fumble for the pillbox in his vest pocket. He was so absorbed he didn't hear his secretary wish him good night, nor did he notice the room growing dark as evening fell. His thoughts raced through decades of shadowy history, Nazi looters, Stasi agents, unscrupulous dealers, and even princes of the church. So much greed and suffering were woven into this object's past, and now, with chilling certainty, he knew exactly where its long, troubled journey was headed next. His hand unsteady, Max Wolf reached for the telephone. 2 Sundays later, Max waited for his appointment in a soundproofed private study adjacent to the main sanctuary of the Risen Savior Church in Colorado Springs. Sunk into an oversized chair that dwarfed his slight figure, he could still feel the vibration through the floor. Next door, a congregation of thousands stomped, clapped, and sang with fervor as the service reached its peak. Reverend Joe Cooley Barber was in the soul-saving business, and demand was high. Blessed with charisma, television-friendly looks, and a voice made for broadcasting, he had built a global empire reaching 47 countries. His flagship program, Sunday Believers, blended homespun stories with scripture, broadcasting in 68 languages. He was the author of 17 perennial bestsellers, and his media division sold a vast array of CDs, videos, and apparel, each item bearing a special hologram to prevent forgery. He employed nearly 1,000 people and retained almost as many financial advisors as he had choir members, which was exactly 229. That number was divinely inspired, he claimed, from a moment of rock-bottom despair when his Bible fell open to page 229, revealing a verse from John's 3rd epistle, "Prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospereth." Joe Cooley Barber interpreted prosper in decidedly modern terms, crafting his signature mantra, "God wants us wealthy." He wasn't the original prosperity preacher, but he was arguably the most polished, a touch more satin than Satan, as he quipped, and he practiced what he preached. His assets included a Gulfstream jet, a collection of luxury cars, and what he casually called a humble horse farm in Kentucky for breeding thoroughbreds. "I'm not a preacher of doom," he often declared. "I'm a preacher of boom." Naturally, such success attracted scrutiny. For every dollar that flowed into his ministry, 5 more moved through a labyrinth of offshore entities. Amid persistent allegations that only a fraction of donations actually funded missionary work, his operations had drawn investigations from the IRS, the Justice Department, and several congressional committees. The whole spectacle, Max thought wryly as the walls thrummed with fervent song, was a far cry from the quiet contemplation of a museum. It was a perfect garish stage for the next act in the painting's sordid drama. Joe Cooley Barber often declared with defiance that no evidence of wrongdoing had ever been proven against him. "I am a simple, God-fearing humanitarian," he would say. He had provided food for countless hungry people across Asia and Africa. His Raisin Savior malaria pills saved infants in Bangladesh and Botswana, while annual missions delivered modern farming techniques, tractors, and seeds to farmers in Malawi and Tanzania, empowering communities to sustain themselves. He constructed churches in Zambia and established schools in Zaire. In private, he dismissed the prosecutors and politicians who pursued him as a plague of insignificant pests. Yet he secretly enjoyed their scrutiny and thrived because of it. The louder they protested, the more donations flooded in. "Your dollars pave the road to your salvation," Joe Cooley would proclaim to the TV cameras. "Your dollars are God's affirmation of our ministry." "Max, my friend," Joe Cooley exclaimed, wiping his brow as he hurried into the room a half hour later. "Apologies for the delay?" "Not at all," Max replied. "That was quite a performance. I've never seen you in action before." Joe Cooley grinned widely. "Are you Jewish?" "No." "Then why aren't you here every Sunday?" "It's a long trip. Maybe if you lent me your jet." "No need." Joe Cooley stepped into his private bathroom to freshen up. "I'm as close as your TV remote." He came out drying his hands. "But let's get down to business. I could scarcely believe your call." He lowered his voice slightly. "Is it true? A Caravaggio?" Max nodded. "There are maybe 90 of his paintings known to exist. The moment it came into my possession, I thought of you. I assume this one isn't on any official registry?" "Absolutely meant for a private collection," Max said. "If you're interested, that is." "Let's head to the studio," the preacher said, offering a hand to help Max up. The art dealer reached for his cane. His right hand was twisted, the fingers bent and stiff. He slung his briefcase strap over his shoulder and lifted a large leather portfolio. Joe Cooley's eyes widened. "Don't tell me you've got it right there in that case," he said.
What nerve.
"Hardly," Max answered. "It's securely packed, and your people have been with me every step of the way." Besides, I don't exactly look like an easy target. Once, I carried $5 million across Manhattan in this same briefcase. All anyone did was offer to help me cross the street. I'm not that trusting, Joe coolly said, but I take your point. Max was in his early 70s, standing just over 5 feet tall and always wearing a gray fedora. Decades spent examining historical documents and studying art had ruined his eyesight. The thick lenses of his glasses distorted his face, giving him the appearance of a gentle, elderly accountant. Yet Joe Cooley knew he was a sharp negotiator with keen business instincts. Max operated a prestigious art gallery and was a familiar presence at Christie's and Sotheby's. His most profitable work, however, happened in the shadowy corners of commerce, where discreet buyers used art as currency for major deals involving drugs or weapons. Max had a talent for locating such pieces and arranging the transactions. They climbed into a golf cart for the ride across the expansive grounds. The Risen Savior campus covered 70 acres near the Garden of the Gods, housing not only the church but also foundation offices, a broadcast studio, a Christian college, and a museum. As the cart glided past sculpture gardens and reflective pools, Joe Cooley waved back at parishioners enjoying the sunny afternoon. The museum was Joe Cooley Barber's particular pride. He adored beautiful objects, things he felt proclaimed the glory of God. To him, gathering artworks that honored the divine and scripture was the highest form of devotion. The gallery halls overflowed with sacred artworks spanning centuries: vibrant stained glass, Byzantine icons, illuminated manuscripts, and ancient Christian texts, alongside pieces by Giotto, multiple Rembrandts, a Rubens, and an El Greco. Then came Joe Cooley Barber's personal oil paintings, largely illustrating biblical stories of wealth and divine favor, featuring figures like Job and Solomon. To Max, these stood out like garish blemishes on the elegant walls, yet they remained crowd favorites. They moved into Joe Cooley's private sanctuary, a blended studio and library, its wide windows offering a view of the manicured lawns. The room held a long conference table, cluttered workbenches, several easels, and shelves packed with rare Bibles and fine leather-bound books. Max placed his portfolio on the table, clicked open the fasteners, and drew out the inner casing. The canvas lay cradled in plush white cotton. He folded back the protective cloth, carefully lifted the painting, and positioned it on an easel. Crossing to the wall, he flipped a switch, and a gentle glow washed over the artwork. It depicted the young shepherd David, a sword in one hand, hoisting the gruesome, bloodied head of the Philistine warrior Goliath. The giant's face was locked in a final grimace, eyes and mouth agape, forehead split, dark blood trailing from the severed neck. Joe Cooley Barber gazed in hushed reverence, utterly captivated. "It's more intimate than I expected," he murmured. "And the tones are deeper." Max pulled several heavy binders from his briefcase. "Naturally, I've brought all the provenance records," he stated, arranging them on the table before pulling out folders stuffed with what looked like press clippings, scholarly articles, and handwritten observations. Joe Cooley understood Max didn't require the notes; they were for his own benefit. "My academic colleague begins his tale," Max said. "Perhaps a drink would help. Whiskey? Wine? Water is fine." The preacher poured whiskey for himself and water for Max, then settled into a chair. His subjects could be brutally visceral. Decapitations, much like this one. Assassinations, treachery, martyrdom, all frozen at a peak moment of brutal truth. That was his talent, seizing that precise instant. He revisited this particular scene at least 4 times throughout his life, each version marking a step in his artistic evolution, reflected in the contrasting expressions of the two figures, Max explained. This is likely the second iteration, where David's face shows not just pride, but a profound humility, the symbolic victory of divine will over corrupt, earthly power. Max let his injured hand hover just above the canvas, tracing the imagined brushstrokes with affection, visualizing the artist at work. He was so confident he seldom bothered with preliminary sketches, unlike his peers. He painted directly from living models. He left pentimenti, those sharp ridges in the paint. You can detect hints of them here and here. Such raw genius, don't you agree? And he worked with such speed that some claimed his creations seemed to flow from a divine hand. And his use of light. Observe how the flesh melts into shadow, how crimson blood fades to black, how illumination surrenders to darkness and mortality. It's a masterful command of light, or perhaps of shadow, depending on your perspective. Light, undoubtedly, Joe Cooley Barber replied. I've never seen you so emotionally invested in a piece of art. Max offered a slightly embarrassed smile. There aren't many paintings or painters of this caliber. His work was revolutionary and dazzling, yet so brutally honest it frequently scandalized his church patrons, who accused him of crudeness and blasphemy. He used streetwalkers as models and portrayed the Virgin Mary in a revealing dress. He gave saints blemishes and grimy fingernails. The religious authorities of his day found him insufferable. They wanted their saints flawless and sanitized. Sounds like the politicians in Washington, Joe Cooley muttered, taking a sip of his whiskey. His personal life mirrored the rawness of his art. He was a deeply troubled man. Some attribute his erratic behavior to lead poisoning from his paints. Others believe he was simply haunted by his own extraordinary gift. Regardless, he lived recklessly, brawling, drinking excessively. He frequented brothels, gambled heavily, and was constantly in and out of legal trouble. He once attacked a waiter over poor service and stabbed a lawyer during a dispute over a courtesan. He ultimately killed a law officer, was tortured, and managed to flee. Another man might have spent years behind bars for such offenses, yet Caravaggio, despite his critics within the church, enjoyed the support of influential allies, this particular figure among them. Max had placed a bookmark in an art history volume, flipping it open to reveal the portrait of a severe-looking clergyman. This is Scipione Borghese, nephew to Pope Paul V, the same pope who commanded Galileo to renounce his controversial theories about the heavens. Paul appointed Borghese as cardinal nephew, a role of extraordinary authority. He was cunning, merciless, and devoid of principle. Acting as the Vatican's unofficial ruler, he accumulated numerous titles and offices that amassed him staggering wealth. He intimidated men and menaced their eternal souls, imposing heavy taxes and seizing entire villages through coercion and papal decree. His extensive collection of erotic art and open homosexuality caused continual scandal within the church. Joe Cooley couldn't hold back a chuckle of amusement. That institution certainly has a knack for cultivating first-rate rogues, he remarked. True, Max agreed. But despite his flaws, he was an extraordinary patron of the arts. He poured his fortune into constructing a lavish villa to showcase masterpieces by Raphael, Titian, Bernini, and for a while, Caravaggio, whom he particularly favored. A fellow after my own tastes, I suppose, Joe Cooley said with a grin. Minus the interest in young men, naturally, all in the name of divine glory. Max reached for another folder. Regarding our painting here, the church possessed it first, he explained, or, to be more accurate, was the first to steal it. Borghese was aggressively expanding his art collection and learning to wield his power with precision. Giuseppe Cesari was a celebrated artist who owned an impressive trove of over 100 paintings, including several by Caravaggio who had trained in his studio as a youth. Borghese discovered that Cesari also collected arquebuses. While Cesari was harmless and the guns merely a pastime, they were unlawful. Borghese had him arrested and his property seized. Cesari was condemned to death, a sentence later revoked, but only after he agreed to surrender his paintings to the Apostolic Chamber. Several months later, the Pope gifted the entire collection to the cardinal nephew. Around this same period, Caravaggio killed a man over a disputed tennis wager and fled Rome with a bounty on his head. He spent his remaining years as a fugitive, desperately hoping Borghese could secure a papal pardon. Even on the run, he produced some of his finest work. In Malta, he painted for the Knights of St. John and was inducted into their order, only to be imprisoned later for brawling. After a daring escape, he was assaulted and gravely injured in Naples, likely by assassins hired by the Knights. He struggled back toward Rome. His pardon had finally been granted, but he succumbed to fever before the news reached him. Max sighed. He was just 38. Think of the masterpieces lost with those missing decades. Max then slid an old ledger across the table. As for our painting, Borghese parted with it only because he owned another version sent to him by Caravaggio from exile. He included this one as part of a bribe to a Polish nobleman, Count Krasinski. The package also contained 3 other paintings by Annibale Carracci, Reni, and Lanfranco, along with an exquisite jeweled reliquary. We verified the list against Count Krasinski's household records. Upon his death, the Count bequeathed these items to his brother, who had just been appointed Bishop of Stowicki by the king. Here, in a church inventory from 1685, the items are clearly listed. Max pulled a paper from the stack. It's in Polish, but I've marked the relevant entries for you. The paintings and reliquary remained quietly preserved in that church for nearly 3 centuries, enduring fires and uprisings. For most of that time, Caravaggio was virtually forgotten, his genius buried by history until scholars in the 20th century rediscovered his monumental talent. Joe coolly rose from his chair. Time for a refill. Still sure you won't join me in something stronger? Just a little more water, thank you. There's still a great deal more to cover, Max said, opening a thick file filled with aged documents and newspaper clippings. He placed a black and white photograph on the table. It showed a German officer in uniform. SS, Joe coolly noted, looking at the picture. Handsome devil. Max nodded in agreement. That's Walter Beck. This photo was taken shortly after he was promoted to colonel, about a year before the war ended. Joe studied the man's sharp, angular face and perceptive eyes. The perfect German officer, he remarked. Looks like a cold bastard. Max pulled a faded newspaper clipping from the folder. It was a birth announcement from a Berlin paper. He was the eldest son of Otto Beck, a well-known German art dealer. The Beck Gallery was one of Berlin's oldest, started by Otto's grandfather as a simple shop selling artist supplies, oils, stretchers, and canvas. Since the artists were often poor, the shop sometimes traded supplies for their paintings. Otto's father began selling those works. The business thrived, and by the turn of the century, Beck's occupied a large 2-story building. The family lived upstairs, while the rest of the space was a gallery and workshops where craftsmen restored paintings. Artists, collectors, and curators brought damaged works from all over Europe. Walter worked for his father for a few years. He had a good mind for business, but no real passion for art. He was young, ambitious, and got caught up in the socialist fervor of the 30s. He joined the Nazi Party. His father disapproved, but Walter didn't care. He read the political landscape and understood Hitler. He rose quickly through the ranks, and his background in the gallery landed him a spot with the Sonderauftrag Linz. English, Max, Joe said. It means Special Operation Linz, a secret project of Hitler's. Hitler was a frustrated artist, of course, and believed most of Europe's art was rightfully his. He was obsessed with building a grand museum in Linz, a city he planned to remake into Europe's cultural capital after the war. Before the conflict began, his agents toured museums, galleries, and private collections across Europe, creating detailed lists of the most important artworks. The result was essentially a guide for what Hitler's armies were to seize, to loot, the moment German forces took control of an area. Beck helped compile that guide, which is how he knew where our painting was hidden. Beck should have spent the war in Paris, where all the best art was, but he was arrogant. He made the mistake of arguing with Alfred Rosenberg himself. Rosenberg was the Nazis' chief ideologue, one of the most powerful men in Germany, and Beck found himself reassigned to the Eastern Front. He was a capable officer, but even by SS standards, he was known for being exceptionally cruel. Russia, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Beck managed to make himself one of the most wanted war criminals. There were more yellowed clippings, most in languages Joe didn't recognize, Eastern European, he guessed, and some in Hebrew. Nearly all featured the same photograph. He couldn't read the captions, but the image clearly showed a man on the run. The German convoy came to a stop on a ridge near the old village of Stowicki. There were 5 troop carriers, 2 tanks, and assorted smaller vehicles, the ragged remnants of a defeated army that had grouped together in retreat. SS Colonel Walter Beck stepped out of an open staff car, field glasses in hand. He stretched his legs, then calmly raised the glasses to scan the distant road behind them. The Russians were not yet in sight. Thanks to the mines his men had laid, they would likely be delayed for a few more hours, giving him time to attend to his current business. Beck knew the war was hopelessly lost and that he would soon be hunted by men with long memories. Surrender would mean execution. He intended to run, but first he needed to secure the means to ensure his hunters would never find him. He turned his attention to the quiet village below. From all outward appearances, it seemed this brutal war had somehow passed the place by. The old church steeple rose against the sky, and beyond it the town hall clock tower stood silent. The scene was deceptively calm. He knew sending his men to search would be pointless. Anything of value would have been hidden with great care long before his arrival. He had no patience for such childish games. To a nearby lieutenant, he ordered, "Fetch the village priest, the mayor, and his immediate family, immediately." The officer saluted and hurried toward a waiting truck. As an aide arranged a folding table and chair, Beck settled into the seat with a bottle of wine, tilting his face to soak in the sun's gentle warmth. The truck soon returned, winding its way up the road. It stopped near Beck, who took a leisurely sip as soldiers shouted commands, herding a group from the vehicle. Only women, children, and elderly men. The priest, the mayor, the mayor's wife, their daughter, and a small infant were brought forward. The mayor was a stout man with flushed cheeks. The priest appeared gaunt and stern. "I must object," the mayor started. "We are civilians." The protest ended as a rifle butt slammed into his stomach, dropping him to his knees, where he gagged and struggled for air. "This need not become disagreeable," Beck remarked. "If you simply cooperate, I'm here to collect a few items from your church." "Nothing remains in our church," the priest stated flatly. "It was emptied of anything valuable." "On the contrary," Beck replied, a faint smile touching his lips, "Carracci, Caravaggio, Reni, Lanfranco. If my memory serves, these were gifts from Count Krasinski to his brother, the bishop." A slight twitch in the priest's expression told Beck all he needed to know. "Your Excellency," the mayor wheezed, his face crimson, "those paintings were sent to Gdynia before the war." "Yes, to Gdynia." He fought for breath. "Assist me here, Father," Beck said, turning to the priest. "You must remember a false wall in the crypt, perhaps? Or under a clever pile of debris. A thorough search will uncover them, likely near the reliquary." He took another sip of wine. "Which, incidentally, I will also be taking, though you may keep the relic inside. A finger of St. Barnabas, is it? Or a rib of Hedwig? The hair of Casimir, or the toe of Sarkander? Forgive the lapse, I can't recall that particular detail, but I would never deprive you of your sacred object." He glanced at his watch. "Time is short, I'm afraid. The Bolshevik advance does not wait. We cannot surrender what we do not have," the priest insisted. "Very well." Beck stood, dropped his leather gloves on the table, opened his holster, and drew his Luger. He selected an elderly man from the crowd and fired. A woman crumpled beside the body, wailing in anguish as the old man's limbs jerked in final spasms. Beck shot her, too. Screams erupted from the villagers, but the encircling soldiers held their positions, weapons raised. "Well, Father?" Beck asked. "What are you willing to sacrifice for some paint and canvas? What is the going rate in your faith for a few artistic trinkets? A dozen lives? Everyone here? Or will you martyr an entire village?" The priest shut his eyes, made the sign of the cross, and bowed his head in silent prayer. Beck pressed the Luger's barrel to the man's temple. The priest flinched at the heat of the metal but continued praying. Beck considered that perhaps only this man knew the hiding place. He holstered the pistol and turned to the mayor, still kneeling on the ground. "You haven't introduced me to your family?" Beck said, stepping past him to the young woman clutching an infant. "Your lovely daughter, I assume?" The mayor's jowls trembled. His daughter gasped, shrinking back and holding her baby closer. Beck reached out, his grip firm, and pried the child from her arms. The infant began to cry. "Please, no," the young mother whispered, tears tracing lines down her dusty cheeks. Beck rocked the baby gently. "What a beautiful child," he murmured. "You must be so proud." He gave the infant a playful bounce as he strolled toward the cliff's edge, where the ground fell away into a tumble of sharp rocks. Tossing the baby into the air like a doting uncle, he listened as the child's whimper climbed into a sharp cry. The mother let out a low moan and sank to her knees. "Father, tell them," she begged the priest, her voice breaking. Beck threw the child higher, and her cry became a piercing shriek. One woman fainted outright, another screamed. "Go on, Father," Beck called as the tiny figure arced against the sky. "Tell me!" The priest began to pray, his words a frantic murmur. Beck tossed the baby again, putting more force behind it. The angry wail that followed seemed to tear the air. "I'm begging you," sobbed the mayor's daughter, crawling forward on her hands and knees. "Please don't hurt my baby." A soldier moved to block her path. The child flew higher still until both mother and infant were lost in hysterical weeping. "Jersey, for God's sake, just give him what he wants!" The mayor's own wife screamed at her husband. Beck fumbled the next catch, snagging the baby roughly with one hand. She squirmed and kicked in his grip, howling with outrage. "This is getting tricky," Beck remarked, his tone almost conversational. "I doubt I'll catch her next time." He drew his arm back to throw again, but the mayor finally broke. "Stop! We'll show you." "Quiet," the priest commanded, but the mayor ignored him, his eyes fixed on Beck. "If we do this, you swear you'll leave our village in peace? You'll let everyone go? I want nothing else from you. You have my word." A group of soldiers escorted the mayor and the priest back to the village in one of the trucks. Beck handed the squalling child back to her weeping mother and settled once more into his seat, tilting his face to the sun. Nearly an hour later, just as his lieutenant reported the advancing Russian column on the horizon, the truck jolted back up the rutted track. Inside was its precious cargo. The priest watched, his expression dark, as Beck inspected the reliquary, a stunning casket of ivory and gold, studded with rubies and pearls, and then each of the paintings. Everything was exactly as he had demanded. Once the treasures were secured, Beck took his place in the back of his staff car. "You are free to go," he informed the mayor. "I'd hide quickly before your new Russian masters arrive. From what I hear, they aren't particularly fond of Poles." The engines of the column roared to life as the villagers gathered their dead and began their slow trudge down the hill. Beck's lieutenant approached. "At your command, Standartenführer." "I am ready to execute our orders." The guns of the waiting panzers were fixed on the village below, poised to fulfill the scorched earth directive from high command. "It would be a crime to destroy such a charming village," Beck said, almost wistfully. "Centuries of history shouldn't end as rubble. We'll leave Stawicki for the Russians to appreciate." He nodded toward the retreating villagers. "Just our friends there," he clarified. "Nothing more." As Beck's car began to pull away, the canvas sides of a troop truck dropped down. With a deafening roar, the machine guns inside opened fire. Half an hour later, the screaming had ceased, and the dust and smoke began to settle. In the field before the village, the only sound was the distant rumble of the approaching Russian column, breaking an eerie silence. Joe Cooley Barber placed a photograph back on the table, a shot of a stone memorial standing before the church in Stawicki, erected for the villagers murdered during the war. "My God," he whispered, "I thought they only did that to the Jews." He picked up a clipping from a South American newspaper bearing Beck's picture. So Beck escaped to South America with the painting. It wasn't that straightforward. It took me years and a mountain of sources to put the story together. U.S., Army after-action reports, declassified CIA files, journalists' accounts, that kind of thing. And then these. Max sifted through a stack of copied microfilm records, the white text on black background a strain to read. Back in the 1970s, the Stasi, the East German secret police, unearthed a cache of papers buried in a Berlin basement in what was then the Soviet sector. Those papers became part of their secret archives until the Berlin Wall fell, when they were finally released with thousands of other documents. The journal belonged to Heinrich Beck, Walter's younger brother, who was just a boy when the war ended. This is a duplicate. Joe Cooley glanced at it and frowned. "It's all in German. Doesn't anyone write in English anymore?" "There's a full translation on the reverse," came the reply. Beck's gallery thrived in any climate. In the aftermath of the First World War, established German families parted with treasured possessions to survive the crushing inflation. By the 1930s, the trade expanded beyond paintings to include silver, jewelry, and antiques, its fortunes curiously rising alongside the Nazi Party. Jewish clients, too, sold their valuables at Beck's, a practice that continued until the violent pogroms of 1938 made such transactions perilous. Otto Beck never swindled them, yet he was acutely aware that their misfortune lined his pockets. When war returned in 1940, business boomed as never before. Officers arriving from occupied territories brought looted treasures, paintings, tapestries, gold, and silver, all of which Beck's purchased for premium prices. A parade of official cars ferried government ministers and high-ranking officers to the door. Hitler's personal art advisors shopped there. Hermann Goering was a frequent visitor. Otto sold them what they desired, though he privately scorned their aesthetic. Matisse, Van Gogh, Kandinsky, he would mutter to his son. The world's masterpieces at his feet, and the Führer wants pictures of stags and peasant scenes. Young Heinrich felt no attraction to the soldier toys and war games that captivated other boys. He was mesmerized by the art flowing through the gallery. On a business trip to Paris when he was 8, his father practically had to drag him from the Louvre. From the moment he could grip a brush, Heinrich spent every free moment painting. He was a meticulous, gifted craftsman, if not a born genius. An older artisan in his father's employ suggested he hone his skill by copying the masters he admired. Heinrich was drawn to the dramatic intensity of the Baroque period. After several attempts, he produced a copy of a Velázquez, so flawless that, save for the new paint and lack of age cracks, even the gallery's expert restorers struggled to distinguish it from the original. Had history taken a different course, Heinrich Beck might have built a notable career as an artist. Instead, he learned every facet of the family trade, assisting the craftsmen in repairing the wounds of war on the paintings that passed through boot prints, deep gashes, clean bullet holes, and the jagged tears left when canvases were slashed from their frames. These were the silent scars of a conflict he only witnessed from its edges. As Allied bombing raids drew nearer, Otto moved his family and the entire inventory into the reinforced basement. The workshop became a cramped labyrinth of stacked frames and canvases, the family sleeping on cots in a tiny adjoining room. The heavy beams overhead groaned and shuddered with each distant explosion, yet work continued. The gallery's clients grew more desperate by the week, selling heirlooms to fund escapes, forge new papers, or simply to eat. A relentless current of art, silver, and currency moved through Beck's during the brutal winter of 1944-45. One journal entry captured the mood. "The war is at our doorstep. Our home smells of linseed oil, mother's stew, and fear." Then, one night in the spring of 1945, Heinrich looked up from his workbench to see a figure lingering in the shadows. He recognized him immediately. "Walter?" Otto emerged from the back room, where he had been tallying the books. They had seen Walter only once since the war began, back in 1941 as the Nazi machine geared up for its Eastern campaign. He had worn the black uniform of the SS then. Now he was in rumpled civilian clothes, gaunt, his face hardened, the scent of stale tobacco and cheap liquor clinging to him. "Walter?" Otto asked, his voice tight. "Are you all right?" "I have items for you to safeguard," Walter stated flatly, ignoring the question. "Where are you going?" Otto pressed, a note of irritation rising. Walter said nothing, merely stepping aside to allow 2 men to haul in a heavy wooden crate.
I asked you a question, Walter.
Otto repeated, his patience thinning. Otto Beck was the head of his household, and regardless of his SS affiliation, Walter remained his son.
"Where are you going?"
Otto began, but his words were cut short as Walter struck him hard across the face, sending him stumbling to the floor.
"You idiot!"
Walter hissed. "You keep that crate secure. Is that clear?" Otto was too dazed to respond. From the floor, Heinrich answered for his father, his voice thin and trembling. "Yes, we understand. We'll protect it. I give you my word." Without another glance, Walter turned and climbed the stairs. Gathering his courage, Heinrich hurried after him. "Walter, please, have they made you a general? What was the war like for you? Were you wounded? Do you even know how near the Russian front is now? Are you needing food?" But Walter Beck was already vanishing into the darkness, slipping into the back seat of a car idling at the curb. It pulled away swiftly, leaving Heinrich's unanswered questions hanging in the cold air. Otto's lip was split, and his cheek already swelling. Heinrich helped him into a chair and rushed to fetch a wet cloth, but Otto brushed him aside, his gaze fixed on the empty staircase, his thoughts with his sleeping wife upstairs. "Don't tell her he came here," Otto murmured. He never uttered Walter's name again. The crate was concealed in a subterranean vault beneath the basement, a metal-lined chamber Otto used to safeguard his most prized paintings from dampness. It stayed there long after the war ended and long after Russian soldiers came searching for Walter. Their vengeance against former SS officers was brutal, particularly for men like Walter Beck, whose notorious career had unfolded in the Eastern Territories. One afternoon, Russian troops forced their way into the building. Otto had only a moment to push Heinrich through the hidden trapdoor into the lower cellar before sealing it shut. The soldiers beat Otto to death and shot his wife where she stood. They ransacked the shop, but they were intoxicated and careless, never discovering the concealed door beneath which Heinrich huddled, surrounded by his family's treasures. For 3 endless months he hid below the floorboards, surviving on jars of preserves, hardened bread, and a drum of water that tasted of fuel oil, while listening to the soldiers' drunken balalaika music above. They defaced priceless artworks and guzzled vodka, and Heinrich only dared to emerge during their heavy slumber or when they were out on patrol. "My God," Joe coolly whispered, "how does a child endure something like that?" "He was more fortunate than many," Max replied quietly. He survived. After the Russians finally departed, Heinrich resumed his father's business in the grim new reality of East Berlin. As years slipped by with no word from Walter, Heinrich assumed his brother was either dead or languishing in a Soviet prison, which amounted to the same fate. Then, one ordinary day, a stranger entered the gallery bearing a letter from Walter. It instructed Heinrich to hand over the crate to the messenger. Heinrich kept his journal for only a few more months after that, Max explained. His final entry was dated just 2 days before the Stasi stormed the gallery. They may have been tipped off about his black market activities. We have no further record of Heinrich Beck. He vanished. Max paused to take a sip from his glass. He removed his spectacles and rubbed his tired eyes. Walter vanished as well, but he had considerable assistance from some rather unexpected quarters. He lifted the next document, a declassified U.S. Army file, and continued. Walter Beck had been apprehended by American troops while attempting to reach northern Italy. His forged papers identified him as Horst Schmidt, a Wehrmacht chaplain. His interrogation by an Army lieutenant had barely begun when Beck, severely ill with a fortuitous but intense bout of influenza, collapsed unconscious and was carried to the infirmary. Following his recovery, a clerical error routed him directly into the general population of prisoners of war, bypassing any further scrutiny. He never had to roll up his sleeve, where the telltale SS blood group tattoo would have revealed his true identity. After the general prisoner release, he spent the next 3 years laboring in an olive grove on a farm owned by an old SS comrade, part of a clandestine network dedicated to helping former Nazis evade capture. Eventually, he received a package containing Red Cross identity documents and an Argentine entry permit, arranged through the efforts of Alois Hudel, an Austrian bishop working within the Vatican. In May of 1948, he secured passage on a Croatian cargo ship headed for Buenos Aires. There, he was absorbed into a circle of German expatriates welcomed by Argentina's Catholic community. Initially finding work in a leather goods factory, his connections soon steered him toward the Perón administration, which valued his military expertise for training their armed forces. Concurrently, American intelligence operatives made contact, offering regular payments for tidbits and rumors about figures from his past in what had become East Berlin. In return, they safeguarded his hidden identity. Thriving in this dual role, Beck embraced a life of newfound luxury. He wed a wealthy socialite, believing his fortunes were permanently secured. For roughly 10 years, this comfortable existence held. Then the situation unraveled. The American interest and funding for his gossip evaporated. The climate in Argentina grew perilously cold following the dramatic capture of Adolf Eichmann by Israeli agents, an event that struck fear into the heart of every former regime member in the neighborhood. Facing financial strain and mounting fear, Beck made a stark decision. He abandoned his wife without a word, vanishing into the shadows to occupy a concealed basement apartment provided by a friendly diplomat. Desperate for capital, he activated his old network. A courier was dispatched to his father's art gallery in Berlin to retrieve a specific crate left behind in the turbulent spring of 1945. The container made its way to South America via diplomatic pouch, an expensive yet well-trodden smuggling route for displaced Nazis. Upon receipt, Beck dismantled the reliquary, had its gold melted down, and its jewels reset and sold on the discreet market. He also liquidated several modern paintings in his possession, works by Picasso and Chagall, that fetched high prices. With the proceeds, he fled to Paraguay, where President Alfredo Stroessner's government was known to offer sanctuary to men with his history. Beck settled in Asunción for nearly a decade, paying obligatory bribes for protection. Yet, he grew increasingly uneasy as the corruption within Stroessner's regime became more brazen and volatile. Such men, he reasoned, had no loyalty. They would hand him over to his pursuers for the smallest reward. The relentless hunt for figures like Josef Mengele, who was also in the country, was a constant reminder. His paranoia crystallized one afternoon at a sidewalk cafe, where he became convinced two young men, one on a bicycle, another pretending to read a newspaper, were surveilling him. To his anxious eyes, they might as well have been branded with Stars of David. After shaking off a clumsy attempt to follow him, he dared not return home. Instead, he gathered his remaining valuables from a prearranged drop and immediately boarded a bus for La Paz. And this, Max interjected, pulling a dense folder of newspaper clippings from his file, is where Viktor Maslov enters our story. He was the central figure in a major New York Times investigation into global arms trafficking. Maslov's rise was a tale of sheer grit. He began working for a cousin who owned a repurposed American bomber from the Second World War, using it for freight runs. While his cousin lacked business sense, Maslov possessed it in abundance. He learned to pilot the plane himself, soon conducting risky nighttime flights to deliver black market commodities, first grain and flour, then alcohol, across Eastern Europe. He cultivated a web of contacts from the Balkans to North Africa, his willingness to land on darkened, makeshift airstrips earning him a formidable reputation. His operations expanded with his fleet, which grew to include a massive Ilyushin 76 capable of transporting battle tanks. He graduated from whiskey to dealing exclusively in small arms and eventually heavy weaponry, sourcing from American and European suppliers and selling to conflict zones worldwide. A stickler for paperwork, he maintained impeccable end-user certificates to lend a veneer of legality to his grim trade. His clientele consisted of warlords and dictators, a world where survival demanded ruthlessness and cunning. The weapons he brokered fueled countless deaths, and the covert machinations of his business claimed lives just as surely. A sovereign of the shadows, Maslov operated in the gray markets where governments publicly denounced him while quietly utilizing his services. The media had a fitting title for him. The Merchant of Death news magazines splashed vivid images of the devastation his arms trade left behind, often sharing the same glossy pages with profiles of his lavish lifestyle. Known globally as one of its most sought-after bachelors, he maintained residences in Los Angeles and Paris, indulged in high-stakes casino games, and displayed flawless taste in both fashion and companionship. Yet his one authentic devotion was to fine art. He was a dedicated collector and student of it, deeply affected by its power. Entirely self-educated, he wandered galleries and museums across continents, acquiring pieces through reputable auction houses and dealers, as well as through shadowier channels. His appreciation for art went beyond mere possession. On occasion, he used masterpieces as a form of currency, especially when strict government financial regulations blocked a conventional arms deal. In 1981, Maslov found himself in Bolivia, hammering out a major weapons agreement with the country's newly installed and ruthless president, General Luis Garcia Meza. Meza's rise to power had been orchestrated by a strange coalition that included the Roberto Suarez drug cartel and a band of Nazis and young fascists led by Klaus Barbie, the former Gestapo officer infamous as the Butcher of Leon. Maslov generally avoided clients funded by narcotics. They drew the intense scrutiny of the American DEA, an agency he feared more than any drug kingpin. The cartels, in his view at least, followed a twisted code of ethics, whereas the DEA had employed ruthless tactics to dismantle several of his rivals. He took no pleasure in their downfall and had no wish to become their next target. On the final, frustrating day of negotiations in La Paz's Palacio Quemado, Maslov had already concluded that Meza was an unreliable simpleton who would likely be ousted within 6 months. The general had placed a substantial order but was demanding more firepower, semi-automatic rifles and grenade launchers, than his treasury could cover, leaving him a staggering $8 million short. Short on hard currency, Meza had the audacity to offer payment in cocaine, seeming genuinely puzzled when Maslov burst into laughter, then topping it off by suggesting Maslov simply extend him credit. In sheer exasperation, Maslov stepped out of the room to let the president consult his advisors. It was then, almost by accident, that his eyes landed on the Caravaggio. He had nearly walked right past it, a somber painting tucked in a dim corner, leaning casually against a wall alongside a few other canvases, all overshadowed by the gaudy, gilt-framed portraits of Bolivian dictators and generals, which were themselves dwarfed by a massive 20-foot depiction of Simón Bolívar triumphant on horseback. The work bore no signature, but Maslov recognized the artist's hand as surely as he knew his own reflection. Every piece propped against that wall held value, but only one truly captivated him. Returning to the meeting, Maslov adopted a casual tone. "Your Excellency, as you may be aware, I consider myself something of an art connoisseur. I noticed a few pieces out there that intrigue me. Perhaps we could structure an arrangement that alleviates your current liquidity problem?" "Those are not available to us, at least not presently," Meza replied with a dismissive wave. "They belong to a new benefactor, a friend of Barbie's, a Colonel Beck. We are at an impasse. The Colonel's appraisal of their worth is, I fear, wildly exaggerated. If I may ask, what is it that Colonel Beck desires?" "What they all desire," Meza said scornfully, "a diplomatic passport and money. He insists the paintings are worth 8 million. Our own museum director valued them at no more than 4. Maslov was familiar with the so-called expert, a man whose career had been dedicated to procuring portraits of military men and their steeds. To have overlooked this was a feat of profound ignorance. "Your expert is mistaken," Maslov stated flatly. "Be that as it may, it changes nothing. We have summoned a specialist from Paris to resolve the dispute." Maslov gave a nonchalant shrug. "As you wish. However, I am prepared to meet Beck's price of 8 million, but my flight departs tonight. The offer stands only if we finalize the transaction immediately, right here and now. If that's the case, you'll have your entire arsenal before the week is over." Meza struggled to hide his astonishment, yet he recognized a chance to increase the stakes. "My friend, it's not that simple. The offer is generous, but the paintings aren't a gift. Colonel Beck demands payment. What's the price?" Beck had requested $2 million. "3 million, Meza stated, adding a sly suggestion. "Why not just arrest him and keep the money for yourself? His connections in Germany still offer us valuable support. We can't afford to upset them, and this isn't the end of his resources. We might require his services again." "Understood," Maslov replied. "I'll handle the payment to the colonel personally." Meza was caught off guard, stumbling over his words. "But Maslov cut him off, standing to depart. "I insist. Do we have an agreement?" That evening, works by Caravaggio, Velázquez, Picasso, Braque, and several others traveled with Victor Maslov to Los Angeles. From the plane, he placed a call to General Torello, the interior minister plotting to overthrow Meza's fledgling regime. Maslov rarely double-crossed a client, but he had a firm policy against supporting a lost cause. Torello was thrilled to receive the specifics of the upcoming delivery and immediately transferred $2 million to Maslov as a reduced payment for the weapons. Maslov was aware the funds originated from the DEA, which added a satisfying twist to the transaction. A week later, the promised arms shipment landed at a secluded airstrip outside La Paz. Torello's forces ambushed Meza's soldiers and seized the cargo Maslov had originally sold to Meza. This marked the start of the collapse for the new dictatorship. A Bolivian colonel later contacted Walter Beck, setting a meeting where he would receive payment for the paintings and his new passport. Beck arrived on time, confident that Bolivian generals did not betray their allies. 18 hours after that, an unconscious Walter Beck was removed from a plane in Tel Aviv and shoved into the back of a dented van. His captors had no interest in a public spectacle like the Eichmann trial. Beck woke up naked in the Negev desert, inside a small, dark cell with a packed earth floor and only a narrow slit for a window. The heat was unbearable. He beat his hands raw against the walls, screaming for help from men who paid no attention. "Water!" he shrieked. "You animals!" News eventually spread through Bolivia that Beck had been taken by the Israelis, who promptly denied any involvement. Naturally, nobody believed the denial. Max shut the file on Walter Beck and Victor Maslov.
"That's essentially the story," he said. "Essentially," Joe coolly agreed.
But the obvious question remains. How did a man like Victor Maslov let go of a painting like this? How did it end up with you, a small-time crook named Lonnie? One of the most intriguing clients I've encountered in 3 decades. He wrote me a letter. Max produced another magazine clipping, this one with his own photograph. Recall this? Max possessed a gift for understanding people. He'd been mistaken before, but not often, and his initial suspicion that Lonnie Mac's unexpected contact was some sort of trap or scam vanished the moment they met. By the end of their conversation, he was as sure as he'd ever been that Lonnie Mac was the real deal. The art world sometimes worked like that. A Rembrandt found at a garage sale, a Braque forgotten in an aunt's attic. And then there was a man like Lonnie, a minor thief who had accidentally struck gold. Lonnie was thin, jittery, and courteous, anxious about whether he could trust Max. He started by claiming a friend had stolen the painting, but quickly abandoned the charade. "So you're saying I can trust you, even if it was stolen? Not that I did it or anything. I'm just asking for a friend." Max gestured reassuringly. "Please, Mr. Mac, just tell me. If I can't assist you, I'll be honest about that." There are several options with something like this, including returning it to the owner or their insurance company for a finder's reward. It can all be done anonymously. "Really?" Lonnie's eyes brightened at the idea. "All right then. You see, I'm in the termite business," he said. Max looked puzzled. "Come again?" "Termites. The little wood-eating bugs." "Oh." Max still seemed confused. "My brother Frank runs the company. We specialize in drywood termites. They can destroy a home in no time. The only real solution is fumigation." "Fumigation?" "That's right. We use sulfuryl fluoride. We have to seal the entire house under tarps, and the process takes about 3 days. My job is handling the alarm systems, making sure the place is secure and everyone's cleared out. I always advise homeowners to reset their codes afterward, but I've taken some courses. I can rig the control box so I can still get back in even after they change it. That way, I can scope out the place for things to take later on. We gas the termites, remove the tarps, and we're done. Then, weeks or months down the line, I let myself back in and help myself to a few items. Nothing too flashy, just things that are easy to move. Isn't that risky? Not at all. That's the simple part. On my way out, I set the alarm and then break a window or force a door. The alarm goes off, the police show up, and bam, they just assume it was a regular break-in. Max couldn't help but smile. "So that's how you came by this painting? Through a termite job?" Lonnie nodded enthusiastically. What a house it was. Belonged to some big-shot international businessman. Never met him. Always traveling, they said. I only dealt with his guy who called himself a curator. Didn't know what that meant until he explained it. He took care of all the art and antiques.
And boy, did that place have stuff.
Marble statues like you'd see in a museum, bronze pieces in the hallways, paintings covering the walls, fancy old furniture. Honestly, I thought the place was kind of tacky. Part of me figured the termites were doing the world a favor, but you don't say that to a client. We inspected the place, and sure enough, there were signs everywhere. You can tell by their droppings, little piles of sawdust, see those, and you know the house is basically coming apart. He was really worried about the paintings. I told him the termites probably came in on one of the frames, maybe from some island like Bora Bora, and that the gas wouldn't harm the art, just things like food or pets. But he wasn't taking any chances. He went through the trouble of having every painting removed from its frame. Then he called an armored car service to haul everything away. That's when I got lucky. My crew was laying down tarps and plastic sheeting, and these guys in white gloves were carefully crating up all the paintings. What a production must have been 100 crates scattered around. Honestly, I was more interested in the high-end copper cookware in the kitchen. Once they finished, they signed their paperwork and the armored trucks drove off. My job was to make sure everyone was out before we started fumigating. Safety first, you know. That's when I spotted it, one crate they'd missed. It was partly hidden under our plastic sheeting and they just overlooked it. I didn't even know what was inside, but I figured I could take it and no one would ever know. They'd already signed off on everything, so if anyone noticed it was gone, they'd blame the armored car guys and some insurance company would cover it. And I've got no love for insurance companies, so I took it. Lonnie gave a casual shrug. Easy as that. But I'll admit I was pretty let down when I finally opened the crate. A house full of treasures worth a fortune, and all I end up with is some old painting. And a pretty gruesome one at that, a kid holding up a severed head, blood all over. Not exactly something you'd want hanging in your living room. I thought about tossing it out or even sneaking it back into the hallway. What was I going to do with a painting? The only other one I ever took was a velvet painting supposedly made for Elvis Presley, or maybe by him, I don't remember. Got $800 for it, so I was happy enough. I wasn't sure what to do with it, so I just stored it away in the shed. Years later, my girlfriend Della, she works at a salon, brought home one of those magazines clients flip through. There was a whole article about a missing masterpiece. The image looked a lot like mine, only this one was supposed to be hanging in some Italian museum. I knew my painting was old, so a crazy thought hit me. What if mine was the real thing? I brought it inside, showed Della, and we hung it right there in the kitchen nook. And that's how you discovered me, Max remarked. In 3 decades, only one public scandal had ever touched the Wolf Gallery. It was a sensational piece, dragging famous names through the mud and accusing Wolf of fencing a stolen painting on the black market. Max had done exactly that many times, just not in the case the article described. It all blew over with the libel suit he won, and the notoriety wasn't entirely unwelcome. That story had run alongside the feature about the lost Caravaggio. Exactly, Lonnie said, nodding with pride. I read every word. So, Mr. Wolf, can you help me? Joe Cooley let out a hearty laugh. Just picture it, he said. A Caravaggio hanging in a mobile home, right next to the jar of pasta sauce. A faint smile touched Max's lips. I believe Caravaggio himself might have appreciated the irony. He closed the folder and gave it a pat. So, there you have the story, a rather straightforward provenance when you get down to it. One academic called it a curse piled on top of a damnation. A reflection of its creator, perhaps. He offered a slight shrug. Or perhaps it's just a breathtaking piece of art. So, are you content? I was content, my friend Max, the moment you suggested I could even purchase it, Joe replied. But I am wondering, why come to me? Why not return it to Maslov? Basic economics. I know Victor Maslov quite well. He would offer a finder's fee, generous, undoubtedly, but merely a reward. You, however, will pay me significantly more. Still a fraction of its true value, but a far greater sum. And you will never display it publicly, any more than Victor could. If you did, you'd invite an endless, humiliating parade of lawsuits from every past owner trying to reclaim it. No publicity, no trouble. The painting will feed your pride. Forgive my bluntness, but isn't that true? You'll care for it well and leave the messy question of ownership to your heirs. As for Victor, he's a pragmatist. I've always dealt fairly with him. I value his business, but I owe him nothing. He lost a painting. I found one. I am neither the thief nor his personal detective. I am simply an art dealer. Joe Cooley Barber chuckled at that. Simple indeed, he said, shaking his head. It's more than good enough for me. I believe I'll have that wine now, Max said. Joe Cooley poured a glass for him and a double bourbon for himself. He then picked up the phone, connected with his business manager, who in turn called their banker. Funds zipped from New York to the Bahamas to the Caymans at the speed of light while Max sipped his wine, lost in contemplation. When the confirmation came from his own banker, he stood, and Joe Cooley helped him with his coat. It's done then, Max said. Just like that, Joe Cooley Barber replied. The heavens are smiling that this tormented canvas has finally found a peaceful home, a fresh golden line in its history. The private jet ascended, granting Max a magnificent view of the sun dipping behind Pikes Peak. A profound calm settled over him, and he slept soundly for the entire flight. Back in his Manhattan study, he called Lonnie Mack, who was overjoyed to learn he'd receive $500,000 for a painting he'd almost thrown away. The funds will be there tomorrow, Max said, but I must stress you cannot speak a word of this to anyone. Are you serious? Lonnie said, his euphoria momentarily dented by a hint of offense at the warning. I don't talk about my business. Naturally, Max said. Just exercising caution. Tell me where you'd prefer to meet? Somewhere discreet? You decide, Lonnie said after a pause, then provided an address. Max could hear his celebratory shout just before the line went dead. Max then dialed another number. Victor? It's Max. I'm doing very well, thank you. I have some excellent news for you. Your painting has been recovered. Yes, the Caravaggio. He couldn't help but smile at Maslov's excited response. Among all his clients, Victor Maslov cherished his art collection most deeply. Yes, I'm absolutely sure it's in surprisingly good condition, considering it spent years tucked away in a storage unit. Believe it or not, it had some old food stains on it, but nothing permanent. I've had it professionally cleaned in my workshop. It looks magnificent. I'm standing here right now looking into David's eyes. He gently brushed his fingers over the shepherd's face on the canvas. It's a truly formidable piece, my friend. It really captures the victory of light over darkness. Max offered Maslov a concise version of the recovery. Yes, he chuckled. Just like that. It was simply a fortunate phone call. He's a decent young man, Victor. I promised him 500,000, a reasonable sum, I believe, even though he was the one who originally took the painting. Excellent. You'll handle that transfer for me? Hold on a moment. I've already misplaced the note. He checked his jacket before spotting the paper on the desk. He read the address aloud. That's correct. There is the matter of your own fee, Maslov stated. I was considering 5 million. Victor, please? You are a valued client, but that is far too much. This painting is worth many times that amount to me. I had given it up for lost. I was convinced my former curator was responsible. Victor let out a short laugh. All this time, it was with a pest control technician. Max recalled that Victor's curator had died in a car crash shortly after the theft. I will gladly accept your payment once the painting is securely back with you, Max said. For now, just send someone reliable to collect it. He allowed himself a mild tease. Someone capable, please. It would be unfortunate to misplace it a second time. True to his word, the following day, Lonnie Mack received his payment orderly bundles of cash inside a metal briefcase delivered by a stranger. Lonnie had never laid eyes on that much money in his life. He brought it home to Della along with a bottle of high-end champagne, and the two began dreaming of a lavish getaway to Las Vegas. That evening, the lead story on every local news channel was a violent explosion at a mobile home park, apparently caused by a propane leak. News helicopters broadcast striking images of the fire and smoke from the blast, which had destroyed several homes and resulted in an undetermined number of fatalities. This was the aspect of the business Max liked the least. One couldn't risk Lonnie sharing tales with reporters, any more than one could have him appearing a year later asking for more funds. Accompanied by 2 security men, Victor Maslov's newly appointed curator came personally to retrieve the Caravaggio, his excitement palpable when he saw the artwork. A few days later, Victor wired the finder's fee to Max, minus the funds that had vanished with Lonnie. Now Max only needed to determine what to do with the original Caravaggio, which remained in his office. Naturally, there were a few elements he had omitted from Joe Cooley's provenance records, specifically concerning Heinrich Beck, Walter's younger brother. His journal had concluded with a Stasi raid, but his story did not end there. The Russian soldiers who had killed his parents were quartered in Beck's building for several months, while he stayed concealed in a hidden vault beneath the basement. He ventured out only at night during brief windows of safety to search for sustenance. Under the trapdoor his father had constructed, Heinrich passed those solitary months by painting. Surrounded by magnificent art, yet lacking fresh canvas, he began painting over some of the works he valued least, experimenting with new techniques before scraping the canvases clean to begin anew. He also practiced his forgeries, honing his ability to replicate brushwork, color, and depth. It delighted him to see how convincing his copies became and how much he learned from the process. Among the originals were the paintings from his brother's case. The longer Heinrich studied the Caravaggio, the greater his admiration grew. He created 6 copies in total, but kept only 2, recycling the other canvases for future work. In a moment of quiet rebellion against his grim reality, he even painted a small, hopeful sunrise in the corner of one copy, a detail he never showed anyone, a secret testament to the resilience he found in art. He knew the 2 copies were the finest work he had ever produced. After the Russians finally left the gallery, he crept out from his hiding place. Surviving in post-war Berlin was a daily struggle, but Heinrich was a survivor. Art was a more reliable medium than cash for those with the right skills and contacts, and Heinrich possessed both in abundance. He still had dozens of paintings from the cellar that had endured alongside him, and he began to barter. For years, his dealings were shadowy, purchasing from ghosts and selling to phantoms, catering to a newly subdued German populace that disavowed its history and now kowtowed to Soviet overlords, all while navigating the intricate, rotten layers of emerging communist graft. Before long, the idea struck him to sell his own forgeries, too. It was simple, especially among the freshly minted elite who had wealth but no understanding of art whatsoever. Heinrich was certain his father would have been horrified, but his father was gone and he was here, and that stark reality dictated the only rules that counted. He crafted new copies, traded, bribed, and endured as the war faded into memory. Berlin reconstructed itself, and the airwaves crackled with the tensions of a new Cold War. Walter's frigid message, ordering him to hand the crate to the courier, is what pushed Heinrich over the edge. He acted on pure, hot impulse, a fury born of disgrace for what Walter had done to their family's honor, for parents lost because of Walter's history, for a note that commanded compliance without a single question about him or their mother and father. In a fit of spite, he sent his brother one of the copies, utterly convinced Walter would never spot the deception. The Stasi raid proved just how mistaken he was. They came after dark, once the gallery was shut and he was alone. They weren't just Stasi, they were former SS, and they knew exactly what they sought. They demanded to know where the original painting was hidden. The more he pleaded ignorance, the more brutally they assaulted him. "You are an idiot," one spat. "Your brother left a signature mark on all his canvases. It was absent from the one you mailed." Heinrich refused to surrender the painting. He resolved he would die first. They very nearly granted him that wish, beating him mercilessly. They helped themselves to a fortune in other artworks, hauling canvases into their truck, taking everything they could lift. Before departing, one man untied his right arm and splayed it across the workbench. "Your brother instructed us not to kill you," he said as Heinrich writhed. "He did, however, tell us to ensure you never tried to trick him again." With a ball-peen hammer, the other man methodically crushed the bones of Heinrich's right hand, and then each finger, one by one. Heinrich Beck never wrote another entry in his journal, and never lifted a brush again. It took 2 years, but he eventually purchased the passport of a deceased German youth named Max Wolf, and bribed his passage out of East Berlin, the Caravaggio, and one copy rolled up among a few of his own lesser works. The U.S. Customs officer gave the canvases a cursory glance and waved them all through, dismissing them as the mediocre efforts of a talentless art student. Now, as Max, he pondered what to do with the original. He was an old man and time was running short. Maybe he should start thinking about a legacy. He considered willing it to the village of Stawicki, where it had resided for over 300 years, but that felt so pointlessly sentimental. Flipping through his old phone messages, he found one from an affluent Chinese collector seeking rare art. "Something significant," the man had said. "Something breathtaking." He was planning to build a museum. Carrie Vaughan's bibliography extends beyond her well-known series to include the young adult novels, Voices of Dragons and Steel, The Fantasy Discord's Apple, and The Superhero Tale. After the Golden Age, her short fiction has graced the pages of numerous publications such as Lightspeed, Asimov's Science Fiction, and Weird Tales, with collections available in Straying from the Path and Kitty's Greatest Hits. A resident of Colorado, she has upcoming projects including Dreams of the Golden Age, a sequel to her superhero novel, and further installments in the Kitty series. Even those who live outside the law need a sanctuary, a notion embodied by the Blue Moon Club in the suspenseful tale that follows. Just remember, in a haunt frequented by rogues, it pays to keep your wits about you, no matter who you are. Roaring, 20s, Carrie Vaughan. The Blue Moon's greatest asset is its invisibility, which conveniently keeps the police at bay. The downside, of course, is that same quality makes it a nightmare to locate for anyone without the right touch. You need a spark of magic, which Madame M possesses in spades. Finding hidden doors is practically a hobby for her. Her car leaves us at the intersection of 5th and Pine, and we watch it disappear into the evening traffic. I trail her along a slick sidewalk flanked by aging brick buildings. The hour is still early enough for the streets to be choked with commuters and automobiles, everyone focused on their own destination, oblivious to the world around them. A chorus of impatient car horns cuts the air, and the glow from the street lamps casts everything, gleaming chrome and weary expressions alike in a warm, coppery light. I adjust my mink stole, securing it against a sudden chill. Madame M, however, lets hers drape carelessly over her elbows, revealing the elegant line of her back. We could be mistaken for sisters, our steps perfectly synchronized as we walk. She leads me into an alley that appears utterly ordinary, then through a connecting passageway until we're isolated among overflowing trash bins and the plaintive cry of a stray cat beneath rusty fire escapes and a heavy, rain-laden sky. With a confident rap, she knocks on a seamless expanse of brick wall, far from any conventional entrance. I don't even blink when a small panel slides open at eye level. She murmurs a phrase and a doorway materializes. Whether it's a door expertly disguised or the very wall swinging inward is a mystery I don't bother solving. From within, the smooth, inviting notes of a jazz trio float down the corridor, sounding like pure salvation. The doorman, a mountain of a man stuffed into a brown suit tailored for his immense shoulders, gives us a once-over and grants a nod. He's not entirely human. A coarse pelt rings his collar, dusts his hands, and sprouts from his ears. His smile reveals sharp canines, and his eyes hold a distinct golden shimmer. Whatever his nature, it's not my business to speculate. I move past him without making eye contact. A seemingly ordinary coat-check girl, though appearances are deceiving here, takes our furs, and I leave a generous tip. A waiter, impeccably groomed, escorts us into the main lounge. A prime table near the dance floor magically becomes available, as one always does for Madame M. I order soda water for us both, earning a puzzled look from the waiter. Why visit a legendary speakeasy if not for the drinks? The liquor here is premium, imported, not some bathtub concoction. Maybe later, I assure him, and he retreats. The club is bustling. The band features a white pianist and two black musicians on bass and drums, with a microphone suggesting a vocalist may appear. For now, they're playing an upbeat number that has couples moving on the compact dance floor. At first glance, it's a typical scene for a night out. Flappers and women in gowns, men in sharp suits, and the occasional tuxedo. But a closer look reveals subtle anomalies. The hint of a fang, the glint of a claw, the ethereal shimmer of a concealed wing, or the curve of a horn beneath carefully styled hair. The room is a tapestry of hidden natures, most of which I wouldn't dare to name. These people aren't making a scene, so I keep quiet too. Drawing eyes means inviting scrutiny, and the last thing Madame M and I need is someone looking too hard. The place is full of shadowy alcoves leading to private rooms, cards, dice, whatever your vice. One entrance is veiled by a swaying curtain of beads, and through the haze of smoke, I catch a glimpse of a woman holding court on a plush sofa, encircled by sharp-suited men and women dressed like Art Deco fantasies. The image is soft, distorted, like viewing it through frosted glass. M is here to see Gigi, the woman behind that curtain who runs this joint. I think it's a terrible plan, but I keep my mouth shut. When it comes to the dance of deals and double crosses, M's instincts are sharper than mine. My job is simpler. Watch her back and spot trouble before it spots us. We're just two girls in a den where the gamblers and rum runners are the harmless ones. This crowd has vampires who'd drain you dry, wolves who'd go for the throat, and a few polished devils happy to buy your soul, fully aware how cheap some souls trade around here. We manage, though. Her cleverness and my vigilance form a decent shield. We look the part. A couple of dolls out on the town. All colored silk and swinging fringe, bare skin at the shoulders and knees, dresses that sway with every step. Sequins catch the low light, feathers bob in our shorn hair. They probably see easy marks. They'll learn different. A waiter materializes beside our table, smooth and smiling, placing drinks down before I even see him approach. The band plays on, and M takes a delicate sip. Something wicked is on its way, she murmurs, almost to herself. I scan the room. A tense card game unfolds in the corner. Nearby, some low-level gangster is showing off his gold watch to his date, both leaning in over their small table. She smiles with her mouth, but her eyes are calculating, already picking out what she can take. A dozen little dramas simmer under the surface. Most folks, though, are just here to feel the thrill of getting away with it, to drink good hooch and savor the sin. Police raid? I ask quietly. Or is Rocco finally making a move on Margolis? Anthony Margolis himself is at that card table, playing calmly to prove he's not sweating Rocco or anyone else. No, this is bigger, Em says, her voice flat. Everything goes to hell. With her, I can never tell if she's being poetic or literal. One of your dreams? Visions, she corrects, taking another sip and leaving a perfect red crescent on her glass. The future?
It is. So what's the play?
Same as always. Keep your eyes wide open and maybe buy stock in a distillery. She's thinking aloud, and it sets my nerves further on edge. I nod toward the beaded curtain. She knows you're here. She'll make me ask for an audience, Em replies. That's the whole point of coming, isn't it? For now, let's just act like we're here for the music and the gin. She leans back, stretching languidly, and drapes an arm over the back of my chair. I pull a cigarette from my clutch, strike a match, and light it before passing it to her. Her gloved, jeweled fingers accept it. She draws in deeply and exhales a slow, lazy cloud of smoke. Her foot taps time with the jazz. Her performance of having a good time is utterly convincing. She could have excelled at anything, a fact that makes our presence in a sawdust and whiskey pit like this all the more pointed. We're both here for reasons. The rhythm of the club feels normal. Waiters weaving, glasses clinking, a cigarette girl circling with her tray. The laughter from the card game is a bit too loud, a bit too forced, as men pretend $1,000 loss is nothing, while sweat darkens their shirt collars. If trouble was going to start, it would come from the card players, some joke taken the wrong way, a table flipped, and fists flying. At least the bouncer at the door made everyone check their weapons, so I didn't have to worry about stray bullets. Em and I could handle a brawl. Gunfire was another story. Being unseen doesn't do much good when you're caught in a crossfire. By the third song, halfway through my drink, a man stumbled through the entrance looking utterly lost, like a fish tossed onto a dock. I wondered what line he'd fed the gorilla to get inside. He must have had some kind of charm or presence, first to find the blue moon, then to walk in like he owned the place. Now he just stood there, hat in hand, scanning the room with wide, disbelieving eyes, as if his plan had actually worked and he had no idea what came next. He wore a plain brown suit, clean-shaven with a strong jaw, and I spotted the outline of a shoulder holster beneath his jacket. He must have used magic to conceal that too, otherwise the bouncer would have caught it. For half a heartbeat, everything in the club seemed to freeze. The piano hit a sour note, the bass string twanged, as though the air itself had grown heavier. Every patron felt the shift. The newcomer straightened his spine and scowled at the stairs, and then, just like that, the moment passed and the room returned to its noisy rhythm. I kept my eyes on the band, but watched the stranger from the edge of my vision, leaning toward Em as if sharing a joke. Looks like we've got a Fed on our hands. She was too well-mannered to turn and gawk, but one eyebrow lifted. How'd he manage that? Your guess is as good as mine, and he's armed. Maybe he's just here for a drink, like everybody else? The Fed looked like a hunter who'd stumbled into a gold mine. He leaned against the bar, casual as you please, not ordering a thing, just staring at the rows of bootleg liquor with a hungry gleam. You could almost see him calculating the size of the bust this place would make. The bartender played it cool, wiping the counter and pretending there wasn't a government man breathing down his neck. A minute later, the Fed signaled a waiter and was led to a table in the back. My neck prickled. I couldn't see him anymore, but I could feel his eyes on me. A man who could get in here would figure out who held the real power soon enough, and getting Em out safely just got a whole lot trickier. She laid a hand on my arm and gave it a reassuring pat. Steady. I tried to focus on the music, on the couples swaying on the dance floor, and remember we were supposed to look like we were enjoying ourselves. The cigarette girl passed our table for the fourth time, her eyes flicking between Em and me without a word. She was young, dressed in satin shorts and a bustier, her dark hair pinned neatly under a pert little hat. All legs and too much rouge, but she carried it with a veteran's ease. She wove between the tables, managing her tray and making change without ever breaking stride, a practiced smile fixed on her face. The fifth time she passed, not offering cigarettes but still holding my gaze, I raised a hand to stop her. She seemed almost relieved when she paused, a slight sigh making the sequins on her neckline shimmer. "A pack of cigarettes, please," I said. Then softer, "There's something else you wanted to say, isn't there?" Her eyes darted between us, a clear sign she knew our reputations but wasn't sure which of us was Madam M and which was Pauline, the sidekick. I gave a slight nod toward M. "She's the one you talked to?" M's voice was low and calm. "What is it, dear? Be quick." I made a show of fumbling through my clutch for a bill, buying her a few seconds. She bit her lip, her expression tightening with worry. "I'm in a bind, we both are." Her voice dropped to the faintest whisper. The music is a low thrum I can barely make out, but M hears every word without leaning in. "I have to leave this place, and I'm not going without him." "Him?" "One of Anthony's men." Her gaze flicks toward the card game, and I pick him out immediately, a medium-built, baby-faced enforcer in an ill-fitting suit, standing guard. His hands are shoved deep in his pockets, and he's sweating more than anyone else in the room. He keeps stealing glances our way, his lips quivering as if he's fighting the urge to speak. "We've scraped together enough for California, for a clean start, but we can't have Anthony or her on our tails." She doesn't need to motion toward the beaded curtain. "We can pay you." She looks anxious, fully aware of what she's truly offering and what M's assistance might ultimately cost. M studies her, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. I'm pretending to search my clutch, a dollar bill already in my fingers. "I suppose your employers wouldn't be thrilled? You two abandoning your lucrative careers, your families to elope? Quite the romantic tragedy." The cigarette girl presses her lips together. On the surface, it shouldn't be a complex issue, not the sort one typically brings to M. But she understands Anthony, and more importantly, she understands Gigi, which makes everything far more complicated. I watch M. Even I can't predict her response. She grinds out her cigarette and plucks a fresh one from the pack I provided. "I believe we can arrange something. Listen closely, you won't get another opportunity." The girl nods rapidly. "And the fee? I'll name my price when I decide what it is, for now." Pauline. "My hand is already in my bag, fishing around until I find the empty matchbox she wants." M continues. "I need a hair from you, and one from him. It helps me keep tabs."
Can you manage that?
It seems she already has. Reaching into the back of her white glove, she produces 2 fine strands, carefully braided together. M looks quietly impressed by her foresight. This girl knows precisely what she's asking for. I pass her the dollar bill from my clutch, a smooth cover as she slips the hairs into my palm. I tuck them into the box and hand it to M. With the transaction done, the girl pastes her professional cherry-red smile back on and hurries away. "Planning to ask for their firstborn child?" I ask M, arching an eyebrow. She makes a face. What would I possibly do with a baby? So now I'm tasked with keeping an eye on this young couple, left to wonder what scheme M is actually concocting for them. This ought to be interesting. M will make her move when she's ready, and my job is to wait for her signal. The band takes a break and returns, followed by a singer, a stunning, curvy black woman in a rose-sequined gown, her hair elegantly pinned up with a silk magnolia. She adjusts the microphone stand. M pushes her glass aside and rises from the table. "I'm going to be bold. I'm going to get a message to Gigi," she says, with a slight nod toward the bartender. I look at the bartender, who hasn't glanced up all night, mechanically pouring drinks, shaking cocktails, and dropping cherries into glasses. When the bar is empty, he just wipes the same spot on the counter, again and again. "You think it'll work? Maybe if I look sufficiently desperate, Gigi will agree to see me." I don't mention that. M already carries a hint of desperation in her eyes. "I'll hold down the fort." She flashes me a quick grin. I watch her glide toward the bar, the beads and sequins on her dress catching the light with each sway of her hips. Her brown bob is impeccable, not a hair out of place, her skin like flawless porcelain. People often assume she uses magic to maintain her appearance, but she doesn't. It's all natural, purely her. She'd never be so vain as to waste her power on something as trivial as looks. The singer begins, her voice as rich and honeyed as I expected, the kind of sultry jazz too vibrant for the average downtown club. I settle back into my chair, take a sip of my soda water, and keep my attention fixed on the room. The crowd watches M, trying to figure out her angle behind the beaded curtain. The smoky shadows remain unchanged. Gigi must be aware of our presence, yet she seems indifferent. My attention drifts back to the card game. The nervous young man keeps stealing glances at the anxious cigarette girl as she moves through the room, her practiced smile almost hiding the worry etched on her face. She's sharper than her boyfriend. She never looks back, knowing any exchange would give them away. He at least has the excuse of admiring a pretty girl all evening. I wonder how M plans to keep her promise to help them. She could just send 2 train tickets and a simple charm to make them unseen, the easy way out. But knowing her, she'll probably find a method that doesn't use magic at all, just to prove it can be done, to remind everyone she isn't defined by the tricks she's famous for. Keep them guessing. A well-planned distraction and a whispered threat might be all it takes to get those 2 out of this city. I hope wherever they land, they build a quiet life, raise a family, and never forget how lucky they are to have escaped. The back of my neck still prickles where the Fed has been watching me this whole time. Me, not M, otherwise he'd have drifted toward the bar where she's chatting with the bartender. I don't see him, but I'm not startled when he slides into M's vacant chair. Mind if I join you? I offer a thin smile. The pack of cigarettes we bought earlier is still on the table, so I pick it up and hold it out. Smoke? He takes one, his eyes fixed on me. I strike a match and lean in to light it, simple courtesy. Then I wait. He seems happy just to observe, and my role is to let him. I could sit here all night, especially with that singer's velvet voice filling the air. I know who you are, he says at last. Do you? I think we can help each other. He leans back, feigning ease, and turns toward the stage. Let's say I wanted to move in on this operation, and I needed a partner. So I hand you the keys. You make sure I stay clear when the raid happens, maybe slide me an envelope under the table, especially if you keep me useful. Up until now, he probably thought he had me fooled. Well, that's putting it plainly. I like to save time. This place is coming down one way or another, but having inside help smooths the path. You strike me as a woman who understands how things work. He's talking to the wrong person, and he must know it. Maybe he assumes I'm tired of being the hired help, hungry to move up. That says plenty about how he views the world. Flatterer, I murmur, my gaze heavy-lidded. It's a cozy little spot, I'll give you that, the Fed remarks. He sweeps his eyes across the room, the card players, the couples dancing, and I'm certain he misses the horns tucked beneath feathered headbands and the tails coiled inside tailored trousers. His gaze lingers a moment on the corner card game before returning to the singer. He never once seems to notice the beaded curtain, to think it's been operating right under our noses. He crushes his cigarette. Can I ask you something? I say, studying him with genuine interest. He gestures for me to go ahead. How did you even find the door? A man like you, with such a clean suit and clean hands, shouldn't have been able to locate the entrance, yet here you are. Give me some credit. We've been watching this place for a while. He's bluffing. Half asleep and overconfident, he probably strong-armed some low-rent fortune teller for a few trinkets and tricks. Or worse, maybe he actually found some old spell book and muddled his way through the instructions alone. It's like handing someone a loaded gun without showing them the safety. I can't dismiss him because even in a place like the Blue Moon, the bullets in that gun will still kill if he decides to pull the trigger. So what is it you're hoping I'll do for you, Mr. Government Issue? I ask. How about you just stay quiet and don't tip anyone off that I'm here, he replies, as if I'd need to warn a soul. If you've got anything useful, we could arrange something. I'll consider it and get back to you. Appreciate the smoke, he says, and heads back to his own table. I get the distinct impression he believes if he just waits me out long enough, I'll actually come around. M lingers at the bar for a decent interval before making her way back, a deliberate sway in her step, her smile knowing. She's carrying 2 fresh sodas. Made a new acquaintance, I see, she remarks. I think we've got ourselves a true believer holding a lit fuse and no clue where to throw it, I tell her. Maybe we should think about moving along. Settle our business with our star-crossed lovers, then slip out while the slipping's good. Say the word, and I can create a distraction. No, I still need to speak with Gigi. I knew she'd say that. What did the bartender have to say? Absolutely nothing. He's a complete blank. Gigi's employing a zombie bartender? I let out a short laugh.
Charming.
So a shot of whiskey is just a shot of whiskey, no skimming, no special favors. I look over, and sure enough, the bartender is standing in the exact same spot, wiping the same patch of counter in a mindless, repetitive motion. His complexion is ashen, his face utterly vacant. She'll talk to me. I just have to outlast her. There's not much you can do if she's decided not to. Em rests her chin in her hands, staring intently at the beaded curtain. We wait, and I fight the urge to glance back at the Fed, who's still planted there, watching and waiting. The singer has finished her latest tune, a slow, mournful ballad about a no-good man, and she's launching into another one with the same theme. People hear these songs and think they'd never be that foolish, they'd never return to someone who treated them poorly. Then they do because their situation is different. Their love is special, unique, just like everyone else's, and it's hard to walk away when you're convinced he'll change, so you keep circling back, unless you're lucky enough to have someone who grabs you by the shoulders and says, "Stop," like Em did for me. That's a rare gift. Gigi isn't going to talk to Em. I'm certain of it, and we're going to be stuck here all night. Meanwhile, I'm now convinced the Fed is going to do something idiotic, because a smart operator would have scoped the place out and left to assemble a team. He's basically wearing a neon sign. I could get Em out through a back exit. It takes a touch of magic to get into the blue moon, and it doesn't hurt to have a little to get out, but I'll barrel right through if I have to. Sometimes brute force is the best counter to subtlety. He's got you all tense, Em observes. My shoulders are tight, and I keep stealing looks over my shoulder. I'm not doing a great job of pretending to be at ease. She goes on, he's harmless. He's got no play to make, and he's too stubborn to leave empty-handed. I'm worried about what happens when he decides to draw that gun. Pauline breathed. I'm more concerned about Gigi than some bureaucrat in a cheap suit. Nothing has changed behind the beaded curtain. Gigi is holding court back there, paying no attention to Em whatsoever. I should trust Madame M. She's hardly ever mistaken, but right now she's missing the forest for the trees. I think I've figured out how to handle our federal friend. Do you trust me? I ask M, who raises a skeptical eyebrow. Of course. What are you plotting? It'll only take a minute. That wasn't my question, but I'm already on my feet. Moving with feigned nonchalance, sidestepping that hurried waiter, I let my eyes land on the Fed. I look pensive, intrigued. He's been watching me, just as I'd hoped, and I offer him a disarmingly sweet smile. There's an empty chair at his table pulled out slightly, as if waiting for me. Perfect. Let him believe the invitation was his idea all along. Do you mind if I join you? He motions toward the empty seat, and I settle into it, smoothing my skirt and crossing my ankles neatly. I reach into my small purse, not for the pack we bought earlier, but for my own emergency cigarettes. Care for one? I offer, and he accepts. I strike a match and hold it for him. He inhales deeply, and the smoke he exhales carries a faint, unusual scent, nothing like ordinary tobacco, but he doesn't seem to notice. You look like a man with something on his mind. Just a bit of friendly advice, I reply. You're wasting your time if you think you'll get anything out of me or my associate. His face clouds with doubt, his forehead creasing. He was so sure he had this whole operation pegged. I know exactly who you two are. Madame M and Pauline, the pair who aren't quite what they appear. You might think you're invisible, but you've left your mark on plenty of dealings around here. Leaving a mark isn't the same as holding the reins. We leave the heavy lifting to the high rollers. We don't own a joint like the Blue Moon, and we steer clear of crews like Anthony's for good reason. Staying on the move keeps us off the bullseye. So which high rollers should I be speaking with, then? The arrangement still holds? I point you right. You give me a heads up before things go south? I even flutter my lashes for effect. He flicks the ash from his cigarette and takes another slow pull. Absolutely. I'll make sure you're in the clear. Whether I trust him or not is irrelevant now. If you truly want to understand what's happening here and who really calls the shots, you need to talk to her. I tilt my head toward the stage. He squints. The singer? That's the one. Quite the disguise, isn't it? She's up there watching the whole room, and nobody ever guesses she's not just there for the applause and the loose change. Now that is interesting. You have no idea. I start to rise, but he leans in suddenly. His breath carries that same odd, cloying smell from whatever he's been smoking. Can I buy you a drink to show my gratitude? Thank you, but I'm all set. Just soda water. I'm a respectable citizen, same as you. Suit yourself. You keep out of trouble, you hear? Clenching my fist isn't an option, not yet. If this plays out right, I won't need to. As I turn to head back to my table, I stop short. The atmosphere has shifted while I wasn't looking. I missed the exact moment the cigarette girl vanished. Her nervous boyfriend is drenched in sweat, and his boss is bound to notice, especially with the way he keeps glancing at the exit, shifting like he's ready to bolt. Over by the door, M is speaking with the bouncer, trying to catch my attention. Her stern look tells me it's urgent, and I've already missed my signal. She arches a disapproving brow. Time for that diversion is running out? I grasp her strategy, a long fuse for a slow burn, which means I might still have a window to get things rolling. I paste on a smile and stride toward the card table. Anthony spots me immediately. He's been watching Em and me as closely as we've been watching him. Well, perhaps not quite as closely, but I'm certain he has no clue what we're actually planning. To him, we're just a couple of unpredictable women, and what does a man really understand about a woman's schemes anyway? I rest a hand on the shoulder of the player sitting across from Anthony. The man trembles and nervously wets his lips. He's done for the night. Then I focus on Anthony. Is there room for one more, Mr. Margolis? I ask, laying on the sweetness. Pauline, sweetheart, Anthony says, spreading his arms in a show of hollow welcome. What's your price to walk away from that dame? He thinks he's being slick. He thinks he's putting me, and by extension, M, in our place. I know exactly what he sees, or what he believes he sees. Oh, sugar, you could never afford me, I say, with mock regret. But Madame over there can? You have to understand, we're practically family. He shakes his head as if it's a genuine shame. Harry, deal the lady in, would you? He gives a signal, and the men around the table adjust their positions. The cigarette girl's anxious beau scurries over with an extra chair. I know the stakes are $2,000, and I pull the roll of cash from my purse, setting it on the felt. The other players act like it's nothing out of the ordinary. Harry, the dealer with a pencil-thin mustache and a suit in a shade of blue so deep it's nearly violet, slides me my cards. He's a local, and he's straight, has to be, or Anthony's game would fold. Folks sit at Anthony's table thinking they can take his money, but the open secret is that Anthony's a solid player. His ego stays out of it. He knows when to walk away. I pick up my hand and join the flow. After all this time, it's pure muscle memory. The cards will fall as they may. My job is to keep the tempo. First priority is to get back to even because $2,000 is real money no matter who you are. It's about respect too, making sure these guys don't think they've hustled the dame. So we play and I recoup my buy-in. After that, I'm not aiming to lose, but I'm not gunning to win big either. I'm playing for time, feeling Anthony's eyes on me because he suspects I've got an angle, all while I keep one eye on M and the other on the Fed. And on that beaded curtain, just in case. M is about to turn her nice club upside down, and surely Gigi will notice and put a stop to it. M's back by the bar, looking more at ease than she did 5 minutes ago, so maybe my timing isn't completely off. Maybe this whole thing will wrap up without us having to dash for the door through a hailstorm of lead. You'd think a beautiful woman alone would have men circling like sharks, but maybe M's decided to make herself invisible. 2 of the card players know about M, and so they know not to underestimate me. The other 2 still figure I'm the mark. They're having a rough night, but sticking it out on pure stubbornness. So who's the sucker here? I drop a hand, then take a pot, and the table writes it off as a lucky streak, easier than conceding a woman can actually play. I don't win too much, so tempers stay cool. The chatter picks up again. They haven't forgotten I'm here. They just don't see me as a threat. Tommy, you all right over there? Anthony eyes his young enforcer, who's been fussing with his collar. This kid is going to blow the whole operation if he's not careful, and it clicks why the girl needed outside help to pull this job. All I can manage right now is a brief, sympathetic look his way before turning my attention back to my cards. Tommy meets my gaze, his eyes wide as a startled deer's. It's just a bit warm in here, boss. You're not going to pass out on me, are you? Tell me you're not feeling faint? No, sir, not at all. Good. Now Anthony's nerves are fraying, and this whole delicate house of cards could collapse. It's not too late to just walk out if I can only signal M. The Fed, still nursing the cigarette I gave him, is looking a little seasick. In a sudden jerk of movement, he shoves back from his table and fixes a stare right at our game. Right at me. Like he's figured out I lied, or that the cigarette wasn't exactly standard issue. He starts heading over, and he should know better than to approach Anthony's table. Or maybe he doesn't, after all that smoking. I have to stay ice cold and not bolt up an alarm, which takes everything I've got. I just have to look blissfully unaware. What does this joker want? Anthony mutters, and all his boys tense up, going alert like hounds on a scent. And right then, the singer hits a note so high and clear it seems to vibrate the glassware on the tables and sends my heart into my throat. We all can't help but watch, captivated as she holds that note, chest full, arms open, eyes shut, head tilted back, as if she's singing the universe into existence. The Fed halts, listens, then drifts over to a table near the stage and slumps into a chair like he's suddenly exhausted. The singer's voice eases back into the melody, and she flashes a sweet, knowing smile at her newest devoted fan. I catch M giving the singer a subtle wink. Yeah, M always has a plan. The game goes on. Anthony's crew eased up a bit, except for the cigarette girl's watchful companion, who kept his eyes fixed on the entrance. Anthony simply gave a slow, dismissive shake of his head. Not long after, M touched her earring, straightened her headband, and let her fingers trail through the feather adorning her hair. The signal was clear. It was time to spark the powder keg. I discreetly added a couple of extra aces to my hand, only to fold them immediately when my turn came. As the round concluded, the dealer collected the cards, gave them a practiced shuffle, and dealt a fresh hand. No one ever suspected me of sleight of hand. Where in the world would I conceal cards in this scandalously bare outfit? Gentlemen, I began, stacking my remaining chips with deliberate, almost fussy care. I must thank you for a perfectly delightful evening, but I'm afraid I have to take my leave. I do hope you won't hold it against me. I offered a demure blush and a flutter of my lashes. They couldn't possibly object. I hadn't stripped them clean or delivered any crushing blow to their egos. Pauline, my dear, you are always welcome at my table, Anthony declared, spreading his arms in that familiar, grandiose gesture. I leaned in to brush a kiss against his cheek, drawing envious glares from the others at the table. With a final, saccharine smile tossed over my shoulder, I made my way back to Madame M. I was beginning to doubt our little scheme would work, she murmured. I shot her a scowl. What are you talking about? It's irrelevant now. We're in sync. You'll be grateful I put the whammy on that federal agent. Just you wait. She nodded toward the card table. 5 minutes, you think, before they catch on? Roughly. I'm off to powder my nose. Mind the store? Always do. Almost exactly 5 minutes later, just as predicted, a player's voice cut through the murmur. Hey, what kind of game are you running here? He shouted, loud enough to draw every eye in the blue moon. What am I running? What are you trying to pull? Another retorted. You can't hold 3 aces. I've got 3 aces right here. Boys. Anthony bellowed, but the damage was done. While Anthony's rules meant firearms were checked at the door, it didn't prevent one enraged gambler from heaving the table over when his opponent took a swing. Cards, chips, and cash went sailing, scattering across the floor. Bodyguards and hangers-on surged forward, forming a protective ring around Anthony, who'd already caught a fist to the jaw. All except for Tommy, who'd wisely melted into the background. M glided to his side, whispered something urgent, and led him toward the club's exit, a departure I'm fairly certain only I noticed. I retreated toward the back, attempting to become part of the scenery, though I lack M's talent for true invisibility. A dancer shrieked as the brawl spilled onto the dance floor, and the band struck up a frantic, only marginally distracting tune. A pair of onlookers cracked their knuckles, grinning with unnaturally wide smiles that revealed sharp, predatory fangs. They'd relish this chaos, and they'd dominate it, no question. Knowing better than to invite trouble, I perched on the edge of the bar, staying clear until the zombie bartender began methodically wiping the surface around me, forcing me to move. M rejoined me, and we observed the unfolding bedlam alongside a few other nocturnal patrons. I kept a tight grip on an empty bottle the bartender had overlooked, just in case. "All according to plan?" I asked Em. She answered with a smile, and I pictured the cigarette girl and Tommy already on a Greyhound, bound for the coast and a fresh start. "Good luck to them." "Quite the floor show," Em remarked dryly. I couldn't help but grin. The federal agent, utterly entranced, had eyes only for the chanteuse, completely oblivious to the riot erupting around him. She had settled on the edge of his table, still singing softly, twirling a lock of his hair around her finger. Somehow she'd procured a drink and now offered it to him. He accepted with a lovesick, grateful sip. We wouldn't need to worry about him for the rest of the night. "You do know she's a siren, right?" Em said, watching the scene unfold. "I'm well aware," I replied. Her grin widened. "And that I wouldn't trust that cocktail any further than I could spit." "Oh, I know." The Fed kept sipping his bootleg whiskey as if it were ambrosia, convinced the siren's song was meant for him alone. "He wasn't looking for a fight tonight," she tells me, her voice low. "I had no idea," I reply, watching her shake her head slowly. Just then, one of the bruisers lurches against the bar, and I bring a bottle down on his skull. It's such a timeless maneuver I couldn't help myself. The glass shatters, scattering fragments like sharp, ringing bells, and the oaf crumples to the floor out cold. Deeply gratifying. The blue moon has descended into a snarling, grappling chaos. Unearthly growls rumble through the air. More patrons seem to be sporting fur than moments ago, and a few fangs glisten, possibly wet with blood. This has escalated beyond my expectations, and I'm thinking it's past time to get Em out of here. Then, a clear chiming note cuts through the din, like icicles tapping together. It should be delicate, but it vibrates through the room, and everything halts. Time suspends. Fists freeze mid-swing, raised chairs hover, and every head turns toward the beaded curtain. A woman stands there parting the strands with an ebony cigarette holder, surveying the scene from beneath long lashes. Her red silk dress fits like a second skin, one hip cocked, arms folded. She has a presence that commands you. Once you see her, you can't see anything else. And once her eyes find you, you're pinned. She seems to know every secret, and there's no escaping it. Everyone, even the singer, even Anthony, even me, glances away, ashamed, knowing we've crossed a line. Everyone except the Fed, who has buried his face in the table, shoulders shaking, and Em, who stares right back at her. The party's over. At some unspoken signal, the massive bouncer and a few of his crew wade in, hauling people toward the exit, Anthony and his crew included. The gangster is yelling that he's innocent, that he had no part in this, but it doesn't matter, he doesn't even notice his kid, Tommy, is missing. When he finally does, he might even connect it to me and Em, but he won't be able to act on it. Besides, there are 100 kids like Tommy out there, and revenge is bad for business. Once the troublemakers are ejected, waiters rush in to sweep up glass and right the tables. That's when I realize why they were so hard to track. There are 3 of them, identical triplets or something even stranger. They move in a silent, coordinated dance, as if reading each other's minds, zipping through the wreckage with triple the efficiency. Go figure. Across the room, past the busy waiters cleaning up broken glass and spilled cocktails, the woman in red locks eyes with a heavy silence stretches between them. I hold my breath, my heart pounding, unsure what comes next, who will look away first, and what that will mean. All Em wants to know is, will Gigi speak to her? Gigi gives nothing away. Instead, she glances behind her, holding the curtain aside as a small procession files out from the back room. Men in sharp, tailored suits, not thugs, but polished businessmen with expensive handkerchiefs peeking from pockets and rosebuds on their lapels. On their arms are stunning, women with flawless makeup, flappers in short dresses and ropes of pearls teetering on high heels, their expressions a blend of boredom and superiority. Kept, I think, not hired. They cling a little too tightly to their escort's arms, as if they might topple without the support. And this, I realize, is exactly why Em works for herself. We are not kept. We earn our place, and we never have to cling. Then Gigi gives a slight nod. Em returns it. In unison, they turn, Gigi vanishing behind the curtain, Em scanning for her chair. All around us, chairs and tables lie overturned, and we're left standing there like 2 small boats cast adrift, I signal to a waiter, who hurries over to right our table and chairs, wiping them down before producing a small vase of silk flowers for the center. We settle into the seats, leaning in close. "What does it mean?" I ask. "I'm not sure," M replies. "Is she going to speak with you or not?" Hard to say. She says it evenly, as if it's of little consequence, and perhaps it is. This whole endeavor was a gamble from the start. She's toying with you, making you wait. It's her way of proving she's above you. If she feels the need to prove it, she already knows she's not. How much longer are we staying? My patience is thin. We've lingered too long, and my mind conjures an image of Anthony and what's left of his crew waiting outside to have one of their chats. M has her methods, and we usually slip away, but Anthony has his own bag of tricks. I fear the day might come when M's aren't enough, and I worry I won't see that day coming. "Just a bit longer," she says. "I thought you were enjoying the singer." She gestures toward the stage where the woman has returned. M is right. She is stunning. Her voice clear and strong, and couples are dancing again, as if the earlier scuffle never happened. In a place like this, brawls are part of the expected entertainment. I also note, the federal agent is gone, likely tossed out with the crowd. I can only hope he was too far gone to remember the blue moon or any of our faces. We've overstayed our welcome. "It's just one lovely performer on one evening," I counter. "My concern is for you. I'm perfectly fine." She frowns, and I raise a questioning brow. "I thought I was the one looking after you," she remarks. "You are?" I confirm. A waiter approaches. It might be the same one or one of his look-alikes. I honestly can't tell. For a moment, I wonder if it's part of some scheme Gigi runs, employing a set of identical triplets as servers. It wouldn't surprise me. I briefly entertain what I'd do with such a team. M would have plenty of ideas if I asked. But the waiter is speaking to M, and I tilt my head to listen. "She will see you now, in the back. Please follow me." M shoots me a look that screams, "I told you so," and begins to rise. I grab my clutch and do the same, but the waiter winces, adding apologetically, "I am sorry, but only Madame is permitted to come." Well, isn't that something? I immediately start plotting the next moments because there's no chance I'm letting M go into that room alone. "Pauline is my dearest friend in the world," M declares, feigning shock and offense. "We are inseparable. We're practically sisters." Not that practically, I think? But that's a tale for another time. M doesn't need the backstory. She's already batting her lashes at the young man, who is visibly crumbling. "Please, it won't cause any trouble, I promise you." The poor guy sighs, knowing he's being played but powerless to resist. All right. Both of you come with me." We move through a beaded curtain, the bits of glass chiming softly around us, fracturing the low light into colors. The music from the main room becomes distant, as if we've stepped into another world entirely. Gigi reclines on a red velvet sofa, her sleek legs curled beside her. She frowns. "I wish to speak only with Madame." Her tone is light, almost casual, but the waiter shrinks back. M jumps in. "Oh, please let Pauline stay. I swear she's harmless as a kitten." And she says it with such innocent conviction, you'd think she'd never told a lie in her life. Gigi arches a skeptical eyebrow, tapping ash from the cigarette in her holder. "Peas in a pod, the two of you. Fine, let them both in. There are no obvious bodyguards here, no enforcers to check for weapons or intervene in a fight. That is, she doesn't have the standard variety, aside from the brute at the door. In this private sanctum, she doesn't require men in suits with shoulder holsters. She has other, less visible eyes watching over her. The air itself feels attentive, and a large, dormant aquarium against the far wall hints at a different kind of surveillance, its dark water holding a stillness that seems to observe. I have no idea what the consequences would be for anyone foolish enough to cause trouble in this back room, and I certainly don't plan on being the test case. Gigi gestures with her cigarette holder toward a stiff, upholstered chair positioned opposite a small circular table, a setup meant for intense negotiations where two parties can sit and size each other up. M settles into it like she was born to it, ankles crossed, leaning in as if sharing a confidence. I take a seat on a settee off to the side and feign a deep interest in my cuticles. The space is arranged like a formal sitting room, furniture clustered around that central table, with cabinets lining the walls displaying cut glass decanters that glow with golden liquor. The light from the Tiffany lamps is a soft, buttery yellow, making the intricate patterns on the dark wallpaper swim with shadows. From the bar outside, this room appears veiled, the beaded curtain and a haze of smoke obscuring the view. But from in here looking out, the entire club is perfectly clear. I have a direct line of sight past the bandstand and the dance floor, all the way to the front door and the mountain of a man standing watch. It feels wrong, like a trick of the light I shouldn't be able to see, but I decide not to dwell on it. The smoky air might seem as mysterious as an opium den's, but I'm fairly certain it's just plain old tobacco. She might slip something to a business rival, but she'd never cloud her own head. The woman in red speaks first, which is only proper given this is her domain. So, darling, how shall we begin our little negotiation? You know precisely what's on the horizon, M states bluntly, refusing to play the usual social games, and I can't decipher if Gigi is thrown by this directness. She remains utterly still, not a flicker in her expression, the cigarette holder steady as a rock in her hand. A ribbon of smoke rises undisturbed toward the ceiling. We sit in the silence waiting for her response. It doesn't come. And, she finally prompts, my intention is to form an alliance. There's safety in a unified front. We've always been more formidable together than apart. That's a simple fact. What's my incentive, she asks, and the triteness of the question feels beneath her. It strikes me that she's grown complacent. Not weak in her dealings or her operations, but comfortable. She's content with her empire and sees no reason to look beyond its borders. She believes she's already at the peak, which means M isn't going to get the agreement she's hoping for by the end of this chat. Security, M answers instantly. Endurance, stability, those are terribly vague concepts. M leans forward a fraction. We can combine our assets, create overlapping layers of protection for our people and our interests. Predators like Anthony Margolis and that federal agent won't stand a chance. Speaking of which, how did a Fed even get through your doors tonight? It's not like you, Gigi, to have a chink in your defenses. A flicker of irritation breaks through Gigi's composure. Her legs uncross and recross, and she levels a look of pure disdain at M. He was insignificant. Handled easily enough, wasn't he? Her gaze cuts to me, a cruel smile playing on her lips. The effort to stay silent is physical. I bite the inside of my cheek and force my attention to sweep the room, searching for any hidden threat. My eyes land on a phonograph in the corner, perched on a slender mahogany stand. Its fluted horn faces the room properly, but there's no record on the turntable and the tone arm is lifted clear, which means it's serving another purpose entirely. A cold prickle runs down my spine, wondering what that purpose might be. This threat that's coming, M tries again, a final attempt. It isn't supernatural. It's not vampires or mythical creatures. It's financial. It's the businessmen, the bankers, and the brokers, the money men, who will dismantle everything. People like you who feel insulated and believe the status quo is permanent. What will you do, Gigi, when the ground shifts beneath your feet? Why this sudden concern for my well-being? Gigi asks, sounding genuinely perplexed. Why wouldn't I be? I am perfectly capable of looking after myself. You should look after yourself, not waste energy on folks who don't want your help. She inhales from her cigarette again, exhaling a perfect ring of smoke through her full lips, a gesture so familiar it could have been M herself. M watches the woman in red intently, a quiet sorrow in her eyes that Gigi misses entirely, her attention on tapping ash into a crystal tray. Then, for no reason I can discern, Gigi's head snaps up, her expression sharp with alarm. M hasn't moved. I haven't either. But Gigi is staring past M's shoulder through the swaying bead curtain into the dining room, which has gone utterly silent. The band has ceased. The murmur of conversation has died. Not even the clink of a glass remains. A cold dread settles in my stomach. You don't need a sixth sense to feel the entire atmosphere of the room has shifted. And if it's rattled Gigi, it's far worse than I'd feared. A gunshot cracks the quiet, followed by the heavy thud of a body hitting the floor. M is already moving toward the curtain, and I'm right behind her, my only thought to shield her from whatever awaits. Why must she always charge toward the danger? Gigi hesitates only a second, hiking up the slit of her skirt to pull a small pistol from a garter holster. That single action tells me everything. This is catastrophic. M pushes the beads aside and we take in the scene unfolding like some grim theater. 5 or 10 men in dark suits and fedoras pulled low are swarming the room armed for a war that ended decades ago, Tommy guns, shotguns, a revolver or two. Leading them is that smug federal agent, finally making good on his raid threat. He must have sobered up after being tossed out, and worse, he remembered. I noticed the wads of cotton peeking from their ears. They'd found a way past the siren's call. Got to give the guy credit. He was learning the rules, even if he was playing with half a deck. He should have waited until he understood the whole game. Boots stomp across the floor. A woman shrieks. The massive doorman lies motionless, and it occurs to me only silver bullets could have dropped him so fast. That explains why he wasn't stopped sooner. Everybody freeze. The agent bellows, sounding unbearably proud of himself. It felt ripped from a gangster picture, and I half expected everyone to start clutching their chests and swaying before collapsing in those overly dramatic, unconvincing ways they do in the movies. You never see the real mess in those films. Maybe they haven't learned how to fake the blood yet. I seize M's arm to yank her back just as Gigi shoves past us, perhaps for a clearer view. I couldn't care less what happens to Gigi, but I need M safe. The room is paralyzed exactly as ordered. Every soul, Gigi's crew, the band, the singer, even the vacant-eyed bartender stares in stunned disbelief. The Blue Moon was supposed to be untouchable, a sanctuary. If feds could breach a place meant to be invisible, what hope was left? It felt like watching a small, essential magic gutter and die. M places her hand over mine and offers a faint, knowing smile. The unspoken command was clear. Wait. She's either insane or she has a plan. And with M, it's always a plan. So I wait, my fists clenched. Everyone on the floor. Now, this is a raid, the agent shouts, triumph dripping from every word. His men fan out. From across the room, his gaze locks onto mine with a personal venom, as if I'd insulted his mother. He was too far for me to reach, leaving me nothing but a furious glare and violent daydreams of disarming him and shattering his knees. Leaned close to Gigi, her voice a low murmur. Didn't see this coming, did you? Did you? Gigi hissed back. M glanced at me, and I allowed a tight smile. Then she stepped past Gigi, moving calmly onto the empty dance floor. Suddenly, every eye in the room was fixed on her alone. She commands every eye in the room simply by shifting her weight, and I have to bite back a shout, because in this moment, being the center of attention is the worst possible thing. Every federal agent in the joint swings his weapon toward her, fingers tightening. But she's always 3 steps ahead. With a calm lift of her arm, she forms a gesture with her fingers, a deceptively simple configuration no one else could ever mimic. Her other hand sweeps out to include the whole tense crowd, and suddenly the atmosphere turns thin and silent. My ears pop like I've just cleared a head cold, and the lead agent's furious growl dies in his throat. Every trigger finger goes slack, every gunman stands frozen, not even blinking. It's an unnatural stillness, more profound than stone, because stone is meant to be still. This is something imposed around us. The band members, the torch singer, the waitstaff, and even the local toughs exchange glances as if waking from a shared dream, brushing themselves off like they've been caught in a sudden squall. They begin to move cautiously, circling the motionless agents who now resemble nothing so much as cooperative statues. Just following the client's request, M remarks, dusting her palms together even though I know they're perfectly clean. The lead fed is utterly helpless as she steps right up to him and begins checking his jacket and pants pockets. I can almost read the furious protest in his watering eyes. It's inside the jacket's inner pocket that she finds the spellbook, a shabby little volume with a faded red cover, worn corners, and a cracked spine. It looks exactly like some forgotten relic you'd dig out of a century-old attic. M flips through the first few pages and lets out a soft, knowing chuckle. Just as I suspected, she says, her tone shifting from serious to almost pitying. You had real potential, you know. Could have made something of yourself.
But you treated this like a firearm? Something to point and shoot? Magic doesn't work that way.
Pauline? I step forward when she calls. She passes me the book and I tuck it into my clutch. We'll deal with it properly later. Can you handle the cleanup? Madam asks Gigi. Gigi presses her lips together. She might be thinking 1,000 things, shocked by the display of power on her own turf, maybe even resentful, but she lets none of it show. Even now, she doesn't truly grasp the extent of M's abilities. M so rarely flexes them. Yeah, sure. I'll tidy up and take out the trash. Gigi replies with a curt nod. Her trio of waiters moves efficiently, disarming each frozen goon. As much as we might all prefer to make the whole lot vanish, Gigi will probably just blur their memories and dump them in a distant alley where they can't cause more trouble. She'll find a new bouncer soon enough. Remember what I told you? M adds quietly. Call me if you reconsider. Gigi's sneer is fixed in place like a porcelain mask. I'll keep that in mind. M wears a look of genuine regret and seems prepared to stand there all night, but I gently touch her elbow and guide her toward the exit. I'm not sure what to make of Gigi, except to feel a pang of sympathy. To have someone like M offering help and to throw it back in her face. Gigi calls out one last time as we go. M, try not to stir up too much chaos. You either, Gigi. And that's it. I glance back one final time at the gorgeous singer who has resumed her number, trying to restore some normalcy. She's crooning about how marvelous it is to sway in your lover's arms. It must be nearly dawn, closing time. She's singing to a nearly empty room. Only the waiters and the vacant-eyed bartender remain, that same rag still in his hand, wiping the same spot on the bar. We collect our coats from the coat check. A new guard, built like a barrel with strangely fuzzy ears, holds the door for us, and we're back on the street beside a grimy brick wall. The glow from a far-off street lamp stretches our shadows long and thin. M keeps walking. The car should be nearby. It'll find us when she's ready. For now, she's in the mood to walk, and I stay beside her. You got a bottle of whiskey in that bag of yours? M asks, nodding toward my clutch. Probably, I reply. I might have to go digging for it. The clutch is small enough to fit in my two hands, but it holds everything it's meant to. Cigarettes, cash, and poker chips, a tiny derringer for emergencies no one will ever find unless I allow it, a few bus tokens, an extra pair of stockings, a spool of thread, and a lipstick, and now a strange little book of spells. Maybe I can locate a bottle of whiskey. Never mind, she says with a heavy sigh. I knew it was unlikely. Oh well. She has no idea what she's doing, I reply. Not our concern. Not anymore. We walk for about half a mile. I might be tough and M might have her magic, but my shoes weren't made for this, and my feet are starting to ache. I'll stick with her, though. The sky is a dull gray, the sun beginning to rise. We stop when we hear singing, rough and off-key. It's coming from around the next corner, and curiosity gets the better of me. I have to look. And there he is. The Fed is lying in the gutter, jacket gone, his shirt ripped open. His shoulder holster is dangling crookedly, and he's clutching a revolver, waving it around in what seems like pure despair. Gigi took their guns, but he must have kept one hidden, maybe strapped to his ankle. So here's the Fed, gun in hand, as lost as a stray dog and trying to piece together where his life went off the rails and who to pin it on. I step in front of M just like I always picture myself doing in these situations. This isn't too bad. We can slip away, get out of his line of sight before he even realizes we're here, and I press back against M, nudging her to turn around. But it's too late. The Fed spots us, his arm steadies, and scrambling to his feet, he aims the weapon right at us. He has us in his sights, and the gun is very real. There's no back door to escape through now. I can hear M breathing heavily behind me, and I have no idea if she has any magic left for this. What happened back there? He gestures with the gun as if it's part of his own arm. I can feel sweat chilling on my skin beneath the silk of my dress. I don't even know what you think you saw. Yes, you do. You saw everything. I don't even remember. What am I supposed to tell the director? He could shoot me and claim it was my fault. Of course he could. He can't return from his raid with nothing to show. And it strikes me as absurd that it all boils down to this being cornered in a back alley by some drunken Fed. I step forward and snatch the gun right out of his hand in one fluid motion he never sees coming. The weapon slips from his grip like a plucked flower, and he collapses into sobs, tears and mucus streaming down his face, hands covering his eyes. He slumps onto the sidewalk. We stand there looking down at him. I'm holding this weapon I don't want, but relief washes over me. M is safe, and for now, all is well. Sprawled on the concrete, he starts singing his mangled tune again, and this time I recognize it, or what it's supposed to be, the song the siren at the Blue Moon sang about the man who did her wrong. I empty the bullets from the chamber into my clutch and drop the gun on the sidewalk. Do you think we should help him? I ask. Call the police or something? He isn't going anywhere. They'll find him soon enough. Come on, Pauline. She links her arm through mine, and we walk away. A car pulls up to the curb ahead of us, right on time, and the driver steps out to open the door. Time to go home, wash the makeup off my face, and fall into bed. I sometimes wonder how it all could have turned out differently, M says. With Gigi, I mean. I don't think you could have said anything. Not here, not now, she replies, turning inward, pensive, and I can't begin to guess what schemes she's weaving, what plans she's crafting, or old plans she's dissecting for their flaws. I'm talking 10, 20 years ago. Did all this happen because I took her doll, or because she stole my licorice, or because Mama loved her more or me more? I don't know who Mama loved best, or if she loved either of us at all. I don't have a response to that. What is there to say? The full history of M and Gigi's mother is something I've never been told, likely because I never pressed for it, and I won't. I don't need to know. It wouldn't alter a single thing between us. I suppose it doesn't matter, I finally reply. You and your sister built most of this life with your own two hands anyway. A soft smile touches M's lips as she gives my arm a gentle squeeze. I'm a fortunate woman to have you beside me. Honestly, I'm the lucky one that you tolerate my nonsense at all. You know, the two of us are the toughest crew this city's ever seen, she says, though her voice carries a faint, uncharacteristic tremor. Whatever happens, we'll make it through. Absolutely, I say, my tone leaving no room for doubt. We will. The air tasted like champagne bubbles popping against her skin. When Amarel Parathis stepped out just after sunset in search of a drink, it was raining a wizard's brew, pale lavenders, coppery reds, and unnamed colors that fell like liquid dusk, sizzling into luminescent mist on the warm stones. Beyond the jagged rooftops, blue-white lightning tore the sky, and the thunder that followed sounded like it had screams tangled within its rumble. The gods' damned wizards were at it again. Well, she had a thirst to settle and a meeting to keep, and Weird Rain wasn't close to the worst thing that had ever fallen on her from Theridane's troubled skies. As she walked, Emerald dripped impossible, flickering hues, cutting a ghostly path through a fog that swirled like the depths of some pink and orange ocean. Nights like this, when the magical factions turned the city into their personal battleground, drove everyone indoors. The street of pale savants was a hollow echo of itself, and shopkeepers along the Avenue of Seven Angles peered from behind their windows like prisoners. There was a time this would have been her ideal conditions: heavy weather to clear the streets, thunder to mask the sound of a careful footstep on a roof tile. Now it just felt isolating, treacherous, and bleakly unpredictable. The Tangaloing Canal Bridge arched ahead, its path marked by two arcs of silvery light held aloft by rain-stained marble statues of hooded, shackled figures. Emerald fixed her gaze on her boots as she crossed. She knew the plaques by heart. The first two on the left, for instance, read, Bolarcus, traitor, now I serve Theridane always, and Chimera Tholar, murderess, now I serve Theridane always. The statues themselves didn't unsettle her, nor their eerie glow. So the city illuminated its streets with the bound souls of the condemned, forever frozen in tacky, moralizing sculptures? Big deal. The real irritation was their incessant psychic whispering, look upon me, beating heart, and witness the price of my broken oaths. Save the lecture, Bowler, Amarel muttered under her breath, picking up her pace. I'm not scheming against the Parliament of Strife today. The thought almost made her laugh, as if her current troubles weren't complicated enough without adding political treason to the list. Take warning, while your blood is still warm, and behold the eternal price of my greed and slaughter. She reached the other side, the whispers fading behind her like a bad memory. The tavern's warm glow was just a block away, a promise of ordinary noise and strong drink. For a fleeting moment she wondered if the trapped souls ever got bored, reciting the same lines for centuries. Then she pushed the thought aside. Her own problems were far more immediate, and time, unlike those statues, was running out. "I don't have a family to poison, Chimera." The final statue on the left seemed to whisper her name. "Amarel, it should be you up there, you faithless traitor." She stared at that last inscription, breaking the promise she made to herself every single time she passed this way. Scavius of Shadow Street. Thief. "Now I serve Theridane always. I never abandoned you," Amarel murmured, the words barely audible. "I paid the price for safety. We all did. We pleaded with you to walk away from that life with us, but you refused to listen. You threw it all away. You knelt before the people who murdered me before my body was even cold. We all bought our own small piece of this city, Scav. That was always the plan. You just chose the most difficult path to get it. One day you will stand this watch beside me. I'm finished with all of that now. Light your cursed bridge and leave me in peace." Reasoning with the dead was a pointless exercise. Amarel forced herself to keep walking. She only took this route when the urge for a drink was upon her, and by the time she crossed the bridge, she typically needed at least 2. Thunder echoed through the stone canyons of the streets. To the east, a building burned with an unnatural, smoldering purple flame. The sky between the fire and the low, glowing clouds was thick with shrieking, bat-winged creatures. Some clashed in midair, fighting with bare claws, barbed spears, and clay pots that burst into clouds of explosive mist. The reasons for their conflicts were mysteries known only to gods and sorcerers, damned wizards and their petty, endless squabbles. A pity they were the ones running the city. A pity Amarel still required their protection. The sign of the fallen fire occupied the entire western side of Tanglewing Street. More accurately, it was the western side having been built within the colossal coiled skeleton of a dragon felled 15 centuries prior, back when the city's expansion occasionally drew the fiery attention of such wild beasts. This one had collapsed in such a picturesque manner that some forgotten opportunist had long ago cleared out the remains and roofed over the steel-hard bones right where they lay. Amarel entered through the dragon's gaping jaw, shaking burnt orange rain from her hair and watching luminous steam wisp up from the carpet where the droplets fell. The bouncers leaning against 8-foot serrated fangs nodded in recognition. The tavern's proper doors, set where the beast's tonsils once were, detected good credit and swung open silently. The next section was for dining, the tail for gambling. The arms offered rooms for sleeping or for other pursuits depending on the renter's preference. Amarel's destination was the gullet, the drinking cavern beneath the dead creature's ribcage and spine, where 100,000 bottles glimmered on racks and shelves behind a central bar that seemed to stretch forever. Goldclaw Grask, the floor manager, was an ebony-scaled goblin wearing a sharp suit meticulously woven from authentic Bank of Theridane notes. He owned a suit for every denomination and every night of the week. Tonight, he was clad in 50s. "Amarel Parathis, the so-called Duchess Unseen," he announced. "I see you perfectly clearly. That joke truly never loses its charm, Grask. I'll be doing a full inventory of the glassware and cutlery after you depart tonight." "I'm retired and thoroughly enjoying it," Amarel replied. She'd executed 3 jobs at the sign in her professional days, none of them involving petty theft. "Is Sofara tending the bar tonight?" "Naturally," said Grask. "It's the 17th. The same night every month, your little group convenes and pretends it's a happy coincidence. Those of you who aren't busy setting the city alight, that is?" Amarel fixed him with a hard stare. The goblin shuffled closer, reached up to take her left hand, and flicked his tongue apologetically against her knuckles. "My apologies," he said. "That was uncalled for. I know the score. You paid the tithe. You're just another honest citizen trying to live under the magical artillery fire like the rest of us. Look, Sofara is signaling you. First drink is on the house." Sofara Miris had one eye of stormy gray and the other of amber honey, skin the rich hue of rosewood, and hair like fine-spun aquamarine silk. Her hands, however, moved with the swift, sure grace of a seasoned card-sharp working a crowded street corner, Sophara had once been a fugitive with a price on her head in nearly every major city, her past a ledger of offenses. Now, she presided over the alchemy of spirits at the sign of the fallen fire, a glass already half full for Amarel waiting on the polished bar. "Evening, stranger," she said, her voice a familiar rasp. With a quick scrawl on a slate for the attendant, she turned back. "Sometimes I wonder if we've traded all our excitement for comfort." "Being free and above ground is excitement enough for me," Amarel replied, sliding onto a stool. "Is your better half joining us?"
"Should be here any moment," Sophara answered, her hands a blur as she layered liquors and subtle enchantments into a glass. "Shraplin saved our usual spot. I've started you a rise and fall of empires, but I caught your entrance. Should I make it too? Or would you prefer a different voyage?" "How about a peril on the sea?" Amarel requested. "Your wish, my command? Go get settled. I'll bring the fleet over when it's seaworthy."
The gullet was a cavern of curated privacy, its booths and floating balconies arranged like a honeycomb beneath a ceiling alive with storm light. Amarel wound her way through the crowd, the air smelling of ozone and expensive perfume. At their regular table, Shraplin self-made awaited a symphony of quiet clockwork draped in a faded crimson cloak. His brass countenance, set with onyx eyes, wore a faint, etched smile. He was a testament to patient rebellion, having piece by piece replaced his entire enslaved body under an old loophole in Theridane's law until he owned every gear and wire of himself. He'd found his true family, a crew of fellow acquirers of other people's property, not long after. "You look like you swam here, boss," he whirred. "What's the weather doing?" "Strange rain," Amarel said, taking a seat. "Beautiful in a ominous way. And I've told you, no boss. Some habits are etched too deep in my memory wheels, boss." Shraplin tipped a vial of glossy black fluid into a neck port. "The Parliament is putting on a real show tonight. Purple fire was raining on the High Barons when I arrived. Just another perk of life in our thriving magical democracy." Amarel sighed with a wry smile. "Never a dull moment, always a new catastrophe on the horizon. Ah, and here comes the rest of the committee." Sophara approached, a tray of drinks balanced in one hand, the other around Brandwyn Mirus. Brandwyn's lavender skin was natural, her vision aided by thick amber lenses over gold-flecked eyes. An armorer and a genius with mechanical physiology, she had warrants out for her arrest in multiple nations for crafting the tools that kept the Duchess Unseen's crew out of tedious legal trouble. The only thing she'd ever stolen for herself was Sophara's affection. "Shraplin, my dear construct," Brandwyn greeted, brushing fingertips with him before sitting. "All systems nominal?" "Optimal and unoxidized," Shraplin replied. "And your own organic operations?" "Thoroughly maintained," Sophara interjected, a playful glint in her eye. "Shall we officially convene this gathering of the formerly interesting persons drinking in Sympathy Club? Here's something brooding and passionate for you, Shraplin." She passed him another tumbler of the dark distillate, his private stock of magically rendered human moods, as alcohol did nothing for his systems. "A black lamps of her eyes for me," Sophara announced, setting down her own glass, "and a tower of the elephant for the brilliant woman who keeps us all in working order." Amarel lifted the second glass, a heavy vessel filled with 9 distinct layers of rose-colored spirits, each one holding a tiny, shifting world. At the base lay quiet farmland, which gave way to bustling cities in the middle tiers, and finally to a broken, desolate landscape at the top, crowned with a froth of cloud. "Any word from Jade?" she asked. "The usual," Shraplin replied. "She sends her best and says not to expect her." "Her best, and don't wait," Amarel echoed under her breath. Her gaze swept the table, meeting the familiar assortment of expectant stares, eyes of different colors, eyes hidden in shadow, and the cold, dark stones that served as another's gaze. "It was always this way, so be it." She raised her glass, and the others followed. "A toast, then," she announced, her voice cutting through the tavern's murmur. "We pulled it off and we're still breathing. We walked into a cage to avoid a different cage. To the friends who aren't here, gone beyond any price or apology. We pulled it off and we're still breathing. To the shackles we defied and the ones that caught us regardless. We pulled it off and we're still breathing." She threw the drink back, swallowing centuries of foaming history in one go. She normally wouldn't treat her stomach so roughly without a meal first, but tonight felt like an exception. A flash of lightning illuminated the ceiling windows. "Did you start the party without us, boss?" Schraplin asked. "The Duchess is retired," Amarell stated, setting the empty glass down with a definitive click. "Long live the Duchess. Now, shall I go through the tedious ceremony of shuffling and dealing, or would you all like to save time and just stack your money in the middle for me?" "Oh, sweetheart," Brandwin drawled. "We're not using your deck. That thing has more secrets than a politician." "I'll play at a disadvantage," Amarell insisted. She picked up the Peril on the Sea, admired the aquamarine liquid with its creamy foam, and downed it in 2 swift gulps, adding to the growing warmth in her core. "Now that's the kind of sorcery I can respect. So, are we playing cards, or are we just going to sit here and admire each other? This next round is my treat." "Next round is on me," Amarell declared an hour and a half later. The table was a chaotic landscape of scattered cards, currency, and empty glasses. "Next round is in you, boss," Schraplin corrected. "You're 3 drinks ahead of the pack. Seems just. What in the world did I just swallow?" "A little concoction I call the unprincipled device," Sophara said, her eyes gleaming. "I'm forbidden from serving it to patrons. Honestly, I'm quite interested to see its effect on you." "Like rain on a window pane," Amarell claimed, though the room's corners had grown suspiciously fuzzy and her cards seemed to have developed a life of their own. "This is a disaster. An absolute disaster. Schraplin, you're the closest thing to sober here. How many cards in a proper deck?" 60, boss. "And how many are currently in view, either in hands or on the table?" 78. "That's pathetic," Amarell declared. "Who here is not cheating? We should be pushing 90. Who's playing it straight?" "I solemnly swear I haven't held a fair hand all night," Brandwin confessed. "Magician?" Sophara said simply, tapping her cards against her chest. "Explanation enough." "I brought my specialty gloves, boss," Schraplin said, wiggling his fingers so they became silvery blurs. "This is just sad." Amarell reached behind her ear, plucked a 79th card from her dark curls, and added it to the tableau. "We're truly becoming old and useless." A new spear of lightning split the sky, washing the room in stark, monochrome light. Thunder crashed directly above, making the window panes shudder and the massive bone rafters creak. Patrons at other tables stirred and grumbled. "Damn spell slingers," Amarell muttered. "Present company excluded, naturally." "Why would I exclude present company?" Brandwin asked, weaving the fingers of one hand through Sophara's hair, while her other hand deftly slipped an 80th card onto the felt. "The weather's been awful all week," Sophara remarked, leaning into the touch. "I think it's Iva Vandas, out in the High Barrens. She's been in a foul mood since her favorite wine cellar flooded last Tuesday." The sky above Theradane had become a canvas for a spectacularly violent disagreement. Amarell could make out 2 figures, herself and some rival she hadn't yet put a name to, hurling fire, torrential rain, and all manner of winged creatures at each other. Down in the streets, the vendors selling reinforced parasols were having their best season in memory. "You'd think someone would amble up there and kindly suggest they take a breather," Schraplin mused, his polished head turning until his gaze settled on Amarell. "Someone with a certain notoriety, perhaps. A person of vibrant reputation and formidable skill." Or, Amarell countered, "someone could mind their own business and avoid proving themselves an idiot by stepping into a wizard's duel. Who's thirsty? This round's still on me, and I intend to own your coin by last call anyway." For the next hour, the thunder didn't cease. The roof of the tavern rattled with the impact of shrieking, flapping things. Goldclaw Grask, the proprietor, was losing his battle to keep patrons in their seats as half the crowd fled for the doors. "This establishment has stood for 1,500 years, he bellowed. "You think you're safer out there? Have you seen our lovely guest rooms?" His plea was punctuated by the high, crystalline scream of breaking glass. A massive, sodden, and very deceased creature smacked onto the floor beside the bar, followed by a cascade of skylight shards and eerily glowing rainwater. As Grask screeched for a house magician, the exodus became a stampede. Sophara, officially off the clock and cut off from enchanting her own drinks, nursed a simple blue concoction. "You know," Amarell said, the words forming slowly in her pleasantly foggy mind, "maybe someone should take a stroll up to the High Barrens." Someone should tell that cantankerous old crone to recall her familiars. The world through Amarel's eyes had softened into a blurry masterpiece. Grask was a golden streak chasing other colorful smears, and the cards on the table refused to hold their shapes long enough to count. A brilliant, if hazy, idea struck her. Sofara, you're a respected citizen. We should get you elected to Parliament. You could pass a law telling these idiots to knock it off. Marvelous plan. Sofara replied with a tipsy grin. First, I'd need a truly superior youth-binding charm, far better than my current model, so I could cultivate my power for a century or two. I assume your timeline is a bit more urgent? It was a delightful fantasy, this idea of legislating peace among sorcerers. The sheer bureaucratic absurdity of it was almost poetic. Then you'd require an external power source to amplify your abilities, Brandwin added, playing along. Precisely, Sofara said, her tone shifting from playful to pointedly sardonic. And I'd have to tap into it without every other hazard-class maniac in the city noticing. Oh, and let's not forget the most crucial prerequisite. I'd need to lose my entire damned mind. Only a power-hungry lunatic with a dead soul would want to spend an immortal lifespan in a perpetual fistfight with other lunatics. It's a vicious carousel. Once you claw your way on, you either fight like hell to stay seated or you get thrown off. Splat. She finished her drink and slammed the glass down for emphasis. The universe, it seemed, agreed with her sound effect. A horrific crash shattered the air directly above them. A half-ton of reeking, rain-slicked beast with leathery wings exploded through the ruined skylight and turned their table into kindling. In the chaotic blur of noise and motion that followed, Amarel found herself on the hard floor, a dull pain blooming in her chest. Some stubborn, sober sliver of her consciousness fought its way to the surface of the alcoholic haze and desperately reconstructed events. Shraplin, of course. The agile automaton had shoved her to safety before lunging across the table to pull Sofara and Brandwin clear. Amarel pushed herself up onto her elbows, a realization dawning. Hey, she said, staring at the unruffled machine man. You're not even drunk. That was merely part of my strategy, boss, Shraplin replied. He had been almost fast enough. Almost Sofara and Brandwin were unharmed, but Shraplin's left leg was trapped beneath the fallen creature and the shattered table. Oh, you magnificent machine, your poor foot! Brandwin scrambled over and planted a kiss on his brass head. I keep 3 spares back at the workshop, Shraplin replied. That does it. Amarel slurred, swaying as she pushed herself upright. Nobody gets to drop a goddamned monster on my friends. Pretty sure it's a Bayaki, Brandwin said, prodding the beast. It had leathery wings and a spear jutting from where its neck should be. The stench was like rotten cheese mixed with infection and wet tombstone moss. Actually, darling, I think it's a Vorpalax, Sofara corrected, swaying as she helped her wife haul Shraplin free. Notice the symmetrical body plan. I don't give a damn what it's called, Amarel snapped, struggling into her long black coat. Nobody drops one on my card game or my crew. I'm going to find out where this Ivo Vandes lives and give her a piece of my mind. Rushing in gets you buried, boss, Shraplin said, shaking loose gears and springs from the wreckage of his foot. My earlier teasing was just that, teasing. Stupid business-wrecking wizards. Goldclaw Grask finally arrived, trailed by a cluster of bartenders and waiters. Sofara? Are you hurt? What about everyone else? Shraplin. That looks costly. Please tell me it's not costly. Full operational capacity is easily restored, Shraplin assured him. But perhaps tonight would be an excellent occasion for you to forgive our tab? Well, if that wouldn't cause you any trouble, the goblin stammered, directing mop-wielding waiters toward the spreading puddle of pastel rainwater and gray monster ooze. If it's freely given, Sofara added, it isn't theft, and none of us break our sanctuary terms. And Shraplin's right, Amarel? You can't just go shout at a member of the Parliament of Strife, even if you could safely cross the High Barrens in the middle of this chaos. Of course I can. Amarel drew herself up, shoulders unevenly squared after a couple of attempts. I'm not some soft tourist, I'm the Duchess Unseen. I stole the sound of dawn breaking and the tears of a shark. I borrowed a book from the Hazar Library and never gave it back. I crossed the labyrinth of the death spiders in Maraska, twice. I know, said Sofara softly. I was there. and then I went back and stole every last one of those spiders. That was 10 years and an ocean of strong drinks ago, Sofara sighed. Come on, darling. I poured most of those drinks myself. Don't frighten us like this, Amarel. You're drunk and retired. Go home. This stinking heap could have killed us all, Amarel insisted. Then, her voice dropping, she added, But thanks to luck and shrapnel, it didn't. Please, Amarel. Promise us you won't do anything reckless tonight. Will you promise? Removing all doubt. The high barrens east of Tanglewing Street were deserted and littered with hazards from the ongoing magical conflict. Amarel avoided open spaces, weaving from shadowed archway to garden wall to darkened door, stumbling often. The world felt fluid and unsteady, edges blurring and new angles spinning into view. She was sober enough to remember she needed caution, yet far too drunk to understand she should be running back the way she came. Once a district of grand mansions, sculpted gardens, and public fountains, the high barrens had been emptied by the arrival of the wizard Ivovandus. The disputes of the Parliament of Strife had torn holes in the cobblestones, drained the fountains dry, and split the mansions apart like discarded dollhouses. Purple fire still glowed within the skeletal remains of a brick and timber building nearby. Amarel carefully stepped over streams of molten lead that had once been its roof, the heat warming the chill night air around her ankles. Finding the home of Ivovandus proved simple enough. It stood as the sole cared-for building on the block, its smooth walls illuminated by glowing symbols and surrounded by whispering hedges of red and green. The ground beneath them littered with the tiny bones of birds and creatures. A winding path of alabaster stones, each seeming to hold a soft inner light, stretched 40 yards to a gleaming golden door. How considerate, Amarel thought. That practically promised a gauntlet of traps. Overhead, the shrieks of unseen flying things clawed at her focus, but she drew on 30 years of hard-earned instinct and navigated the path without surprise. She sidestepped 4 pressure plates by pure gut feeling and avoided 2 more through sheer drunken fortune. The gravity flip trap was an old trick. She tumbled clumsily over the affected area, letting the magic shove her headfirst back to the earth instead of sending her spinning helplessly upward. She didn't even notice the subtle lure of the tasteful hypnotic toad statues dotting the lawn, too thoroughly soused to meet their gaze and trigger their charm. Reaching the door, she watched the golden surface shimmer like molten metal as a sculpted arm emerged, gripping a heavy knocker ring. With a flick of her wrist, Amarel extended a collapsible baton from her coat and used it to tap the ring against the door while she stepped smartly aside. A volley of darts whistled through the empty space she'd just occupied. After a moment's silence, a thundering voice announced, "Who dares approach, uninvited, the door of the supreme spellwright Ivovandus of the Honorable Parliament of Theridane? Identify yourself, insect." "I don't negotiate with doors," Amarel replied. "Consider the knock a courtesy to your owner. Tell her a concerned citizen of Theridane is here to deliver some blunt feedback on her appalling lack of marksmanship. Your sentiment is logical yet deply insulting. Arcs of electrodynamic force shall now be applied to the lobes of your brain until they resemble boiled porridge. To acknowledge this decree in universal pictographic form, utter a single scream. 2. Request expedited sensory termination. Utter 2 screams and await further developments. The name is Amarel Parathis, sometimes called the Duchess Unseen. Your mistress's petty squabbles are turning a perfectly good city into a wretched misery pit and disrupting my weekly poker game. Are you going to open, or do I start checking the windows?" Amarel Parathis intoned the door. A pause followed. "Your name is recognized. You procured sanctuary from the Parliament of Theridane 2 years and 4 months prior?" "At a door," said Amarel. "The mistress will see you now." The sculpted hand retracted into the liquid gold. In its place, a dozen more arms erupted, seizing Amarel by the throat, limbs, and hair. They yanked her from her feet and pulled her into the shimmering surface, which solidified an instant later, leaving no sign she had ever been there. Amarel awoke feeling remarkably rested, though divested of every weapon and dressed in an unfamiliar silk nightgown. She found herself in a seamless chamber, lying on a feather bed that floated serenely on a pool of liquid gold covering the entire floor, or perhaps constituting the floor itself. Beams of ruby light fell from etched glass skylights above, and when she tossed aside the covers, they dissolved into fragrant steam. Something stirred beneath the golden pool. A dome swelled upward, rising steadily until it formed a tall, slender humanoid shape. The liquid drained away to reveal a woman with the pale complexion of an albino, eyes of flawless gold, and hair made of 1,000 delicate golden butterflies, all fluttering in an elegant, chaotic dance. "Good afternoon, Amarel," said the wizard Ivovandas, drifting toward the bed without her feet quite touching the pool's surface. "I trust you rested comfortably. You were absolutely spectacular last night." "Was I?" "My memory's a bit fuzzy." "Wait, are these your clothes?" "They are. Shouldn't I be suffering a monumental headache?" "I collected it while you slept," Ivovandas replied. "I maintain a collection of bottled ailments. Your hangover was destined to be legendary. Think less of a headache and more of a full-scale invasion happening right behind your eyes, likely to set up camp for the foreseeable future. I'll find another skull to deposit it in eventually. Maybe I'll even return it to you if you disappoint me." "Disappoint you? What are you talking about?" Amarel scrambled to her feet, her boots sinking into the plush mattress. "You've mistaken me for someone with a clue. First, tell me how I was spectacular. I have never endured such a comprehensive character assassination, and in my own entry hall, no less, before we'd even moved to a more private setting. You delivered a brilliantly scathing analysis of every single one of my flaws, most of which you invented on the spot, followed by a very firm set of instructions on how I and my associates should manage our affairs from now on, purely for the benefit of you and your companions. I have a vague memory of that, I suppose. A pressing question, Citizen Parathis. When you bought your sanctuary from the Parliament of Theridane, were you not explicitly informed that making personal threats against its members could result in the immediate termination of that sanctuary? I remember something along those lines buried in the documents, perhaps in the fine print or scribbled in the margins. You would agree that your declarations last night comfortably qualify as personal threats? My declarations? With a smile, Ivovandas produced a softly humming blue crystal. She activated it, and a sharp, three-dimensional image materialized in the air beside the bed. It showed Amarel, clad in her black coat and drenched in shimmering enchanted rain, gesticulating wildly as she ranted, "And let me make one more thing perfectly clear, you venomous, pale-faced thunder cunt. Nobody drops a dead Vorpalax on my crew, nobody. What you and your pointy-hatted social club do to each other is your own business, but the next time you endanger the lives of innocent bystanders, you'd better bar your doors, strap on your heaviest steel corset, and hire a full-time food taster. Do I make myself understood?" The image flickered out. "Damn," Amarel muttered. "I've always considered myself a cheerful drunk. I am 310 years old," Ivovandas said, her tone shifting from amused to dangerously dry. "And last night, I learned several new and creative words. We were having such a delightful time, right up until the moment you decided to threaten my continued existence." "Right. So it would appear. And how exactly were you thinking we might resolve this situation?" "Under normal circumstances," Ivovandas replied, "I would magically reroute the contents of your lower intestine into your lungs. It's my subtle way of indicating that your sanctuary has been revoked. However, your particular skill set, and that formidable reputation of yours, I happen to have a contract that requires a contractor of your caliber. Why don't you get dressed and join me in the study?" A sudden invisible force slammed into Amarel from behind, hurling her off the bed and head first into the golden pool. Instead of sinking, she felt herself buoyed upward, passing directly through the floor and emerging in Ivovandas' study, a spacious room lined with bookshelves, scroll cases, and panels of lacquered basilisk hide. Amarel was now wearing her own clothes again. On one wall hung an oil painting depicting the bedroom she had just left, complete with a masterfully rendered image of Ivovandas hovering above the golden pool. As Amarel watched, the painted figure grew larger within the frame, then thrust her arms and head out of the canvas. With a graceful twist and a small jump, the sorceress floated free into the center of the room. "Now," said Ivovandas, "to be blunt, there is an object here in Theridane I need you to acquire. Whether your friends assist you is irrelevant to me. As an added incentive, if you deliver this item to me discreetly and successfully, you will significantly soothe a rather public dispute I am having with a certain parliamentary colleague. But the terms of my sanctuary, Amarel protested. You accepted part of my tithe. You know the rules. I can't commit theft within the city's boundaries. Well, Ivovandas said coolly, you aren't supposed to threaten me either. And that's all just speculation now, isn't it? So what's holding you back? The prospect of spending forever as a piece of city furniture. A commendably forward-looking perspective, Ivovandas replied. But if you take a hard look at your circumstances, you'll realize you're in a rather sticky situation, and I happen to be the only supplier of solutions who's offering you a way out. Amarel stalked back and forth, her hands jammed deep into her coat pockets. She and her team needed the sanctuary of Theridane. They'd become too recognizable, burned too many bridges, and lifted too many priceless trinkets from the wealthy and influential across a dozen other cities. Theridane's arrangement was brutally straightforward. Pay an astronomical fee to the Parliament of Strife, settle within the city, and permanently abandon the very activities that made you a legend elsewhere. Show a little sympathy, Amarel. While it isn't strictly forbidden for me to persuade a legendary thief to resume her craft inside our borders, I doubt my colleagues would simply overlook it if they ever discovered our arrangement. Do this for me, and I'll happily shatter my little blue crystal. We'll both part ways content, our accounts settled. What exactly do you need me to acquire? Ivovandas moved to a tall cabinet set against the right wall and opened it. Inside hung a blank tapestry, bordered on all sides by detached golden hands, much like the ones that had dragged Amarel into the room. The hands sprang to life, their needles flying across the fabric with black thread. Lines began to form, quickly resolving into the familiar districts and landmarks of Theridane, the High Barrens, the Sign of the Fallen Fire, the Deadlight Downs, and countless others, each detail stitched into place. Once the map was finished, one hand added a final thread of brilliant summer fire crimson marking a spot in the city's northeast. Prosperity Street, Ivovandas announced. In Fortune's Gate, near the Old Parliament. I know the area, said Amarel. What's the target? Prosperity Street in Fortune's Gate, near the Old Parliament. I heard you, Amarel snapped. But what are you? Oh no, you can't be serious. You did not just suggest what I think you're suggesting. I want you to steal Prosperity Street, Ivovandas stated plainly. The entire street. Every last inch of it. Each brick and cobblestone. It must vanish. It must be erased from Theridane. That street is 300 yards long, sitting in the middle of a district so wealthy and significant that even you maniacs avoid damaging it during your petty conflicts, and it's crawling with people day and night. Then it would be in your best interest to make it disappear without drawing attention, Ivovandas said with a dismissive wave. But that's your concern, not mine. I wouldn't dream of lecturing you on the finer points of your own peculiar profession. It is a street, and you are Amarel Parathis. Weren't you boasting just last night about how you once stole the sound of a sunrise? Only on a specific day of the year, Amarel retorted, from the summit of a particular mountain, and with considerable help from some dwarven engineers and more copper piping than I care to remember. Look, it was an incredibly complex operation. You stole tears from a shark? If you can manage to find a genuinely sorrowful shark, you're already halfway to succeeding at that particular job. By the way, whatever became of the death spiders of Moraska after you took them? I mailed them back to the various spider priest temples that had been getting on my nerves. Let's just say the journey left the spiders rather irritable and peckish, and the cult now has very strict policies regarding shipping crates with air holes. Oh, and I sent the packages postage due. Delightful, Ivovandas exclaimed. You see, you strike me as precisely the sort of person who could manage to steal a street. I suppose my only other option is to end up as a decorative statue with a plaque that reads Eternal Servant of Theridane, that, or some more intimate and unpleasant fate, Ivovandas agreed. But you have, in essence, grasped the core of your dilemma. Why a street? Amarel asked, her frustration giving way to genuine curiosity. What could possibly be worth this insanity? Before we go any further, let's be honest, or at least try to be. What's the real reason you want this street gone, and how is that supposed to end this ridiculous feud between you and your wait? Oh, damn, it's a locust, isn't it? Exactly, Ivovandas replied, her smile sharp and predatory. Thin threads of gold, etched with intricate arcane designs, gleamed along her teeth. Prosperity Street is the external power source for the wizard Jero, my least favorite rival. It's what fuels his endless parade of summoned beasts and petty weather tricks. Take that away, and I could finish him by sunset and still make it home for tea. Forgive the blunt question, but I was under the impression that the location of these loci was the most closely guarded secret among you and your associates. Jarrow has been careless, Ivavandas said with a dismissive wave. But then, he knows the information is worthless without a way to act on it. A street isn't exactly easy to make disappear. I was completely stumped on how to manage it, until you showed up, your mind buzzing with drunken indignation and clever schemes. Shall we formalize our agreement? The Cabinet of Golden Hands unpicked the map of Theradane and in its place began to stitch a series of clauses in precise, even script. Amarel leaned in to read. The term seemed simple enough at first, one street in exchange for one blue crystal to be destroyed, but then her eyes caught on a particular line. "What is this?" she demanded. "A deadline? A year and a day?" "It's the traditional time frame for such arrangements," Ivavandas explained smoothly. "Surely you understand the necessity. I prefer Jarrow neutralized sooner rather than later, not 5 or 10 years from now, whenever you might get around to it. I need you focused and motivated, and you, in turn, need a consequence for failure beyond simple disappointment. Hence, the terms are laid out quite clearly. A year and a day," Amarel repeated slowly, "to deliver the street, or else I forfeit my citizenship and every possession I own, bound to permanent service under you." "It would be a life of comfort and considerable excitement," Ivavandas said, her tone almost encouraging. "But you can avoid that fate entirely, provided you're as resourceful as I believe you to be. And what if I took this offer quietly to Jarrow instead, to see if he might make me a better deal? A delightfully symmetrical betrayal. I admire the audacity. However, you should remember that Jarrow has no blue crystal to offer, and neither of you has the slightest idea where my own external locus is hidden. You must ask yourself, which of us presents the easier target? If wisdom guides you, you'll reach into your pocket now." Amarel did just that, and her fingers closed around a quill and a small bottle of ink that hadn't been there a moment before. "One street," she muttered, "for one crystal, 1 year and 1 day." All spelled out in plain black thread. Ivavandas said, "Do you agree?" Amarel stared at the embroidered contract, grinding her teeth in a nervous habit her mother had always scolded her for. After a long, tense silence, she uncorked the ink, dipped the quill, and signed. The constant backdrop of magical conflict had quieted for once. Even Ivavandas and Jarrow appeared to be taking a rare respite as Amarel stepped from the high barrens into a hazy, peach-colored afternoon. All across the city, clocks began to chime 3, their bells clashing and overlapping in a discordant chorus that stretched for nearly 3 minutes, a traditional missynchronization meant to baffle any malevolent spirits listening. Her mind was a storm of dread and frantic planning. She flagged down a passing mechanivipede and soon was soaring above Theradane's rooftops in a suspended chair, pulled along by the frantic, whirring flight of a flock of mechanical sparrows. The truth was, she had nowhere else to turn. She would have to throw herself at the mercy of her friends like driftwood tossed ashore. So Farah and Brandwyn's home was a slender, winding structure on Shankville Street, a bargain of a property owing to its peculiar habit of fluctuating between 5 and 6 stories. The 6th floor had a mind of its own, vanishing without explanation, yet it was a discreet neighbor. It asked no questions about their affairs and expected none in return. Amarel arrived via a mechanivipede that unceremoniously deposited her through a 3rd-story window, a trusted entry for urgent visits. Inside, she found both women present, along with the welcome sight of Shraplin. Brandwyn was meticulously adjusting the pistons of her prosthetic left foot, while Sophara lay stretched across a velvet hammock, sporting smoked lenses and an ice-white beret that emitted a soothing analgesic mist around her head. "You look disgustingly well," Sophara remarked, her voice thick with suffering. "How did you manage to drink enough to drown a horse and leave me holding the misery?" "A fortunate intervention saved me, Soph. Can we make this room secure for a private talk?" "The house is generally discreet," the magician groaned, rolling inelegantly from her perch. "If you need a deeper silence woven, give me a moment to collect my focus." "Hold on." She removed her smoked glasses and fixed Amarel with a piercing stare. Picking her way across the carpet strewn with specialized tools and mechanical oddities, Sofara approached, sniffing the air cautiously. "Something the matter, love?" Brandwin inquired. "Quiet," Sofara murmured. She rubbed her eyes as though shaking off sleep, then reached forward, nudged aside Amarel's left coat lapel, and plucked a single, gleaming gold thread from the black wool. "You," she said, her aquamarine eyebrows arching sharply, "have been consulting another practitioner of the arts." With a sharp clap of her hands, Sofara cast an eerie quiet over the room, muting even the distant hum of the city beyond the walls. "It was Ivavanda's," Amarel confessed. "I did something reckless last night. For the record, I was furious, and you were the one pouring the drinks." "You endlessly troublesome creature," Sofara sighed. "This little thread would have given Ivavanda's a listening post, if not for my counterspells and the inherent confusion woven into this house's very stones. And where there's one obvious trick, there's usually another hiding behind it. Take off the rest of your clothes." "Excuse me?" "Now, Amarel." Sofara retrieved a silver-engraved casket from a shadowed corner, snapped it open, and gestured urgently as Amarel shed her coat. "See how direct she is?" Brandwin commented, squeezing a tiny bellows to inject glowing green oil into a tube within Shraplin's leg. "We'd still be awkwardly circling each other if she'd waited for me to make a move." "Keep your attention on your work," Sofara instructed. "I'll handle the inspection and fill you in later." "Sometimes I think friend is just the polite term for everyone I haven't killed yet," Amarel muttered, hopping and twisting out of her boots, leggings, belts, vest, blouse, concealed blades, silk cords, smoke capsules, and underthings. Once every last item was discarded, Sofara slammed the casket shut and whispered incantations over its lock. As a deliberate afterthought, she fetched a black silk dressing robe embroidered with intricate blue-white star charts and handed it over with a slow, amused smile. "Seems to be my day for wearing other people's garments," Amarel grumbled. "Sorry about your things," Sofara said. "I should be able to scan them for further enchantments. But Ivavanda's operates on a level so far beyond mine it might take days to be sure." "Never let a wizard handle your wardrobe," Brandwin chimed in, a wry grin playing on her lips, "at least not until she's agreed to share a closet and a home." "It should be safe to talk now," Amarel began, settling into a chair. "I'm not quite sure how to put this," she said, "but the short version is that my retirement is officially on hold." She recounted the entire tale, only pausing when Sofara peppered her with eager questions about the security and lavish furnishings of Ivavanda's estate. When Amarel finished, Shraplin let out a low whistle. "That's one hell of a situation, boss." Inside the house, the clocks began their drawn-out chorus for 5 o'clock, a stark contrast to the silent city clocks still sealed by Sofara's enchantment. "I thought we were in deep water with that Shark Tears gig, but an entire street? I keep wondering how Jero even identified it as a locus," Sofara mused, adjusting her analgesic hat, which had provided some comfort during the long story, "and how he managed to harness it without anyone noticing." "Let's stay focused, dear," Brandwin said, gently massaging her wife's shoulders. "The real question is, how do we actually pull this off?" "I only came for some advice," Amarel insisted quickly. "This mess is my fault? No one else should risk their hard-earned peace because I had too much to drink and mouthed off to a wizard." "Allow me to clarify something, boss," Shraplin said, leaning forward. "If you think I'm not tagging along to be helpful, you'd better be planning to knock me out right here and now." "Amarel, you can't shut us out of this," Sofara exclaimed. "It's far too delightful a scheme, and honestly, letting you run off alone is just plain reckless." "I appreciate it," Amarel replied, "but I feel responsible for your safety." "The Parliament of Strife drops chaos on this city whenever it pleases," Shraplin said, spreading his hands. "How much more unsafe can things get? Honestly, 2.5 quiet years was plenty for my taste." "Exactly," Sofara agreed. "Set aside your noble guilt, Amarel. You know we won't let you just— Oh, wait." She narrowed her eyes, a slow smile spreading. "You clever fox. You didn't come here just for advice. You put on that wounded act so we'd volunteer without even getting the satisfaction of seeing you beg. And you all fell for it," Amarel said with a grin. "So it's settled. We're all back in the game and we're stealing a street. If anyone has a clue how that's supposed to work, I'm all ears.